Book 1, Part 1 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Aeneid, by Publius Vergilius Maro, translated by John Dryden. Book 1, A Fateful Haven, Part 1. Arms, and the man I sing who, forced by fate and haughty Juno's unrelenting hate, expelled and exiled, left the Trojan shore. Long labours, both by sea and land, he bore, and in the doubtful war, before he won the Latian realm, and built the destined town, his banished gods restored to rights divine, and settled sure succession in his line, from whence the race of Alban fathers come, and the long glories of majestic Rome. O Muse, the causes and the crimes relate. What goddess was provoked, and whence her hate? For what offence the Queen of Heaven began to persecute so brave, so just a man? Involved his anxious life in endless cares, exposed to wants, and hurried into wars. Can heavenly minds such high resentment show, or exercise their spite in human woe? Against the Tiber's mouth, but far away, an ancient town was seated on the sea, a Tyrian colony, the people made stout for the war and studious of their trade. Carthage the name, beloved by Juno more than her own Argos or the Samian shore. Here stood her chariot. Here, if heaven were kind, the seat of awful empire she designed. Yet she had heard an ancient rumour fly, long cited by the people of the sky, that times to come should see the Trojan race her Carthage ruin, and her towers deface. Nor, thus confined, the yoke of sovereign sway should on the necks of all the nations lay. She pondered this, and feared it was in fate, nor could forget the war she waged of late for conquering Greece against the Trojan state. Besides, long causes working in her mind, and secret seeds of envy lay behind. Deep graven in her heart, the doom remained of partial Paris, and her form disdained. The grace bestowed on ravished Ganymede, Electra's glories, and her injured bed. Each was a cause alone, and all combined to kindle vengeance in her haughty mind. For this, far distant from the Latian coast, she drove the remnants of the Trojan host, and 7 long years the unhappy wandering train were tossed by storms and scattered through the main. Such time, such toil required the Roman name, such length of labour for so vast a frame. Now, scarce the Trojan fleet with sails and oars had left behind the fair Sicilian shores, entering with cheerful shouts the watery rain, and ploughing frothy furrows in the main, when, labouring still with endless discontent, the Queen of Heaven did thus her fury vent. "Then am I vanquished? Must I yield?" said she, "and must the Trojans reign in Italy? So fate will have it, and Jove adds his force, nor can my power divert their happy course. Could angry Pallas, with revengeful spleen, the Grecian navy burn, and drown the men? She, for the fault of one offending foe, the bolts of Jove himself presumed to throw. With whirlwinds from beneath she tossed the ship, and bare exposed the bosom of the deep. Then, as an eagle gripes the trembling game, the wretch, yet hissing with her father's flame, she strongly seized, and with a burning wound transfixed, and naked on a rock she bound. But I, who walk in awful state above the majesty of heaven, the sister wife of Jove, for length of years my fruitless force employ against the thin remains of ruined Troy. What nations now to Juno's power will pray, or offerings on my slighted altars lay? Thus raged the goddess, and with fury fraught. The restless regions of the storms she sought, where, in a spacious cave of living stone, the tyrant Aeolus from his airy throne, with power imperial curbs the struggling winds, and sounding tempests in dark prisons binds. This way and that the impatient captives tend, and, pressing for release, the mountains rend. High in his hall the undaunted monarch stands, and shakes his sceptre, and their rage commands, which, did he not, their unresisted sway would sweep the world before them in their way. Earth, air, and seas through empty space would roll, and heaven would fly before the driving soul. In fear of this, the father of the gods confined their fury to those dark abodes, and locked them safe within, oppressed with mountain loads, imposed a king with arbitrary sway to loose their fetters or their force allay, to whom the suppliant queen her prayers addressed, and thus the tenor of her suit expressed. O Aeolus, for to thee the King of heaven the power of tempests and of winds has given. Thy force alone their fury can restrain, and smooth the waves, or swell the troubled main. A race of wandering slaves, abhorred by me, with prosperous passage cut the Tuscan sea, to fruitful Italy their course they steer, and for their vanquished gods design new temples there. Raise all thy winds, with night involve the skies, sink or disperse my fatal enemies. Twice 7, the charming daughters of the main around my person wait, and bear my train. Succeed my wish, and second my design, the fairest, Deiopeia, shall be thine, and make thee father of a happy line. To this the god, 'Tis yours, O queen, to will the work which duty binds me to fulfil. These airy kingdoms and this wide command are all the presents of your bounteous hand. Yours is my sovereign's grace, and, as your guest, I sit with gods at their celestial feast. Raise tempests at your pleasure, or subdue, dispose of empire, which I hold from you. He said, and hurled against the mountain's side his quivering spear, and all the god applied. The raging winds rush through the hollow wound, and dance aloft in air, skim along the ground, then, settling on the sea, the surges sweep, raise liquid mountains, and disclose the deep. South, east, and west with mixed confusion roar, and roll the foaming billows to the shore. The cables crack, the sailors' fearful cries ascend, and sable night involves the skies, and heaven itself is ravished from their eyes. Loud peals of thunder from the poles ensue, then flashing fires the transient light renew. The face of things a frightful image bears, and present death in various forms appears. Struck with unusual fright, the Trojan chief with lifted hands and eyes invokes relief, and thrice and 4 times happy those, he cried, that under Ilian walls before their parents died. Tydides, bravest of the Grecian train, why could not I by that strong arm be slain, and lie by noble Hector on the plain? Or great Sarpedon, in those bloody fields where Simois rolls the bodies and the shields of heroes, whose dismembered hands yet bear the dart aloft, and clench the pointed spear. Thus, while the pious prince his fate bewails, fierce Boreas drove against his flying sails, and rent the sheets. The raging billows rise, and mount the tossing vessels to the skies, nor can the shivering oars sustain the blow. The galley gives her side, and turns her prow, while those astern, descending from the steep, through gaping waves behold the boiling deep. 3 ships were harried by the southern blast, and on the secret shelves with fury cast. Those hidden rocks the Ausonian sailors knew. They called them altars when they rose in view, and showed their spacious backs above the flood. 3 more, fierce Eurus in his angry mood dashed on the shallows of the moving sand, and in mid-ocean left them moored aland. Orontes' bark, that bore the Lycian crew, a horrid sight, even in the hero's view, from stem to stern by waves was overborne. The trembling pilot from his rudder torn was headlong hurled, thrice round the ship was tossed, then bulged at once, and in the deep was lost. And here and there above the waves were seen arms, pictures, precious goods, and floating men. The stoutest vessel to the storm gave way, and sucked through loosened planks the rushing sea. Aeneas was her chief. Alethes old, Achates faithful, Abas young and bold, endured not less. Their ships, with gaping seams, admit the deluge of the briny streams. Meantime, imperial Neptune heard the sound of raging billows breaking on the ground. Displeased, and fearing for his watery reign, he reared his awful head above the main, serene in majesty, then rolled his eyes around the space of earth and seas and skies. He saw the Trojan fleet dispersed, distressed by stormy winds and wintry heaven oppressed. Full well the god his sister's envy knew, and what her aims and what her arts pursue. He summoned Eurus and the western blast, and first an angry glance on both he cast, then thus rebuked: "Audacious winds, from whence this bold attempt, this rebel insolence? Is it for you to ravage seas and land, unauthorized by my supreme command? To raise such mountains on the troubled main? Whom I, but first, is fit the billows to restrain, and then you shall be taught obedience to my reign. Hence, to your lord my royal mandate bear. The realms of ocean and the fields of air are mine, not his. By fatal lot to me the liquid empire fell, and trident of the sea. His power to hollow caverns is confined. There let him reign, the jailer of the wind. With hoarse commands his breathing subjects call, and boast and bluster in his empty hall." He spoke, and while he spoke he smoothed the sea, dispelled the darkness, and restored the day. Cymothoe, Triton, and the sea-green train of beauteous nymphs, the daughters of the main, clear from the rocks the vessels with their hands. The god himself with ready trident stands, and opes the deep, and spreads the moving sands, then heaves them off the shoals. Where'er he guides his finny coursers, and in triumph rides, the waves unruffle, and the sea subsides. As when in tumults rise the ignoble crowd, mad are their notions, and their tongues are loud, and stones and brands in rattling volleys fly, and all the rustic arms that fury can supply. If then some grave and pious man appear, they hush their noise, and lend a listening ear. He soothes with sober words their angry mood, and quenches their innate desire of blood. So, when the father of the flood appears, and o'er the seas his sovereign trident rears, their fury falls. He skims the liquid plains high on his chariot, and with loosened reins majestic moves along, and awful peace maintains. The weary Trojans ply their shattered oars to nearest land, and make the Libyan shores. Within a long recess there lies a bay. An island shades it from the rolling sea, and forms a port secure for ships to ride. Broke by the jutting land on either side, in double streams the briny waters glide. Betwixt 2 rows of rocks a sylvan scene appears above, and groves for ever green. A grot is formed beneath, with mossy seats to rest the Nereids and exclude the heats. Down through the crannies of the living walls the crystal streams descend in murmuring falls. No hawsers need to bind the vessels here, nor bearded anchors, for no storms they fear. 7 ships within this happy harbour meet, the thin remainders of the scattered fleet. The Trojans, worn with toils and spent with woes, leap on the welcome land and seek their wished repose. First, good Achates, with repeated strokes of clashing flints, their hidden fire provokes. Short flame succeeds. A bed of withered leaves the dying sparkles in their fall receives. Caught into life in fiery fumes they rise, and, fed with stronger food, invade the skies. The Trojans, dropping wet, or stand round the cheerful blaze, or lie along the ground. Some dry their corn, infected with the brine, then grind with marbles and prepare to dine. Aeneas climbs the mountain's airy brow, and takes a prospect of the seas below. If Capys thence, or Antheus he could spy, or see the streamers of Caicus fly. No vessels were in view, but on the plain 3 beamy stags command a lordly train of branching heads. The more ignoble throng attend their stately steps, and slowly graze along. He stood, and while secure they fed below, he took the quiver, and the trusty bow Achates used to bear. The leaders first he laid along, and then the vulgar pierced, nor ceased his arrows, till the shady plain 7 mighty bodies with their blood disdain. For the 7 ships he made an equal share, and to the port returned, triumphant from the war. The jars of generous wine, Acestes' gift, when his Trinacrian shores the navy left, he set a broach, and for the feast prepared, in equal portions with the venison shared. Thus, while he dealt it round, the pious chief with cheerful words allayed the common grief. Endure and conquer. Jove will soon dispose to future good our past and present woes. With me the rocks of Scylla you have tried, the inhuman Cyclops in his den defied. What greater ills hereafter can you bear? Resume your courage, and dismiss your care. An hour will come, with pleasure to relate your sorrows past, as benefits of fate. Through various hazards and events we move to Latium, and the realms foredoomed by Jove. Called to the seat, the promise of the skies, where Trojan kingdoms once again may rise. Endure the hardships of your present state, live, and reserve yourselves for better fate. These words he spoke, but spoke not from his heart. His outward smiles concealed his inward smart. The jolly crew, unmindful of the past, the quarry share, their plenteous dinner haste. Some strip the skin, some portion out the spoil, the limbs, yet trembling in the cauldrons, boil. Some on the fire the reeking entrails broil. Stretched on the grassy turf, at ease they dine, restore their strength with meat, and cheer their souls with wine. Their hunger thus appeased, their care attends the doubtful fortune of their absent friends. Alternate hopes and fears their minds possess, whether to deem them dead or in distress. Above the rest, Aeneas mourns the fate of brave Orontes, and the uncertain state of Gyas, Lycus, and of Amycus. The day, but not their sorrows, ended thus. When, from aloft, almighty Jove surveys earth, air, and shores, and navigable seas, at length on Libyan realms he fixed his eyes, whom, pondering thus on human miseries, when Venus saw, she with a lowly look, not free from tears, her heavenly sire bespoke. O King of gods and men, whose awful hand disperses thunder on the seas and land, disposing all with absolute command, how could my pious son thy power incense? Or what, alas, is vanished Troy's offence? our hope of Italy not only lost, on various seas by various tempests tossed, but shut from every shore, and barred from every coast. You promised once a progeny divine of Romans rising from the Trojan line, in after times should hold the world in awe, and to the land and ocean give the law. How is your doom reversed, which eased my care when Troy was ruined in that cruel war? Then fates to fates I could oppose, but now, when fortune still pursues her former blow, what can I hope? What worse can still succeed? What end of labours has your will decreed? Antenor from the midst of Grecian hosts could pass secure, and pierce the Illyrian coasts, where, rolling down the steep Timavus raves, and through 9 channels disembogues his waves. At length he founded Padua's happy seat, and gave his Trojans a secure retreat. There fixed their arms, and there renewed their name, and there in quiet rules and crowned with fame. But we, descended from your sacred line, entitled to your heaven and rights divine, are banished earth, and, for the wrath of one, removed from Latium and the promised throne. Are these our sceptres? These our due rewards? And is it thus that Jove his plighted faith regards? To whom the father of the immortal race, smiling with that serene, indulgent face with which he drives the clouds and clears the skies, first gave a holy kiss, then thus replies, Daughter, dismiss thy fears. To thy desire the fates of thine are fixed, and stand entire. Thou shalt behold thy wished Lavinian walls, and, ripe for heaven, when fate Aeneas calls, then shalt thou bear him up sublime to me. No counsels have reversed my firm decree. And, lest new fears disturb thy happy state, know, I have searched the mystic rolls of fate. Thy son, nor is the appointed season far, in Italy shall wage successful war, shall tame fierce nations in the bloody field, and sovereign laws impose, and cities build, till, after every foe subdued, the sun thrice through the signs his annual race shall run. This is his time prefixed. Ascanius, then, now called Iulus, shall begin his reign. He, 30 rolling years the crown shall wear, then from Lavinium shall the seat transfer, and, with hard labour, Alba Longa build. The throne, with his succession, shall be filled 300 circuits more. Then shall be seen Ilia the fair, a priestess and a queen, who, full of Mars in time, with kindly throes, shall at a birth 2 goodly boys disclose. The royal babes a tawny wolf shall drain. Then Romulus his grandsire's throne shall gain. Of martial towers the founder shall become. The people Romans call, the city Rome. To them no bounds of empire I assign, nor term of years to their immortal line. Even haughty Juno, who with endless broils earth, seas, and heaven, and Jove himself turmoils, at length atoned, her friendly power shall join to cherish and advance the Trojan line. The subject world shall Rome's dominion own, and prostrate shall adore the nation of the gown. An age is ripening in revolving fate, when Troy shall overturn the Grecian state, and sweet revenge her conquering sons shall call, to crush the people that conspired her fall. Then Caesar from the Julian stock shall rise, whose empire ocean, and whose fame the skies alone shall bound, whom, fraught with eastern spoils, our heaven, the just reward of human toils, securely shall repay with rites divine, and incense shall ascend before his sacred shrine. Then dire debate and impious war shall cease, and the stern age be softened into peace. Then banished faith shall once again return, and vestal fires in hallowed temples burn, and Remus with Quirinus shall sustain the righteous laws, and fraud and force restrain. Janus himself before his fane shall wait, and keep the dreadful issues of his gate with bolts and iron bars. Within remains imprisoned Fury, bound in brazen chains. High on a trophy raised of useless arms he sits, and threats the world with vain alarms. He said, and sent Calenius with command to free the ports and ope the Punic land to Trojan guests, lest, ignorant of fate, the queen might force them from her town and state. Down from the steep of heaven Calenius flies, and cleaves with all his wings the yielding skies. Soon on the Libyan shore descends the god, performs his message, and displays his rod. The surly murmurs of the people cease, and, as the fates required, they give the peace. The queen herself suspends the rigid laws, the Trojans pities, and protects their cause. Meantime, in shades of night Aeneas lies. Care seized his soul, and sleep forsook his eyes. But when the sun restored the cheerful day, he rose, the coast and country to survey, anxious and eager to discover more. It looked a wild, uncultivated shore, but whether humankind or beasts alone possessed the new-found region was unknown. Beneath a ledge of rocks his fleet he hides. Tall trees surround the mountain's shady sides. The bending brow above a safe retreat provides. Armed with 2 pointed darts, he leaves his friends, and true Achates on his steps attends. Lo, in the deep recesses of the wood before his eyes, his goddess mother stood, a huntress in her habit and her mien, her dress a maid, her air confessed a queen. Bare were her knees, and knots her garments bind, loose was her hair, and wantoned in the wind. Her hand sustained a bow, her quiver hung behind. She seemed a virgin of the Spartan blood. With such array Harpalyce bestrode her Thracian courser, and outstripped the rapid flood. "Ho, strangers! Have you lately seen," she said, "one of my sisters, like myself arrayed, who crossed the lawn or in the forest strayed? A painted quiver at her back she bore, varied with spots. A lynx's hide she wore, and at full cry pursued the tusky boar." End of Book 1, Part 1.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joseph Early. The Aeneid by Publius Vergilius Maro. Translated by John Dryden. Book 1. A Fateful Haven. Part 2. Thus Venus. Thus her son replied again, "None of your sisters have we seen or heard, O virgin, or whatever the name you bear above that style. O more than mortal fair, your voice and mien celestial birth betray. If, as you seem, the daughter of the day, or one at least of chaste Diana's train, let not an humble suppliant sue in vain, but tell a stranger long in tempest tossed, what earth we tread, and who commands the coast? Then on your name shall wretched mortals call, and offered victims at your altars fall. I dare not, she replied, assume the name of goddess or celestial honors claim, for Tyrian virgins bows and quivers bear, and purple buskins o'er their ankles wear. No, gentle youth, in Libyan lands you are, a people rude in peace and rough in war. The rising city, which from far you see, is Carthage, an Tyrian colony. Phoenician Dido rules the growing state, who fled from Tyre to shun her brother's hate. Great were her wrongs, her story full of fate, which I will sum in short. Sichaeus, known for wealth and brother to the Punic throne, possessed fair Dido's bed, and either heart at once was wounded with an equal dart. Her father gave her, yet a spotless maid, Pygmalion, then the Tyrian sceptre swayed, one who condemned divine and human law. Then strife ensued, and cursed gold the cause. The monarch, blinded by desire of wealth, with steel invades his brother's life by stealth. Before the sacred altar made him bleed, and long from her concealed the cruel deed. Some tale, some new pretence he daily coined to soothe his sister and delude her mind. At last, in dead of night, the ghost appears of her unhappy lord. The spectre stared, and with erected eyes his bloody bosom bares. The cruel altars and his fate he tells, and the dire secret of his house reveals. Then warns the widow with her household gods to seek a refuge in remote abodes. Last, to support her in so long a way, he shows her where his hidden treasure lay. Admonished thus, and seized with mortal fright, the queen provides companions of her flight. They meet, and all combine to leave the state who hate the tyrant, or who fear his hate. They seize a fleet, which ready rigged they find, nor is Pygmalion's treasure left behind. The vessels, heavy laden, put to sea. With prosperous winds, a woman leads the way. I know not if by stress of weather driven, or was their fatal course disposed by heaven. At last they landed, where from far your eyes may view the turrets of New Carthage rise. There bought a space of ground, which Brysa called from the bull's hide, they first enclosed and walled. But whence are you? What country claims your birth? What seek you, strangers, on our Libyan earth? To whom, with sorrow streaming from his eyes and deeply sighing, thus her son replies. Could you with patience hear, or I relate, O nymph, the tedious annals of our fate? Through such a train of woes if I should run, the day would sooner than the tale be done. From ancient Troy by force expelled we came, if you by chance have heard the Trojan name. On various seas by various tempests tossed, at length we landed on your Libyan coast. The good Aeneas I am called, a name while fortune favored not unknown to fame. My household gods, companions of my woes, with pious care I rescued from our foes. To fruitful Italy my course was bent, and from the King of Heaven is my descent. With twice 10 sails I crossed the Phrygian sea. Fate and my mother goddess led my way. Scarce 7 the thin remainders of my fate, from storms preserved, within your harbour meet. Myself distressed, an exile and unknown, debarred from Europe and from Asia thrown, in Libyan deserts wander thus alone. His tender parent could no longer bear, but interposing sought to soothe his care. Whoe'er you are, not unbeloved by heaven, since on our friendly shore your ships are driven, have courage, to the gods permit the rest, and to the queen expose your just request. Now take this earnest of success, for more. Your scattered fleet is joined upon the shore. The winds are changed, your friends from danger free, or I renounce my skill in augury. 12 swans behold in beauteous order move, and stoop with closing pinions from above, whom late the bird of Jove had driven along. And though the clouds pursued the scattering throng, now all united in a goodly team, they skim the ground and seek the quiet stream. As they, with joy returning, clap their wings, and ride the circuit of the skies in rings. Not otherwise your ships and every friend already hold the port, or with swift sails descend. No more advice is needful, but pursue the path before you, and the town in view. Thus having said, she turned, and made appear her neck refulgent and dishevelled hair, which flowing from her shoulders reached the ground, and widely spread ambrosial scents around. In length of train descends her sweeping gown, and by her graceful walk the Queen of Love is known. The prince pursued the parting deity with words like these. Ah, whither do you fly, unkind and cruel, to deceive your son in borrowed shapes and his embrace to shun? Never to bless my sight but thus unknown, and still to speak in accents not your own. Against the goddess these complaints he made, but took the path and her commands obeyed. They march obscure, for Venus kindly shrouds with mist their persons, and involves in clouds, that, thus unseen, their passage none might stay, or force to tell the causes of their way. This part performed, the goddess flies sublime, to visit Paphos and her native clime, where garlands evergreen and fair, with vows are offered, and with solemn prayer. 100 altars in her temple smoke, 1,000 bleeding hearts her power invoke. They climb the next ascent, and looking down now at a nearer distance view the town. The prince with wonder sees the stately towers, which late were huts and shepherds' homely bowers, the gates and streets, and hears from every part the noise and busy concourse of the mart. The toiling Tyrians on each other call, to ply the labor. Some extend the wall, some build a citadel, the brawny throng, or dig or push unwieldy stones along. Some for their dwellings choose a spot of ground, which, first designed, with ditches they surround. Some laws ordain, and some attend the choice of holy senates, and elect by voice. Here some design a mole, while others there lay deep foundations for a theatre. From marble quarries mighty columns hew, for ornaments of scene and future view. Such is their toil, and such their busy pains, as exercise the bees in flowery plains. When winter past and summer scarce begun, invites them forth to labor in the sun. Some lead their youth abroad, while some condense their liquid store, and some in cells dispense. Some at the gate stand ready to receive the golden burden, and their friends relieve. All with united force combine to drive the lazy drones from the laborious hive. With envy stung they view each other's deeds, the fragrant work with diligence proceeds. Thrice happy you, whose walls already rise, Aeneas said, and viewed with lifted eyes their lofty towers. Then, entering at the gate, concealed in clouds, prodigious to relate, he mixed unmarked among the busy throng, borne by the tide, and passed unseen along. Full in the centre of the town there stood, thick set with trees, a venerable wood. The Tyrians landed near this holy ground, and digging here a prosperous omen found. From under earth a courser's head they drew, their growth and fortune to foreshew. This fated sign their foundress Juno gave, of a soil fruitful and a people brave. Sidonian Dido here with solemn state did Juno's temple build and consecrate, enriched with gift and with a golden shrine. But more the goddess made the place divine. On brazen steps the marble threshold rose, and brazen plates the cedar beams enclosed. The rafters are with brazen coverings crowned, the lofty doors on brazen hinges sound. When first Aeneas this place beheld, revived his courage and his fear expelled. For while, expecting there the queen, he raised his wondering eyes and round the temple gazed, admired the fortune of the rising town, the striving artists and their arts renowned. He saw in order painted on the wall whatever did unhappy Troy befall, the wars that fame around the world had blown, all to the life and every leader known. There Agamemnon, Priam here he spies, and fierce Achilles, who both kings defies. He stopped, and weeping said, O friend, even here the monuments of Trojan woes appear. Our known disaster fill even foreign lands. See here, where old unhappy Priam stands, even the mute walls relate the warrior's fame. And Trojan griefs the Tyrians' pity claim. He said, his tears a ready passage find, devouring what he saw so well designed, and with an empty picture fed his mind. For there he saw the fainting Grecians yield, and here the trembling Trojans quit the field, pursued by fierce Achilles through the plain, on his high chariot driving o'er the slain. The tents of Rhesus next his grief renew, by their white sails betrayed to nightly view, and wakeful Diomed, whose cruel sword the sentry slew, nor spared their slumbering lord, then took the fiery steeds, ere yet the food of Troy they taste or drink the Xanthian flood. Elsewhere he saw where Troilus defied Achilles and unequal combat tried. Then where boy disarmed with loosened reins was by his horses hurried o'er the plains, hung by the neck and hair and dragged around, with hostile spear yet sticking in his wound, with tracks of blood inscribed the dusty ground. Meantime the Trojan dames, oppressed with woe, to Pallas fain in long procession go, in hopes to reconcile their heavenly foe. They weep, they beat their breasts, they rend their hair, then rich embroidered vests for presents bear. But the stern goddess stands unmoved with prayer. Thrice round the Trojan walls Achilles drew the corpse of Hector, whom in fight he slew. Here Priam sues, and there for sums of gold the lifeless body of his son is sold. So sad an object, and so well expressed, drew sighs and groans from the grieved hero's breast, to see the figure of his lifeless friend, and his old sire his helpless hand extend. Himself he saw among the Grecian train, mixed in the bloody battle on the plain. And swarthy Memnon in his arms he knew, his pompous ensigns and his Indian crew. Penthesilea there with haughty grace leads to the wars an Amazonian race. In their right hands a pointed dart they wield, The left forward sustains the lunar shield. Athwart her breast a golden belt she throws, amid the press alone provokes 1,000 foes. Dares her maiden arms to manly force oppose. Thus, while the Trojan prince employs his eyes fixed on the walls with wonder and surprise, the beauteous Dido with a numerous train and pomp of gods descends the sacred fane. Such on Eurota's banks or Cynthus' height Diana seems, and so she charms the sight. When in the dance the graceful goddess leads the choir of nymphs, and o'ertops their heads. Known by her quiver and her lofty mien, she walks majestic, and she looks their queen. Latona sees her shine above the rest, and feeds with secret joy her silent breast. Such Dido was. With such becoming state amidst the crowd, she walks serenely great. Their labor to her future sway she speeds, and passing with a gracious glance proceeds. Then mounts the throne, high placed before the shrine. In crowds around the swarming people join. She takes petitions and dispenses laws, hears and determines every private cause. Their tasks in equal portions she divides, and where unequal, there by lot decides. Another way, by chance, Aeneas bends his eyes, and unexpected sees his friend, Antheus, Sergestus grave, Cloanthus strong, and at their backs a mighty Trojan throng, whom late the tempest on the billows tossed, and widely scattered on another coast. The prince, unseen, surprised, with wonder stands, and longs with joyful haste to join their hands. But, doubtful of the wished event, he stays, and from the hollow cloud his friends survey, impatient till they told their present state, and where they left their ships, and what their fate, why they came, and what was their request. For these were sent, commissioned by the rest, to sue for leave to land the sickly men, and gain admission to the gracious queen. Entering, with cries they filled the holy fane, and thus with lowly voice Ilioneus began. O queen, indulged by favor of the gods to found an empire in these new abodes, to build a town with statutes to restrain the wild inhabitants beneath thy reign, we, wretched Trojans, tossed on every shore from sea to sea, thy clemency implore. Forbid the fires our shipping to deface, receive th' unhappy fugitives to grace, and spare the remnant of a pious race. We come not with design of wasteful prey, to drive the country, force the swains away, nor such our strength, nor such is our desire. The vanquished dare not to such thoughts aspire. A land there is, Hesperia named of old, the soil is fruitful, and the men are bold. Th' only Trians held it once by common fame, now called Italia from the leader's name. To that sweet region was our voyage bent, when winds and every warring element disturbed our course, and far from sight of land cast our torn vessels on the moving sand. The sea came on, the south with mighty roar dispersed and dashed the rest upon the rocky shore. These few you see escape the storm, and fear, unless you interpose, a shipwreck here. What men, what monsters, what inhuman race, what laws, what barbarous customs of the place, shut up in a desert's shore to drowning men, and drive us to the cruel seas again? If our hard fortune no compassion draws, nor hospitable rights, nor human laws, the gods are just, and will revenge our cause. Aeneas was our prince. A juster lord or nobler warrior never drew a sword. Observant of the right, religious of his word, if yet he lives and draws this vital air, nor we, his friends, of safety shall despair. Nor you, great queen, these officers repent. which he will equal and perhaps augment. We want not cities, nor Sicilian coasts, where King Acestes' Trojan lineage boasts. Permit our ships a shelter on your shores, refitted from your woods with planks and oars, that, if our prince be safe, we may renew our destined course and Italy pursue. But if, O best of men, the fates ordain that you art swallowed in the Libyan main, and if our young Iulius be no more, dismiss our navy from your friendly shore, that we to good Acestes may return, and with our friends our common losses mourn. Thus spoke Ilioneus, the Trojan crew, with cries and clamours his request renew. The modest queen awhile with downcast eyes pondered the speech, then briefly thus replied, Trojans, dismiss your fears. My cruel fate and doubts attending an unsettled state force me to guard my coast from foreign foes. Who has not heard the story of your woes, the name and fortune of your native place, the fame and valor of the Phrygian race? We Tyrians are not so devoid of sense, nor so remote from Phoebus' influence. Whether to Latian shores your course is bent, or driven by tempests from your first intent, you seek the good Acestes' government. Your men shall be received, your fleet repaired, and sail with ships to convoy for your God? Or would you stay and join your friendly powers to raise and to defend Tyrian towers? My wealth, my city, and myself are yours. And would to heaven the storm you felt would bring on Carthaginian coasts your wandering king. My people shall by my command explore the ports and creeks of every winding shore, and towns and wilds and shady woods in quest of so renowned and so desired a guest. Raised in his mind the Trojan hero stood, and longed to break out from his ambient cloud. Achates founded, and thus urged his way. From whence, O goddess born, this long delay? What more can you desire? Your welcome sure, your fleet in safety, and your friends secure. One only wants, and him we saw in vain oppose the storm, and swallowed in the main. Orontes in his fate our forfeit paid. The rest agrees with what your mother said. Scarce had he spoken, when the cloud gave way, the mist flew upward, and dissolved in day. The Trojan chief appeared in open sight, august in visage, and serenely bright. His mother goddess, with her hands divine, had formed his curling locks, and made his temples shine, and given his rolling eyes a sparkling grace, and breathed a youthful vigor on his face, like polished ivory, beauteous to behold, of Parian marble when encased in gold. Thus radiant from the circling cloud he broke, and thus with manly modesty he spoke. He whom you seek am I, by tempest tossed, and saved from shipwreck on your Libyan coast, presenting a gracious queen before your throne, a prince that owes his life to you alone. Fair majesty, the refuge and redress of those whom fate pursues and wants oppress. You, who our pious offices employ to save the relics of abandoned Troy, receive the shipwrecked on your friendly shore, with hospitable rites relieve the poor. Associate in your town a wandering train, and strangers in your palace entertain. What thanks can wretched fugitives return, who scattered through the world in exile mourn? The gods, if gods to goodness are inclined, if acts of mercy touch their heavenly mind, and more than all their gods your generous heart, conscious of worth, requite its own desert. In you this age is happy, and this earth, and parents more than mortal gave you birth. while rolling rivers into seas shall run, and round the space of heaven the radiant sun, while trees the mountain tops with shade supply, your honor, name, and praise shall never die. Whate'er abode my fortune has assigned, your image shall be present in my mind. Thus having said, he turned with pious haste, and joyful his expecting friends embraced. With his right hand Ilioneus was graced, Serestus with his left. Then to his breast Cloanthus thus, and the noble Gyas pressed, and so by turns descended to the rest. The Tyrian queen stood fixed upon his face, pleased with his motions, ravished with his grace, admired his fortunes, more admired the man. Then recollected stood, and thus began. What fate, O goddess born, what angry powers have cast you shipwrecked on our barren shores? Are you the great Aeneas, known to fame, who from celestial seed your lineage claim? The same Aeneas whom fair Venus bore to famed Anchises on the Idaean shore? It calls unto my mind, though then a child, when Teucer came from Salamis exiled, and sought my father's aid to be restored. My father Belus then, with fire and sword, invaded Cyprus, made the region bare, and conquering, finished the successful war. From him the Trojan seas I understood, the Grecian chiefs and your illustrious blood. Your foe himself the Dardan valor praised, and his own ancestry from Trojans raised. Enter, my noble guest, and you shall find, if not a costly welcome, yet a kind. I, for myself, like you, have been distressed, till heaven afforded me this place of rest. Like you, an alien in a land unknown, I learned to pity woes so like my own. She said, and to the palace led her guest, then offered incense and proclaimed a feast. Nor yet less careful for her absent friends, twice 10 fat oxen to the ships he sends, besides 100 boars and 100 lambs, with bleating cries attend their milky dams. And jars of generous wine in spacious bowls she gives, cheer the sailors' drooping souls. Now purple hangings clothe the palace walls, and sumptuous feasts are made in splendid hall. On Tyrian carpets richly wrought they dine, with loads of massy plate the sideboards shine, and antique vases all of gold embossed, the gold himself inferior to the cost. Of curious work whereon the sides were seen, the fights and figures of illustrious men, from their first founder to the present queen. The good Aeneas' paternal care, Iulius' absence, could no longer bear, dispatched Achates to the ships in haste, to give a glad relation of the past, and, fraught with precious gifts, to bring the boy, snatched from the ruins of unhappy Troy, a robe of tissue stiff with golden wire, and up a vest, once Helen's rich attire, from Argos by the famed adulteress brought, with golden flowers and winding foliage wrought. Her mother Leda's present when she came to ruin Troy and set the world on flame. The scepter Priam's eldest daughter bore, her orient necklace and the crown she wore. Of double texture, glorious to behold, one order set with gems and one with gold. Instructed this, the wise Achates goes, and in his diligence his duty showed. But Venus, anxious for her son's affairs, new counsels tries, and new designs prepares, that Cupid should assume the shape and face of sweet Ascanius, and the sprightly Grace should bring presents in her nephew's stead, and in Eliza's veins the gentle poison shed. For much she feared the Tyrians' double tongue, and knew the town to Juno's care belonged. These thoughts by night her golden slumbers broke, and thus alarmed to winged love she spoke. My son, my strength, whose mighty power alone controls the thunderer on his awful throne, to thee thy much afflicted mother flies, and on thy succor and thy faith relies. Thou knowest, my son, how Jove's revengeful wife by force and fraud attempts thy brother's life, and often hast thou mourned with me his pains. Him Dido now with blandishment detains, but I suspect the town where Juno reigns. For this 'tis needful to prevent her art, and fire with love the proud Phoenician's heart. A love so violent, so strong, so sure, as neither age can change nor art can cure. How this may be performed, now take my mind. Ascanius by his father is designed to come with presents laden from the port, to gratify the queen and gain the court. I mean to plunge the boy in pleasing sleep, and ravish in Idalian bowers to keep on high Cythera, that the sweet deceit may pass unseen, and none prevent the cheat. Take thou his form and shape, I beg the grace, but only for a night's revolving space. Thyself, a boy, assume a boy's dissembled face, that when, amidst the fervor of the feast, the Tyrian hugs and fonds thee on her breast, and with sweet kisses in her arms constrain, thou mayest infuse thy venom in her veins. The god of love obeys, and sets aside his bow and quiver, and his plumy pride. He walks Iulus in his mother's sight, and in the sweet resemblance takes delight. The goddess then to young Ascanius flies, and in a pleasing slumber seals his eye. Lulled in her lap amidst a train of loves, she gently bears him to her blissful groves. Then with a wreath of myrtle crowns his head, and softly lays him in a flowery bed. Cupid, meantime, assumed his form and face, following Achates with a shorter pace, and brought the gifts. The queen already sate amid the Trojan lords in shining state. High on a golden bed, her princely guest was next her side. In order sate the rest. Then canisters with bread are heaped on high. The attendants water for their hands supply, and, having washed, with silken towels dry. Next 50 handmaids in long order bore the censers, and with fumes the gods adore. Then youths and virgins twice as many joined to place the dishes and to serve the wine. The Tyrian train, admitted to the feast, approach, and on the painted couches rest. All on the Trojans' gifts with wonder gaze, but view the beauteous boy with more amaze. His rosy-colored cheeks, his radiant eyes, his motions, voice, and shape, and all the gods disguise, nor pass unpraised the vest and veil divine, which wandering foliage and which flowers intertwine. Far above the rest, the royal dame, already doomed to love disastrous flame, with eyes insatiate and tumultuous joy, beholds the presents and admires the boy. The guileful god about the hero long with children's play and false embraces hung. Then sought the queen. She took him to her arms with greedy pleasure and devoured his charms. Unhappy Dido little thought what guest, how dire a god she drew so near her breast. But he, not mindless of his mother's prayer, works in the pliant bosom of the fair, and molds her heart anew, and blots her former care, and dead is to the living love resigned, and all Aeneas enters in her mind. Now, when the rage of hunger was appeased, the meat removed, and every guest was pleased, The golden bowls with sparkling wine are crowned, and through the palace cheerful cries resound. From gilded roofs depending lamps display nocturnal beams that emulate the day. A golden bowl that shone with gems divine the queen commanded to be crowned with wine. That bowl that Belus used in all the Tyrian line. Then silence through the hall proclaimed as she spoke. O hospitable Jove, we thus invoke with solemn rites thy sacred name and power. Bless to both nations this auspicious hour. So may the Trojan and the Tyrian line in lasting concord from this day combine. Thou, Bacchus, god of joys and friendly cheer, and gracious Juno, both be present here. And you, my lords of Tyre, your vows address to heaven with mine to ratify the peace. The goblet then she took, with nectar crowned, sprinkling the first libations on the ground, and raised it to her mouth with sober grace. Then sipping, offered to the next to place. 'Twas Bitias whom she called, a thirsty soul. He took the challenge and embraced the bowl. With pleasure swilled the gold, nor ceased to draw, till he the bottom of the brimmer saw. The goblet goes around. Iopus brought his golden lyre, and sung what ancient Atlas taught. The various labours of the wandering moon, and whence proceeds the eclipses of the sun. The original of man and beast, and whence the rain arise, and fires their warmth dispense. And fixed and erring stars dispose their influence. What shakes the earth? What cause delays the summer night, and shortens winter days? With peals of shouts the Tyrians praise the song. Those peals are echoed by the Trojan throng. The unhappy queen with talk prolonged the night, and drank large draughts of love with vast delight. Of Priam much inquired, of Hector more, then asked what arms the swarthy Menon wore, what troops he landed on the Trojan shore. The steeds of Diomed varied the discourse, and fierce Achilles with his matchless force. At length, as fate and her ill stars required, to hear the series of the war desired, relate at large, my godlike guest, she said, the Grecian stratagems the town betrayed, the fatal issue of so long a war. Your flight, your wanderings, and your woes declare. For, since on every sea, on every coast, your men have been distressed, your navy tossed, 7 times the sun has either tropic viewed, the winter banished, and the spring renewed. End of Book 1. Recording by Joseph Early, Falls Church, Virginia.
Book 2, Part 1 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Aeneid by Publius Vergilius Maro, translated by John Dryden. Book 2, How They Took the City, Part 1. All were attentive to the godlike man, when from his lofty couch he thus began. Great Queen, what you command me to relate renews the sad remembrance of our fate. An empire from its old foundations rent, and every woe the Trojans underwent. A peopled city made a desert place. All that I saw, and part of which I was, not even the hardest of our foes could hear, nor stern Ulysses tell without a tear. And now the latter watch of wasting night, and setting stars to kindly rest invite. But since you take such interest in our woe, and Troy's disastrous end desire to know, I will restrain my tears and briefly tell what in our last and fatal night befell. By destiny compelled, and in despair, the Greeks grew weary of the tedious war, and by Minerva's aid a fabric reared, which like a steed of monstrous height appeared. The sides were planked with pine, they feigned it made for their return, and thus this vow they paid. Thus they pretend, but in the hollow side selected numbers of their soldiers hide. With inward arms the dire machines they load, and iron bowels stuff the dark abode. In sight of Troy lies Tenedos, an isle, while fortune did on Priam's empire smile. Renowned for wealth, but since a faithless bay, where ships exposed to wind and weather lay. There was their fleet concealed, we thought, for Greece. Their sails were hoisted, and our fears release. The Trojans, cooped within their walls so long, unbar their gates and issue in a throng, like swarming bees, and with delight survey the camp deserted where the Grecians lay. The quarters of the several chiefs they showed. Here Phoenix, here Achilles made abode. Here joined the battles, here the navy rode. Part on the pile their wondering eyes employ, the pile by Pallas raised to ruin Troy. Thymoetes first, 'tis as doubtful whether hired, or so the Trojan destiny required, moved that the ramparts might be broken down, to lodge the monster fabric in the town. But Capys and the rest of sounder mind, the fatal present to the flames designed, or to the watery deep, at least to bore the hollow sides, and hidden frauds explore. The giddy vulgar, as their fancies guide, with noise say nothing, and in parts divide. Laocoon, followed by a numerous crowd, ran from the fort and cried from afar aloud, "O wretched countrymen, what fury reigns? What more than madness has possessed your brains? Think you the Grecians from your coasts are gone? And are Ulysses' arts no better known? This hollow fabric either must enclose within its blind recesses our secret foes, or 'tis an engine raised above the town, to o'erlook the walls, and then to batter down. Somewhat is sure designed, by fraud or force. Trust not their presence, nor admit the horse." Thus having said, against the steed he threw his forceful spear, which, hissing as flew, pierced through the yielding planks of jointed wood, and trembling in the hollow body stood. The sides transpierced returned a rattling sound, and groans of Greeks enclosed come issuing through the wound. And had not heaven the fall of Troy designed, or had not men been fated to be blind, enough was said and done to inspire a better mind. Then had our lances pierced the treacherous wood, and Ilian towers and Priam's empire stood. Meantime with shouts the Trojan shepherds bring a captive Greek in bands before the king, taken to take, who made himself their prey, to impose on their belief, and Troy betray. Fixed on his arm, and obstinately bent, to die undaunted, or to circumvent. About the captive tides of Trojans flow, all press to see, and some insult the foe. Now hear how well the Greeks their wiles disguised. Behold a nation in a man comprised. Trembling, the miscreant stood, unarmed and bound. He starred and rolled his haggard eyes around. Then said, "Alas, what earth remains? What sea is open to receive unhappy me? What fate a wretched fugitive attends, scorned by my foes, abandoned by my friends?" He said, and sighed, and cast a rueful eye. Our pity kindles, and our passions die. We cheer youth to make his own defence, and freely tell us what he was, and whence. What news he could impart we long to know, and what to credit from a captive foe. His fear at length dismissed, he said, "Whate'er my fate ordains, my words shall be sincere. I neither can nor dare my birth disclaim. Greece is my country, Sinon is my name. Though plunged by fortune's power in misery, 'tis not in fortune's power to make me lie. If any chance has hither brought me the name of Palamedes, not unknown to fame, who suffered from the malice of the times, accused and sentenced for pretended crimes. Because these fatal wars he would prevent, whose death the wretched Greeks too late lament. Me then a boy, my father poor and bare, of other means committed to his care, his kinsman and companion in the war. While fortune favored, while his arms support the cause, and ruled the councils of the court, I made some figure there, nor was my name obscure, nor I without my share of fame. But when Ulysses with fallacious arts had made impression in the people's hearts, and forged a treason in my patron's name, I speak of things too far divulged by fame, my kinsman fell, then I without support, in private mourned his loss, and left the court. Mad as I was, I could not bear his fate, with silent grief, but loudly blamed the state, and cursed the direful author of my woes. 'Twas told again, and hence my ruin rose. I threatened, if indulgent heaven once more would land me safely on my native shore, his death with double vengeance to restore. This moved the murderer's hate, and thus ensued the effects of malice from a man so proud. Ambiguous rumors through the camp he spread, and sought by treason my devoted head. New crimes invented, left unturned no stone, to make my guilt appear, and hide his own, till Calchas was by force and threatening wrought. But why dwell I on that anxious thought? If on my nation just revenge you seek, and it is to appear a foe, to appear a Greek, already you my name and country know. Assuage your thirst of blood, and strike the blow. My death will both the kingly brothers please, and set insatiate Ithacus at ease. This fair, unfinished tale, these broken starts, raised expectations in our longing hearts, unknowing as we were in Grecian arts. His former trembling once again renewed, with acted fear the villain thus pursued. Long had the Grecians, tired with fruitless care, and wearied with an unsuccessful war, resolved to raise the siege and leave the town, and had the gods permitted, they had gone. But oft the wintry seas and southern winds withstood their passage home, and changed their minds. Portents and prodigies their souls amazed, but most when this stupendous pile was raised. Then flaming meteors hung in air were seen, and thunders rattled through a sky serene. Dismayed and fearful of some dire event, Eurypylus to enquire their fate was sent. He from the gods this dreadful answer brought: O Grecians, when the Trojan shores you sought, your passage with a virgin's blood was bought. So must your safe return be bought again, and Grecian blood once more to atone the main. The spreading rumour round the people ran, all feared, and each believed himself the man. Ulysses took the advantage of their fright, called Calchas, and produced in open sight. Then bade him name the wretch ordained by fate, the public victim, to redeem the state. Already some presaged the dire event, and saw what sacrifice Ulysses meant. For twice 5 days the old seer withstood the intended treason, and was dumb to blood, till, tired with endless clamours and pursuit of Ithacus, he stood no longer mute, but, as it was agreed, pronounced that I was destined by the wrathful gods to die. All praised the sentence, pleased the storm should fall on one alone, whose fury threatened all. The dismal day was come, the priests prepare their leavened cakes and fillets for my hair. I followed nature's laws, and must avow I broke my bonds, and fled the fatal blow. Hid in a weedy lake all night I lay, secure of safety when they sailed away. But now what further hopes for me remain? To see my friends, or native soil again? My tender infants, or my careful sire, whom they returning will to death require, will perpetrate on them their first design, and take the forfeit of their heads for mine. Which I, if pity mortal minds could move, if there be faith below, or gods above, if innocence and truth can claim desert, ye Trojans from an injured wretch avert. False tears true pity move, the king commands to loose his fetters and unbind his hands. Then adds these friendly words: dismiss thy fears, forget the Greeks, be mine as thou wert theirs. But truly tell, was it for force or guile, or some religious end you raised the pile? Thus said the king. He, full of fraudful arts, this well-invented tale for truth imparts. Ye lamps of heaven, he said, and lifted high his hands now free, thou venerable sky! Inviolable powers, adorn'd with dread! Ye fatal fillets that once bound this head! Ye sacred altars, from whose flames I fled! Be of all adjur'd, and grant I may, without a crime, th' ungrateful Greeks betray. Reveal the secrets of the guilty state, and justly punish whom I hate. But you, O king, preserve the faith you gave, if I, to save myself, your empire save. The Grecian hopes, and all the attempts they made, were only founded on Minerva's aid. But from the time when impious Diomed, and false Ulysses, that inventive head, her fatal image from the temple drew, the sleeping guardians of the castle slew. Her virgin statue, with the bloody hands, polluted and profaned her holy bands. From thence the tide of fortune left their shore, and ebb'd much faster than it flow'd before. Their courage languish'd as their hopes decay'd, and Pallas, now adverse, refus'd her aid. Nor did the goddess doubtfully declare her alter'd mind and alienated care. When first her fatal image touch'd the ground, she sternly cast her glaring eyes around, that sparkled as they roll'd, and seem'd to threat. Her heav'nly limbs distill'd a briny sweat. Thrice from the ground she leapt, and was seen to wield her brandished lance, and shake her horrid shield. Then Calchas bade our host for flight, and hope no conquest from the tedious war. Till first they sail'd for Greece, their prayers besought her injur'd pow'r, and better omens brought. And now their navy plows the watery main, yet soon expect it on your shores again. With Pallas pleas'd, as Calchas did ordain, but first to reconcile the blue-eyed maid, for her stolen statue and her tow'r betray'd. Warn'd by the steer to her offended name, we raised and dedicated this wondrous frame, so lofty, lest through your forbidden gates it pass'd and intercept our better fates. For once admitted there, our hopes are lost, and Troy may then a new Palladium boast. For so religion and gods ordain, that, if you violate with hands profane Minerva's gift, your town in flames shall burn. Which omen, O ye gods, on Grecia turn. But, if it climb with your assisting hands the Trojan walls, and in the city stands, then Troy shall Argos and Mycenae burn, and the reverse of fate on us return. With such deceits he gained their easy hearts, too prone to credit his perfidious arts. What Diomed, nor Thetis' greater son, 1,000 ships, nor 10 years' siege had done. False tears and fawning words the city won. A greater omen, and of worse portent, did our unwary minds with fear torment, concurring to produce the dire event. Laocoon, Neptune's priest by lot that year, with solemn pomp then sacrificed a steer, when, dreadful to behold, from the sea we spied 2 serpents, rank abreast, the seas divide, and smoothly seep along the swelling tide. Their flaming crests above the waves they show, their bellies seem to burn the seas below. Their speckled tails advance to steer their course, and on the sounding shore the flying billows force. And now the strand, and now the plain they held, their ardent eyes with bloody streaks were filled. Their nimble tongues they brandished as they came, and licked their hissing jaws that spluttered flame. We fled amazed, their destined way to take, and to Laocoon and to his children make. At first round the tender boys they wind, then with their sharpened fangs their limbs and bodies grind. The wretched father running to their aid, with pious haste, but vain, they next invade. Twice round his waist their winding volumes roll'd, and twice about his grasping throat they fold. The priest, thus doubly choked, their crests divide, and towering over his head in triumph ride. With both his hands he labours at the knots, his holy fillets the blue venom blots. His roaring fills the flitting air around. Thus, when an ox receives a glancing wound, he breaks his bands, the fatal altar flies, and with loud bellowing breaks the yielding skies. Their tasks perform'd, the serpents quit their prey, and to the tower Pallas make their way. Couch'd at her feet, they lie protected there by her large buckler and pretended spear. Amazement seizes all, the general cry, proclaims Laocoon justly doom'd to die, whose hand the will of Pallas had withstood, and dared to violate the sacred wood. All vote to admit the steed, that vows be paid, and incense offer'd to the offended maid. A spacious breach is made, the town lies bare, some hoisting levers, some the wheels prepare, and fasten to the horses' feet the rest, with cables haul along the unwieldy beast. Each on his own fellow for assistance calls, at length the fatal fabric mounts the walls. Big with destruction, boys with chaplets crown'd, and choirs of virgins, sing and dance around. Thus raised aloft, and then descending down, it enters o'er our heads, and threats the town. O sacred city, built by hands divine! O valiant heroes of the Trojan line! 4 times he struck, as oft the clashing sound of arms were heard, and inward groans rebound. Yet, mad with zeal, and blinded with our fate, we haul along the horse in solemn state. Then place the dire portent within the tower. Cassandra cried, and cursed the unhappy hour. Foretold our fate, but by the gods' decree, all heard, but none believed the prophecy. With branches we the fanes adorn, and waste in joviality the day ordained to be the last. Meantime the rapid heavens rolled down the light, and on the shaded ocean rush'd the night. Our men secure, nor guards nor sentries held, but easy sleep their weary limbs compelled. The Grecians had embarked their naval powers from Tenedos, and sought our well-known shores. Safe under covert of the silent night, and guided by the imperial galley's light, when Sinon, favour'd by the partial gods, unlocked the horse, and opt his dark abodes, restored to the vital air our hidden foes, who joyful from their long confinement rose, Tysander bold, and Sthenelus their guide, and dire Ulysses down the cable slide. Then Thoas, Athamas, and Pyrrhus haste, nor was the Podalirian hero last, nor injured Menelaus, nor the famed Epeius, who the fatal engine framed. A nameless crowd succeed, their forces join'd, to invade the town, oppress'd with sleep and wine. Those few they find awake first meet their fate, then to their fellows they unbar their gate. 'Twas in the dead of the night, when sleep repairs, our bodies worn with toils, our minds with cares, when Hector's ghost before my sight appears. A bloody shroud he seem'd, and bathed in tears, such as he was when, by Pelides slain, Thessalian coursers dragged him over the plain. Swollen were his feet, as when the thongs were thrust through the bored holes, his body black with dust. Unlike that Hector who returned from toils of war triumphant in Achaean spoils, or him who made the fainting Greeks retire, and launched from their navy Phrygian fire. His hair and beard stood stiffen'd with his gore, all the wounds he for his country bore now stream'd afresh, and with new purple ran. I wept to see the visionary man, and while my trance continued, thus began: O light of Trojans, and support of Troy, thy father's champion, and thy country's joy! O long expected by thy friends, from whence art thou so late return'd for our defence? Do we behold thee, wearied as we are, with length of labours, and with toils of war? After so many funerals of our own, art thou restored to thy declining town? But say, what wounds are these? What new disgrace deforms the manly features of thy face? To this the spectre no reply did frame, but answer'd to the cause for which he came, and groaning from the bottom of his breast, this warning in these mournful words express'd: O goddess born, escape by timely flight the flames and horrors of this fatal night. The foes already have possessed the wall, Troy nods from high, and totters to her fall. Enough is paid to Priam's royal name, more than enough to duty and to fame. If by a mortal hand my father's throne could be defended, 'twas by mine alone. Now Troy to thee commends her future state, and gives her gods companions of thy fate. From their assistance walls expect, which, wandering long, at last thou shalt erect. He said, and brought to me, from their blest abodes, the venerable statues of the gods, with ancient Vesta from the sacred choir, the wreaths and relics of the immortal fire. Now peals of shouts came thundering from afar, cries, threats, and loud laments, and mingled war. The noise approaches, though our palace stood aloof from streets, encompassed with a wood. Louder, and yet more loud, I hear the alarms of human cries distinct, and clashing arms. Fear broke my slumbers, I no longer stay, but mount the terrace, thence the town survey, and hearken what the frightful sounds convey. Thus, when a flood of fire by wind is borne, crackling it rolls, and mows the standing corn, or deluges descending on the plains, sweeping over the yellow year, destroy the pains of labouring oxen and peasants' gains, unroot the forest oaks, and bear away flocks, folds, and trees, and undistinguished prey. The shepherd climbs the cliff, and sees from afar the wasteful ravaging of the watery war. Then Hector's faith was manifestly cleared, and the Grecian frauds in open light appeared. The palace of Deiphobus ascends in smoky flames, and catches on his friends. Ucalegon burns next. The seas are bright with splendour not their own, and shine with Trojan light. New clamours and new clangours now arise, the sound of trumpets mixed with fighting cries. With frenzy seized, I run to meet the alarms, resolved on death, resolved to die in arms. But first to gather friends, and with them to oppose, if fortune favour'd, and repel the foes. Spurr'd by my courage, and by my country fired with sense of honour and revenge inspired. Pantheus, Apollo's priest, a sacred name, had 'scaped the Grecian swords, and passed the flame. With relics loaded, to my doors he fled, and by the hand of his tender grandson led. What hope, O Pantheus? Whither can we run? Where make a stand? And what yet may be done? Scarce, said I, when Pantheus with a groan, Troy's no more, and Ilium was a town. The fatal day, the appointed hour is come, when wrathful Jove's irrevocable doom transfers the Trojan state to Grecian hands. The fire consumes the town, the foe commands, and armed hosts, an unexpected force, break from the bows of the fatal horse. Within the gates, proud Sinon throws about the flames, and foes for entrance press without. With 1,000 others, whom I fear to name, more than from Argos or Mycenae came, to several posts their parties they divide. Some block the narrow streets, some scour the wide. The bold they kill, the unwary they surprise. Who fights finds death, and death finds him who flies. The warders of the gate but scarce maintain the unequal combat, and resist in vain. I heard, and heaven that well-born soul inspires, prompts me through lifted swords and rising fires, to run where clashing arms and clamour calls, and rush undaunted to defend the walls. Ripheus and Iphitus by my side engage, for valour one renowned, and one for age. Dymas and Hypanis by moonlight knew my motions, and my mien into my party drew. With young Corybus, who by love was led to win renown and fair Cassandra's bed, and lately brought his troops to Priam's aid, forewarned in vain by the prophetic maid, whom when I saw resolved in arms to fall, and that one spirit animated all. Brave souls, said I, but brave alas in vain. Come, finish what our cruel fates ordain. You see the desperate state of our affairs, and heaven's protecting powers are deaf to prayers. The passive gods, behold, the Greeks defile their temples, and abandon to the spoil their own abodes. We, feeble few, conspire to save a sinking town involved in fire. Then let us fall, but fall amidst our foes. Despair of life the means of living shows. So bold a speech encouraged their desire of death, and added fuel to their fire. As hungry wolves, with raging appetite, scour through the fields, nor fear the stormy night, their whelps at home expect the promised food, and long to temper their dry chaps in blood. So rushed we forth at once, resolved to die, resolved in death the last extremes to try. We leave the narrow lanes behind, and dare the unequal combat in the public square. Night was our friend, our leader was despair. What tongue can tell the slaughter of that night? What eyes can weep the sorrows and affright? An ancient and imperial city falls. The streets are filled with frequent funerals. Houses and holy temples float in blood, and hostile nations make a common flood. Not only Trojans fall, but, in their turn, the vanquished triumph, and the victors mourn. Ours take courage from despair and night. Confused the fortune is, confused the fight. All parts resound with tumults, plaints, and fears, and grisly death in sundry shapes appears. Androgeos fell among us, with his band, who thought us Grecians newly come to land. From whence, said he, my friends, this long delay? You loiter, while the spoils are borne away. Our ships are laden with the Trojan store, and you, like truants, come too late ashore. He said, but soon corrected his mistake, found by the doubtful answers which we make. Amazed, he would have shunned the unequal fight, but we, more numerous, intercepted his flight. As when some peasant in a bushy brake has with unwary footing pressed a snake. He starts aside, astonished when he spies his rising crest, blue neck, and rolling eyes. So from our arms surprised Androgeos flies. In vain, for him and his we compassed round, possessed with fear, unknowing of the ground, and of their lives an easy conquest found. Thus fortune on our first endeavours smiled. Coroebus then, with youthful hopes beguiled, swollen with success and a daring mind, this new invention fatally designed. My friends, said he, since fortune shows the way, 'tis fit that we should the auspicious guide obey. For what has she these Grecian arms bestowed, but their destruction and the Trojans' good? Then change we shields and their devices bear, let fraud supply the want of force in war. They find us arms, this said, himself he dressed in dead Androgeos' spoils, his upper vest, his painted buckler, and his plumy crest. Thus Ripheus, Dymas, all the Trojan train, lay down their own attire, and strip the slain. Mixed with the Greeks, we go with ill presage, flattered with hopes to glut our greedy rage. Unknown, assaulting whom we blindly met, and strew with Grecian carcasses the street. Thus, while their straggling parties we defeat, some to the shore and safer ships retreat, and some, oppressed with more ignoble fear, remount the hollow horse, and pant in secret there. But ah! what use of valour can be made, when heaven's propitious powers refuse their aid? Behold the royal prophetess, the fair Cassandra, dragged by her dishevelled hair, whom not Minerva's shrine, nor sacred bands, in safety could protect from sacrilegious hands. On heaven she cast her eyes, she sighed, she cried, 'twas all she could, her tender arms were tied. So sad a sight Coroebus could not bear, but fired with rage, distracted with despair. Amid the barbarous ravagers he flew, our leader's rash example we pursue. But storms of stones from the proud temple's height pour down, and on our battered helms alight. We from our friends received this fatal blow, who thought us Grecians as we seemed in show. They aim at the mistaken crests from high, and ours beneath the ponderous ruins lie. Then, moved with anger and disdain to see their troops dispersed, the royal virgins free, the Grecians rally, and their powers unite, with fury charge us and renew the fight. The brother kings with Ajax join their force, and the whole squadron of Thessalian horse. End of Book 2, Part 1. Book 2, Part 2 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Aeneid by Publius Vergilius Maro. Translated by John Dryden. Book 2. How They Took the City. Part 2. Thus when the rival winds their quarrel try, contending for the kingdom of the sky, south, east, and west on airy coursers borne, the whirlwind gathers, and the woods are torn. Then Nereus strikes the deep, the billows rise, and mixed with ooze and sand pollute the skies. And troops we squandered first again appear from several quarters and enclose the rear. They first observe, and to the rest betray, our different speech and our borrowed arms survey. Oppressed with odds we fall, Corybus first, at Pallas' altar, by Peneleus pierced. Then Ripheus followed in the unequal fight, just of his word, observant of the right. Heaven thought not so, Dymas their fate attends, with Hypanis, mistaken by their friends. Nor Pantheus, thee, thy mitre, nor the bands of awful Phoebus, saved from impious hands. Ye Trojan flames, your testimony bear, what I performed and what I suffered there. No sword avoiding in the fateful strife, exposed to death and prodigal of life. Witness, ye heavens, I live not by my fault. I strove to have deserved the death I sought. But when I could not fight and would have died, borne off to distance by the growing tide, old Iphitus and I were hurried thence, with Peleus wounded and without defence. New clamours from the invested palace ring. We run to die or disengage the king. So hot the assault, so high the tumult rose, while ours defend and while the Greeks oppose, as all that Dardan and Argolic race had been contracted in that narrow space, or as Ilium else were void of fear, and tumult, war, and slaughter only there. Their targets in a tortoise cast, the foes, securely advancing, to the turrets rose. Some mount the scaling ladders, some, more bold, swerve upwards, and by posts and pillars hold. Their left hand gripes their bucklers in the ascent, and with their right they seize the battlement. From their demolished towers the Trojans throw huge heaps of stones that, falling, crush the foe. And heavy beams and rafters from the sides, such arms their last necessity provides. And gilded roofs come tumbling from on high, the marks of state and of ancient royalty. The guards below, fixed in the past, attend the charge undaunted, and the gate defend. Renewed in courage and with recovered breath, a second time we ran to tempt our death. To clear the palace from the foe, succeed the weary living, and revenge the dead. A postern door, yet unobserved and free, joined by the length of a blind gallery, to the king's closet led, a way well known to Hector's wife, while Priam held the throne, through which she brought Astyanax unseen, to cheer his grandsire and his grandsire's queen. Through this we pass, and mount the tower, from whence, with unavailing arms, the Trojans make defence. From this the trembling king had oft descried the Grecian camp, and saw their navy ride. Beams from its lofty height with swords we hew, then, wrenching with our hands, the assault renew. And, where the rafters on the columns meet, we push them headlong with our arms and feet. The lightning flies not swifter than the fall, nor thunder louder than the ruined wall. Down goes the top at once, the Greeks beneath are piecemeal torn or pounded into death. Yet more succeed, and more to death are sent. We cease not from above, nor they below relent. Before the gate stood Pyrrhus, threatening loud, with glittering arms, conspicuous in the crowd. So shines, renewed in youth, the crested snake, who slept the winter in a thorny brake, and, casting off his slough when spring returns, now looks aloft, and with new glory burns. Restored with poisonous herbs his ardent sides reflect the sun, and raised on spires he rides. High o'er the grass, hissing he rolls along, and brandishes by fits his forky tongue. Proud Periphas and fierce Automedon, his father's charioteer, together run. To force the gate, the Scyrian infantry rushed in on crowds, and the barred passage free. Entering the court, with shouts the skies they rend, and flaming firebrands to the roofs ascend. Himself among the foremost deals the blows, and with his axe repeated strokes bestows. On the strong doors then all their shoulders ply, till from the posts the brazen hinges fly. He hews apace, the double bars at length yield to his axe and unresisted strength. A mighty breach is made, the rooms concealed appear, and all the palace is revealed, the halls of audience and of public state, and where the lonely queen in secret sate. Armed soldiers now by trembling maids are seen, with not a door and scarce a space between. The house is filled with loud laments and cries, and shrieks of women rend the vaulted skies. The fearful matrons run from place to place, and kiss the thresholds and the posts embrace. The fatal work inhuman Pyrrhus plies, and all his father sparkles in his eyes. Nor bars, nor fighting guards his force sustain. The bars are broken, and the guards are slain. In rush the Greeks, and all the apartments fill. Those few defendants whom they find, they kill. Not with so fierce a rage the foaming flood roars when he finds his rapid course withstood, bears down the dams with unresisted sway, and sweeps the cattle and the cots away. These eyes beheld him when he marched between the brother kings. I saw the unhappy queen, the 100 wives, and where old Priam stood to stain his hallow altar with his brood. The 50 nuptial beds, such hopes had he, so large a promise of a progeny. The posts of plated gold and hung with spoils, fell the reward of the proud victor's toils. Wherever the raging fire had left a space, the Grecians enter and possess the place. Perhaps you may of Priam's fate inquire. He, when he saw his regal town on fire, his ruined palace, and his entering foes, on every side inevitable woes, in arms, disused, invest his limbs decayed, like them with age, a late and useless aid. His feeble shoulders scarce the weight sustain, loaded, not armed, he creeps along with pain, despairing of success, ambitious to be slain. Uncovered, but by heaven there stood in view an altar, near the hearth a laurel grew, dotted with age, whose bough encompass round the household gods, and shade the holy ground. Here Hecuba, with her helpless train of dames, for shelter sought, but sought in vain. Driven like a flock of doves along the sky, their images they hug, and to their altars fly. The queen, when she beheld her trembling lord, and hanging by his side a heavy sword, "What rage," she cried, "has seized my husband's mind? What arms are these, and to what use designed? These times want other aids. Were Hector here, even Hector now in vain, like Priam would appear. With us one common shelter thou shalt find, or in one common fate with us be joined." She said, and with a last salute embraced the poor old man, and by the laurel placed. Behold, Polites, one of Priam's sons, pursued by Pyrrhus, there for safety runs. Thro' swords and foes, amazed and hurt, he flies, thro' empty courts and open galleries. Him Pyrrhus, urging with his lance, pursues, and often reaches, and his thrusts renews. The youth, transfixed with lamentable cries, expires before his wretched parents' eyes, whom, gasping at his feet, when Priam saw, the fear of death gave place to nature's law, and shaking more with anger than with age, "The gods," said he, "requite thy brutal rage, as sure they will, barbarian, sure they must, if there be gods in heaven, and gods be just. Who takest in wrongs an insolent delight, with a son's death to infect a father's sight? Nor he whom thou in lying fame conspire, to call thee his, not he thy vaunted sire. Thy used my wretched age, the gods he feared, the laws of nature and of nations heard. He cheered my sorrows, and for sums of gold the bloody carcass of my Hector sold, pitied the woes a parent underwent, and sent me back in safety from his tent." This said, his feeble hand a javelin threw, which, fluttering, seemed to loiter as it flew. Just, and but barely, to a mark it held, and faintly tinkled on the brazen shield. Then Pyrrhus said, "Go thou from me to fate, and to my father my foul deeds relate. Now die!" And with that he dragged the trembling sire, slittering through the clotted blood and holy mire. The mingled paste his murdered son had made, hauled from beneath the violated shade, and on the sacred pile the royal victim laid. His right hand held his bloody falchion bare, his left he twisted in his hoary hair. Then, with a speeding thrust, his heart he found, The lukewarm blood came rushing through the wound. The sanguine streams disdained the sacred ground. Thus Priam fell, and shared one common fate, and with Troy in ashes, and his ruined state. He, who the scepter of all Asia swayed, whom monarchs like domestic slaves obeyed. On the bleak shore now lies the abandoned king, a headless carcass, and a nameless thing. Then, not before, I felt my curdled blood congeal with fear, my hair with horror stood. My father's image filled my pious mind, lest equal years might equal fortune find. Again I thought of my forsaken wife, and trembled for my son's abandoned life. I looked about, but found myself alone. Deserted at my need, my friends were gone. Some spent with toil, some with despair oppressed, leaped headlong from the heights, the flames consumed the rest. Thus, wandering in my way, without a guide, the graceless Helen in the porch I spied. Of Vesta's temple, there she lurked alone. Muffled she sate, and what she could, unknown. But by the flames that cast their blaze around, that common bane of Greece and Troy I found. For Ilium burns, she dreads the Trojan sword, more dreads the vengeance of her injured lord. Even by those gods who refuged her aboard, trembled with rage the strumpet I regard, resolved to give her guilt the due reward. Shall she triumphant sail before the wind, and leave in flames unhappy Troy behind? Shall she her kingdom and her friends review, in state attended with a captive crew, while unrevenged the good old Priam falls, and Grecian fires consume the Trojan walls? For this the Phrygian fields in Xanthian flood were swelled with bodies and were drunk with blood? 'Tis true a soldier can small honour gain, and boast no conquest from a woman slain. Yet shall the fact not pass without applause, of vengeance taken in so just a cause. The punish'd crime shall set my soul at ease, the murmuring manes of my friends appease. Thus while I rave, a gleam of pleasing light spread over the palace, and shining heavenly bright. My mother stood revealed before my sight. Never so radiant did her eyes appear. Not her own star confessed a light so clear. Great in her charms, as, when on gods above, she looks and breathes herself into their love. She held my hand, the destined blow to break, then from her rosy lips began to speak. My son, from whence this madness, this neglect of my commands and those whom I protect? Why this unmanly rage? Recall to mind whom you forsake, what pledges leave behind. Look if your helpless father yet survive, or if Ascanius or Creusa live. Around your house the greedy Grecians err, and these had perished in the nightly war, but in my presence and protecting care. Not Helen's face nor Paris was in fault, but by the gods was this destruction brought. Now cast thy eyes around, while I dissolve the mists and films that mortal eyes involve. Purge from your sight the dross, and make you see the shape of every avenging deity. Enlightened thus, my just commands fulfil, nor fear obedience to thy mother's will. Where yon disordered heap of ruin lies, stones rent from stones, where clouds of dust arise. Amid that smother Neptune holds his place, below the wall's foundation drives his mace, and heaves the building from the solid base. Look where, in arms, imperial Juno stands, full in the Scaean gate, with loud commands, urging on shore the tardy Grecian bands. See, see, Pallas on her snakely buckler proud bestrides the tower, refulgent through the crowd. See, Jove new courage to the foe supplies, and arms against the town the partial deities. Haste hence, my son, this fruitless labour end. Haste, where your troubling spouse and sire attend. Haste, and a mother's care your passage shall befriend. She said, and swiftly vanished from my sight, obscured in clouds and gloomy shades of night. I looked, I listened, dreadful sounds I hear, and the dire forms of hostile gods appear. Troy sunk in flames I saw, nor could prevent, and Ilium from its old foundations rent like a mountain ash, which dared the winds, and stood the sturdy strokes of labouring hinds. About the roots the cruel axe resounds, and stumps are pierced with oft-repeated wounds. The war is felt on high, the nodding crown now threats a fall, and throws the leafy honours down. To their united force it yields, though late, and mourns with immortal groans the approaching fate. The roots no more their upper load sustain, but down she falls and spreads a ruin through the plain. Descending thence, I scrape through foes and fire. Before the goddess, foes and flames retire. Arrived at home, he, for whose only sake, or most for his, such toils I undertake, the good Anchises, whom, by timely flight, I proposed to secure on Ida's height, refused the journey, resolute to die, and added his funerals to the fate of Troy. Rather than exile and old age sustain, go you, whose blood runs warm in every vein. Had heaven decreed that I should life enjoy, heaven had decreed to save unhappy Troy. 'Tis sure enough, if not too much for one, twice to have seen our Ilium overthrown. Make haste to save the poor remaining crew, and give this useless corpse a long adieu. These weak old hands suffice to stop my breath, at least pitying the foes will aid my death. To take my spoils, and leave my body bare. As for my sepulchre, let heaven take care. 'Tis long since I, for my celestial wife, loathed by the gods, had dragged a lingering life. Since every hour and moment I expire, blasted from heaven by Jove's avenging fire. This oft repeated, he stood fixed to die. Myself, my wife, my son, my family, entreat, pray, beg, and raise a doleful cry. What? Will he still persist, on death resolve, and in his ruin all his house involve? He still persists, his reason to maintain. Our prayers, our tears, our loud laments are vain. Urged by despair, again I go to try the fate of arms, resolved in fight to die. What hope remains, but what my death must give? Can I, without so dear a father, live? You term it prudence, what I baseness call. Could such a word from such a parent fall? If fortune please, and so the gods ordain, that nothing should of ruined Troy remain, and you conspire with fortune to be slain, the way to death is wide, the approach is near, for soon relentless Pyrrhus will appear, reeking with Priam's blood, the wretch who slew the son inhuman in the father's view. And then the sire himself to the dire altar drew. O goddess mother, give me back to fate. Your gift was undesired and came too late. Did you, for this, unhappy me convey through foes and fires to see my house a prey? Shall I my father, wife, and son behold, weltering in blood, each other's arms enfold? Haste, girt my sword, through spent and overcome. 'Tis the last summons to receive our doom. I hear thee, fate, and I obey thy call. Not unrevenged the foe shall see my fall. Restore me the yet unfinished fight. My death is wanting to conclude the night. Armed once again, my glittering sword I wield, while the other hand sustains my weighty shield. And forth I rush to seek the abandoned field. I went, but sad Creusa stopped my way, and crossed the threshold in my passage lay, embraced my knees, and when I would have gone, showed me my feeble sire and tender son. If death be your design at least, said she, take us along to share your destiny. If any farther hopes in arms remain, this place, these pledges of your love maintain. To whom do you expose your father's life? Your son's and mine, your now forgotten wife. While thus she fills the house with clamoring cries, our hearing is diverted by our eyes. For while I held my son, in the short space betwixt our kisses and our last embrace, strange to relate, from young Ulysses' head a lambent flame arose, which gently spread around his brows and on his temples fed. Amazed, with running water we prepare to quench the sacred fire and slake his hair. But old Anchises, versed in omens, reared his hands to heaven, and this request preferred. If any vows almighty Jove can bend, thy will, if piety can prayers commend, confirm the glad presage which thou art pleased to send. Scarce had he said, when on our left we hear a peal of rattling thunder roll in air. There shot a streaming lamp across the sky, which on the winged lightning seemed to fly. From o'er the roof the blaze began to move, and trailing vanished in the Idaean grove. It swept a path in heaven, and shone a guide, then in a streaming stench of sulphur died. The good old man with suppliant hands implored the gods' protection, and their star adored. Now, now, said he, my son, no more delay. I yield, I follow where heaven shows the way. Keep, O my country gods, our dwelling place, and guard this relic of the Trojan race, this tender child. These omens are your own, and you can yet restore the ruined town. At least accomplish what your signs foreshow. I stand resigned, and am prepared to go. He said, the crackling fires appear on high, and driving sparkles dance along the sky. With Vulcan's rage the rising winds conspire, and near our palace roll the flood of fire. Haste, my dear father, 'tis no time to wait, and load my shoulders with a willing freight. Whatever befalls, your life shall be my care. One death or one deliverance we will share. My hand shall lead our little son, and you, my faithful consort, shall our steps pursue. Next, you, my servants, heed my strict commands. Without the walls a ruined temple stands. To Ceres, hallowed once, a cypress nigh shoots up her venerable head on high. By long religion kept, there bend thy feet, and in divided parties let us meet. Our country gods, the relics and the bands, hold you, my father, in your guiltless hands. In me 'tis impious holy things to bear, red as I am with slaughter, new from war. Till in some living stream I cleanse the guilt of dire debate and blood in battle spilt. Thus ordering all that prudence could provide, I clothe my shoulders with a lion's hide, and yellow spoils. Then, on my bending back, the welcome load of my father take. When on my better hand Aeneas hung, and with unequal paces tripped along, Creusa kept behind, by choice we stray, through every dark and every devious way. I, who so bold and dauntless just before the Grecian darts and shocks of lances bore, at every shadow now am seized with fear, not for myself, but for the charges I bear, till near the ruined gate arrived at last, secure, and deeming all the danger past. A frightful noise of trampling feet we hear. My father, looking through the shades with fear, cried out, Haste, haste, my son, the foes are nigh, their swords and shining armour I descry. Some hostile god, for some unknown offence, had sure bereft my mind of better sense. For, while through winding ways I took my flight, and sought the shelter of the gloomy night, at last I lost Creusa, hard to tell if by her fatal destiny she fell, or weary sate, or wandering with affright, but she was lost for ever to my sight. I knew not, nor reflected till I meet my friends at Ceres' now deserted seat. We met, no one was wanting, only she deceived her friends, her son, and wretched me. What mad expressions did my tongue refuse? Whom did I not, of gods and men, accuse? This was the fatal blow that pained me more than all I felt from ruined Troy before. Stung with my loss, and raving with despair, abandoning my now forgotten care, of counsel, comfort, and of hope bereft, my sire, my son, my country gods I left. In shining armour once again I sheathe my limbs, not feeling wounds, nor fearing death. Then headlong to the burning walls I run, and seek the danger I was forced to shun. I tread my former tracks, through the night explore every passage, every street I crossed before. All things were full of horror and affright, and dreadful even the silence of the night. Then to my father's house I make repair, with some small glimpses of hope to find her there. Instead of her, the cruel Greeks I met. The house was filled with foes, with flames beset. Driven on the wings of winds, whole sheets of fire through air transported to the roofs aspire. From whence to Priam's palace I resort, and search the citadel and desert court. Then, unobserved, I passed by Juno's church. The guard of Grecians had possessed the porch. There Phoenix and Ulysses watch prey, and thither all the wealth of Troy convey, the spoils which they from ransacked houses brought, and golden bowls from burning altars caught, the tables of the gods, the purple vests, the people's treasure, and the pomp of priests, a rank of wretched youths with pinioned hands, and captive matrons in long order stands. Then, with ungoverned madness, I proclaim through all the silent street Creusa's name. Creusa still I call, at length she hears, and sudden thro' the shades of night appears no more Creusa, nor my wife, but a pale spectre larger than the life. Aghast, astonished, and struck dumb with fear, I stood, like bristles rose my stiffened hair. Then thus the ghost began to soothe my grief, nor tears nor cries can give the dead relief. Desist, my much-loved lord, to indulge your pain, you bear no more than what the gods ordain. My fates permit me not from hence to fly, nor he, the great controller of the sky. Long wandering ways for you the powers decree, on land hard labours and a length of sea. Then, after many painful years are past, on Latium's happy shore you shall be cast, where gentle Tiber from his bed beholds the flowery meadows and the feeding folds. There end your toils, and there your fates provide a quiet kingdom and a royal bride. There fortune shall the Trojan line restore, and for you, lost Creusa, weep no more. Fear not that I shall watch with servile shame the imperious looks of some proud Grecian dame, or, stooping to the victor's lust, disgrace my goddess mother or my royal race. And now farewell. The parent of the gods restrains my fleeting soul in her abodes. I trust our common issue to your care, she said, and gliding past unseen in air. I strove to speak, but horror tied my tongue, and thrice about her neck my arms I flung, and thrice deceived my vain embraces hung. Light as an empty dream at break of day, or as a blast of wind she rushed away. Thus having passed the night in fruitless pain, I to my longing friends return again, amazed the augmented numbers to behold, of men and matrons mixed, of young and old, with arms appointed and with treasure fraught, resolved and willing under my command, to run all the hazards both of sea and land. The morn began from Ida to display her rosy cheeks, and phosphor led the day. Before the gates the Grecians took their post, and all pretence of late relief was lost. I yield to fate, unwillingly retire, and, loaded, up the hill convey my sire. End of Book 2.
Book 3, Part 1 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Aeneid by Publius Vergilius Maro. Translated by John Dryden. Book 3. Sea Wanderings and Strange Meetings. Part 1. When heaven had overturned the Trojan state, and Priam's throne by too severe a fate, when ruined Troy became the Grecians' prey, and Ilium's lofty towers in ashes lay, warned by celestial omens we retreat, to seek in foreign lands a happier seat. Near old Antandros and at Ida's foot, the timber for the sacred groves we cut, and build our fleet, uncertain yet to find what place the gods for our repose assigned. Friends daily flock, and scarce the kindly spring began to clothe the ground and birds to sing, when old Anchises summoned all to see the crew my father and the fates obey. With sighs and tears I leave my native shore, and empty fields where Ilium stood before. My sire, my son, our less and greater gods, all sail at once and cleave the briny floods. Against our coast appears a spacious land, which once the fierce Lycurgus did command. Thracia the name, the people bold in war, vast are their fields, and tillage is their care. A hospitable realm, while fate was kind, with Troy in friendship and religion joined. I land, with luckless omens then adore their gods, and draw a line along the shore. I lay the deep foundations of a wall, and Aeneas, nam'd from me, the city call. To Dionian Venus vows are paid, and all the powers that rising labours aid. A bull on Jove's imperial altar laid. Not far a rising hillock stood in view, sharp myrtles on the sides, and cornels grew. There, while I went to crop the sylvan scenes, and shade our altar with their leafy greens, I pull'd a plant, with horror I relate, a prodigy so strange and full of fate. The rooted fibres rose, and from the wound black bloody drops distill'd upon the ground. Mute and amazed my hair with terror stood, fear shrunk my sinews, and congeal'd my blood. Mann'd once again, another plant I try, that other gush'd with the same sanguine dye. Then, fearing guilt for some offence unknown, with prayers and vows the Dryads I atone. With all the sisters of the woods, and most the god of arms who rules the Thracian coast, that they or he these omens would avert, release our fears, and better signs impart. Clear'd as I thought, and fully fix'd at length, to learn the cause, I tugg'd with all my strength. I bent my knees against the ground once more, the violated myrtle ran with gore. Scarce dare I tell the sequel, from the womb of wounded earth and caverns of the tomb, a groan as of a troubled ghost renew'd my fright, and then these dreadful words ensued. Why dost thou thus my buried body rend? O spare the corpse of thy unhappy friend! Spare to pollute thy pious hands with blood, the tears distill'd not from the wounded wood. But every drop this living tree contains is kindred blood, and ran in Trojan veins. O fly from this unhospitable shore, warn'd by my fate, for I am Polydore. Here loads of lances, in my blood embrued, again shot upward, by my blood renew'd. My faltering tongue and shivering limbs declare my horror, and in bristles rose my hair. When Troy with Grecian arms was closely pent, old Priam, fearful of the war's event, this hapless Polydore to Thracia sent. Loaded with gold he sent his darling far, from noise and tumults and destructive war, committed to the faithless tyrant's care, who, when he saw the pow'r of Troy decline, forsook the weaker with the strong to join, broke every bond of nature and of truth, and murder'd for his wealth the royal youth. O sacred hunger of pernicious gold! What bands of faith can impious lucre hold? Now, when my soul had shaken off her fears, I call my father and the Trojan peers. Relate the prodigies of heav'n require what he commands, and their advice desire. All vote to leave that execrable shore, polluted with the blood of Polydore. But ere we sail, his funeral rites prepare, then to his ghost a tomb and altars rear. In mournful pomp the matrons walk the round, with baleful cypress and blue fillets crown'd. With eyes dejected, and with hair unbound, the bowls of tepid milk and blood we pour, and thrice invoke the soul of Polydore. Now, when the raging storms no longer reign, but southern gales invite us to the main, we launch our vessels with a prosperous wind, and leave the cities and the shores behind. An island in the Aegean main appears, Neptune and the wat'ry Doris claim it theirs. It floated once till Phoebus fix'd the sides to rooted earth, and now it braves the tides. Here borne by friendly winds we come ashore, with needful ease our weary limbs restore, and the sun's temple and his town adore. Aeneas, the priest and king, with laurel crown'd, his hoary locks with purple fillets bound, who saw my sire the Delian shore ascend, came forth with eager haste to meet his friend, invites him to his palace, and in sign of ancient love their plighted hands they join. Then to the temple of the god I went, and thus before the shrine my vows present. Give, O Tymbrius, give a resting place to the sad relics of the Trojan race, a seat secure, a region of their own, a lasting empire, and a happier town. Where shall we fix? Where shall our labours end? Whom shall we follow, and what fate attend? Let not my prayers doubtful answer find, but in clear auguries unveil thy mind. Scarce had I said, he shook the holy ground, the laurels and the lofty hills around, and from the tree-post rush'd a bellowing sound. Prostrate we fell, confess'd the present God, who gave this answer from his dark abode. Undaunted youth, go seek that mother earth, from which your ancestors derived their birth. The soil that sent you forth, her ancient race, in her old bosom shall again embrace. Through the wide world the Aenean house shall reign, and children's children shall the crown sustain. Thus Phoebus did our future fates disclose, a mighty tumult mix'd with joy arose. All are concern'd to know what place the god assign'd, and where determined our abode. My father, long revolving in his mind the race and lineage of the Trojan kind, thus answer'd their demands: Ye princes, hear your pleasing fortune, and dispel your fear. The fruitful isle of Crete, well known to fame, sacred of old to Jove's imperial name, in the mid-ocean lies with large command, and on its plains 100 cities stand. Another Ida rises there, and we from thence derive our Trojan ancestry. From thence, as is divulged by certain fame, to the Rhoetean shores old Teucrus came. There fix'd, and there the seat of empire chose, ere Ilium and the Trojan towers arose. In humble vales they built their soft abodes, till Cybele, the mother of the gods, with tinkling cymbals charm'd the Idaean woods, the secret rites and ceremonies taught, and to the yoke the savage lions brought. Let us the land which heav'n appoints explore, appease the winds, and seek the Gnossian shore. If Jove assist the passage of our fleet, the third propitious dawn discovers Crete. Thus having said, the sacrifices laid on smoking altars to the gods he paid. A bull to Neptune an oblation due, another bull to bright Apollo slew, a milk-white Eve the western winds to please, and one coal-black to calm the stormy seas. Ere this a flying rumour had been spread, that fierce Idomeneus from Crete was fled, expell'd and exiled, that the coast was free from foreign or domestic enemy. We leave the Delian ports, and put to sea, by Naxos fam'd for vintage make our way, then green Donysa pass, and sail in sight of Paros' isle with marble quarries white. We pass the scatter'd isles of Cyclades, that scarce distinguish'd seem to stud the seas. The shouts of sailors double near the shores, they stretch their canvas, and they ply their oars. All hands aloft, for Crete, they cry, and swiftly through the foamy billows fly. Full on the promis'd land at length we bore, with joy descending on the Cretan shore. With eager haste a rising town I frame, which from the Trojan Pergamus I name. The name itself was grateful, I exhort to found their houses and erect a fort. Our ships are haul'd upon the yellow strand, the youth begin to till the labour'd land, and I myself new marriages promote, give laws and dwellings I divide by lot. When rising vapours choke the wholesome air, and blasts of noisome winds corrupt the air, the trees devouring caterpillars burn. Parch'd was the grass, and blighted was the corn, nor scaped the beasts, for Sirius from on high with pestilential heat infects the sky. My men, some fall, the rest in fevers fry. Again my father bids me seek the shore of sacred Delos, and the god implore. to learn what end of woes we might expect, and to what clime our weary course direct. 'Twas night, when every creature void of cares the common gift of balmy slumber shares. The statues of my gods, for such they seem'd, those gods whom I from flaming Troy redeem'd, before me stood majestically bright, full in the beams of Phoebus' entering light. Then thus they spoke, and eas'd my troubled mind. What from the Delian god thou goest to find, he tells thee here, and sends us to relate. Those powers are we, companions of thy fate, who from the burning town by thee were brought, thy fortune follow'd, and thy safety wrought. Through seas and lands, as we thy steps attend, so shall our care thy glorious race befriend. An ample realm for thee thy fates ordain, a town that o'er the conquer'd world shall reign. Thou mighty walls for mighty nations build, nor let thy weary mind to labours yield. But change thy seat, for not the Delian god, nor we have given thee Crete for our abode. A land there is, Hesperia call'd of old, the soil is fruitful, and the natives bold. The Oenotrans held it once, by later fame, now called Italia from the leader's name. Lasius there and Dardanus were born. From thence we came, and thither must return. Rise, and thy sire with these glad tidings greet. Search Italy, for Jove denies thee Crete. Astonish'd at their voices and their sight, nor were they dreams, but visions of the night, I knew their faces, and descried in perfect view their hair with fillets tied. I started from my couch, a clammy sweat on all my limbs and shivering body sate. To heaven I lift my hands with pious haste, and sacred incense in the flames I cast. Thus to the gods their perfect honours done, more cheerful to my good old sire I run, and tell the pleasing news. In little space he found his error of the double race. Not as before he deem'd, deriv'd from Crete, no more deluded by the doubtful seat. Then said, O son, turmoil'd in Trojan fate, such things as these Cassandra did relate. This day revives within my mind what she foretold of Troy renew'd in Italy, the Latian lands. But who could then have thought that Phrygian gods to Latium should be brought? Or who believ'd what mad Cassandra taught? Now let us go where Phoebus leads the way. He said, and we with glad consent obey. Forsake the seat, and leaving few behind, we spread our sails before the willing wind. Now from the sight of land our galleys move, with only seas around and skies above. When over our heads descends a burst of rain, and night with sable clouds involves the main. The ruffling winds the foamy billows raise, the scatter'd fleet is forced to several ways. The face of heav'n is ravish'd from our eyes, and in redoubled peals the roaring thunder flies. Cast from our course, we wander in the dark, no stars to guide, no point of land to mark. Even Palinurus no distinction found, betwixt the night and day such darkness reign'd around. 3 starless nights the doubtful navy strays, without distinction, and 3 sunless days. The 4th renews the light, and from our shrouds we view a rising land like distant clouds. The mountain tops confirm the pleasing sight, and curling smoke ascending from their height. The canvas falls, their oars the sailors ply, from the rude strokes the whirling waters fly. At length I land upon the Strophades, safe from the dangers of the stormy seas. Those isles are compass'd by the Ionian main, the dire abode by the foul Harpies' reign. Forc'd by the winged warriors to repair to their old homes, and leave their costly fare. Monsters more fierce offended heav'n never sent, from hell's abyss for human punishment, with virgin faces, but with wombs obscene, foul paunches, and with ordure still unclean, with claws for hands and looks for ever lean. We landed at the port and soon beheld fat herds of oxen graze the flowery field, and wanton goats without a keeper strayed. With weapons we the welcome prey invade, then call the gods for partners of our feast, and Jove himself the chief invited guest. We spread the tables on the greensward ground, we fed with hunger and the bowls go round, when from the mountain tops with hideous cry and clattering wings the hungry harpies fly. They snatch the meat, defiling all they find, and parting leave a loathsome stench behind. Close by a hollow rock again we sit, new dress the dinner and the beds refit, secure from sight beneath a pleasing shade, where tufted trees a native arbour made. Again the holy fires on altars burn, and once again the ravenous birds return, or from the dark recesses where they lie, or from another quarter of the sky. With filthy claws their odious meal repeat, and mix their loathsome ordures with their meat. I bid my friends for vengeance then prepare, and with the hellish nation wage the war. They, as commanded, for the fight provide, and in the grass their glittering weapons hide. Then, when along the crooked shore we hear their clattering wings, and saw the foes appear, Misenus sounds a charge, we take the alarm, and our strong hands with swords and bucklers arm. In this new kind of combat all employ their utmost force, the monsters to destroy. In vain the fated skin is proof to wounds, and from their plumes the shining sword rebounds. At length rebuff'd they leave their mangled prey, and their stretched pinions to the skies display. Yet one remain'd, the messenger of fate, high on a craggy cliff Celaeno sate, and thus her dismal errand did relate. What, not contented with our oxen slain, dare you with heav'n an impious war maintain, and drive the Harpies from their native reign? Heed therefore what I say, and keep in mind what Jove decrees, what Phoebus has designed. And I, the Furies' queen, from both relate, you seek the Italian shores, foredoom'd by fate. The Italian shores are granted you to find, and a safe passage to the port assign'd. But know, that ere your promis'd walls you build, my curses shall severely be fulfill'd. Fierce famine is your lot for this misdeed, reduced to grind the plates on which you feed. She said, and to the neighb'ring forest flew. Our courage fails us, and our fears renew. Hopeless to win by war, to prayers we fall, and on the offended Harpies humbly call. And whether gods or birds obscene they were, our vows for pardon and for peace prefer. But old Anchises off'ring sacrifice, and lifting up to heav'n his hands and eyes, ador'd the greater gods. Avert, said he, these omens render vain this prophecy, and from th' impending curse a pious people free. Thus having said, he bids us put to sea. We loose from shore our hawsers and obey, and soon with swelling sails pursue the watery way. Amidst our course Zacyntian woods appear, and next by rocky Neritus we steer. We fly from Ithaca's detested shore, and curse the land which dire Ulysses bore. At length Leucata's cloudy top appears, and the sun's temple, which the sailor fears. Resolv'd to breathe awhile from labour past, our crooked anchors from the prow we cast, and joyful to the little city haste. Here, safe beyond our hopes, our vows we pay to Jove, the guide and patron of our way. The customs of our country we pursue, and Trojan games on Actian shores renew. Our youth their naked limbs besmear with oil, and exercise the rustler's noble toil. Pleas'd to have sail'd so long before the wind, and left so many Grecian towns behind. The sun had now fulfill'd his annual course, and Boreas on the seas display'd his force. I fix'd upon the temple's lofty door the brazen shield which vanquish'd Abas bore. The verse beneath my name and action speaks, these arms Aeneas took from conqu'ring Greeks. Then I command to weigh, the seamen ply their sweeping oars, the smoking billows fly. The sight of high Phaeacia soon we lost, and skimm'd along Epirus' rocky coast. Then to Chaonia's port our course we bend, and, landed, to Buthrotus' heights ascend. Here wondrous things where loudly blaz'd fame, how Helenus reviv'd the Trojan name, and reign'd in grief that Priam's captive son succeeded Pyrrhus in his bed and throne, and fair Andromache, restor'd by fate, once more was happy in a Trojan mate. I leave my galleys riding in the port, and long to see the new Dardanian court. By chance the mournful queen before the gate then solemniz'd her former husband's fate. Green altars rais'd on turf with gifts she crown'd, and sacred priests in order stand around, and thrice the name of hapless Hector sound. The grove itself resembles Ida's wood, and Simois seem'd the well-dissembled flood. But when at nearer distance she beheld my shining armour and my Trojan shield, astonish'd at the sight, the vital heat forsakes her limbs, her veins no longer beat. She faints, she falls, and scarce recovering strength, thus with a faltering tongue she speaks at length. "Are you alive, O goddess born?" she said, "or if a ghost, then where is Hector's shade?" At this she cast a loud and frightful cry. With broken words I made this brief reply: "All of me that remains appears in sight. I live, if living, to be loath the light. No phantom, but I drag a wretched life, my fate resembling that of Hector's wife. What have you suffered since you lost your lord? By what strange blessing are you now restored? Still are you Hector's, or is Hector fled, and this remembrance lost in Pyrrhus' bed?" With eyes dejected, in a lowly tone, after the modest pause, she's thus begun: "O only happy maid of Priam's race, whom death deliver'd from the foe's embrace, commanded on Achilles' tomb to die, not forc'd like us to hard captivity, or in a haughty master's arms to lie. In Grecian ships unhappy we were born, endur'd the victor's lust, sustain'd the scorn. Thus I submitted to the lawless pride of Pyrrhus, more a handmaid than a bride. Cloy'd with possession, he forsook my bed, and Helen's lovely daughter sought to wed. Then me to Trojan Helenus resign'd, and his two slaves in equal marriage join'd. Till young Orestes, pierc'd with deep despair, and longing to redeem the promis'd fair, before Apollo's altar slew the ravisher. By Pyrrhus' death the kingdom we regain'd, at least one half with Helenus remain'd. Our part from Chaon he Chaonia calls, and names from Pergamus his rising walls. But you, what fates have landed on our coast? What gods have sent you, or what storms have toss'd? Does young Ascanius life and health enjoy, sav'd from the ruins of unhappy Troy? O tell me how his mother's loss he bears, what hopes are promis'd from his blooming years? How much of Hector in his face appears?" She spoke, and mix'd her speech with mournful cries, and fruitless tears came trickling from her eyes. At length her lord descends upon the plain, in pomp attended with a numerous train, receives his friends and to the city leads, and tears of joy amidst his welcome sheds. Proceeding on another Troy I see, or in less compass Troy's epitome. A rivulet by the name of Xanthus ran, and I embrace the Scaean gate again. My friends in porticos were entertained, and feasts and pleasures through the city reigned. The tables filled the spacious hall around, and golden bowls with sparkling wine were crowned. 2 days we passed in mirth, till friendly gales, blown from the supplied our swelling sails. Then to the royal seer I thus began: O thou, who know'st beyond the reach of man the laws of heaven and what the stars decree, whom Phoebus taught unerring prophecy, from his own tripod and his holy tree, skill'd in the winged inhabitants of air, what auspices their notes and flights declare. O say, for all religious rites portend a happy voyage and a prosperous end. And every pow'r and omen of the sky direct my course for destin'd Italy. But only dire Celaeno from the gods a dismal famine fatally forebodes. O say, what dangers I am first to shun, what toils vanquish, and what course to run? The prophet first with sacrifice adores the greater gods, their pardon then implores, unbinds the fillet from his holy head. To Phoebus next my trembling steps he led, full of religious doubts and awful dread. Then with his god possess'd before the shrine, these words proceeded from his mouth divine: O goddess born, for heav'n's appointed will, with greater auspices of good than ill, foreshows thy voyage and thy course directs. Thy fate conspire, and Jove himself protects. Of many things some few I shall explain, teach thee to shun the dangers of the main, and how at length the promis'd shore to gain. The rest the fates from Helenus conceal, and Juno's angry pow'r forbids to tell. First then that happy shore that seems so nigh will far from you deluded wishes fly. Long tracts of seas divide your hopes from Italy, for you must cruise along Sicilian shores, and stem the currents with your struggling oars. Then round the Italian coast your navy steer, and after this to Circe's island wear. And last, before your new foundations rise, must pass the Stygian lake, and view the nether skies. Now mark the signs of future ease and rest, and bear them safely treasur'd in thy breast. When in the shady shelter of a wood, and near the margin of a gentle flood, thou shalt behold a sow upon the ground, with 30 sucking young encompass'd round. The dam and offspring white as falling snow, these on thy city shall their name bestow. And there shall end thy labours and thy woe, nor let the threaten'd famine fright thy mind, for Phoebus will assist, and fate the way will find. Let not thy course to that ill coast be bent, which fronts from far the Epirian continent. Those parts are all by Grecian foes possess'd, the salvage Locrians here the shores infest. The fierce Idomeneus his city builds, and guards with arms the Salentinian fields. And on the mountain's brow Petilia stands, which Philocetes with his troops commands. Even when thy fleet is landed on the shore, and priests with holy vows the gods adore, then with a purple veil involve your eyes, lest hostile faces blast the sacrifice. These rites and customs to the rest commend, that to your pious race they may descend. End of Book 3, Part 1 of the Aeneid. Read by Lars Rolander. Book 3, Part 2 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Aeneid by Publius Vergilius Maro, translated by John Dryden. Book 3. Sea Wanderings and Strange Meetings, Part 2. When parted hence, the wind that ready waits for Sicily shall bear you to the straits, where proud Pelorus opes a wider way. Tack to the larboard and stand off to sea. Veer starboard sea and land, the Italian shore, and far Sicilia's coast were one before. An earthquake caused the flow, the roaring tides, the passage broke that land from land divides. And where the lands retired, the rushing ocean rides, distinguish'd by the straits on either hand. Now rising cities in long order stand, and fruitful fields, so much can time invade, the mouldering work that beauteous nature made. Far on the right her dogs foul Scylla hides, Charybdis roaring on the left presides, and in her greedy whirlpool sucks the tides, then spouts them from below, with fury driven. The waves mount up and wash the face of heaven. But Scylla from her den, with open jaws, the sinking vessel in her eddy draws, then dashes on the rocks, and human face, a virgin bosom, hides her tail's disgrace. Her parts obscene below the waves descend, with dogs enclosed, and in a dolphin end. 'Tis safer then to bear aloof to sea, and coast Pachynus, though with more delay, than once to view mishappen Scylla near, and the loud yell of watery wolves to hear. Besides, if faith to Helenus be due, and if prophetic Phoebus tell me true, do not this precept of your friend forget, which therefore more than once I must repeat. Above the rest great Juno's name adore, pay vows to Juno, Juno's aid implore. Let gifts be to the mighty queen design'd, and mollify with prayers her haughty mind. Thus at the length your passage shall be free, and you shall safe descend on Italy. Arrived at Cumae, when you view the flood of black Avernus and the sounding wood, the mad prophetic Sibyl you shall find, dark in a cave and on a rock reclined. She sings the fates, and in her frantic fits the notes and names inscribed to leaves commits. What she commits to leaves, in order laid, before the cavern's entrance are displayed. Unmoved they lie, but if a blast of wind without, or vapours issue from behind, the leaves are borne aloft in liquid air, and she resumes no more her museful care, nor gathers from the rocks her scatter'd verse, nor sets in order what the winds disperse. Thus many not succeeding, most upbraid the madness of the visionary maid, and with the loud curses leave the mystic shade. Think it not loss of time a while to stay, though thy companions chide thy long delay. Though summon'd to the seas, though pleasing gales invite thy course, and stretch thy swelling sails, but beg the sacred priestess to relate with willing words, and not to write thy fate. The fierce Italian people she will show, and all thy wars, and all thy future woe. And what thou must avoid, and what must undergo, she shall direct thy course, instruct thy mind, and teach thee how the happy shores to find. This is what heav'n allows me to relate. Now part in peace, pursue thy better fate, and raise by strength of arms the Trojan state. This when the priest with friendly voice declared, he gave me license and rich gifts prepared. Bounteous of treasure, he supplied my want with heavy gold and polish'd elephant. Then Dodonean caldrons put on board, and every ship with sums of silver stored. A trusty coat of mail to me he sent, thrice chain'd with gold for use and ornament. The helm of Pyrrhus added to the rest, that flourish'd with a plume and waving crest. Nor was my sire forgotten, nor my friends, and large recruits he to my navy sends. Men, horses, captains, arms, and warlike stores, supplies new pilots and new sweeping oars. Meantime my sire commands to hoist our sails, lest we should lose the first auspicious gales. The prophet bless'd the parting crew, and last, with words like these, his ancient friend embraced. Old happy man, the care of gods above, whom heav'nly Venus honour'd with her love, and twice preserved thy life when Troy was lost. Behold from far the wish'd Ausonian coast, their land, but take a larger compass round, for that before is all forbidden ground. The shore that Phoebus has designed for you at farther distant lies, conceal'd from view. Go happy hence, and seek your new abodes, bless'd in a son, and favour'd by the gods. For I with useless words prolong your stay, when southern gales have summon'd you away. Nor less the queen our parting thence deplor'd, nor was less bounteous than her Trojan lord. A noble present to my son she brought, a robe with flowers on golden tissue wrought, a Phrygian vest, and loads with gifts beside, of precious texture and of Asian pride. Accept, she said, these monuments of love, which in my youth with happier hands I vow. Regard these trifles for the giver's sake, 'tis the last present Hector's wife can make. Thou call'st my lost Astyanax to mind, in thee his features and his form I find. His eyes so sparkled with a lively flame, such were his motions, such was all his frame. And had heav'n so pleas'd, his years had been the same. With tears I took my last adieu, and said, your fortune, happy pair, already made, leaves you no farther wish. My different state, avoiding one, incurs another fate. To you a quiet seat the gods allow, you have no shores to search, no seas to plough, nor fields of flying Italy to chase, deluding visions and a vain embrace. You see another Simois, and enjoy the labour of your hands, another Troy, with better auspice than her ancient towers, and less obnoxious to the Grecian powers. If ever the gods, whom I with vows adore, conduct my steps to Tiber's happy shore; if ever I ascend the Latian throne, and build a city I may call my own, as both of us our birth from Troy derive, So let our kindred lines in concord live, and both in acts of equal friendship strive. Our fortunes, good or bad, shall be the same, the double Troy shall differ but in name. That what we now begin may never end, but long to late posterity descend. Near the Ceronian rocks our course we bore, the shortest passage to the Italian shore. Now had the sun withdrawn his radiant light, and hills were hid in dusky shades of night. We land, and on the bosom of the ground a safe retreat and a bare lodging found. Close by the shore we lay, the sailors keep their watches, and the rest securely sleep. The night proceeding on with silent pace, stood in her noon and view'd with equal face her steepy rise and her declining race. Then wakeful Palinurus rose to spy the face of heaven and the nocturnal sky, and listen'd every breath of air to try, observes the stars, and notes their sliding course, the Pleiads, Hyads, and their wat'ry force. And both the bears is careful to behold, and bright Orion arm'd with burnish'd gold. Then, when he saw no threat'ning tempest nigh, but a sure promise of a settled sky, he gave the sign to weigh, we break our sleep, forsake the pleasing shore, and plough the deep. And now the rising morn with rosy light adorns the skies, and put the stars to flight. When we from far, like bluish mist, descry the hills and then the plains of Italy, Achates first pronounced the joyful sound, then Italy the cheerful crew rebound. My sire Anchises crown'd a cup with wine, and offering thus implor'd the powers divine. Ye gods, presiding over lands and seas, and you who raging winds and waves appease, breathe on our swelling sails a prosperous wind, and smooth our passage to the port assign'd. The gentle gales their flagging force renew, and now the happy harbour is in view. Minerva's temple then salutes our sight, placed as a landmark on the mountain's height. We furl our sails, and turn the prows to shore, the curling waters round the galleys roar. The land lies open to the raging east, then, bending like a bow, with rocks compress'd, shuts out the storms, the winds and waves complain, and vent their malice on the cliffs in vain. The port lies hid within on either side, two towering rocks the narrow mouth divide. The temple, which aloft we view'd before, to distance flies, and seems to shun the shore. Scarce landed, the first omens I beheld were 4 white steeds that cropp'd the flow'ry field. War, war is threaten'd from this foreign ground, my father cried, where warlike steeds are found. Yet, since reclaim'd to chariots they submit, and bend to stubborn yokes, and champ the bit. Peace may succeed to war, our way we bend, to Pallas and the sacred hill ascend. There prostrate to the fierce Virago pray, whose temple was the landmark of our way. Each with a Phrygian mantle veil'd his head, and all commands of Helenus obey'd, and pious rites to Grecian Juno paid. These dues perform'd, we stretch our sails and stand to sea, forsaking that suspected land. From hence Tarentum's base appears in view, for Hercules renown'd, if fame be true. Just opposite Lacinian Juno stands, Caulonian towers and Scylacian strands. For shipwrecks fear'd, Mount Aetnas thence we spy, known by the smoky flames which cloud the sky. Far off we hear the waves with surly sound invade the rocks their groans rebound. The billows break upon the sounding strand, and roll the rising tide impure with sand. Then thus Anchises in experience old: "'Tis that Charybdis which the seer foretold, and those promis'd rocks. Bear off to sea." With haste the frighted mariners obey. First Palinurus to the larboard veer'd, then all the fleet by his example steer'd. To heav'n aloft of ridgy waves we ride, then down to hell descend, when they divide. And thrice our galleys knock'd the stony ground, and thrice the hollow rocks return'd the sound. And thrice we saw the stars that stood with dews around. The flagging winds forsook us with the sun, and wearied on Cyclopian shores we run. The port capacious and secure from wind is to the foot of thund'ring Aetna join'd. By turns a pitchy cloud she rolls on high, by turns hot embers from her entrails fly, and flakes of mounting flames that lick the sky. Oft from her bowels massy rocks are thrown, and shiver'd by the force come piecemeal down. Oft liquid lakes of burning sulphur flow, fed from the fiery springs that boil below. Enceladus, they say, transfix'd by Jove, with blasted limbs came tumbling from above, and where he fell th' avenging Father drew this flaming hill, and on his body threw. As often as he turns his weary sides, he shakes the solid isle, and smoke the heavens hides. In shady woods we pass the tedious night, where bellowing sounds and groans our souls affright, of which no cause is offer'd to the sight. For not one star was kindled in the sky, nor could the moon her borrow'd light supply. For misty clouds involv'd the firmament, the stars were muffled, and the moon was pent. Scarce had the rising sun the day reveal'd, scarce had his heat the pearly dews dispell'd, when from the woods there bolts before our sight, somewhat betwixt a mortal and a sprite. So thin, so ghastly meager, and so wan, so bare of flesh, he scarce resembled man. This thing, all tatter'd, seem'd from far to implore our pious aid, and pointed to the shore. We look behind, then view his shaggy beard. His clothes were tagg'd with thorns, and filth his limbs besmear'd. The rest is mean, in habit and in face, appear'd a Greek, and such indeed he was. He cast on us from far a frightful view, whom soon for Trojans and for foes he knew. Stood still and paus'd, then all at once began to stretch his limbs, and trembled as he ran. Soon as approach'd, upon his knees he falls, and thus with tears and sighs for pity calls. Now, by the powers above, and what we share from nature's common gift, this vital air, O Trojans, take me hence, I beg no more, but bear me far from this unhappy shore. 'Tis true I am a Greek, and farther own among your foes besieg'd imperial town. For such demerits, if my death be due, no more for this abandon'd life I sue. This only favour let my tears obtain, to throw me headlong in the rapid main. Since nothing more than death my crime demands, I die content to die by human hands. He said, and on his knees my knees embrac'd. I bade him boldly tell his fortune past, his present state, his lineage, and his name, the occasion of his fears, and whence he came. The good Anchises rais'd him with his hand, who thus encourag'd answer'd our demand. From Ithaca, my native soil, I came to Troy, and Achaemenides my name. Me my poor father with Ulysses sent. Oh, had I stay'd with poverty content! But fearful for themselves, my countrymen left me forsaken in the Cyclops' den. The cave, though large, was dark. The dismal floor was paved with mangled limbs and putrid gore. Our monstrous host, of more than human size, erects his head and stares within the skies, bellowing his voice, and horrid is his hue. Ye gods, remove this plague from mortal view. The joints of slaughter'd wretches are his food, and for his wine he quaffs the streaming blood. These eyes beheld, when with his spacious hand he seized 2 captives of our Grecian band. Stretch'd on his back he dash'd against the stones their broken bodies and their crackling bones. With spouting blood the purple pavement swims, while the dire glutton grinds the trembling limbs. Not unreveng'd Ulysses bore their fate, nor thoughtless of his own unhappy state. For gorg'd with flesh and drunk with human wine, while fast asleep the giant lay supine, snoring aloud and belching from his maw his indigested foam and morsels raw. We pray, we cast the lots, and then surround the monstrous body stretch'd along the ground. Each, as he could approach him, lends a hand to bore his eyeball with a flaming brand. Beneath his frowning forehead lay his eye, for only one did the vast frame supply. But that a globe so large his front it fill'd, like the sun's disk or like a Grecian shield. The stroke succeeds, and down the pupil bends. This vengeance follow'd for our slaughter'd friends. But haste, unhappy wretches, haste to fly! Your cables cut, and on your oars rely. Such, and so vast as Polypheme appears, 100 more this hated island bears. Like him in caves they shut their woolly sheep, like him their herds on tops of mountains keep, like him with mighty strides they stalk from steep to steep. And now 3 moons their sharpen'd horns renew, since thus in woods and wilds, obscure from view, I drag my loathsome days with mortal fright, and in deserted caverns lodge by night. Oft from the rocks a dreadful prospect see, of the huge Cyclops, like a walking tree. From far I hear his thund'ring voice resound, and trampling feet that shake the solid ground. Cornels and salvage berries of the wood, and roots and herbs have been my meager food. While all around my longing eyes I cast, I saw your happy ships appear at last. On those I fix'd my hopes, to these I run. 'Tis all I ask, this cruel race to shun. What other death you please yourselves bestow. Scarce had he said, when on the mountain's brow we saw the giant shepherd stalk before his following flock, and leading to the shore. A monstrous bulk, deform'd, depriv'd of sight, his staff a trunk of pine, to guide his steps aright. His ponderous whistle from his neck descends, his woolly care their pensive lord attends. This only solace his hard fortune sends. Soon as he reach'd the shore and touch'd the waves, from his bor'd eye the gutt'ring blood he laves. He gnash'd his teeth, and groan'd thro' seas he strides, and scarce the topmost billows touch'd his sides. Seiz'd with a sudden fear we run to sea, the cables cut, and silent haste away. The well-deserving stranger entertain, then buckling to the work, our oars divide the main. The giant hearkened to the dashing sound, but when our vessels out of reach he found, he strided onward and in vain essayed the Ionian deep, and durst no farther wade. With that he roar'd aloud the dreadful cry, shakes earth and air, and seas the billows flee before the bellowing noise to distant Italy. The neighbouring Aetna trembling all around, the winding caverns echo to the sound. His brother Cyclops hear the yelling roar, and, rushing down the mountains, crowd the shore. We saw their stern distorted looks from far, and one-eyed glance that vainly threatened war. A dreadful council, with their heads on high, the misty clouds about their foreheads fly, not yielding to the towering tree of Jove, our tallest cypress of Diana's grove. New pangs of mortal fear our minds assail, we tug at every oar, and hoist up every sail, and take the advantage of the friendly gale. Forewarn'd by Helenus, we strive to shun Charybdis gulf, nor dare to Scylla run. An equal fate on either side appears. We, tacking to the left, are free from fears. For from Pelorus' point the north arose, and drove us back where swift Pantagias flows. His rocky mouth we pass, and make our way by Thapsus and Megara's winding bay. This passage Achaemenides had shown, tracing the course which he before had run. Right over against Plemmyrium's wat'ry strand there lies an isle once called the Ortygian land. Alpheus, as old fame reports, has found from Greece a secret passage underground. By love to beauteous Arethusa led, and mingling here they roll'd in the same sacred bed. As Helenus enjoin'd, we next adore Diana's name, protectress of the shore. With prosperous gales we pass the quiet sounds of still Elorus and his fruitful bounds. Then, doubling Cape Pachynus, we survey the rocky shore extended to the sea. The town of Camarine from far we see, a fenny lake undrain'd by fate's decree. In sight of the Geloan fields we pass, and the large walls where mighty Gela was. Then Agragas with lofty summits crown'd, long for the race of warlike steeds renown'd. We pass Selinus and the palmy land, and widely shun the Lilybaean strand, unsafe for secret rocks and moving sand. At length on shore the weary fleet arriv'd, which Drepanum's unhappy port receiv'd. Here, after endless labours, often toss'd by raging storms, and driven on every coast, my dear, dear father, spent with age, I lost. Ease of my cares, and solace of my pain, sav'd through 1,000 toils, but sav'd in vain. The prophet, who my future woes reveal'd, yet this the greatest and the worst conceal'd. And dire Celaeno, whose foreboding skill denounced all else, was silent of the ill. This my last labour was; some friendly god from thence convey'd us to our blest abode. Thus to the list'ning queen, the royal guest, his wand'rings course and all his toils express'd, and here, concluding, he retir'd to rest. End of Book 3 of the Aeneid. Read by Lars Rolander.
Book 4, Part 1 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. The Aeneid by Publius Vergilius Maro, translated by John Dryden. Book 4, The Passion of the Queen, Part 1. But anxious cares already seized the queen. She fed within her veins a flame unseen. The hero's valour, acts, and birth inspire her soul with love and fan the secret fire. His words, his looks, imprinted in her heart, improve the passion and increase the smart. Now, when the purple morn had chased away the dewy shadows and restored the day, her sister first with early care she sought, and thus in mournful accents eased her thought. My dearest Anna, what new dreams affright my labouring soul? What visions of the night disturb my quiet and distract my breast with strange ideas of our Trojan guest? His worth, his actions, and majestic air a man descended from the gods declare. Fear ever argues a degenerate kind. His birth is well asserted by his mind. Then what he suffered when by fate betrayed! What brave attempts for falling Troy he made! Such were his looks, so gracefully he spoke, that were I not resolved against the yoke of hapless marriage, never to be cursed with second love, so fatal was my first, to this one error I might yield again. For since Sichaeus was untimely slain, this only man is able to subvert the fixed foundations of my stubborn heart. And to confess my frailty, to my shame, somewhat I find within, if not the same, too like the sparkles of my former flame. But first let yawning earth a passage rend, and let me through the dark abyss descend. First let avenging Jove with flames from high drive down this body to the nether sky, condemned with ghosts in endless night to lie, before I break the plighted faith I gave. No, he who had my vows shall ever have, for whom I loved on earth I worship in the grave. She said. The tears ran gushing from her eyes, and stopped her speech. Her sister thus replies, Oh, dearer than the vital air I breathe, will you to grief your blooming years bequeath, condemned to waste in woes your lonely life, without the joys of mother or of wife? Think you these tears, this pompous train of woe, are known or valued by the ghosts below? I grant that, while your sorrows yet were green, it well became a woman and a queen the vows of Tyrian princes to neglect. To scorn he harbours and his love reject, with all the Libyan lords of mighty name. But will you fight against a pleasing flame? This little spot of land which heaven bestows on every side is hemm'd with warlike foes. Gaetulian cities here are spread around, and fierce Numidians there your frontiers bound. Here lies a barren waste of thirsty land, and there the Sorties raise the moving sand. Barcaean troops besiege the narrow shore, and from the sea Pygmalion threatens more. Propitious heaven and gracious Juno, lead this wandering navy to your needful aid. How will your empire spread, your city rise, from such a union, and with such allies? Implore the favour of the powers above, and leave the conduct of the rest to love. Continue still your hospitable way, and still invent occasions of their stay, till storms and winter winds shall cease to threat, and planks and oars repair their shattered fleet. These words, which from a friend and sister came, with ease resolved the scruples of her fame, and added fury to the kindled flame. Inspired with hope, the project they pursue, on every altar sacrifice renew. A chosen ewe of 2 years old they pay to Ceres, Bacchus, and the god of day, preferring Juno's power, for Juno ties the nuptial knot and makes the marriage joys. The beauteous queen before her altar stands, and holds the golden goblet in her hands. A milk-white heifer she with flowers adorns, and pours the ruddy wine betwixt her horns. And while the priests with prayer the gods invoke, she feeds their altars with Sabaean smoke. With owly care the sacrifice renews, and anxiously the panting entrails views. What priestly rites, alas, what pious art, what vows avail to cure a bleeding heart? A gentle fire she feeds within her veins, where the soft god secure in silence reigns. Sick with desire and seeking him she loves, from street to street the raving Dido roves. So when the watchful shepherd from the blind wounds with a random shaft the careless hind, distracted with her pain she flies the woods, bounds o'er the lawn, and seeks the silent floods, with fruitless care, for still the fatal dart sticks in her side and rankles in her heart. And now she leads the Trojan chief along the lofty walls, amidst the busy throng, displays her Tyrian wealth and rising town, which love without his labour makes his own. This pomp she shows to tempt her wandering guest, her faltering tongue forbids to speak the rest. When day declines, and feasts renew the night, still on his face she feeds her famish'd sight. She longs again to hear the prince relate his own adventures and the Trojan fate. He tells it o'er and o'er, but still in vain, for still she begs to hear it once again. The hearer on the speaker's mouth depends, and thus the tragic story never ends. Then, when they part, when Phoebe's paler light withdraws, and falling stars to sleep invite, she last remains. When every guest is gone, sits on the bed he press'd, and sighs alone. Absent, her absent hero sees and hears, or in her bosom young Ascanius bears, and seeks the father's image in the child, if love by likeness might be so beguiled. Meantime the rising towers are at a stand. No labours exercise the youthful band, nor use of arts, nor toils of arms they know. The mole is left unfinish'd to the foe. The mounds, the works, the walls neglected lie, short of their promised height, that seem'd to threat the sky. But when imperial Juno from above saw Dido fetter'd in the chains of love, hot with the venom which her veins inflamed, and by no sense of shame to be reclaim'd, with soothing words to Venus she begun. High praises, endless honours you have won, and mighty trophies with your worthy son. 2 gods a silly woman have undone. Nor am I ignorant, you both suspect this rising city which my hands erect. But shall celestial discord never cease? 'Tis better ended in a lasting peace. You stand possessed of all your soul desir'd. Poor Dido with consuming love is fir'd. Your Trojan with my Tyrian let us join. So Dido shall be yours, Aeneas mine. One common kingdom, one united line, Eliza shall a Dardan lord obey, and lofty Carthage for a dower convey. Then Venus, who her hidden fraud descried, which would the sceptre of the world misguide to Libyan shores, thus artfully replied: Who but a fool would wars with Juno choose, and such alliance and such gifts refuse, if fortune with our joint desires comply? The doubt is all from Jove and destiny, lest he forbid with absolute command to mix the people in one common land. Or will the Trojan and the Tyrian line in lasting leagues and sure succession join? But you, the partner of his bed and throne, may move his mind. My wishes are your own. Mine, said imperial Juno, be the care. Time urges now to perfect this affair. Attend my counsel and the secret share. When next the sun his rising light displays, and gilds the world below with purple rays, the queen, Aeneas, and the Tyrian court shall to the shady woods for sylvan game resort. There, while the huntsmen pitch their toils around, and cheerful horns from side to side resound, a pitchy cloud shall cover all the plain, with hail and thunder and tempestuous rain. The fearful train shall take their speedy flight, dispersed and all involved in gloomy night. One cave a grateful shelter shall afford to the fair princess and the Trojan lord. I will myself the bridal bed prepare, if you, to bless the nuptials, will be there. So shall their loves be crown'd with due delights, and Hymen shall be present at the rites. The Queen of Love consents, and closely smiles at her vain project and discover'd wiles. The rosy morn was risen from the main, and horns and hounds awake the princely train. They issue early through the city gate, where the more wakeful huntsmen ready wait, with nets and toils and darts, beside the force of Spartan dogs and swift Massilian horse. The Tyrian peers and officers of state for the slow queen in antechambers wait. Her lofty courser in the court below, who his majestic rider seems to know, proud of his purple trappings, paws the ground, and champs the golden bit and spreads the foam around. The queen at length appears. On either hand the brawny guards in martial order stand. A flower'd simar with golden fringe she wore, and at her back a golden quiver bore. Her flowing hair a golden caul restrains, a golden clasp the Tyrian robe sustains. Then young Ascanius, with a sprightly grace, leads on the Trojan youth to view the chase. But far above the rest in beauty shines the great Aeneas. The troop he joins, like fair Apollo when he leaves the frost of wintry Xanthus and the Lycian coast, when to his native Delos he resorts, ordains the dances and renews the sports, where painted Scythians, mix'd with Cretan bands, before the joyful altars join their hands. Himself, on Cynthus walking, sees below the merry madness of the sacred show. Green wreaths of bays his length of hair enclose, a golden fillet binds his awful brows. His quiver sounds, not less the prince is seen in manly presence, or in lofty mien. Now had they reach'd the hills, and storm'd the seat of savage beasts, in dens, their last retreat. The cry pursues the mountain goats, they bound from rock to rock, and keep the craggy ground. Quite otherwise the stags, a trembling train, in herds unsingled scour the dusty plain, and a long chase in open view maintain. The glad Ascanius, as his courser guides, spurs through the vale, and these and those outrides. His horse's flanks and sides are forced to feel the clanking lash and goring of the steel. Impatiently he views the feeble prey, wishing some nobler beast to cross his way, and rather would the tusky boar attend, or see the tawny lion downward bend. Meantime the gathering clouds obscure the skies, from pole to pole the forky lightning flies. The rattling thunders roll, and Juno pours a wintry deluge down, and sounding showers. The company disperse to coverts ride, and seek the homely cots or mountain's hollow side. The rapid rains, descending from the hills, to rolling torrents raise the creeping rills. The queen and prince, as love or fortune guides, one common cavern in her bosom hides. Then first the trembling earth the signal gave, and flashing fires enlighten all the cave. Hell from below, and Juno from above, and howling nymphs were conscious of their love. From this ill-omened hour in time arose debate and death, and all succeeding woes. The queen, whom sense of honour could not move, no longer made a secret of her love, but called it marriage, by that specious name to veil the crime and sanctify the shame. The loud report through Libyan cities goes, fame, the great ill, from small beginnings grows. Swift from the first, and every moment brings new vigour to her flights, new pinions to her wings. Soon grows the pygmy to gigantic size, her feet on earth, her forehead in the skies. Enraged against the gods, revengeful earth produced her, last of the Titanian birth. Swift is her walk, more swift her winged haste, a monstrous phantom, horrible and vast. As many plumes as raise her lofty flight, so many piercing eyes enlarge her sight. Millions of opening mouths to fame belong, and every mouth is furnish'd with a tongue, and round with listening ears the flying plague is hung. She fills the peaceful universe with cries, no slumbers ever close her wakeful eyes. By day from lofty towers her head she shows, and spreads through trembling crowds disastrous news, with court informers haunts, and royal spies. Things done relates, not done she feigns, and mingles truth with lies. Talk is her business, and her chief delight, to tell of prodigies and cause affright. She fills the people's ears with Dido's name, who, lost to honour and the sense of shame, admits into her throne and nuptial bed a wandering guest, who from his country fled. Whole days with him she passes in delights, and wastes in luxury long winter nights, forgetful of her fame and royal trust, dissolved in ease, abandoned to her lust. The goddess widely spreads the loud report, and flies at length to King Hyarbas' court. When first possess'd with this unwelcome news, whom did he not of men and gods accuse? This prince, from ravish'd Garamantis born, 100 temples did with spoils adorn in Ammon's honour, his celestial sire, 100 altars fed with wakeful fire, and through his vast dominions priests ordained, whose watchful care these holy rites maintained. The gates and columns were with garlands crowned, and blood of victim beasts enriched the ground. He, when he heard a fugitive could move the Tyrian princess who disdained his love, his breast with fury burned, his eyes with fire, mad with despair, impatient with desire. Then on the sacred altars pouring wine, he thus with prayers implored his sire divine. Great Jove, propitious to the Moorish race, who feast on painted beds, with offerings grace thy temples, and adore thy power divine with blood of victims, and with sparkling wine, seest thou not this? Or do we fear in vain thy boasted thunder and thy thoughtless reign? Do thy broad hands the forky lightnings lance? Thine are the bolts or the blind work of chance? A wandering woman builds within our state a little town, bought at an easy rate. She pays me homage, and my grants allow a narrow space of Libyan lands to plough. Yet, scorning me, by passion blindly led, admits a banish'd Trojan to her bed. And now this other Paris, with his train of conquer'd cowards, must in Afric reign, whom, what they are, their looks and garbs confess, their locks with oil perfumed, their Lydian dress. He takes the spoil, enjoys the princely dame, and I, rejected I, adore an empty name. His vows in haughty terms he thus preferr'd, and held his altar's horns. The mighty Thunderer heard, then cast his eyes on Carthage, where he found the lustful pair in lawless pleasure drown'd, lost in their loves, insensible of shame, and both forgetful of their better fame. He calls Silenius, and the god attends, by whom his menacing command he sends. Go, mount the western winds, and cleave the sky, then with a swift descent to Carthage fly. There find the Trojan chief, who wastes his days in slothful riot and inglorious ease, nor minds the future city given by fate. To him this message from my mouth relate. Not so fair Venus hoped, when twice she won thy life with prayers, nor promised such a son. Hers was a hero, destined to command a martial race, and rule the Latian land, who should his ancient line from Teucer draw, and on the conquer'd world impose the law. If glory cannot move a mind so mean, nor future praise from fading pleasure wean, Yet why should he defraud his son of fame, and grudge the Romans their immortal name? What are his vain designs? What hopes he more from his long lingering on a hostile shore, regardless to redeem his honour lost, and for his race to gain the Ausonian coast? Bid him with speed the Tyrian court forsake. With this command the slumbering warrior wake. Hermes obeys. With golden pinions binds his flying feet, and mounts the western winds. And whether o'er the seas or earth he flies, with rapid force they bear him down the skies. But first he grasps within his awful hand that mark of sovereign power, his magic wand. With this he draws the ghosts from hollow graves, with this he drives them down the Stygian waves, with this he seals in sleep the wakeful sight, and eyes, though closed in death, restores to light. Thus arm'd, the god begins his airy race, and drives the racking clouds along the liquid space. Now sees the tops of Atlas as he flies, whose brawny back supports the starry skies. Atlas, whose head with piny forests crown'd, is beaten by the winds, with foggy vapours bound, snows hide his shoulders. From beneath his chin the founts of rolling streams their race begin. A beard of ice on his large breast depends. Here, poised upon his wings, the god descends. Then, rested thus, he from the towering height plunged downward with precipitated flight, lights on the seas, and skims along the flood, as waterfowl who seek their fishy food, less and yet less to distant prospect show. By turns they dance aloft and dive below. Like these, the steerage of his wings he plies, and near the surface of the water flies, till, having passed the seas and crossed the sands, he closed his wings and stooped on Libyan lands. Where shepherds once were housed in homely sheds, now towers within the clouds advance their heads. Arriving there, he found the Trojan prince new ramparts raising for the town's defence. A purple scarf with gold embroidered o'er, Queen Dido's gift, about his waist he wore. A sword, with glittering gems diversified, for ornament, not use, hung idly by his side. Then thus, with winged words, the god began, resuming his own shape. Degenerate man! Thou woman's property, what mak'st thou here, these foreign walls and Tyrian towers to rear, forgetful of thy own? All-powerful Jove, who sways the world below and heaven above, has sent me down with this severe command. What means thy lingering in the Libyan land? If glory cannot move a mind so mean, nor future praise from flitting pleasure wean, regard the fortunes of thy rising heir. The promised crown let young Ascanius wear, to whom the Ausonian sceptre and the state of Rome's imperial name is owed by fate. So spoke the god, and speaking took his flight, involved in clouds and vanished out of sight. The pious prince was seized with sudden fear. Mute was his tongue and upright stood his hair. Revolving in his mind the stern command, he longs to fly and loathes the charming land. What should he say, or how should he begin? What course, alas, remains to steer between the offended lover and the powerful queen? This way and that he turns his anxious mind, and all expedients tries, and none can find. Fixed on the deed, but doubtful of the means, after long thought, to this advice he leans. 3 chiefs he calls, commands them to repair the fleet and ship their men with silent care. Some plausible pretence he bids them find, to colour what in secret he designed. Himself, meantime, the softest hours would choose, before the love-sick lady heard the news, and move her tender mind by slow degrees to suffer what the sovereign power decrees. Jove will inspire him when and what to say. They hear with pleasure, and with haste obey. But soon the queen perceives the thin disguise. What arts can blind a jealous woman's eyes? She was the first to find the secret fraud, before the fatal news was blazed abroad. Love the first motions of the lover hears, quick to presage, and even in safety fears. Nor impious fame was wanting to report the ships repair'd, the Trojans' thick resort, and purpose to forsake the Tyrian court. Frantic with fear, impatient of the wound, and impotent of mind, she roves the city round. Less wild the Bacchanalian dames appear, when from afar their nightly god they hear, and howl about the hills, and shake the wreathy spear. At length she finds the dear perfidious man, prevents his form'd excuse, and thus began. Base and ungrateful! Could you hope to fly, and undiscover'd 'scape a lover's eye? Nor could my kindness your compassion move, nor plighted vows, nor dearer bands of love? Or is the death of a despairing queen not worth preventing, though too well foreseen? Even when the wintry winds command your stay, you dare the tempests and defy the sea. False as you are, suppose you were not bound to lands unknown and foreign coasts to sound. Were Troy restor'd and Priam's happy reign, now durst you tempt for Troy the raging main? See whom you fly! Am I the foe you shun? Now, by those holy vows so late begun, by this right hand, since I have nothing more to challenge but the faith you gave before, I beg you, by these tears too truly shed, by the new pleasures of our nuptial bed, if ever Dido, when you most were kind, was pleasing in your eyes, or touch'd your mind, by these my prayers, if prayers may yet have place, pity the fortunes of a falling race. For you I have provoked a tyrant's hate, incensed the Libyan and the Tyrian state. For you alone I suffer in my fame, bereft of honour and exposed to shame. Whom have I now to trust, ungrateful guest? That only name remains of all the rest. What have I left, or whither can I fly? Must I attend Pygmalion's cruelty, or till Iarbas shall in triumph lead a queen that proudly scorn'd his proffer'd bed? Had you deferr'd at least your hasty flight, and left behind some pledge of our delight, some babe to bless the mother's mournful sight, some young Aeneas to supply your place, whose features might express his father's face, I should not then complain to live bereft of all my husband, or be wholly left. End of Book 4, Part 1. Book 4, Part 2 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. The Aeneid by Publius Vergilius Maro, translated by John Dryden. Book 4, The Passion of the Queen, Part 2. Here paused the Queen. Unmoved he holds his eyes by Jove's command, nor suffered love to rise, though heaving in his heart, and thus at length replies: Fair Queen, you never can enough repeat your boundless favours, or I own my debt, nor can my mind forget Eliza's name, while vital breath inspires this mortal frame. This only let me speak in my defence: I never hoped a secret flight from hence, much less pretended to the lawful claim of sacred nuptials or a husband's name. For if indulgent heaven would leave me free, and not submit my life to fate's decree, my choice would lead me to the Trojan shore, those relics to review, their dust adore, and Priam's ruined palace to restore. But now the Delphian oracle commands, and fate invites me to the Latian lands. That is the promised place to which I steer, and all my vows are terminated there. If you, a Tyrian and a stranger born, with walls and towers a Libyan town adorn, why may not we, like you, a foreign race, like you, seek shelter in a foreign place? As often as the night obscures the skies with humid shades, or twinkling stars arise, Anchises' angry ghost in dreams appears, chides my delay, and fills my soul with fears. And young Ascanius justly may complain, defrauded of his fate and destined reign. Even now the herald of the gods appear'd, waking I saw him and his message heard. From Jove he came, commissioned heavenly bright, with radiant beams and manifest to sight. The sender and the sent I both attest. These walls he enter'd, and those words express'd: Fair queen, oppose not what the gods command. Forced by my fate, I leave your happy land. Thus while he spoke, already she began with sparkling eyes to view the guilty man. From head to foot survey'd his person o'er, nor longer these outrageous threats forbore. False as thou art, and more than false, forsworn, not sprung from noble blood, nor goddess born, but hewn from harden'd entrails of a rock, and rough Hyrcanian tigers gave thee suck. Why should I fawn? What have I worse to fear? Did he once look, or lent a listening ear, sighed when I sobb'd, or shed one kindly tear? All symptoms of a base ungrateful mind, so foul that, which is worse, 'tis hard to find. Of man's injustice why should I complain? The gods and Jove himself behold in vain triumphant treason, yet no thunder flies, nor Juno views my wrongs with equal eyes. Faithless is earth, and faithless are the skies. Justice is fled, and truth is now no more. I saved the shipwrecked exile on my shore, with needful food his hungry Trojans fed. I took the traitor to my throne and bed. Fool that I was! 'Tis little to repeat the rest. I stored and rigg'd his ruin'd fleet. I rave. A god's command he pleads, and makes heaven accessory to his deeds. Now Lycian lots, and now the Delian gods, now Hermes is employed from Jove's abode to warn him hence, as if the peaceful state of heavenly powers were touch'd with human fate. But go, thy flight no longer I detain. Go, seek thy promised kingdom through the main. Yet, if the heavens will hear my pious vow, the faithless waves, not half so false as thou, or secret sands, shall sepulchres afford to thy proud vessels and their perjur'd lord. Then shalt thou call on injured Dido's name. Dido shall come in a black sulphury flame, when death has once dissolved her mortal frame, shall smile to see the traitor vainly weep. Her angry ghost, arising from the deep, shall haunt thee waking, and disturb thy sleep. At least my shade thy punishment shall know, and fame shall spread the pleasing news below. Abruptly here she stops, then turns away her loathing eyes, and shuns the sight of day. Amazed he stood, revolving in his mind what speech to frame, and what excuse to find. Her fearful maids their fainting mistress led, and softly laid her on her ivory bed. But good Aeneas, though he much desir'd to give that pity which her grief requir'd, though much he mourn'd and labour'd with his love, resolved at length obeys the will of Jove, reviews his forces. They with early care unmoor their vessels, and for sea prepare. The fleet is soon afloat in all its pride, and well-caulk'd galleys in the harbour ride. Then oaks for oars they fell'd, or, as they stood, of its green arms despoil'd the growing wood, studious of flight. The beach is cover'd o'er with Trojan bands that blacken all the shore. On every side are seen, descending down, thick swarms of soldiers loaden from the town. Thus in battalia march embodied ants, fearful of winter and of future wants, to invade the corn, and to their cells convey the plunder'd forage of their yellow prey. The sable troops along the narrow tracks scarce bear the weighty burthen on their backs. Some set their shoulders to the ponderous grain, some guard the spoil, some lash the lagging train. All ply their several tasks, and equal toil sustain. What pangs the tender breast of Dido bore, when from the tower she saw the covered shore, and heard the shouts of sailors from afar mixed with the murmurs of the watery war. All-powerful love, what changes canst thou cause in human hearts subjected to thy laws? Once more her haughty soul the tyrant bends, to prayers and mean submission she descends. No female arts or aids she left untried, nor counsels unexplored, before she died. Look, Anna, look, the Trojans crowd to see. They spread their canvas and their anchors weigh. The shouting crew their ships with garlands bind, invoke the sea gods and invite the wind. Could I have thought this threatening blow so near, my tender soul had been forewarned to bear. But do not you my last request deny, with yon perfidious man your interest try, and bring me news, if I must live or die. You are his favourite, you alone can find the dark recesses of his inmost mind. In all his trusted secrets you have part, and know the soft approaches to his heart. Haste then, and humbly seek my haughty foe. Tell him, I did not with the Grecians go, nor did my fleet against his friends employ, nor swore the ruin of unhappy Troy, nor moved with hands profane his father's dust. Why should he then reject a suit so just? Whom does he shun? And whither would he fly? Can he this last, this only prayer deny? Let him at least his dangerous flight delay, wait better winds, and hope a calmer sea. The nuptials he disclaims I urge no more. Let him pursue the promised Latian shore. A short delay is all I ask him now, a pause of grief, an interval from woe, till my soft soul be tempered to sustain accustom'd sorrows and inured to pain. If you in pity grant this one request, my death shall glut the hatred of his breast. This mournful message pious Anna bears, and seconds with her own her sister's tears. But all her arts are still employed in vain. Again she comes, and is refused again. His hardened heart nor prayers nor threatenings move. Fate and the god had stopped his ears to love. As when the winds their airy quarrel try, justling from every quarter of the sky, this way and that the mountain oak they bend, his boughs they shatter and his branches rend, with leaves and falling mast they spread the ground, the hollow valleys echo to the sound. Unmoved the royal plant their fury mocks, or shaken clings more closely to the rocks. For as he shoots his towering head on high, so deep in earth his fixed foundations lie. No less a storm the Trojan hero bears. Thick messages and loud complaints he hears, and bandied words still beating on his ears. Sighs, groans, and tears proclaim his inward pains, but the firm purpose of his heart remains. The wretched queen, pursued by cruel fate, begins at length the light of heaven to hate, and loathes to live. Then dire portents she sees, to hasten on the death her soul decrees. Strange to relate, for when before the shrine she pours in sacrifice the purple wine is turned to putrid blood, and the white offered milk converts to mud. This dire presage to her alone revealed, from all and even her sister she concealed. A marble temple stood within the grove, sacred to death and to her murdered love. That honour'd chapel she had hung around with snowy fleeces and with garlands crowned. Oft, when she visited this lonely dome, strange voices issued from her husband's tomb. She thought she heard him summon her away, invite her to his grave, and chide her stay. Hourly 'tis heard, when with a boding note the solitary screech-owl strains her throat, and on a chimney's top or turret's height with songs obscene disturbs the silence of the night. Besides, old prophecies augment her fears, and stern Aeneas in her dreams appears, disdainful as by day. She seems alone to wander in her sleep through ways unknown, guideless and dark, or in a desert plain to seek her subjects, and to seek in vain. Like Pentheus, when, distracted with his fear, he saw 2 suns and double Thebes appear, or mad Orestes, when his mother's ghost full in his face infernal torches tossed, and shook her snaky locks. He shuns the sight, flies o'er the stage, surprised with mortal fright. The Furies guard the door, and intercept his flight. Now, sinking underneath a load of grief, from death alone she seeks her last relief. The time and means resolved within her breast, she to her mournful sister thus addressed. Dissembling hope, her cloudy front she clears, and a false vigour in her eyes appears. "Rejoice," she said, "instructed from above, my lover I shall gain, or lose my love. Nigh rising Atlas, next the falling sun, long tracts of Ethiopian climates run. There a Massilian priestess I have found, honour'd for age, for magic arts renown'd. The Hesperian temple was her trusted care, 'twas she supplied the wakeful dragon's fare. She poppy seeds in honey taught to steep, reclaim'd his rage, and soothed him into sleep. She watch'd the golden fruit. Her charms unbind the chains of love, or fix them on the mind. She stops the torrents, leaves the channel dry, repels the stars, and backwards bears the sky. The yawning earth rebellows to her call, pale ghosts ascend, and mountain ashes fall. Witness, ye gods, and thou my better part, how loath I am to try this impious art. Within the secret court, with silent care, erect a lofty pile, exposed in air. Hang on the topmost part the Trojan vest, spoils, arms, and presents of my faithless guest. Next, under those the bridal bed be placed, where I my ruin in his arms embraced. All relics of the wretch are doom'd to fire, for so the priestess and her charms require." Thus far she said, and farther speech forbears. A mortal paleness in her face appears. Yet the mistrustless Anna could not find the secret funeral in these rites design'd, nor thought so dire a rage possess'd her mind. Unknowing of a train conceal'd so well, she fear'd no worse than when Sichaeus fell, therefore obeys. The fatal pile they rear within the secret court, exposed in air. The cloven holms and pines are heap'd on high, and garlands on the hollow spaces lie. Sad cypress, vervain, yew compose the wreath, and every baleful green denoting death. The queen, determined to the fatal deed, the spoils and sword he left in order spread, and the man's image on the nuptial bed. And now, the sacred altars placed around, the priestess enters, with her hair unbound, and thrice invokes the powers below the ground. Night, Erebus, and Chaos she proclaims, and threefold Hecate with her 100 names, and 3 Dianas. Next she sprinkles round with feign'd Avernian drops the hallow'd ground. Culls hoary simples found by Phoebe's light, with brazen sickles reap'd at noon of night. Then mixes baleful juices in the bowl, and cuts the forehead of a new-born foal, robbing the mother's love. The destined queen observes, assisting at the rites obscene. A leaven'd cake in her devoted hands she holds, and next the highest altar stands. One tender foot was shod, the other bare. Girt was her gather'd gown, and loose her hair. Thus dress'd, she summon'd with her dying breath the heavens and planets conscious of her death, and every power, if any rules above, who minds or who revenges injured love. 'Twas dead of night, when weary bodies close their eyes in balmy sleep and soft repose. The winds no longer whisper through the woods, nor murmuring tides disturb the gentle floods. The stars in silent order moved around, and peace with downy wings was brooding on the ground. The flocks and herds and party-coloured fowl which haunt the woods or swim the weedy pool, stretched on the quiet earth securely lay, forgetting the past labours of the day. All else of nature's common gift partake. Unhappy Dido was alone awake. Nor sleep nor ease the furious queen can find. Sleep fled her eyes as quiet fled her mind. Despair and rage and love divide her heart. Despair and rage had some, but love the greater part. Then thus she said within her secret mind, "What shall I do? What succour can I find? Become a suppliant to Yarba's pride, and take my turn to court and be denied? Shall I with this ungrateful Trojan go, forsake an empire and attend a foe? Himself I refuged and his train relieved, 'tis true, but am I sure to be received? Can gratitude in Trojan souls have place? Laomedon still lives in all his race. Or shall I seek alone the churlish crew, or with my fleet their flying sails pursue? What force have I but those whom scarce before I drew reluctant from their native shore? Will they again embark at my desire, once more sustain the seas, and quit their second Tyre? Rather with steel thy guilty breast invade, and take the fortune thou thyself hast made. Your pity, sister, first seduced my mind, or seconded too well what I designed. These dear-bought pleasures had I never known, had I continued free and still my own, avoiding love, I had not found despair, but shared with savage beasts the common air. Like them, a lonely life I might have led, not mourned the living, nor disturbed the dead. These thoughts she brooded in her anxious breast. On board the Trojan found more easy rest. Resolved to sail, in sleep he passed the night, and ordered all things for his early flight. To whom once more the winged god appears. His former youthful mien and shape he wears, and with this new alarm invades his ears. Sleep'st thou, O goddess born? And canst thou drown thy needful cares so near a hostile town, beset with foes? Nor hear'st the western gales invite thy passage, and inspire thy sails? She harbours in her heart a furious hate, and thou shalt find the dire effects too late. Fix'd on revenge, and obstinate to die, haste swiftly hence whilst thou hast power to fly. The sea with ships will soon be cover'd o'er, and blazing firebrands kindle all the shore. Prevent her rage while night obscures the skies, and sail before the purple morn arise. Who knows what hazards thy delay may bring? Woman's a various and a changeful thing. Thus Hermes in the dream, then took his flight aloft in air unseen, and mix'd with night. Twice warned by the celestial messenger, the pious prince arose with hasty fear, then roused his drowsy train without delay. Haste to your banks, your crooked anchors weigh, and spread your flying sails, and stand to sea. A god commands, he stood before my sight, and urged us once again to speedy flight. O sacred power, what power soe'er thou art, to thy blest orders I resign my heart. Lead thou the way, protect thy Trojan bands, and prosper the design thy will commands. He said, and drawing forth his flaming sword, his thundering arm divides the many-twisted cord. An emulating zeal inspires his train. They run, they snatch, they rush into the main. With headlong haste they leave the desert shores, and brush the liquid seas with labouring oars. Aurora now had left her saffron bed, and beams of early light the heavens o'erspread, when from a tower the queen with wakeful eyes saw day point upward from the rosy skies. She looked to seaward, but the sea was void, and scarce in ken the sailing ships descried. Stung with despite and furious with despair, she struck her trembling breast and tore her hair. "And shall the ungrateful traitor go," she said, "my land forsaken and my love betray'd? Shall we not arm, not rush from every street, to follow, sink, and burn his perjur'd fleet? Haste, haul my galleys out, pursue the foe, bring flaming brands, set sail and swiftly row. What have I said? Where am I? Fury turns my brain, and my distemper'd bosom burns. Then, when I gave my person and my throne, this hate, this rage had been more timely shown. See now the promised faith, the vaunted name, the pious man who, rushing through the flame, preserved his gods, and to the Phrygian shore the burthen of his feeble father bore. I should have torn him piecemeal, strow'd in floods his scatter'd limbs, or left exposed in woods, destroy'd his friends and son, and from the fire have set the reeking boy before the sire. Events are doubtful which on battles wait, yet where's the doubt to souls secure of fate? My Tyrians at their injur'd queen's command had toss'd their fires amid the Trojan band, at once extinguish'd all the faithless name, and I myself, in vengeance of my shame, had fall'n upon the pile to mend the funeral flame. Thou sun, who view'st at once the world below, thou Juno, guardian of the nuptial vow, thou Hecate, hearken from thy dark abodes, ye Furies, fiends, and violated gods, all powers invoked with Dido's dying breath, attend her curses and avenge her death. If so the fates ordain, Jove commands, the ungrateful wretch should find the Latian lands, yet let a race untamed and haughty foes his peaceful entrance with dire arms oppose. Oppress'd with numbers in the unequal field, his men discouraged and himself expell'd, let him for succour sue from place to place, torn from his subject and his son's embrace. First let him see his friends in battle slain, and their untimely fate lament in vain. And when at length the cruel war shall cease, on hard conditions may he buy his peace. Nor let them then enjoy supreme command, but fall untimely by some hostile hand, and lie unburied on the barren sand. These are my prayers, and this my dying will, and you, my Tyrians, every curse fulfil. Perpetual hate and mortal wars proclaim against the prince, the people, and the name. These grateful offerings on my grave bestow, nor league nor love the hostile nations know. Now and from hence, in every future age, when rage excites your arms and strength supplies the rage, rise some avenger of our Libyan blood, with fire and sword pursue the perjur'd brood. Our arms, our seas, our shores opposed to theirs, and the same hate descend on all our heirs. This said, within her anxious mind she weighs the means of cutting short her odious days. Then to Sichaeus' nurse she briefly said, for when she left her country hers was dead, "Go, Barce, call my sister. Let her care the solemn rites of sacrifice prepare, the sheep and all the atoning offerings bring. Sprinkling her body from the crystal spring with living drops, then let her come, and thou with sacred fillets bind thy hoary brow. Thus will I pay my vows to Stygian Jove, and end the cares of my disastrous love. Then cast the Trojan image on the fire, and as that burns my passions shall expire." The nurse moves onward, with officious care, and all the speed her aged limbs can bear. But furious Dido, with dark thoughts involved, shook at the mighty mischief she resolved. With livid spots distinguish'd was her face, red were her rolling eyes, and discomposed her pace. Ghastly she gazed, with pain she drew her breath, and nature shiver'd at approaching death. Then swiftly to the fatal place she pass'd, and mounts the funeral pile with furious haste, unsheathes the sword the Trojan left behind, not for so dire an enterprise design'd. But when she view'd the garments loosely spread which once he wore, and saw the conscious bed, she paused, and with a sigh the robes embraced. Then on the couch her trembling body cast, repressed the ready tears, and spoke her last. Dear pledges of my love, while heaven so pleased, receive a soul of mortal anguish eased. My fatal course is finish'd, and I go, a glorious name, among the ghosts below. A lofty city by my hands is rais'd, Pygmalion punish'd, and my lord appeas'd. What could my fortune have afforded more, had the false Trojan never touch'd my shore? Then kiss'd the couch, and must I die, she said, and unreveng'd? 'Tis doubly to be dead. Yet even this death with pleasure I receive. On any terms 'tis better than to live. These flames from far may the false Trojan view, these boding omens his base flight pursue. She said, and struck. Deep enter'd in her side the piercing steel, with reeking purple dyed. Clogg'd in the wound the cruel weapon stands, the spouting blood came streaming on her hands. Her sad attendants saw the deadly stroke, and with loud cries the sounding palace shook. Distracted from the fatal sight they fled, and through the town the dismal rumour spread. First from the frighted court the yell began, redoubled thence from house to house it ran. The groans of men with shrieks, laments, and cries of mixing women mount the vaulted skies. Not less the clamour than if ancient Tyre, or the new Carthage, set by foes on fire, the rolling ruin with their lov'd abodes, involved the blazing temples of their gods. Her sister hears, and furious with despair, she beats her breast, and rends her yellow hair, and, calling on Eliza's name aloud, runs breathless to the place, and breaks the crowd. Was all that pomp of woe for this prepar'd? These fires, this funeral pile, these altars rear'd? Was all this train of plots contriv'd, said she, all only to deceive unhappy me? Which is the worst? Didst thou in death pretend to scorn thy sister, or delude thy friend? Thy summon'd sister and thy friend had come. One sword had served us both, one common tomb. Was I to raise the pile the powers invoke, not to be present at the fatal stroke? At once thou hast destroyed thyself and me, thy town, thy senate, and thy colony. Bring water, bathe the wound, while I in death lay close my lips to hers and catch the flying breath. This said, she mounts the pile with eager haste, and in her arms the gasping queen embraced. Her temples chafed, and her own garments tore, to staunch the streaming blood and cleanse the gore. Thrice Dido tried to raise her drooping head, and fainting thrice fell grovelling on the bed. Thrice oped her heavy eyes and sought the light, but having found it, sickened at the sight, and closed her lids at last in endless night. Then Juno, grieving that she should sustain a death so lingering and so full of pain, sent Iris down to free her from the strife of labouring nature and dissolve her life. For since she died, not doom'd by heaven's decree of her own crime, but human casualty and rage of love that plunged her in despair, the sisters had not cut the topmost hair which Proserpine and they can only know, nor made her sacred to the shades below. Downward the various goddess took her flight, and drew 1,000 colours from the light, then stood above the dying lover's head, and said, I thus devote thee to the dead. This offering to the infernal gods I bear. Thus while she spoke, she cut the fatal hair. The struggling soul was loosed, and life dissolved in air. End of Book 4.
Book 5, Part 1 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joseph Early, Falls Church, Virginia. The Aeneid by Publius Vergilius Maro. Translated by John Dryden. Book 5, Games and a Conflagration, Part 1. Meantime the Trojan cuts his watery way, fixed on his voyage through the curling sea. Then, casting back his eyes with dire amaze, sees on the Punic shore the mounting blaze. The cause unknown, yet his presaging mind the fate of Dido from the fire divined. He knew the stormy souls of womankind, what secret springs their eager passions move, how capable of death for injured love. Dire auguries from thence the Trojans draw, till neither fires nor shining shores they saw. Now seas and skies their prospect only bound, an empty space above, a floating field around. But soon the heavens with shadows were o'erspread, a swelling cloud hung hovering o'er their head. Livid it looked, the threatening of a storm. Then night and horror ocean's face deformed. The pilot, Palinurus, cried aloud, "What gusts of weather from that gathering cloud my thoughts presage? Ere yet the tempest roars, stand to your tackle, mates, and stretch your oars. Contract your swelling sails and luff to wind." The frighted crew performed the task assigned. Then to his fearless chief, "Not heaven," said he, "though Jove himself should promise Italy, can stem the torrent of this raging sea. Mark how the shifting winds from west arise, and what collected night involves the skies. Nor can our shaken vessels live at sea, much less against the tempest force their way. 'Tis fate diverts our course, and fate we must obey. Not far from hence, if I observed aright the southing of the stars and polar light, Sicilia lies, whose hospitable shores in safety we may reach with struggling oars." Aeneas then replied, "Too sure I find we strive in vain against the seas and wind. Now shift your sails. What place can please me more than what you promise, the Sicilian shore, whose hallow'd earth Anchises' bone contains, and where a prince of Trojan lineage reigns?" The course resolved, before the western wind they scud amain and make the port a sign. Meanwhile Acestes from a lofty stand beheld the fleet descending on the land, and, not unmindful of his ancient race, down from the cliff he ran with eager pace, and held the hero in a strict embrace. Of a rough Libyan bear the spoils he wore, and either hand a pointed jav'lin bore. His mother was a dame of Dardan blood, his sire Crinisus, a Sicilian flood. He welcomes his returning friends ashore, with plenteous country cates and homely store. Now, when the following morn had chased away the flying stars, and light restored the day, Aeneas called the Trojan troops around, and thus bespoke them from a rising ground. Offspring of heaven, divine Dardanian race, the sun revolving through the ethereal space, the shining circle of the year has filled, since first this isle my father's ashes held. And now the rising day renews the year, a day forever sad, forever dear. This would I celebrate with annual games, with gifts on altars piled and holy flames, though banished to gay Tulia's barren sands, caught on the Grecian seas or hostile lands. But since this happy storm our fleet has driven, not, as I deem, without the will of heaven, upon these friendly shores and flowery plains, which hide Anchises and his blest remains, let us with joy perform his honours due, and pray for prosperous winds our voyage to renew. Pray that in towns and temples of our own the name of great Anchises may be known, and yearly games may spread the gods' renown. Our sports, Acestes of the Trojan race, with royal gifts ordained is pleased to grace. 2 steers on every ship the king bestows, his gods and ours shall share your equal vows. Besides, if, 9 days hence, the rosy morn shall with unclouded light the skies adorn, that day with solemn sports I mean to grace. Light galleys on the seas shall run a watery race. Some shall in swiftness for the gold contend, and others try the twanging bow to bend. The strong with iron gauntlets armed shall stand, opposed in combat on the yellow sand. Let all be present at the games prepared, and joyful victors wait the just reward. But now assist the rites with garlands crowned. He said, and first his brows with myrtle bound, then Helymus by his example led, and old Acestes each adorned his head. Thus young Ascanius with a sprightly grace his temples tied, and all the Trojan race. Aeneas then advanced amidst the train, by thousands followed through the fruitful plain, to great Anchises' tomb, which when he found, he poured to Bacchus on the hallowed ground 2 bowls of sparkling wine, of milk 2 more, and 2 from offered bulls of purple gore. With roses then the sepulchre he strode, and thus his father's ghost he spoke aloud. Hail, O ye holy mourners, hail again! Paternal ashes now reviewed in vain. The gods permitted not that you with me should reach the promised shores of Italy, or Tiber's flood, what flood soe'er it be. Scarce had he finished, when, with speckled pride, a serpent from the tomb began to glide. His hugy bulk on 7 high volumes rolled, blue was his breadth of back, but streaked with gold. Thus, riding on his curls, he seemed to pass a rolling fire along, and singe the grass. More various colours through his body run, than Iris with her bow imbibes the sun. Betwixt the rising altars and around, the sacred monster shot along the ground. With harmless play amidst the bowls he passed, and with his lolling tongue essayed the taste. Thus, fed with holy food, the wondrous guest within the hollow tomb retired to rest. The pious prince, surprised at what he viewed, the funeral honours with more zeal renewed, doubtful if this the place's genius were, or guardian of his father's sepulchre. 2 sheep, according to the rites he slew, as many swine and steers of sable hue. New generous wine he from the goblets poured, and called his father's ghost from hell restored. The glad attendants in long order come, offering their gifts at great Anchises' tomb. Some add more oxen, some divide the spoil, some place the chargers on the grassy soil, some blow the fire, and offered entrails broil. Now came the day desired. The skies were bright with rosy lustre of the rising light. The bordering people, roused by sounding fame of Trojan feasts and great Acestes' name, the crowded shore with acclamations fill, part to behold and part to prove their skill. And first the gifts in public view they place, green laurel wreaths and palm, the victor's grace. Within the circle arms and tripods lie, ingots of gold and silver heaped on high, and vests embroidered of the Tyrian dye. The trumpet's clangor then the feast proclaims, and all prepare for their appointed games. 4 galleys first with equal rowers bear, advancing in the watery lists appear. The speedy dolphin that outstrips the wind bore Menestheus, author of the Mamaean kind. Gyas the vast Chimera's bulk commands, which rising like a towering city stands. 3 Trojans tug at every labouring oar, 3 banks in 3 degrees the sailors bore, beneath their sturdy strokes the billows roar. Sergestus, who began the Sergian race, in the great Centaur took the leading place. Cloanthus on the sea-green Scylla stood, from whom Cluentius draws his Trojan blood. Far in the sea, against the foaming shore, there stands a rock. The raging billows roar above his head in storms. But when 'tis clear, uncurl their ridgy backs, and at his foot appear. In peace below the gentle waters run, the cormorants above lie basking in the sun. On this the hero fix'd an oak in sight, the mark to guide the mariners aright. To bear with this, the seamen stretch their oars, then round the rock they steer, and seek the former shores. The lots decide their place. Above the rest, each leader shining in his Tyrian vest, the common crew, with wreaths of poplar boughs, their temples crown and shade their sweaty brows. Besmear'd with oil their naked shoulders shine, all take their seats and wait the sounding sign. They grip their oars, and every panting breast is raised by turns by hope, by turns with fear depressed. The clangor of the trumpet gives the sign. At once they start, advancing in a line. With shouts the sailors rend the starry skies, lashed with their oars the smoky billows rise. Sparkles the briny main, and the vexed ocean fries. Exact in time, with equal strokes they row. At once the brushing oars and brazen prow dash up the sandy waves, and ope the depths below. Not fiery coursers in a chariot race invade the field with half so swift a pace, nor the fierce driver with more fury lends the sounding lash, and ere the stroke descends, low to the wheels his pliant body bends. The partial crowd their hopes and fears divide, and aid with eager shouts the favour'd side. Cries, murmurs, clamours, with a mixing sound, from woods to woods, from hills to hills rebound. Amidst the loud applauses of the shore, Gyas outstripped the rest and sprung before. Cloanthus, better mann'd, pursued him fast, but his o'er-masted galley check'd his haste. The Centaur and the Dolphin brush'd the brine with equal oars, advancing in a line. And now the mighty Centaur seems to lead, and now the speedy Dolphin gets ahead. Now board to board the rival vessels row, the billows lave the skies, and ocean groans below. They reach the mark. Proud Gyas and his train in triumph rode, the victors of the main. But, steering round, he charg'd his pilot stand more close to shore, and skim along the sand. Let others bear to sea. Menoetes heard, but secret shelves too cautiously he fear'd, and fearing sought the deep, and still aloof he steer'd. With louder cries the captain call'd again, "Bear to the rocky shore, and shun the main." He spoke, and speaking, at his stern he saw the bold Cloanthus near the shelvings draw. Betwixt the mark and him the Scylla stood, and in a closer compass plow'd the flood. He pass'd the mark, and wheeling got before. Gyas blasphemed the gods, devoutly swore, cried out for anger, and his hair he tore. Mindless of others' lives, so high was grown his rising rage, and careless of his own, the trembling dotard to the deck he drew, then hoisted up, and overboard he threw. This done, he seized the helm, his fellows cheer'd, turn'd short upon the shelves, and madly steer'd. Hardly his head the plunging pilot rears, clogg'd with his clothes, and cumber'd with his years. Now, dripping wet, he climbs the cliff with pain. The crowd, that saw him fall and float again, shout from the distant shore, and loudly laugh to see his heaving breast disgorge the briny draught. The following Centaur and the Dolphin's crew their vanish'd hopes of victory renew. While Gyas lags, they kindle in the race. To reach the mark, Sergestus takes the place. Mnestheus pursues, and while around they wind, comes up, not half his galley's length behind. Then on the deck amidst his mates appear'd, and thus their drooping courage he cheer'd. "My friends, and Hector's followers heretofore, exert your vigour, tug the labouring oar. Stretch to your strokes, my still unconquer'd crew, whom from the flaming walls of Troy I drew. In this our common interest let me find, that strength of hand, that courage of the mind, as when you stemmed the strong Malayan flood, and o'er the Syrtes' broken billows rolled. I seek not now the foremost palm to gain, though yet, but that haughty wish is vain. Let those enjoy it whom the gods ordain. But to be last, the lags of all the race, redeem yourselves and me from that disgrace." Now, one and all, they lug amain, they row at the full stretch, and shake the brazen prow. The sea beneath them sinks, their labouring sides are swell'd, and sweat runs guttering down in tides. Chance aids their daring with unhoped success. Sergestus, eager with his beak to press betwixt the rival galley and the rock, shuts up the unwieldy Centaur in the lock. The vessel struck, and with the dreadful shock, her oars she shiver'd, and her head she broke. The trembling rowers from their banks arise, and anxious for themselves renounce the prize. With iron poles they heave her off the shores, and gather from the sea their floating oars. The crew of Mnestheus with elated minds urge their success, and call the willing winds. Then ply their oars, and cut their liquid way in larger compass on the roomy sea. As, when the dove her rocky hole forsakes, roused in a fright, her sounding rings she shakes. The cavern rings with clattering, out she flies, and leaves her callow care, and cleaves the skies. At first she flutters, but at length she springs to smoother flight, and shoots upon her wings. So Mnestheus in the Dolphin cuts the sea, and flying with a force, that force assists his way. Sergestus in the Centaur soon he pass'd, wedged in the rocky shoals, and sticking fast. In vain the victor he with cries implores, and practices to row with shatter'd oars. Then Mnestheus bears with Gyas, and outflies. The ship without a pilot yields the prize. Unvanquish'd Scylla now alone remains. Her he pursues, and all his vigour strains. Shouts from the fav'ring multitude arise. Applauding echo to the shouts replies. Shouts, wishes, and applause run rattling through the skies. These clamours with disdain the Scylla heard, much grudged the praise, but more the robb'd reward. Resolv'd to hold their own, they mend their pace, all obstinate to die or gain the race. Rais'd with success, the dolphins swiftly ran, for they can conquer who believe they can. Both urge their oars, and fortune both supplies, and both perhaps had shared an equal prize, when to the seas Cloanthus holds his hands, and succour from the watery powers demand. Gods of the liquid realms on which I row, if, given by you, the laurel bind my brow, assist to make me guilty of my vow. A snow-white bull shall on your shore be slain, his offer'd entrails cast into the main, and ruddy wine from golden goblets thrown, your grateful gift and my return shall own. The choir of nymphs, and Phorcus from below, with virgin Panopia heard this vow. And old Portunus, with his breadth of hand, push'd on, and sped the galley to the land. Swift as a shaft, o winged wing, she flies, and darting to the port, obtains the prize. The herald summons all, and then proclaims Cloanthus conqueror of the naval games. The prince with laurel crowns the victor's head, and 3 fat steers are to his vessel led, the ship's reward, with generous wine beside, and sums of silver which the crew divide. The leaders are distinguish'd from the rest, the victor honour'd with a nobler vest, where gold and purple strive in equal rows, and needlework its happy cost bestows. There Ganymede is wrought with living art, chasing through Ida's groves the trembling hart. Breathless he seems, yet eager to pursue, when from aloft descends in open view the bird of Jove, and, sousing on his prey, with crooked talons bears the boy away. In vain, with lifted hands and gazing eyes, his gods behold him soaring through the skies, and dogs pursue his flight with imitated cry. Mnestheus the second victor was declared, and summoned there the second prize he shared. A coat of mail which brave Demoleus bore, more brave Aeneas from his shoulders tore, in single combat on the Trojan shore. This was ordained for Mnestheus to possess, in war for his defence, for ornament in peace. Rich was the gift, and glorious to behold, but yet so ponderous with its plates of gold, that scarce 2 servants could the weight sustain. Yet, loaded thus, Demoleus o'er the plain pursued, and lightly seized the Trojan train. The third, succeeding to the last reward, 2 goodly bowls of massy silver shared, with figures prominent and richly wrought, and 2 brass cauldrons from Dodona brought. Thus all, rewarded by the hero's hands, their conquering temples bound with purple bands. And now Sergestus, clearing from the rock, brought back his galley shattered with the shock. Forlorn she looked without an aiding oar, and hooted by the vulgar made to shore. As, when a snake, surprised upon the road, is crushed athwart her body by the load of heavy wheels, or with a mortal wound her belly bruised and trodden to the ground, in vain with loosened curls she crawls along, yet fierce above she brandishes her tongue, glares with her eyes, and bristles with her scales, but, Grovelling in the dust, her parts unsound she trails. So, slowly to the port the Centaur tends, but what she wants in oars with sails amends. Yet, for his galley saved, the grateful prince is pleased the unhappy chief to recompense. Pholoe, the Cretan slave, rewards his care, beauteous herself, with lovely twins as fair. From thence his way the Trojan hero bent into the neighbouring plain with mountains pent, whose sides were shaded with surrounding wood. Full in the midst of this fair valley stood a native theatre, which rising slow by just degrees, o'erlooked the ground below. High on a sylvan throne the leader sate, a numerous train attend in solemn state. Here those that in the rapid course delight, desire of honour, and the prize invite. The rival runners without order stand, the Trojans mix'd with the Sicilian band. First Nisus with Euryalus appears, Euryalus a boy of blooming years. With sprightly grace and equal beauty crown'd, Nisus for friendship to the youth renown'd. Diores next, of Priam's royal race, then Salius join'd with Patron took their place. But Patron in Arcadia had his birth, and Salius his from Acarnanian earth. When two Sicilian youths, the names of those, swift Helymus and lovely Panopes, both jolly huntsmen, both in forest bred, and owning all Acestes for the head, and several others of ignobler name, whom time has not delivered o'er to fame. To these the hero thus his thoughts explained, in words which general approbation gained. One common largess is for all designed, the vanquished and the victor shall be joined. 2 darts of polished steel and Gnosian wood, a silver-studded axe alike bestowed. The foremost 3 have olive wreaths decreed. The first of these obtains a stately steed, adorned with trappings, and the next in fame the quiver of an Amazonian dame, with feathered Thracian arrows well supplied. A golden belt shall gird his manly side, which with a sparkling diamond shall be tied. The third this Grecian helmet shall content, he said. To their appointed base they went, with beating hearts the expected sign received, and starting all at once the barrier leave. Spread out as on the winged winds they flew, and seized the distant goal with greedy view. Shot from the crowd, swift Nisus all o'erpassed, nor storms nor thunder equal half his haste. The next, but though the next yet far disjoined, came Salius and Euryalus behind. Then Helymus, who young Diores plied, step after step, and almost side by side, his shoulders pressing, and in longer space had won, or left at least a dubious race. Now spent, the goal they almost reach at last, when eager Nisus, hapless in his haste, slipped first, and slipping fell upon the plain, soaked with the blood of oxen newly slain. The careless victor had not marked his way, but treading where the treacherous puddle lay, his heels flew up, and on the grassy floor he fell, besmeared with filth and holy gore. Not mindless then, Euryalus, of thee, nor of the sacred bonds of amity, he strove the immediate rival's hope to cross, and caught the foot of Salius as he rose. So Salius lay extended on the plain. Euryalus springs out the prize to gain, and leaves the crowd. Applauding peals attend the victor to his goal, who vanquished by his friend. Next Helymus, then Diores came, by 2 misfortunes, made the 3rd in fame. But Salius enters, and exclaiming loud for justice deafens and disturbs the crowd, urges his cause may in the court be heard, and pleads the prize is wrongfully conferred. But favour for Euryalus appears, his blooming beauty with his tender years had bribed the judges for the promised prize. Besides, Diores fills the court with cries, who vainly reaches at the last reward, if the first palm on Salius be conferred. And thus the prince: let no disputes arise, where fortune placed it, I award the prize. But fortune's errors give me leave to mend, at least to pity my deserving friend, he said. And from among the spoils he draws, ponderous with shaggy mane and golden paws, a lion's hide. To Salius this he gives. Nisus with envy sees the gift and grieves. If such rewards to vanquished men are due, he said, and falling is to rise by you, what prize may Nisus from your bounty claim, who merited first rewards and fame? In falling both an equal fortune tried, would fortune for my fall so well provide. With this he pointed to his face, and showed his hand, and all his habit smeared with blood. The indulgent father of the people smiled, and caused to be produced an ample shield of wondrous art. But Didymaon wrought, long since from Neptune's bars in triumph brought. This, given to Nisus, he divides the rest, and equal justice in his gifts expressed. The race thus ended, and rewards bestowed, once more the prince bespeaks the attentive crowd. If there be here whose dauntless courage dare in gauntlet fight with limbs and body bare, his opposite sustain in open view, stand forth the champion, and the games renew. 2 prizes I propose, and thus divide. A bull with gilded horns and fillets tied shall be the portion of the conquering chief. A sword and helm shall cheer the loser's grief. Then haughty Dares in the lists appears. Stalking he strides, his head erected bears. His nervous arms the weighty gauntlet wield, and loud applauses echo through the field. Dares alone in combat used to stand, the match of mighty Paris, hand to hand. The same at Hector's funerals undertook gigantic Butes of the Amycian stock, and by the stroke of his resistless hand stretched the vast bulk upon the yellow sand. Such Dares was, and such he strode along, and drew the wonder of the gazing throng. His brawny back and ample breast he shows, his lifted arms around his head he throws, and deals in whistling air his empty blows. His match is sought, but through the trembling band not one dares answer to the proud demand. Presuming of his force with sparkling eyes, already he devours the promised prize. He claims the bull with aweless insolence, and having seized his horns, accosts the prince. If none my matchless valor dares oppose, how long shall Dares wait his dastard foes? Permit me, chief, permit without delay to lead this uncontested gift away. The crowd assents, and with redoubled cries, for the proud challenger demands the prize. End of Book 5, Part 1. Book 5, Part 2 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. recording by Joseph Early, Falls Church, Virginia. The Aeneid by Publius Vergilius Maro. Translated by John Dryden. Book 5, Games and a Conflagration, Part 2. Acestes, fired with just disdain, to see the palm usurped without a victory, reproached Entellus thus, who sate beside, and heard and saw unmoved the Trojans' pride. Once, but in vain, a champion of renown, so tamely can you bear the ravish'd crown. A prize in triumph borne before your sight, and shun for fear the danger of the fight? Where is our Eryx now, the boasted name, the god who taught your thundering arm the game? Where now your baffled honour? Where the spoil that filled your house, and fame that filled our isle? And tell us thus. My soul is still the same, unmoved with fear, and moved with martial fame. But my chill blood is curdled in my veins, and scarce the shadow of a man remains. Oh, could I turn to that fair prime again, that prime of which this boaster is so vain! The brave, who this decrepit age defies, should feel my force without the promised prize. He said, and rising at the word, he threw 2 ponderous gauntlets down in open view, gauntlets which Eryx wont in fight to wield, and sheathed his hand with in the listed field. With fear and wonder seized the crowd beholds the gloves of death, with 7 distinguished folds of tough bull hides. The space within is spread with iron, or with loads of heavy lead. Dares himself was daunted at the sight, renounced his challenge, and refused to fight. Astonished at their weight the hero stands, and poised the ponderous engines in his hands. What had your wonder, said Entellus, been, had you the gauntlets of Alcides seen, or viewed the stern debate on this unhappy green? These which I bear your brother Eryx bore, still marked with battered brains and mingled gore. With these he long sustained the Herculean arm, and these I wielded while my blood was warm. This languaged frame, while better spirits fed, ere age unstrung my nerves, or time o'ersnowed my head. But if the challenger these arms refuse, and cannot wield their weight, or dare not use, if great Aeneas and Acestes join in his request, these gauntlets I resign. Let us with equal arms perform the fight, and let him leave to fare, since I resign my right. This said, Entellus for the strife prepares. Stripped of his quilted coat his body bears. Composed of mighty bones and brawn he stands, a goodly towering object on the sands. Then just Aeneas equal arms supplied, which round their shoulders to their wrists they tied. Both on the tiptoe stand at full extent, their arms aloft, their bodies inly bent. Their heads from aiming blows they bear afar, with clashing gauntlets then provoke the war. One on his youth and pliant limbs relies, one on his sinews and his giant size. The last is still with age, his motion slow. He heaves for breath, he staggers to and fro, and clouds of issuing smoke his nostrils loudly blow. Yet, equal in success, they ward, they strike. Their ways are different, but their art alike. Before, behind, the blows are dealt. Around their hollow sides the rattling thumps resound. A storm of strokes, well meant, with fury flies, and errs about their temples, ears, and eyes. Nor always errs, for oft the gauntlet draws a sweeping stroke along the crackling jaws, heavy with age. Entellus stands his ground, but with his warping body wards the wound. His hand and watchful eye keep even pace, while Dares traverses and shifts his place. And like a captain who beleaguers round some strong-built castle on a rising ground, views all th' approaches with observing eyes, this and that other part in vain he tries, and more on industry than force relies. With hands on high, Entellus threats the foe, but Dares watch'd the motion from below, and slipped aside, and shunned the long descending blow. Entellus wastes his forces on the wind, and thus deluded of the stroke designed, headlong and heavy fell, his ample breast and weighty limbs his ancient mother press'd. So falls a hollow pine that long had stood on Ida's height, or Erymanthus wood, torn from the roots. The differing nations rise, and shouts and mingled murmurs rend the skies. Acestus runs with eager haste to raise the fallen companion of his youthful days. Dauntless he rose, and to the fight returned. With shame his glowing cheeks, his eyes with fury burned. Disdain and conscious virtue fired his breast, and with redoubled force his foe he press'd. He lays on load with either hand amain, and headlong drives the Trojan o'er the plain, nor stops, nor stays, nor rest, nor breath allows, but storm of stroke descend about his brows, a rattling tempest and a hail of blows. But now the prince, who saw the wild increase of wounds, commands the combatants to cease, and bounds Entellus' wrath, and bids the peace. First to the Trojans spent with toil he came, and soothed his sorrow for the suffered shame. "What fury seized my friend?" "The gods," said he, "to him propitious, and averse to thee, have given his arms superior force to thine. 'Tis madness to contend with strength divine." The gauntlet fight thus ended, from the shore his faithful friends unhappy Dares bore. His mouth and nostrils pour'd a purple flood, and pounded teeth came rushing with his blood. Faintly he stagger'd through the hissing throng, and hung his head, and trail'd his legs along. The sword and casque are carried by his train, but with his foe the palm and ox remain. The champion then before Aeneas came, proud of his prize, but prouder of his fame. "O goddess born, and you, Dardanian host, mark with attention, and forgive my boast. Learn what I was, by what remains, and know from what impending fate you saved my foe." Sternly he spoke, and then confronts the bull, and, on his ample forehead aiming full, the deadly stroke descending pierced the skull. Down drops the beast, nor needs a second wound, but sprawls in pangs of death, and spurns the ground. Then thus: "In Dares' stead I offer this, Eryx, accept a noble sacrifice. Take the last gift my weather'd arms can yield, thy gauntlets I resign, and here renounce the field." This done, Aeneas orders for the close the strife of archers with contending bows. The mast Sergestus' shattered galley bore, with his own hands he raises on the shore. A fluttering dove upon the top they tie, the living mark at which their arrows fly. The rival archers in a line advance, their turn of shooting to receive from chance. A helmet holds their names, the lots are drawn. On the first scroll was read Hippocouon. The people shout. Upon the next was found young Mnestheus, late with naval honours crowned. The third contained Eurytion's noble name, thy brother Pandarus, and next in fame, whom Pallas urged the treaty to confound, and send among the gifts a feather'd wound. Acestes in the bottom last remained, whom not his age from youthful sports restrained. Soon all with vigour bend their trusty bows, and from the quiver each his arrow chose. Hippocouon's was the first, with forceful sway it flew, and whizzing cut the liquid way. Fixed in the mast the feather'd weapon stands. The fearful pigeon flutters in her bands, and the tree trembled, and the shouting cries of the pleased people rend the vaulted skies. Then Mnestheus to the head his arrow drove, with lifted eyes, and took his aim above, but made a glancing shot, and missed the dove, yet missed so narrow that he cut the cord which fastened by the foot the flitting bird. The captive, thus released, away she flies, and beats with clapping wings the yielding skies. His bow already bent, Eurytion stood, and having first invoked his brother god, his winged shaft with eager haste he sped. The fatal message reached her as she fled. She leaves her life aloft, she strikes the ground, and renders back the weapon in the wound. Acestes, grudging at his lot, remains without a prize to gratify his pains, yet shooting upward sends his shaft, to show an archer's art, and boast his twanging bow. The feather'd arrow gave a dire portent, and later augurs judge from this event. Chafed by the speed, it fired, and as it flew, a trail of following flames ascending drew. Kindling they mount, and mark the shiny way across the skies as falling meteors play, and vanish into wind, or in a blaze decay. The Trojans and Sicilians wildly stare, and trembling turn their wonder into prayer. The Dardan prince put on a smiling face, and strained Acestes with a close embrace. Then, honouring him with gifts above the rest, turned the bad omen, nor his fears confessed. The gods, said he, this miracle have wrought, and ordered you the prize without the lot. Accept this goblet, rough with figured gold, which Thracian Cisseus gave my sire of old. This pledge of ancient amity receive, which to my second sire I justly give. He said, and with the trumpet's cheerful sound proclaimed him victor, and with laurel crowned. Nor good Eurytion envied him the prize, though he transfixed the pigeon in the sky. Who cut the line with second gifts was graced, the third was his whose arrow pierced the mast. The chief, before the games were wholly done, called Periphantes tutor to his son, and whispered thus: With speed Ascanius find, and if his childish troop be ready joined, on horseback let him grace his grandsire's day, and lead his equals armed in just array. He said, and calling out the cirque he clears. The crowd withdrawn, an open plain appears. And now the noble youths of form divine advance before their fathers in a line. The riders grace the steeds with glory shine. Thus, marching on in military pride, shouts of applause resound from side to side. Their casques adorned with laurel wreaths they wear, each brandishing aloft a cornel spear. Some at their backs their gilded quivers bore, their chains of burnished gold hung down before. 3 graceful troops they formed upon the green, 3 graceful leaders at their head were seen. 12 followed every chief, and left a space between. The first young Priam led, a lovely boy, whose grandsire was the unhappy king of Troy. His race in after times was known to fame, new honours adding to the Latian name. And well the royal boy his Thracian steed became, white were the fetlocks of his feet before, and on his front a snowy star he bore. Then beauteous Attis, with Iulus bred, of equal age, the 2nd squadron led. The last in order, but the first in place, first in the lovely features of his face, rode fair Ascanius on a fiery steed, Queen Dido's gift, and of the Tyrian breed. Sure coursers for the rest the king ordains, with golden bits adorned and purple reins. The pleased spectators peals of shouts renew, and all the parents in the children view them, make their motions, and their sprightly grace. And hopes and fears alternate in their face. The unfledged commanders and their martial train first make the circuit of the sandy plain, around their sires, and at the appointed sign, drawn up in beauteous order, form a line. The 2nd signal sounds, the troop divides in 3 distinguished parts, with 3 distinguished guides. Again they close, and once again disjoin, in troop to troop opposed, and line to line. They meet, they wheel, they throw their darts afar, with harmless rage and well-dissembled war. Then in a round the mingled bodies run, flying they follow, and pursuing shun. Broken they break, and rallying they renew, in other forms the military shew. At last in order undiscern'd they join, and march together in a friendly line. And, as the Cretan labyrinth of old, with wandering ways and many a winding fold, involved the weary feet without redress in a round error which denied recess. So fought the Trojan boys in warlike play, turned and returned, and still a different way. Thus dolphins in the deep each other chase in circles, when they swim around the watery race. This game, these carousels, Ascanius taught, and building Alba to the Latins brought. Show'd what he learn'd, the Latin sires impart to their succeeding sons the graceful art. From these imperial Rome received the game, which Troy, the youths, the Trojan troop, they name. Thus far the sacred sports they celebrate, but Fortune soon resumed her ancient hate. For while they pay their dead his annual dues, those envied rites Saturnian Juno views, and sends the goddess of the various bow to try new methods of revenge below. Supplies the winds to wing her airy way, where in the port secure the navy lay. Swiftly fair Iris down her arch descends, and undiscern'd her fatal voyage ends. She saw the gathering crowd, and gliding thence the desert shore and fleet without defence. The Trojan matrons on the sands alone, with sighs and tears Anchises' death bemoan. Then turning to the sea their weeping eyes, their pity to themselves renews their cries. Alas, said one, what oceans yet remain for us to sail, what labours to sustain! All take the word, and, with a general groan, implore the gods for peace and places of their own. The goddess, great in mischief, views their pains, and in a woman's form her heavenly limbs restrains. In face and shape old Beroe she becomes, Doricles' wife, a venerable dame, once bless'd with riches and a mother's name. Thus changed, amidst the crying crowd she ran, mix'd with the matrons, and these words began. O wretched we, whom not the Grecian pow'r nor flames destroyed in Troy's unhappy hour! O wretched we, reserved by cruel fate beyond the ruins of the sinking state! Now 7 revolving years are wholly run since this improsperous voyage we begun. Since tossed from shores to shores, from lands to lands, inhospitable rocks and barren sands, wandering in exile through the stormy sea, we search in vain for flying Italy. Now, cast by fortune on this kindred land, what should our rest and rising walls withstand, or hinder here to fix our banish'd band? O country lost and gods redeemed in vain, if still in endless exile we remain! Shall we no more the Trojan walls renew, or streams of some dissembled Simois view? Haste, join with me, the unhappy fleet consume. Cassandra bids, and I declare her doom. In sleep I saw her, she supplied my hands. For this I more than dreamt, with flaming brands. With these, said she, these wandering ships destroy. These are your fatal seats, and this your Troy. Time calls you now, the precious hour employ. Slack not the good presage, while heaven inspires our minds to dare, and gives the ready fires. See, Neptune's altars minister their brands. The god is pleased, the god supplies our hands. And from the pile a flaming fire she drew, and, tossed in air, amidst the galleys threw. Wrapped in amaze, the matrons wildly stare. Then Pyrgo reverenced for her hoary hair, Pyrgo, the nurse of Priam's numerous race. No Beroe this, though she belies her face. What terrors from her frowning front arise! Behold a goddess in her ardent eyes. What rays around her heavenly face are seen! Mark her majestic voice and more than mortal mien. Beroe, but now I left, whom pined with pain her age and anguish from these rites detain. She said. The matrons, seized with new amaze, roll their malignant eyes, and on the navy gaze. They fear and hope, and neither part obey. They hope the fated land, but fear the fatal way. The goddess, having done her task below, mounts up on equal wings, and bends the painted bow. Struck with the sight, and seized with rage divine, the matrons prosecute their mad design. They shriek aloud, they snatch with impious hands the food of altars, fires, and flaming brands. Green boughs and saplings mingled in their haste, and smoking torches on the ships they cast. The flame, unstopped at first, more fury gains, and Vulcan rides at large with loosened reins. Triumphant to the painted sterns he soars, and seizes in this way the banks and crackling oars. Eumelus was the first the news to bear, while yet they crowd the rural theatre. Then what they hear is witnessed by their eyes. A storm of sparkles and of flames arise. Ascanius took the alarm, while yet he led his early warriors on his prancing steed, and, spurring on, his equals soon o'erpassed, nor could his frighted friends reclaim his haste. Soon as the royal youth appeared in view, he sent his voice before him as he flew. What madness moves you, matrons, to destroy the last remainders of unhappy Troy? Not hostile fleets, but your own hopes you burn, and on your friends your fatal fury turn. Behold your own Ascanius. While he said, he drew his glittering helmet from his head. in which the youths to sportful arms he led. By this Aeneas and his train appear, and now the women, seiz'd with shame and fear, dispers'd, to woods and cavern take their flight, abhor their actions, and avoid the light. Their friends acknowledge, and their error find, and shake the goddess from their alter'd mind. Not so the raging fires their fury cease, but lurking in the scenes with seeming peace, work on their way amidst the smouldering tow, sure in destruction, but in motion slow. The silent plague through the green timber eats, and vomits out a tardy flame by fits. Down to the keels and upward to the sails the fire descends, or mounts, but still prevails. Nor buckets pour'd, nor strength of human hand, can the victorious element withstand. The pious hero rends his robe, and throws to heavens his hand, and with his friends his vows. "O Jove," he cried, "if prayers can yet have place, if thou abhorrest not all the Dardan race, if any spark of pity still remain, if gods are gods and not invoked in vain, yet spare the relics of the Trojan train, yet from the flames our burning vessels free, or let thy fury fall alone on me. At this devoted head thy thunder throw, and send the willing sacrifice below." Scarce had he said, when southern storms arise, from pole to pole the forky lightning flies. Loud rattling shakes the mountains and the plain, heaven bellies downward, and descends in rain. Whole sheets of water from the clouds are sent, which, hissing through the planks, the flames prevent, and stop the fiery pest. 4 ships alone burnt to the waist, and for the fleet atone. But doubtful thoughts the hero's heart divide, if he should still in Sicily reside, forgetful of his fates, or tempt the main, in hope the promised Italy to gain. Then Notes, old and wise, to whom alone the will of heaven by Pallas was foreshown, versed in portents, experienced and inspired to tell events and what the fates required. Thus, while he stood to neither part inclined, with cheerful words relieved his labouring mind. "O goddess born, resigned in every state, with patience bear, with prudence push your fate. By suffering well our fortune we subdue, fly when she frowns, and when she calls, pursue. Your friend Acestes is of Trojan kind, to him disclose the secrets of your mind. Trust in his hands your old and useless train, too numerous for the ships which yet remain. The feeble, old, indulgent of their ease, the dames who dread the dangers of the seas, with all the dastard crew who dare not stand the shock of battle with your foes by land. Here you may build a common town for all, and from Acestes' name Acesta call." The reasons, with his friend's experience join'd, encouraged much, but more disturbed his mind. 'Twas dead of night, when to his slumbering eyes his father's shade descended from the skies. And thus he spoke: "O more than vital breath, lov'd while I liv'd, and dear even after death! O son, in various toils and troubles toss'd, the King of heaven employs my careful ghost on his command, the god, who sav'd from fire your flaming fleet, and heard your just desire. The wholesome counsel of your friend receive, and here the coward train and women leave. The chosen youth, and those who nobly dare, transport to tempt the dangers of the war. The stern Italians will their courage try, rough are their manners, and their minds are high. But first to Pluto's palace you shall go, and seek my shade among the blest below." For not with impious ghosts my soul remains, nor suffer'd with the damn'd perpetual pains, but breathes the living air of soft Elysian plains. The chaste Sibylla shall your steps convey, and blood of offer'd victims free the way. There shall you know what realms the gods assign, and learn the fates and fortunes of your line. But now, farewell, I vanish with the night, and feel the blast of heaven's approaching light. He said, and mix'd with shades, and took his airy flight. Whither so fast? The filial duty cried, and why, ah why, the wish'd embrace denied? He said, and rose, as holy zeal inspires, he rakes hot embers, and renews the fires. His country gods and Vesta then adores, with cakes and incense, and their aid implores. Next for his friends and royal host he sent, reveal'd his vision and the gods' intent, with his own purpose. All, without delay, the will of Jove and his desires obey. They list with woman each degenerate name, who dares not hazard life for future fame. These they cashier; the brave remaining few, oars, banks, and cables half consumed renew. The prince designs a city with the plough, the lots their several tenements allow. This part is named from Ilium, that from Troy, and the new king ascends the throne with joy. A chosen senate from the people draws, appoints the judges, and ordains the laws. Then on the top of Eryx they begin a rising temple to the Paphian queen. Anchises last is honored as a god. A priest is added, annual gifts bestowed, and groves are planted round his blessed abode. 9 days they pass in feasts, their temples crowned, and fumes of incense in the fanes abound. Then from the south arose a gentle breeze, that curled the smoothness of the glassy sea. The rising winds a ruffling gale afford, and call the merry mariners aboard. Now loud laments along the shores resound, of parting friends in close embraces bound. The trembling women, the degenerate train, who shun the frightful dangers of the main, even those desire to sail and take their share of the rough passage and the promised war, whom good Aeneas cheers, and recommends to their new master's care his fearful friends. On Eryx's altar 3 fat calves he lays, a lamb new fallen to the stormy seas. Then slips his hawsers and his anchors weighs. High on the deck the godlike hero stands, with olive crowned, a charger in his hands. Then cast the reeking entrails in the brine, and pour'd the sacrifice of purple wine. Fresh gales arise, with equal strokes they vie, and brush the buxom seas, and o'er the billows fly. Meantime, the mother goddess, full of fears, to Neptune thus addressed with tender tears: The pride of Jove's imperious queen, the rage, the malice which no sufferings can assuage, compel me to do these prayers, since neither fate, nor time, nor pity can remove her hate. E'en Jove is thwarted by his haughty wife, still vanquished, yet she renews the strife. As if 'twere little to consume the town, which awed the world and wore th' imperial crown, she prosecutes the ghost of Troy with pains, and gnaws even to the bones the last remains. Let her the causes of her hatred tell, but you can witness its effects too well. You saw the storm she raised on Libyan floods, that mixed the mounting billows with the clouds, when, bribing Aeolus, she shook the main, and moved rebellion in your watery reign. With fury she possessed the Dardan dames, to burn their fleet with execrable flames. and forced Aeneas, when his ships were lost, to leave his followers on a foreign coast. For what remains, your godhead I implore, and trust my son to your protecting power. If neither Jove nor fate's decree withstand, secure this passage to the Latian land. Then thus the mighty ruler of the main: what may not Venus hope from Neptune's reign? My kingdom claims your birth, my late defence of your endanger'd fleet may claim your confidence. Nor less by land than sea my deeds declare, how much your lov'd Aeneas is my care. Thee, Xanthus, and thee, Simois, I attest, your Trojan troops, when proud Achilles press'd, and drove before him headlong on the plain, and dash'd against the walls the trembling train, when floods were filled with bodies of the slain, when crimson Xanthus, doubtful of its way, stood up on ridges to behold the sea, new heaps came tumbling in and choked his way, when your Aeneas fought, but fought with odds of force unequal, and unequal gods. I spread a cloud before the victor's sight, sustained the vanquish'd, and secured his flight. Even then secured him, when I sought with joy the vow'd destruction of ungrateful Troy. My will's the same, fair goddess, fear no more, your fleet shall safely gain the Latian shore. Their lives are given, one destined head alone shall perish, and for the multitudes atone. Thus, having arm'd with hopes her anxious mind, his finny team Saturnian Neptune join'd, then adds the foamy bridle to their jaws, and to the loosen'd reins permits the laws. High on the waves his azure car he guides, its axles thunder, and the sea subsides, and the smooth ocean rolls her silent tides. The tempests fly before their father's face, trains of inferior gods his triumph grace, and monster whales before their master play, and choirs of Tritons crowd the watery way. The marshalled powers in equal troops divide, to right and left the gods his better side enclose, and on the worse the nymphs and Nereids ride. Now smiling hope with sweet vicissitude within the hero's mind his joys renew. He calls to raise the masts, the sheets display, the cheerful crew with diligence obey. They scud before the wind and sail in open sea. Ahead of all the master pilot steers, and as he leads the following navy veers. The steeds of night had travelled half the sky, the drowsy rowers on their benches lie, when the soft god of sleep with easy flight descends, and draws behind a trail of light. Thou, Palinurus, art his destined prey, to thee alone he takes his fatal way. Dire dreams to thee an iron sleep he bears, and lighting on the prow the form of Phorbas wears. Then thus the traitor god began his tale: The winds, my friend, inspire a pleasing gale, the ships without thy care securely sail. Now steal an hour of sweet repose, and I will take the rudder and thy room supply. To whom the yawning pilot, half asleep: Me dost thou bid to trust the treacherous deep, the harlot smiles of her dissembling faith, and to her faith commit the Trojan race? Shall I believe the siren south again, and oft betray'd not know the monster main? He said, his fasten'd hands the rudder keep, and fix'd on heaven his eyes repel invading sleep. The god was wroth, and at his temples threw a branch in Lethe dipped, and drunk with Stygian dew. The pilot, vanquish'd by the power divine, soon closed his swimming eyes, and lay supine. Scarce were his limbs extended at their length, the god, insulting with superior strength, fell heavy on him, plunged him in the sea, and with the stern the rudder tore away. Headlong he fell, and struggling in the main, cried out for helping hands, but cried in vain. The victor demon mounts obscure in air, while the ship sails without the pilot's care. On Neptune's faith the floating fleet relies, but what the man forsook, the god supplies. And o'er the dangerous deep secure the navy flies, guides by the Sirens' cliffs a shelfy coast, long infamous for ships and sailors lost, and white with bones. The impetuous ocean roars, and rocks rebellow from the sounding shores. The watchful hero felt the knocks, and found the tossing vessel sailed on shoaly ground. Sure of his pilot's loss, he takes himself the helm, and steers aloof, and shuns the shelf. Inly he grieved, and groaning from the breast, deplored his death, and thus his pain expressed. For faith reposed on seas, and on the flattering sky, thy naked corpse is doom'd on shores unknown to lie. End of Book 5.
Book 6, Part 1 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joshua Christensen. The Aeneid, by Publius Vergilius Maro. Translated by John Dryden. Book 6, The World Below. Part 1. He said, and wept, then spread his sails before the winds, and reached at length the Cumaean shore. Their anchors dropped, his crew the vessels moor. They turn their heads to sea, their sterns to land, and greet with greedy joy the Italian strand. Some strike from clashing flints their fiery seed, some gather sticks the kindled flames to feed, or search for hollow trees and fell the woods, or trace through valleys the discovered floods. Thus, while their several charges they fulfill, the pious prince ascends the sacred hill, where Phoebus is adored, and seeks the shade, which hides from sight his venerable maid. Deep in a cave the Sibyl makes abode, thence full of fate returns, and of the god. Through Trivia's grove they walk, and now behold, and enter now the temple roofed with gold. Where Daedalus, to fly the Cretan shore, his heavy limbs on jointed pinions bore, the first who sailed in air, 'tis sung by fame, to the Cumaean coast at length he came, and here alighting built this costly frame. Inscribed to Phoebus, here he hung on high the steerage of his wings that cut the sky, then o'er the lofty gate his art embossed, Androgeos' death and offerings to his ghost. 7 youths from Athens yearly sent to meet the fate appointed by revengeful Crete. And next to those the dreadful urn was placed, in which the destined names by lots were cast. The mournful parents stand around in tears, and rising Crete against their shore appears. There too, in living sculpture might be seen the mad affection of the Cretan queen, then how she cheats her bellowing lover's eye, the rushing leap, the doubtful progeny. The lower part a beast, a man above, the monument of their polluted love. Not far from thence he graved the wondrous maze, 1,000 doors, 1,000 winding ways. Here dwells the monster hid from human view, not to be found but by the faithful clue, till the kind artist, moved with pious grief, lent to the loving maid this last relief, and all those erring paths described so well, that Theseus conquered, and the monster fell. Here hapless Icarus had found his part, had not the father's grief restrained his art. He twice essayed to cast his son in gold, twice from his hands he dropped the forming mould. All this with wondering eyes Aeneas viewed, each varying object his delight renewed. Eager to read the rest, Achates came, and by his side the mad divining dame, the priestess of the god, Deiphobe her name. "Time suffers not," she said, "to feed your eyes with empty pleasures. Haste the sacrifice. 7 bullocks yet unyoked for Phoebus choose, and for Diana 7 unspotted ewes." This said, the servants urge the sacred rites, while to the temple she the prince invites. A spacious cave, within its farmost part, was hewed and fashioned by laborious art. Through the hill's hollow sides before the place 100 doors, 100 entries grace. As many voices issue, and the sound of Sibyl's words as many times rebound. Now to the mouth they come, aloud she cries, "This is the time, enquire your destinies. He comes, behold the god!" Thus while she said, and shivering at this sacred entry stayed, her colour changed, her face was not the same, and hollow groans from her deep spirit came. Her hair stood up, convulsive rage possessed her trembling limbs and heaved her labouring breast. Greater than humankind she seemed to look, and with an accent more than mortal spoke. Her staring eyes with sparkling fury roll, when all the gods came rushing on her soul. Swiftly she turned, and foaming as she spoke, "Why this delay?" she cried, "the powers invoke! Thy prayers alone can open this abode, else vain are my demands, and dumb the god." She said no more. The trembling Trojans hear, o'erspread with the damp sweat and holy fear. The prince himself, with awful dread possessed, his vows to great Apollo thus addressed. "Indulgent god, propitious power to Troy, swift to relieve, unwilling to destroy, directed by whose hand the Dardan dart pierced the proud Grecians' only mortal part. Thus far, by fate's decrees and thy commands, through ambient seas and through devouring sands, our exiled crew has sought the Ausonian ground, and now, at length, the flying coast is found. Thus far the fate of Troy, from place to place, with fury has pursued her wandering race. Here cease, ye powers, and let your vengeance end. Troy is no more, and can no more offend. And thou, O sacred maid, inspired to see the event of things in dark futurity, give me what heaven has promised to my fate, to conquer and command the Latian state, to fix my wandering gods, and find a place for the long exiles of the Trojan race. Then shall my grateful hands a temple rear to the twin gods with vows and solemn prayer, and annual rites, and festivals, and games shall be performed to their auspicious names. Nor shalt thou want thy honours in my land, for there thy faithful oracles shall stand preserved in shrines, and every sacred lay, which by thy mouth Apollo shall convey, all shall be treasured by a chosen train of holy priests, and ever shall remain. But, oh, commit not thy prophetic mind to flitting leaves, the sport of every wind, lest they disperse in air our empty fate. Write not, but, what the powers ordain, relate. Struggling in vain, impatient of her load, and labouring underneath the ponderous god, the more she strove to shake him from her breast, with more and far superior force he pressed, commands his entrance, and without control usurps her organs and inspires her soul. Now with a furious blast the 100 doors ope of themselves, a rushing whirlwind roars within the cave, and Sibyl's voice restores. Escaped the dangers of the watery reign, yet more and greater ills by land remain. The coast, so long desired, nor doubt the event, thy troops shall reach, but having reached, repent. Wars, horrid wars I view, a field of blood, and Tiber rolling with a purple flood. Simois nor Xanthus shall be wanting there, a new Achilles shall in arms appear, and he too goddess-born, fierce Juno's hate, added to hostile force, shall urge thy fate. To what strange nations shalt thou not resort, driven to solicit aid at every court? The cause the same which Ilium once oppressed, a foreign mistress and a foreign guest. But thou, secure of soul, unbent with woes, the more thy fortune frowns, the more oppose. The dawnings of thy safety shall be shown, from whence thou least shall hope, a Grecian town. Thus from the dark recess the Sibyl spoke, and the resisting air the thunder broke. The cave rebellowed, and the temple shook. The ambiguous god who ruled her labouring breast, in these mysterious words his mind expressed. Some truth revealed, in terms involved the rest. At length her fury fell, her foaming ceased, and ebbing in her soul the god decreased. Then thus the chief: "No terror to my view, no frightful face of danger can be new. Inured to suffer, and resolved to dare, the fates without my power shall be without my care. This let me crave, since near your grove the road to hell lies open, and the dark abode which Acheron surrounds, the navigable flood. Conduct me through the regions void of light, and lead me longing to my father's sight. For him 1,000 dangers I have sought, and rushing where the thickest Grecians fought, safe on my back the sacred burden brought. He for my sake the raging ocean tried, and wrath of heaven my still auspicious guide, and bore beyond the strength decrepit age supplied. Oft since he breathed his last, in dead of night, his reverend image stood before my sight, enjoined to seek, below his holy shade, conducted there by your unerring aid. But you, if pious minds by prayers are won, oblige the Father, and protect the Son. Yours is the power, nor Proserpine in vain has made you priestess of her nightly reign. If Orpheus, armed with his enchanting lyre, the ruthless king with pity could inspire, if from the shades below redeem his wife, if Pollux, offering his alternate life, could free his brother, and can daily go by turns aloft, by turns descend below, why name I Theseus, or his greater friend, who trode the downward path, and upward could ascend? Not less than theirs from Jove my lineage came, my mother greater, my descent the same. So prayed the Trojan prince, and while he prayed, his hands upon the holy altar laid. Then thus replied the prophetess divine: O goddess born of great Anchises' line, the gates of hell are open night and day, smooth the descent and easy is the way. But to return, and view the cheerful skies, in this the task and mighty labour lies. To few great Jupiter imparts this grace, and those of shining worth and heavenly race. Betwixt those regions and our upper light, deep forests and impenetrable night possess the middle space. Th' infernal bounds Cocytus with his sable waves surrounds. But if so dire a love your soul invades, as twice below to view the trembling shades, if you so hard a toil will undertake, as twice to pass the navigable lake, receive my counsel. In the neighbouring grove there stands a tree, the queen of Stygian Jove claims it her own. Thick woods and gloomy night conceal this happy plant from human sight. One bough it bears, but wondrous to behold, the ductile rind and leaves of radiant gold. This from the vulgar branches must be torn, and to fair Proserpine the present born, ere leave be given to tempt the nether skies. The first thus rent, a second will arise, and the same metal the same room supplies. Look round the wood with lifted eyes to see the lurking gold upon the fatal tree, then rend it off, as holy rites command. The willing metal will obey thy hand, following with ease, if favoured by thy fate. Thou art foredoomed to view the Stygian state. If not, no labour can the tree constrain, and strength of stubborn arms and steel are vain. Besides, you know not while you here attend the unworthy fate of your unhappy friend. Breathless he lies, and his unburied ghost, deprived of funeral rites, pollutes your host. Pay first his pious dues, and, for the dead, 2 sable sheep around his hearse be led. Then living turfs upon his body lay. This done, securely take the destined way, to find the regions destitute of day. She said, and held her peace. Aeneas went, sad from the cave, and full of discontent, unknowing what the sacred Sibyl meant. Achates, the companion of his breast, goes walking by his side, with equal cares oppressed. Walking they talked, and fruitlessly divined what friend the priestess by those words designed. But soon they found an object to deplore. Mynesus lay extended on the shore, son of the god of winds, none so renowned, the warrior trumpet in the field to sound, with breathing brass to kindle fierce alarms, and rouse to dare their fate in honourable arms. He served great Hector, and was ever near, not with his trumpet only, but his spear. But by Pallades' arms when Hector fell, he chose Aeneas, and he chose as well. Swollen with applause and aiming at still more, he now provokes the sea-gods from the shore. With envy Triton heard the martial sound, and the bold champion for his challenge drowned, then cast his mangled carcass on the strand. The gazing crowd around the body stand. All weep, but most Aeneas mourns his fate, and hastens to perform the funeral state. In altar-wise a stately pile they rear, the basis broad below, and top advanced in air. An ancient wood, fit for the work designed, the shady covert of the salvage kind, the Trojans found. The sounding axe is plied. Firs, pines, and pitch-trees in the towering pride of forest ashes feel the fatal stroke, and piercing wedges cleave the stubborn oak. Huge trunks of trees felled from the steepy crown of the bare mountains roll with ruin down. Armed like the rest the Trojan prince appears, and by his pious labour urges theirs. Thus while he wrought, revolving in his mind the ways to compass what his wish designed, he cast his eyes upon the gloomy grove, and then with vows implored the Queen of Love. O may thy power, propitious still to me, conduct my steps to find the fatal tree in this deep forest, since the Sibyl's breath foretold, alas, too true, Mycenus' death. Scarce had he said, when full before his sight 2 doves descending from their airy flight secure upon the grassy plain alight. He knew his mother's birds, and thus he prayed, "Be you my guides, with your auspicious aid, and lead my footsteps till the branch be found whose glittering shadow gilds the sacred ground. And thou, great parent, with celestial care, in this distress be present to my prayer." Thus having said, he stopped with watchful sight, observing still the motions of their flight, what course they took, what happy signs they show. They fed, and fluttering by degrees withdrew still farther from the place, but still in view. Hopping and flying, thus they led him on, to the slow lake, whose baleful stench to shun, they winged their flight aloft, then stooping low, perched on the double tree that bears the golden bough. Through the green leaves the glittering shadows glow, as on the sacred oak the wintry mistletoe, where the proud mother views her precious brood, and happier branches which she never sowed. Such was the glittering, such the ruddy rind, and dancing leaves that wantoned in the wind. He seized the shining bough with gripping hold, and rent away with ease the lingering gold, then to the Sibyl's palace bore the prize. Meantime the Trojan troops with weeping eyes to dead Mycenus pay his obsequies. First from the ground a lofty pile they rear, of pitch-trees, oaks, and pines, and unctuous fir. The fabric's front with cypress twigs they strew, and stick the sides with boughs of baleful yew. The topmost part his glittering arms adorn. Warm waters then, in brazen cauldrons borne, are poured to wash his body, joint by joint, and fragrant oils the stiffened limbs anoint. With groans and cries Mycenus they deplore, then on a bier with purple covered o'er the breathless body thus bewailed they lay, and fire the pile, their faces turned away. Such reverend rites their fathers used to pay. Pure oil and incense on the fire they throw, and fat to victims which his friends bestow. These gifts the greedy flames to dust devour, then on the living coals red wine they pour, and last the relics by themselves dispose, which in a brazen urn the priests enclose. Old Aeneas compassed thrice the crew, and dipped an olive branch in holy dew, which thrice he sprinkled round, and thrice aloud invoked the dead, and then dismissed the crowd. But good Aeneas ordered on the shore a stately tomb, whose top a trumpet bore, a soldier's falchion, and a seaman's oar. Thus was his friend interred, and deathless fame still to the lofty cape consigns his name. These rites performed, the prince, without delay, hastes to the nether world his destined way. Deep was the cave, and downward as it went, from the wide mouth, a rocky rough descent, and here the access a gloomy grove defends, and there the unnavigable lake extends, o'er whose unhappy waters, void of light, no bird presumes to steer his airy flight. Such deadly stenches from the depths arise, and steaming sulphur that infects the eyes. From thence the Grecian bards their legends make, and give the name Avernus to the lake. 4 sable bullocks in the yoke untaught, for sacrifice the pious hero brought. The priestess pours the wine betwixt their horns, then cuts the curling hair that first oblation burns, invoking Hecate hither to repair, a powerful name in hell and upper air. The sacred priests with ready knives bereave the beasts of life, and in full bowls receive the streaming blood, a lamb to hell and night, the sable wool without a streak of white. Aeneas offers, and by fate's decree, a barren heifer, Proserpine, to thee. With holocausts he Pluto's altar fills, 7 brawny bulls with his own hand he kills. Then on the broiling entrails oil he pours, which ointed thus the raging flame devours. Late the nocturnal sacrifice begun, nor ended till the next returning sun. Then earth began to bellow, trees to dance, and howling dogs in glimmering light advance, ere Hecate came. "Far hence be souls profane," the Sibyl cried, "and from the grove abstain. Now, Trojan, take the way thy fates afford, assume thy courage, and unsheathe thy sword." She said, and passed along the gloomy space. The prince pursued her steps with equal pace. Ye realms yet unrevealed to human sight, ye gods who rule the regions of the night, ye gliding ghosts, permit me to relate the mystic wonders of your silent state. Obscure they went, through dreary shades that led along the waste dominions of the dead. Thus wander travellers in woods by night, by the moon's doubtful and malignant light, when Jove in dusky clouds involves the skies, and the faint crescent shoots by fits before their eyes. Just in the gate and in the jaws of hell, revengeful cares and sullen sorrows dwell, and pale diseases and repining age, want, fear, and famine's unresisted rage. Here toils, and death's half-brother, sleep, forms terrible to view their sentry keep. With anxious pleasures of a guilty mind, deep frauds before, and open force behind, the Furies' iron beds, and strife that shakes her hissing tresses and unfolds her snakes. Full in the midst of this infernal road, an elm displays her dusky arms abroad. The god of sleep there hides his heavy head, and empty dreams on every leaf are spread. Of various forms unnumbered spectres more, centaurs in double shapes besiege the door. Before the passage horrid Hydra stands, and Briareus with all his 100 hands. Gorgons, Geryon with his triple frame, and vain Chimera vomits empty flame. The chief unsheathed his shining steel, prepared, though seized with sudden fear, to force the guard. Offering his brandished weapon at their face, had not the Sibyl stopped his eager pace, and told him what those empty phantoms were, forms without bodies, and impassive air. Hence to deep Acheron they take their way, whose troubled eddies, thick with ooze and clay, are whirled aloft, and in Cocytus lost. There Charon stands, who rules the dreary coast, a sordid god. Down from his hoary chin a length of beard descends, uncombed, unclean. His eyes like hollow furnaces on fire, a girdle, foul with grease, binds his obscene attire. He spreads his canvas, with his pole he steers, the freights of flitting ghosts in his thin bottom bears. He looked in years, yet in his years were seen a youthful vigour and autumnal green. An airy crowd came rushing where he stood, which filled the margin of the fatal flood, husbands and wives, boys and unmarried maids, and mighty heroes more majestic shades, and youths entombed before their fathers' eyes, with hollow groans and shrieks and feeble cries. Thick as the leaves in autumn strow the woods, or fowls by winter force forsake the floods, and wing their hasty flight to happier lands, such and so thick the shivering army stands, and press for passage with extended hands. Now these, now those, the surly boatman bore, the rest he drove to distance from the shore. The hero, who beheld with wondering eyes the tumult mixed with shrieks, laments, and cries, asked of his guide what the rude concourse meant, why to the shore the thronging people bent, what forms of law among the ghosts were used, why some were ferried o'er, and some refused. "Son of Anchises, offspring of the gods," the Sibyl said, "you see the Stygian floods, the sacred stream which heaven's imperial state attests in oaths and fears to violate. The ghosts rejected are the unhappy crew, deprived of sepulchres and funeral due. The boatman, Charon, those the buried host, he ferries over to the farther coast, nor dares his transport vessel cross the waves, with such whose bones are not composed in graves. 100 years they wander on the shore, at length, their penance done, are wafted o'er." The Trojan chief his forward pace repressed, resolving anxious thoughts within his breast. He saw his friends, who whelmed beneath the waves, their funeral honours claimed, and asked their quiet graves. The lost Leucapsis in the crowd he knew, and brave leader of the Lycian crew, whom on the Tyrian seas the tempests met, the sailors mastered, and the ships o'erset. Amidst the spirits Palinurus pressed, yet fresh from life, a new admitted guest, who while his steering viewed the stars, and bore his course from Afric to the Latian shore, fell headlong down. The Trojan fixed his view, and scarcely through the gloom the sullen shadow knew. Then thus the prince: "What envious power, O friend, brought your loved life to this disastrous end? For Phoebus, ever true in all he said, has in your fate alone my faith betrayed. The god foretold you should not die before you reached, secure from seas, the Italian shore. Is this the unerring power?" The ghost replied, "Nor Phoebus flattered, nor his answers lied, nor envious gods have sent me to the deep. But while the stars and course of heaven I keep, my wearied eyes were seized with fatal sleep. I fell, and with my weight the helm constrained, was drawn along, which yet my grip retained. Now by the winds and raging waves I swear, your safety more than mine was then my care, lest of the guide bereft, the rudder lost, your ship should run against the rocky coast. 3 blustering nights borne by the southern blast, I floated, and discovered land at last. High on a mountain wave my head I bore, forcing my strength, and gathering to the shore. Panting, but past the danger, now I seized the craggy cliffs, and my tired members eased. While cumbered with my dropping clothes I lay, the cruel nation, covetous of prey, stained with my blood the unhospitable coast. And now by winds and waves my lifeless limbs are tossed, which oh avert by yon ethereal light, which I have lost for this eternal night. Or if by dearer ties you may be won, by your dead sire and by your living son, redeem from this reproach my wandering ghost. Or with your navy seek the Velin coast, and in a peaceful grave my corpse compose. Or if a nearer way your mother shows, without whose aid you durst not undertake this frightful passage o'er the Stygian lake, lend to this wretch your hand, and waft him o'er to the sweet banks of yon forbidden shore." Scarce had he said, the prophetess began, "What hopes delude thee, miserable man? Think'st thou thus unentombed to cross the floods, to view the Furies and infernal gods, and visit without leave the dark abodes? Attend the term of long revolving years. Fate and the dooming gods are deaf to tears. This comfort of thy dire misfortune take, the wrath of heaven, inflicted for thy sake, with vengeance shall pursue th' inhuman coast, till they propitiate thy offended ghost, and raise a tomb, with vows and solemn prayer, and Palinurus' name the place shall bear." This calm'd his cares, soothed with his future fame, and pleased to hear his propagated name. Now nearer to the Stygian lake they draw, who from the shore the surly boatmen saw, observed their passage through the shady wood, and marked their near approaches to the flood. Then thus he called aloud, inflamed with wrath, Mortal, whate'er, who this forbidden path in arms presumest to tread, I charge thee, stand, and tell thy name and business in the land. Know this, the realm of night, the Stygian shore, my boat conveys no living bodies o'er, nor was I pleased great Theseus once to bear, who forced a passage with his pointed spear, nor strong Atrides, men of mighty fame, and from the immortal gods their lineage came. In fetters one the barking porter tied, and took him trembling from his sovereign's side. Two sought by force to seize his beauteous bride. To whom the Sibyl thus, compose thy mind, nor frauds are here contrived, nor force designed. Still may the dog the wandering troops constrain of airy ghosts, and vex the guilty train, and with her grisly lord his lovely queen remain. The Trojan chief, whose lineage is from Jove, much famed for arms, and more for filial love, is sent to seek his sire in your Elysian grove. If neither pity nor heaven's command can gain his passage to the Stygian strand, this fatal present shall prevail at least. Then showed the shining bow concealed within her vest. No more was needful, for the gloomy god stood mute with awe to see the golden rod, admired the destined offering to his queen, a venerable gift so rarely seen. His fury thus appeased, he puts to land, the ghosts forsake their seats at his command. He clears the deck, receives the mighty freight, the leaky vessel groans beneath the weight. Slowly she sails, and scarcely stems the tides, the pressing water pours within her sides. His passengers at length are wafted o'er, exposed in muddy weeds upon the miry shore. No sooner landed, in his den they found the triple porter of the Stygian sound, grim Cerberus, who soon began to rear his crested snakes and armed his bristling hair. The prudent Sibyl had before prepared a sop, in honey steeped, to charm the guard, which, mixed with powerful drugs, she cast before his greedy, grinning jaws, just oped to roar. With 3 enormous mouths he gapes, and straight, with hunger pressed, devours the pleasing bait. Long draughts of sleep his monstrous limbs enslave, he reels, and, falling, fills the spacious cave. The keeper charmed, the chief without delay passed on and took the irremeable way. Before the gates, the cries of babes new born, whom fate had from their tender mothers torn, assault his ears, then those whose form of laws condemn to die when traitors judge their cause. Nor want they lots, nor judges to review the wrongful sentence and award anew. Minos, the strict inquisitor, appears, and lives and crimes with his assessors hears. Round in his urn the blended balls he rolls, absolves the just and dooms the guilty souls. The next in place and punishment are they who prodigally throw their souls away, fools who repining at their wretched state, and loathing anxious life, suborned their fate. With late repentance now they would retrieve the bodies they forsook, and wish to live, their pains and poverty desire to bear, to view the light of heaven and breathe the vital air. But fate forbids, the Stygian floods oppose, and with circling streams the captive souls enclose. End of Book 6, Part 1. Book 6, Part 2 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joshua Christensen. The Aeneid by Publius Vergilius Maro. Translated by John Dryden. Book 6, The World Below. Part 2. Not far from thence the mournful fields appear, so called from lovers that inhabit there. The souls whom that unhappy flame invades, in secret solitude and myrtle shades, make endless moans, and, pining with desire, lament too late their unextinguished fire. Here Procris, Eriphyle, here he found, baring her breast, yet bleeding with the wound made by her son. He saw Pasiphae there, with Phaedra's ghost, a foul incestuous pair. Their Laodamia with Evadne moves, unhappy both, both loyal in their loves. Aeneas, a woman once, and once a man, but ending in the sex she first began. Not far from those, Phoenician Dido stood, fresh from her wound, her bosom bathed in blood, whom when the Trojan hero hardly knew, obscure in shades, and with a doubtful view, doubtful is he who sees, through dusky night, or thinks he sees, the moon's uncertain light. With tears he first approach'd the sullen shade, and as his love inspired him, thus he said: "Unhappy queen, then is the common breath of rumour true in your reported death, and I, alas, the cause? By heaven I vow, and all the powers that rule the realms below, unwilling I forsook your friendly state, commanded by the gods, and forced by fate. Those gods, that fate whose unresisted might, have sent me to these regions void of light, through the vast empire of eternal night. Nor dared I to presume that, pressed with grief, my flight should urge you to this dire relief. Stay, stay your steps, and listen to my vows. 'Tis the last interview that fate allows." In vain he thus attempts her mind to move, with tears and prayers and late repenting love. Disdainfully she looked, then turning round, but fixed her eyes unmoved upon the ground, and what he says and swears regards no more than the deaf rocks when the loud billows roar, but whirled away, to shun his hateful sight, hid in the forest and the shades of night. Then sought Zacchaeus through the shady grove, who answered all her cares and equalled all her love. Some pious tears the pitying hero paid, and followed with his eyes the flitting shade, then took the forward way, by fate ordained, and with his guide the farther fields attained, where severed from the rest the warrior souls remained. Tydeus he met, with Meleager's race, the pride of armies and the soldier's grace, and pale Adrastus with his ghastly face. Of Trojan chiefs he viewed a numerous train, all much lamented, all in battle slain. Glaucus and Medon, high above the rest, and Tenor's sons, and Ceres' sacred priest, and proud Idaeus, Priam's charioteer, who shakes his empty reins and aims his airy spear. The gladsome ghosts encircling troops attend, and with unwearied eyes behold their friend, delight to hover near, and long to know what business brought him to the realms below. But Argive chiefs, and Agamemnon's train, when his refulgent arms flashed through the shady plain, fled from his well-known face with wonted fear, as when his thundering sword and pointed spear drove headlong to their ships and gleaned the routed rear. They raised a feeble cry with trembling notes, but the weak voice deceived their gasping throats. Here Priam's son Deiphobus he found, whose face and limbs were one continued wound. Dishonest, with lopped arm the youth appears, spoiled of his nose and shortened of his ears. He scarcely knew him, striving to disown his blotted form and blushing to be known, and therefore first began: "O Teucer's race, who durst thy faultless figure thus deface? What heart could wish, what hand inflict this dire disgrace? 'Twas famed that in our last and fatal night your single prowess long sustained the fight, till tired, not forced, a glorious fate you chose, and fell upon a heap of slaughtered foes. But in remembrance of so brave a deed, a tomb and funeral honours I decreed, thrice called your manes on the Trojan plains, the place your armour and your name retains. Your body, too, I sought, and had I found, designed for burial in your native ground." The ghost replied, "Your piety has paid all needful rites to rest my wandering shade, but cruel fate, and my more cruel wife, to Grecian swords betrayed my sleeping life. These are the monuments of Helen's love, the shame I bear below, the marks I bore above. You know in what deluding joys we passed the night that was by heaven decreed our last. For when the fatal horse, descending down, pregnant with arms, o'erwhelmed the unhappy town, she feigned nocturnal orgies, left my bed, and mixed with Trojan dames the dances led, then waving high her torch the signal made, which roused the Grecians from their ambuscade. With watching overworn, with cares oppressed, unhappy I had lain me down to rest, and heavy sleep my weary limbs possessed. Meantime my worthy wife our arms mislaid, and from beneath my head my sword conveyed. The door unlatched, and with repeated calls invites her former lord within my walls. Thus in her crime her confidence she placed, and with new treason would redeem the past. What need I more? Into the room they ran, and meanly murdered a defenceless man. Ulysses, basely born, first led the way. Avenging powers, with justice if I pray that fortune be their own another day. But answer you, and in your turn relate, what brought you living to the Stygian state, driven by the winds and errors of the sea, or did you heaven's superior doom obey? Or tell what other chance conducts your way, to view with mortal eyes our dark retreats, tumults and torments of the infernal seats. While thus in talk the flying hours they pass, the sun had finished more than half his race, and they, perhaps in words and tears has spent the little time of stay which heaven had lent. But thus the Sibyl chides their long delay. Night rushes down and headlong drives the day. 'Tis here in different paths the way divides, the right to Pluto's golden palace guides, the left to that unhappy region tends, which to the depth of Tartarus descends, the seat of night profound and punished fiends. Then thus Deiphobus, O sacred maid, forbear to chide, and be your will obeyed. Lo, to the secret shadows I retire, to pay my penance till my years expire. Proceed, auspicious prince, with glory crowned, and born to better fates than I have found. He said, and while he said, his steps he turned to secret shadows, and in silence mourned. The hero, looking on the left, espied a lofty tower, and strong on every side, with treble walls, which Phlegethon surrounds, whose fiery flood the burning empire bounds, and pressed betwixt the rocks, the bellowing noise resounds. Wide is the fronting gate, and raised on high, with adamantine columns threats the sky. Vain is the force of man, and heaven's as vain, to crush the pillars which the pile sustain. Sublime on these a tower of steel is reared, and dire Tisiphone there keeps the ward, girt in her sanguine gown, by night and day, observant of the souls that pass the downward way. From thence are heard the groans of ghosts, the pains of sounding lashes and of dragging chains. The Trojan stood, astonished at their cries, and asked his guide from whence those yells arise, and what the crimes, and what the tortures were, and loud laments that rent the liquid air. She thus replied, The chaste and holy race are all forbidden this polluted place. But Hecate, when she gave to rule the woods, then led me trembling through these dire abodes, and taught the tortures of the avenging gods. These are the realms of unrelenting fate, and awful Rhadamanthus rules the state. He hears and judges each committed crime, enquires into the matter, place, and time. The conscious wretch must all his acts reveal, loath to confess, unable to conceal. From the first moment of his vital breath, to his last hour of unrepenting death. Straight o'er the guilty ghost the fury shakes the sounding whip, and brandishes her snakes, and the pale sinner with her sisters takes. Then of itself unfolds the eternal door, with dreadful sounds the brazen hinges roar. You see, before the gate, what stalking ghost commands the guard, what sentries keep the post. More formidable Hydra stands within, whose jaws with iron teeth severely grin. The gaping gulf low to the centre lies, and twice as deep as earth is distant from the skies. The rivals of the gods, the Titan race, here singed with lightning roll within the unfathomed space. Here lie the alien twins, I saw them both, enormous bodies of gigantic growth, who dared in fight the Thunderer to defy, affect his heaven, and force him from the sky. Salmoneus suffering cruel pains I found, for emulating Jove the rattling sound of mimic thunder, and the glittering blaze of pointed lightnings and their forky rays. Through Elis and the Grecian towns he flew, the audacious wretch 4 fiery coursers drew. He waved a torch aloft, and madly vain, sought godlike worship from a servile train. Ambitious fool, with horny hooves to pass o'er hollow arches of resounding brass, to rival thunder in its rapid course, and imitate inimitable force. But he, the king of heaven, obscure on high, bared his red arm, and launching from the sky his writhen bolt, not shaking empty smoke, down to the deep abyss the flaming felon strook. There Tityus was to see, who took his birth from heaven, his nursing from the foodful earth. Here his gigantic limbs with large embrace enfold 9 acres of infernal space. A ravenous vulture, in his opened side, her crooked beak and cruel talons tried, still for the growing liver digged his breast. The growing liver still supplied the feast. Still are his entrails fruitful to their pains. The immortal hunger lasts, the immortal food remains. Ixion and Perithous I could name, and more Thessalian chiefs of mighty fame. High o'er their heads a mouldering rock is placed, that promises a fall, and shakes at every blast. They lie below, on golden beds displayed, and genial feasts with regal pomp are made. The Queen of Furies by their sides is set, and snatches from their mouths the untasted meat, which, if they touch, her hissing snakes she rears, tossing her torch and thundering in their ears. Then they, who brothers better claim disowned, expel their parents and usurp the throne, defraud their clients, and to lucre sold, sit brooding on unprofitable gold, who dare not give, and even refuse to lend to their poor kindred, or a wanting friend. Vast is the throng of these, nor less the train, of lustful youths for foul adultery slain, hosts of deserters who their honour sold, and basely broke their faith for bribes of gold. All these within the dungeon's depth remain, despairing pardon and expecting pain. Ask not what pains, nor further seek to know their process or the forms of law below. Some rolled a weighty stone, some laid along and bound with burning wires on spokes of wheels are hung. Unhappy Theseus, doomed for ever there, is fixed by fate on his eternal chair, and wretched Phlegyas warns the world with cries. Could warning make the world more just or wise? Learn righteousness, and dread the avenging deities. To tyrants others have their country sold, imposing foreign lords for foreign gold. Some have old laws repealed, new statutes made, not as the people pleased, but as they paid. With incest some their daughters' beds profaned. All dared the worst of ills, and what they dared, attained. Had I 100 mouths, 100 tongues, and throats of brass inspired with iron lungs, I could not half those horrid crimes repeat, nor half the punishments those crimes have met. But let us haste our voyage to pursue. The walls of Pluto's palace are in view. The gate and iron arch above it stands, on anvils laboured by the Cyclops' hands. Before our farther way the fates allow, here must we fix, on high, the golden bough. She said, and through the gloomy shades they passed, and choose the middle path. Arrived at last, the prince with living water sprinkled o'er his limbs and body, then approached the door, possessed the porch, and on the front above he fixed the fatal bough required by Pluto's love. These holy rites performed, they took their way where long extended plains of pleasure lay. The verdant fields with those of heaven may vie, with ether vested and a purple sky, the blissful seats of happy souls below. Stars of their own, and their own suns they know, their airy limbs in sports they exercise, and on the green contend the wrestler's prize. Some in heroic verse divinely sing, others in artful measures led the ring. The Thracian bard, surrounded by the rest, there stands conspicuous in his flowing vest. His flying fingers and harmonious quill strike 7 distinguished notes, and 7 at once they fill. Here found they Teucer's old heroic race, born better times and happier years to grace. Assaracus and Ilus here enjoy perpetual fame with him who founded Troy. The chief beheld their chariots from afar, their shining arms and coursers trained to war, their lances fixed in earth, their steeds around, free from their harness, grazed the flowery ground. The love of horses which they had alive, and care of chariots, after death, survive. Some cheerful souls were feasting on the plain, some did the song, and some the choir maintain, beneath a laurel shade, where mighty Po mounts up to woods above, and hides his head below. Here patriots live, who for their country's good, in fighting fields were prodigal of blood. Priests of unblemished lives here make abode, and poets worthy their inspiring god, and searching wits of more mechanic parts, who graced their age with new invented arts. Those who to worth their bounty did extend, and those who knew that bounty to commend. The heads of these with holy fillets bound, and all their temples were with garlands crowned. To these the Sibyl thus her speech addressed, and first to him surrounded by the rest. Towering his height, and ample was his breast. Say, happy souls, divine Musaeus, say, where lives Anchises, and where lies our way, to find the hero, for whose only sake we sought the dark abodes, and crossed the bitter lake? To this the sacred poet thus replied, In no fixed place the happy souls reside. In groves we live, and lie on mossy beds, by crystal streams that murmur through the meads. But pass yon easy hill, and thence descend, the path conducts you to your journey's end. This said, he led them up the mountain's brow, and shows them all the shining fields below. They wind the hill, and through the blissful meadows go. But old Anchises, in a flowery vale, reviewed his mustered race, and took the tale, those happy spirits, which, ordained by fate, for future beings and new bodies wait. With studious thought observed the lustrous throng, in nature's order as they passed along, their names, their fates, their conduct, and their care, in peaceful senates and successful war. He, when Aeneas on the plain appears, meets him with open arms and falling tears. Welcome, he said, the gods' undoubted race, O long expected to my dear embrace. Once more 'tis given me to behold your face. Once more 'tis given me to behold your face. The love and pious duty which you pay have passed the perils of so hard a way. 'Tis true, computing times, I now believed the happy day approached, nor are my hopes deceived. What length of lands, what oceans have you passed? What storms sustained, and on what shores been cast? How have I feared your fate, but feared it most when love assailed you on the Libyan coast. To this the filial duty thus replies, Your sacred ghost before my sleeping eyes appeared, and often urged this painful enterprise. After long tossing on the Tyrrhene sea, my navy rides at anchor in the bay. But reach your hand, O parent shade, the dear embraces of your longing son, he said, and falling tears his face bedew. Then thrice around his neck his arms he threw, and thrice the flitting shadow slipped away, like winds or empty dreams that fly the day. Now in a secret vale the Trojan sees a separate grove, through which a gentle breeze plays with a passing breath, and whispers through the trees. And just before the confines of the wood, the gliding Lethe leads her silent flood. About the boughs an airy nation flew, thick as the humming bees that hunt the golden dew, in summer's heat on tops of lilies feed, and creep within their bells to suck the balmy seed. The winged army roams the fields around, the rivers and the rocks remurmur to the sound. Aeneas wondering stood, then asked the cause, which to the stream the crowding people draws. Then thus the sire, The souls that throng the flood are those to whom by fate our other bodies owed. In Lethe's lake they long oblivion taste, of future life secure, forgetful of the past. Long has my soul desired this time and place, to set before your sight your glorious race, that this presaging joy may fire your mind, to seek the shores by destiny designed. O father, can it be that souls sublime return to visit our terrestrial clime, and that the generous mind, released by death, can covet lazy limbs and mortal breath? Anchises then in order thus began to clear those wonders to his godlike son. Know first, that heaven and earth's compacted frame, and flowing waters and the starry flame, and both the radiant lights, one common soul, inspires and feeds and animates the whole. This active mind, infused through all the space, unites and mingles with the mighty mass. Hence men and beasts the breath of life obtain, and birds of air, and monsters of the main. The ethereal vigour is in all the same, and every soul is filled with equal flame, as much as earthy limbs and gross allay of mortal members, subject to decay, blunt not the beams of heaven and edge of day. From this coarse mixture of terrestrial parts, desire and fear by turns possess their hearts, and grief and joy, nor can the grovelling mind, in the dark dungeon of the limbs confined, assert the native skies, or own its heavenly kind. Nor death itself can wholly wash their stains, but long contracted filth ev'n in the soul remains. The relics of inveterate vice they wear, and spots of sin obscene in every face appear. For this are varied penances enjoined, and some are hung to bleach upon the wind, some plunged in waters, others purged in fires, till all the dregs are drained, and all the rust expires. All have their manes, and those manes bear, the few so cleansed to these abodes repair, and breathe in ample fields the soft Elysian air. Then are they happy, when by length of time the scurf is worn away of each committed crime, no speck is left of their habitual stains, but the pure ether of the soul remains. But when 1,000 rolling years are past, so long their punishments and penance last, whole droves of minds are, by the driving god, compelled to drink the deep Lethean flood, in large forgetful draughts to steep the cares of their past labours and their irksome years, that, unremembering of its former pain, the soul may suffer mortal flesh again. Thus having said, the Father Spirit leads the priestess and his son through swarms of shades, and takes a rising ground, from thence to see the long procession of his progeny. Survey, pursued the sire, this airy throng, as offered to thy view they pass along. These are the Italian names, which fate will join with ours and graph upon the Trojan line. Observe the youth, who first appears in sight, and holds the nearest station to the light. Already seems to snuff the vital air, and leans just forward on a shining spear. Silvius is he, thy last begotten race, but first in order sent to fill thy place. An Alban name, but mixed with Dardan blood, born in the covert of a shady wood. Him fair Lavinia, thy surviving wife, shall breed in groves to lead a solitary life. In Alba shall he fix his royal seat, and born a king, a race of kings beget. Then Procas, honour of the Trojan name, Capys and Numitor of endless fame. A second Silvius after these appears, Silvius Aeneas, for thy name he bears, for arms and justice equally renowned, who late restored in Alba shall be crowned. How great they look, how vigorously they wield their weighty lances and sustain the shield. But they, who crowned with oaken wreaths appear, shall Gabian walls and strong Fidena rear. Nomentum, Bola, with Pometia found, and raise Collatian's towers on rocky ground. All these shall then be towns of mighty fame, though now they lie obscure, and lands without a name. See Romulus the Great, born to restore the crown that once his injured grandsire wore. This prince a priestess of your blood shall bear, and like his sire in arms he shall appear. 2 rising crests his royal head adorn, born from a god, himself to godhead born. His sire already signs him for the skies, and marks the seat amidst the deities. Auspicious chief, thy race in times to come shall spread the conquests of imperial Rome. Rome, whose ascending towers shall heaven invade, involving earth and ocean in her shade, high as the mother of the gods in place, and proud, like her, of an immortal race. Then when in pomp she makes the Phrygian round, with golden turrets on her temples crowned, 100 gods her sweeping train supply, her offspring all, and all command the sky. Now fix your sight, and stand intent to see your Roman race and Julian progeny. The mighty Caesar waits his vital hour, impatient for the world, and grasps his promised power. But next, behold the youth of form divine, Caesar himself, exalted in his line, Augustus, promised oft, and long foretold, sent to the realm that Saturn ruled of old, born to restore a better age of gold. Afric and India shall his powers obey, he shall extend his propagated sway beyond the solar year, without the starry way, where Atlas turns the rolling heavens around, and his broad shoulders with their lights are crowned. At his foreseen approach already quake the Caspian kingdoms and Maeotian lake. Their seers behold the tempest from afar, and threatening oracles denounce the war. Nile hears him knocking at his sevenfold gates, and seeks his hidden spring, and fears his nephew's fates. Nor Hercules more lands or labours knew, not though the brazen-footed hind he slew. freed Erymanthus from the foaming boar, and dipped his arrows in Lernaean gore. Nor Bacchus, turning from his Indian war, by tigers drawn triumphant in his car, from Nisus' top descending on the plains, with curling vines around his purple reins. And doubt we yet through dangers to pursue the paths of honour, and a crown in view? But what's the man who from afar appears? His head with olive crowned, his hand a censer bears, his hoary beard and holy vestments bring his lost idea back. I know the Roman king, he shall to peaceful Rome new laws ordain, called from his mean abode a sceptre to sustain. Him Tullus next in dignity succeeds, an active prince, and prone to martial deeds. He shall his troops for fighting fields prepare, disused to toils and triumphs of the war. By dint of sword his crown he shall increase, and scour his armour from the rust of peace. Whom Ancus follows with a fawning air, but vain within, and proudly popular. Next view the Tarquin kings, the venging sword of Brutus justly drawn, and Rome restored. He first renews the rods in acts severe, and gives the consuls royal robes to wear. His sons, who seek the tyrant to sustain, and long for arbitrary lords again, with ignominy scourged in open sight, he dooms to death deserved, asserting public right. Unhappy man, to break the pious laws of nature, pleading in his children's cause. Howe'er the doubtful fact is understood, 'tis love of honour and his country's good, the consul, not the father, sheds the blood. Behold Torquatus the same track pursue, and next the two devoted Decii view, the Drusian line, Camillus loaded home, with standards well redeemed and foreign foes o'ercome, the pair you see in equal armour shine. Now friends below in close embraces join, but when they leave the shady realms of night, and clothed in bodies breathe your upper light, with mortal hate each other shall pursue. What wars, what wounds, what slaughter shall ensue! From Alpine heights the father first descends, his daughter's husband in the plain attends, his daughter's husband arms his eastern friends. Embrace again, my sons, be foes no more, nor stain your country with her children's gore. And thou, the first, lay down thy lawless claim, thou of my blood who bearest the Julian name. Another comes, who shall in triumph ride, and to the Capitol his chariot guide, from conquered Corinth, rich with Grecian spoils. And yet another, famed for warlike toils, on Argos shall impose the Roman laws, and on the Greeks revenge the Trojan cause, shall drag in chains their Achillean race, shall vindicate his ancestors' disgrace, and Pallas for her violated place. Great Cato there, for gravity renowned, and conquering Cossus goes with laurels crowned. Who can omit the Gracchi? Who declare the Scipio's worth, those thunderbolts of war, the double bane of Carthage? Who can see, without esteem for virtuous poverty, severe Fabricius, or can cease to admire the ploughman consul in his coarse attire? Tired as I am, my praise the Fabii claim, and thou, great hero, greatest of thy name, ordained in war to save the sinking state, and by delays to put a stop to fate. Let others better mould the running mass of metals, and inform the breathing brass, and soften into flesh a marble face. Plead better at the bar, describe the skies, and when the stars descend and when they rise. But Rome, 'tis thine alone, with awful sway, to rule mankind, and make the world obey, disposing peace and war by thine own majestic way, to tame the proud, the fettered slave to free. These are imperial arts, and worthy thee. He paused, and while with wondering eyes they viewed the passing spirits, thus his speech renewed. See great Marcellus! How, untired in toils, he moves with manly grace, how rich with regal spoils! He, when his country, threatened with alarms, requires his courage and his conquering arms, shall more than once the Punic bands affright, shall kill the Gaulish king in single fight, then to the Capitol and triumph move, and the third spoils shall grace Feretrian Jove. Aeneas here beheld, of form divine, a godlike youth in glittering armour shine, with great Marcellus keeping equal pace, but gloomy were his eyes, dejected was his face. He saw, and, wondering, asked his airy guide, what and of whence was he, who pressed the hero's side? His son, or one of his illustrious name? How like the former, and almost the same! Observe the crowds that compass him around, all gaze and all admire and raise a shouting sound, but hovering mists around his brows are spread, and night with sable shades involves his head. Seek not to know, the ghost replied with tears, the sorrows of thy sons in future years. This youth, the blissful vision of a day, shall just be shown on earth and snatched away. The gods too high had raised the Roman state, were but their gifts as permanent as great. What groans of men shall feel the Martian field? How fierce a blaze his flaming pile shall yield? What funeral pomp shall flowing Tiber see, when rising from his bed he views the sad solemnity? No youth shall equal hopes of glory give, no youth afford so great a cause to grieve. The Trojan honour and the Roman boast, admired when living and adored when lost, mirror of ancient faith in early youth, undaunted worth, inviolable truth. No foe unpunished in the fighting field shall dare thee, foot to foot, with sword and shield, much less in arms oppose thy matchless force, when thy sharp spurs shall urge thy foaming horse. Ah, couldst thou break through fate's severe decree, a new Marcellus shall arise in thee. Full canisters of fragrant lilies bring, mixed with the purple roses of the spring. Let me with funeral flowers his body strow, this gift which parents to their children owe. This unavailing gift, at least, I may bestow. Thus having said, he led the hero round the confines of the blest Elysian ground, which when Anchises to his son had shown, and fired his mind to mount the promised throne, he tells the future wars ordained by fate, the strength and customs of the Latian state, the prince and people, and for arms his care, with rules to push his fortune or to bear. 2 gates the silent house of sleep adorn, of polished ivory this, that of transparent horn. True visions through transparent horn arise, through polished ivory pass deluding lies. Of various things discoursing as he passed, Anchises hither bends his steps at last. Then through the gate of ivory he dismissed his valiant offspring and divining guest. Straight to the ships Aeneas his way, embarked his men, and skimmed along the sea, still coasting, till he gained Cajeta's bay. At length on oozy ground his galleys moor, their heads are turned to sea, their sterns to shore. End of Book 6. Recording by Joshua Christensen.
Book 7, Part 1 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Brown. The Aeneid by Publius Vergilius Maro. Translated by John Dryden. Book 7. Juno served by a Fury, Part 1. And thou, O matron of immortal fame, here dying, to the shore hast left thy name. Cajeta still the place is called from thee, the nurse of great Aeneas' infancy. Here rest thy bones in rich Hesperia's plains. Thy name, 'tis all a ghost can have, remains. Now, when the prince her funeral rites had paid, he plow'd the Tyrrhene seas with sails displayed. From land a gentle breeze arose by night, serenely shone the stars, the moon was bright, and the sea trembled with her silver light. Now near the shelves of Circe's shores they run, Circe the rich, the daughter of the sun. A dangerous coast, the goddess wastes her days in joyous songs, the rocks resound her lays. In spinning, o'er the loom she spends the night, and cedar brands supply her father's light. From hence were heard, rebellowing to the main, the roars of lions that refuse the chain, the grunts of bristled boars, the groans of bears, and herds of howling wolves that stun the sailors' ears. These from their caverns, at the close of night, fill the sad isle with horror and affright. Darkling they mourn their fate, whom Circe's pow'r, that watch'd the moon in planetary hour, with words and wicked herbs from humankind had alter'd, and in brutal shapes confin'd. Which monsters, lest the Trojans' pious host should bear, or touch upon th' enchanted coast, propitious Neptune steer'd their course by night, with rising gales that sped their happy flight. Supplied with these, they skim the sounding shore, and hear the swelling surges vainly roar. Now, when the rosy morn began to rise, and wav'd her saffron streamer through the skies, when Thetis blush'd in purple not her own, and from her face the breathing winds were blown, a sudden silence sate upon the sea, and sweeping oars with struggling urged their way. The Trojan from the main beheld a wood, which thick with shades and a brown horror stood. Betwixt the trees the Tiber took his course, with whirlpools dimpled, and with downward force that drove the sand along he took his way, and roll'd his yellow billows to the sea. About him and above and round the wood the birds that haunt the borders of his flood, that bath'd within or bask'd upon his side, to tuneful songs their narrow throats applied. The captain gives command, the joyful train glide through the gloomy shade, and leave the main. Now, Erato, thy poet's mind inspire, and fill his soul with thy celestial fire. Relate what Latium was, her ancient kings. Declare the past and state of things, when first the Trojan fleet Ausonia sought, and how the rivals lov'd, and how they fought. These are my theme, and how the war began, and how concluded by the godlike man. For I shall sing of battles, blood, and rage, which princes and their people did engage, and haughty souls that, mov'd with mutual hate, in fighting fields pursued and found their fate, that rous'd the Tyrrhene realm with loud alarms, and peaceful Italy involved in arms. A larger scene of action is displayed, and, rising hence, a greater work is weighed. Latinus, old and mild, had long possess'd the Latin scepter, and his people bless'd. His father Faunus, a Laurentian dame, his mother, fair Marica was her name. But Faunus came from Picus. Picus drew his birth from Saturn, if records be true. Thus King Latinus in the third degree had Saturn author of his family. But this old peaceful prince, as heaven decreed, was bless'd with no male issue to succeed. His sons in blooming youth were snatch'd by fate. One only daughter heir'd the royal state. Fir'd with her love, and with ambition led, the neighb'ring princes court her nuptial bed. Among the crowd, but far above the rest, young Turnus to the beauteous maid address'd. Turnus, for high descent and graceful mien, was first, and favour'd by the Latian queen. With him she strove to join Lavinia's hand, but dire portents the purpos'd match withstand. Deep in the palace, of long growth, there stood a laurel's trunk, a venerable wood, where rites divine were paid, whose holy hair was kept and cut with superstitious care, This plant Latinus, when his town he wall'd, then found, and from the tree Laurentum call'd. And last, in honour of his new abode, he vow'd the laurel to the laurel's god. It happened once, a boding prodigy, a swarm of bees that cut the liquid sky, unknown from whence they took their airy flight, upon the topmost branch in clouds alight. There with their clasping feet together clung, and a long cluster from the laurel hung. An ancient augur prophesied from hence, "Behold, on Latian shores a foreign prince, from the same parts of heaven his navy stands, to the same parts on earth his army lands. The town he conquers, and the tower commands." Yet more, when fair Lavinia fed the fire before the gods, and stood beside her sire, strange to relate, the flames, involved in smoke of incense, from the sacred altar broke, caught her dishevelled hair and rich attire. Her crown and jewels crackled in the fire. From thence the fuming trail began to spread, and lambent glories danced about her head. This new portent the seer with wonder views, then, pausing, thus his prophecy renews: "The nymph, who scatters flaming fires around, shall shine with honour, shall herself be crowned. But, caused by her irrevocable fate, war shall the country waste, and change the state." Latinus, frighted with this dire ostent, for counsel to his father Faunus went, and sought the shades, renown'd for prophecy, which near Albunia's sulph'rous fountain lie. To these the Latian and the Sabine land fly, when distress'd, and thence relief demand. The priest on skins of off'rings takes his ease, and nightly visions in his slumber sees. A swarm of thin aerial shapes appears, and fluttering round his temples deafs his ears. These he consults, and the future fates to know, from powers above and from the fiends below. Here for the gods' advice Latinus flies, off'ring 100 sheep for sacrifice. Their woolly fleeces, as the rites requir'd, he laid beneath him, and to rest retir'd. No sooner were his eyes in slumber bound, when from above a more than mortal sound invades his ears, and thus the vision spoke: "Seek not, my seed, in Latian bands to yoke our fair Lavinia, nor the gods provoke. A foreign son upon thy shore descends, whose martial fame from pole to pole extends. His race in arms and arts of peace renown'd, not Latium shall contain, nor Europe bound. 'Tis theirs, whate'er the sun surveys around." These answers, in the silent night receiv'd, the king himself divulged, the land believ'd. The fame through all the neighb'ring nations flew, when now the Trojan navy was in view. Beneath a shady tree the hero spread his table on the turf. With cakes of bread, and with his chiefs on forest fruits he fed. They sate, and not without the gods' command. Their homely fare dispatch'd, the hungry band invade their trenchers next, and soon devour, to mend the scanty meal, their cakes of flour. Ascanius thus observ'd, and smiling said: "See, we devour the plates on which we fed." The speech had omen, that the Trojan race should find repose, and this the time and place. Aeneas took the word, and thus replies, confessing fate with wonder in his eyes: "All hail, O earth! All hail, my household gods! Behold the destined place of your abodes. For thus Anchises prophesied of old, and this our fatal place of rest foretold, when, on a foreign shore, instead of meat, by famine forced, your trenchers shall you eat. Then ease your weary Trojans will attend, and the long labours of your voyage end. Remember on that happy coast to build, and with a trench enclose the fruitful field. This was that famine, this the fatal place which ends the wandering of our exiled race. Then on tomorrow's dawn your care employ to search the land, and where the cities lie, and what the men, but give this day to joy. Now pour to Jove, and after Jove is blest, call great Anchises to the genial feast, crown high the goblets with a cheerful draught, enjoy the present hour, adjourn the future thought. Thus having said, the hero bound his brows with leafy branches, then performed his vows, adoring first the genius of the place, then Earth, the mother of the heavenly race. The nymphs and native godheads yet unknown in night, and all the stars that gild her sable throne. The ancient Cybele, and Idaean Jove, and last his sire below, and mother queen above. Then heaven's high monarch thunder'd thrice aloud, and thrice he shook aloft a golden cloud. Soon through the joyful camp a rumour flew, the time was come their city to renew. Then every brow with cheerful green is crown'd, the feasts are doubled, and the bowls go round. When next the rosy morn disclosed the day, the scouts to several parts divide their way, to learn the natives' names, their towns explore, the coasts and trendings of the crooked shore. Here Tiber flows, and here Numicus stands. Here warlike Latins hold the happy lands. The pious chief, who sought by peaceful ways to found his empire, and his town to raise, 100 youths from all his train selects, and to the Latian court their course directs. The spacious palace where their prince resides, and all their heads with wreaths of olive hides. They go commissioned to require a peace, and carry presents to procure access. Thus, while they speed their pace, the prince designs his new elected seat, and draws the lines. The Trojans round the place a rampire cast, and palisades about the trenches placed. Meantime the train, proceeding on their way, from far the town and lofty towers survey, at length approach the walls. Without the gate they see the boys and Latian youth debate the martial prizes on the dusty plain. Some drive the cars, and some the coursers rein. Some bend the stubborn bow for victory, and some with darts their active sinews try. A posting messenger, dispatch'd from hence, of this fair troop advised their aged prince, that foreign men of mighty stature came, uncouth their habit, and unknown their name. The king ordains their entrance, and ascends his regal seat, surrounded by his friends. A palace, built by Picus, vast and proud, supported by 100 pillars stood, and round encompassed with a rising wood. The pile o'erlooked the town, and drew the sight, surprised at once with reverence and delight. There kings received the marks of sov'reign pow'r, in state the monarchs march'd, the lictors bore their awful axes, and the rods before. Here the tribunal stood, the house of prayer, and here the sacred senators repair. All at large tables, in long order set, a ram their offering, and a ram their meat. Above the portal, carved in cedar wood, placed in their ranks, their godlike grandsires stood. Old Saturn with his crooked scythe on high, and Italus that led the colony, and ancient Janus with his double face and bunch of keys, the porter of the place. There good Sabinus, planter of the vines, on a short pruning hook his head reclines, and studiously surveys his gen'rous wines. Then warlike kings, who for their country fought, and honorable wounds from battle brought. Around the posts hung helmets, darts, and spears, and captive chariots, axes, shields, and bars, and broken beaks of ships, the trophies of their wars. Above the rest, as chief of all the band, was Picus placed, a buckler in his hand. His other wav'd a long divining wand. Girt in his Gaban gown the hero sate, yet could not with his art avoid his fate. For Circe long had lov'd the youth in vain, till love, refus'd, converted to disdain. Then mixing powerful herbs with magic art, she chang'd his form, who could not change his heart. Constrain'd him in a bird, and made him fly with party-colour'd plumes, a chattering pie. In this high temple, on a chair of state, the seat of audience, old Latinus sate, and gave admission to the Trojan train, and thus with pleasing accents he began: "Tell me, ye Trojans, for that name you own, nor is your course upon our coasts unknown. Say what you seek, and whither were you bound? Were you by stress of weather cast aground? Such dangers as on seas are often seen, and oft befall to miserable men. Or come, your shipping in our ports to lay, spent and disabled in so long a way. Say what you want. The Latians you shall find, not forced to goodness, but by will inclined. For since the time of Saturn's holy reign, his hospitable customs we retain. I call to mind, but time the tale has worn, the Aurunci told, that Dardanus, though born on Latian plains, yet sought the Phrygian shore, and Samothracia, Samos called before. From Tuscan Coritum he claim'd his birth, but after, when exempt from mortal earth, from thence ascended to his kindred skies, a god, and, as a god, augments their sacrifice." He said. Ilioneus made this reply: "O king of Faunus' royal family, nor wintry winds to Latium forc'd our way, nor did the stars our wand'ring course betray. Willing we sought your shores, and hither bound the ports so long desir'd at length we found. From our sweet homes and ancient realms expell'd, great as the greatest that the sun beheld, the god began our line who rules above. And, as our race, our king descends from Jove, and hither are we come, by his command, to crave admission in your happy land. How dire a tempest from Mycenae pour'd our plains, our temples, and our town devour'd! What was the waste of war? What fierce alarms shook Asia's crown with European arms? Even such have heard, if such there be, whose earth is bounded by the frozen sea, and such as, born beneath the burning sky and sultry sun, betwixt the tropics lie. From that dire deluge, through the watery waste, such length of years, such various perils past, at last escaped, to Latium we repair, to beg what you without your want may spare. The common water, and the common air, sheds, which ourselves will build, and mean abodes, fit to receive and serve our banish'd gods. Nor our admission shall your realm disgrace, nor length of time our gratitude efface. Besides, what endless honour you shall gain, to save and shelter Troy's unhappy train! Now by my sov'reign and his fate I swear, renown'd for faith and peace, for force in war. Oft our alliance other lands desir'd, and what we seek of you, of us requir'd. Despite not then that in our hands we bear these holy boughs, sue with words of prayer. Fate and the gods by their supreme command have doom'd our ships to seek the Latian land. To these abodes our fleet Apollo sends. Here Dardanus was born, and hither tends, where Tuscan Tiber rolls with rapid force, and where Numicus opes his holy source. Besides, our prince presents, with his request, some small remains of what his sire possess'd. This golden charger, snatch'd from burning Troy, Anchises did in sacrifice employ. This royal robe and this tiara wore old Priam, and this golden scepter bore in full assemblies and in solemn games. These purple vests were weaved by Dardan dames. Thus while he spoke, Latinus rolled around his eyes, and fixed a while upon the ground. Intent he seemed, and anxious in his breast, not by the scepter moved or kingly vest, but pondering future things of wondrous weight, succession, empire, and his daughter's fate. On these he mused within his thoughtful mind, and then revolved what Faunus had divined. This was the foreign prince, by fate decreed to share his scepter and Lavinia's bed. This was the race that sure portents foreshew to sway the world, and land and sea subdue. At length he raised his cheerful head and spoke. "The powers," said he, "the powers we both invoke, to you, and yours, and mine, propitious be, and firm our purpose with their augury. Have what you ask, your presents I receive, land, where and when you please, with ample leave. Partake and use my kingdom as your own, all shall be yours, while I command the crown. And if my wish'd alliance please your king, tell him he should not send the peace, but bring. Then let him not a friend's embraces fear, the peace is made when I behold him here. Besides this answer, tell my royal guest, I add to his commands my own request. One only daughter heirs my crown and state, whom not our oracles, nor heaven, nor fate, nor frequent prodigies permit to join with any native of the Ausonian line. A foreign son-in-law shall come from far, such is our doom, a chief renown'd in war, whose race shall bear aloft the Latian name, and through the conquer'd world diffuse our fame. Himself to be the man the fates require, I firmly judge, and, what I judge, desire." He said, and then on each bestow'd a steed. 300 horses, in high stables fed, stood ready, shining all, and smoothly dress'd. Of these he chose the fairest and the best, to mount the Trojan troop. At his command the steeds caparison'd with purple stand, with golden trappings glorious to behold, and champ betwixt their teeth the foaming gold. Then to his absent guest the king decreed a pair of coursers born of heavenly breed, who from their nostrils breathed ethereal fire, whom Circe stole from her celestial sire, by substituting mares produced on earth, whose wombs conceived a more than mortal birth. These draw the chariot which Latinus sends, and the rich present to the prince commends. Sublime on stately steeds the Trojans borne, to their expecting lord with peace return. But jealous Juno from Pachynus' height, as she from Argos took her airy flight, beheld with envious eyes this hateful sight. She saw the Trojan and his joyful train descend upon the shore, desert the main, design a town, and with unhoped success th' ambassadors return with promis'd peace. Then Pierced with pain, she shook her haughty head, sighed from her inward soul, and thus she said: "O hated offspring of my Phrygian foes! O fates of Troy, which Juno's fates oppose! Could they not fall unpitied on the plain, but slain revive, and taken 'scape again? When execrable Troy in ashes lay, through fires and swords and seas they forc'd their way. Then vanquish'd Juno must in vain contend, her rage disarm'd, her empire at an end. Breathless and tir'd, is all my fury spent? Or does my glutted spleen at length relent? As if 'twere little from their town to chase, I thro' the seas pursued their exil'd race, engag'd the heavens, oppos'd the stormy main, but billows roar'd, and tempests rag'd in vain. What have my Scyllas and my Sorties done? When these they overpass, and those they shun, on Tiber's shores they land, secure of fate, triumphant o'er the storms and Juno's hate. Mars could in mutual blood the Centaurs bathe, and Jove himself gave way to Cynthia's wrath, who sent the tusky boar to Calydon. What great offence had either people done? But I, consort of the Thunderer, have waged a long and unsuccessful war, with various arts and arms in vain have toil'd, and by a mortal man at length am foil'd. If native power prevail not, shall I doubt to seek for needful succour from without? If Jove and heaven my just desires deny, hell shall the power of heaven and Jove supply. Grant that the fates have firm'd by their decree the Trojan race to reign in Italy. At least I can defer the nuptial day, and with protracted wars the peace delay. With blood the dear alliance shall be bought, and both the people near destruction brought. So shall the son-in-law and father join, with ruin, war, and waste of either line. O fatal maid, thy marriage is endow'd with Phrygian, Latian, and Rutulian blood. Bellona leads thee to thy lover's hand, another queen brings forth another brand, to burn with foreign fires another land. A second Paris, diff'ring but in name, shall fire his country with a second flame. Thus having said, she sinks beneath the ground with furious haste, and shoots the Stygian sound, to rouse Alecto from th' infernal seat of her dire sisters and their dark retreat. This fury, fit for her intent, she chose, one who delights in wars and human woes. Even Pluto hates his own misshapen race. Her sister Furies fly her hideous face. So frightful are the forms the monster takes, so fierce the hissings of her speckled snakes. Her Juno finds, and thus inflames her spite. O virgin daughter of eternal night, give me this once thy labour to sustain my right, and execute my just disdain. Let not the Trojans, with a feign'd pretence of proffer'd peace, delude the Latian prince. Expel from Italy that odious name, and let not Juno suffer in her fame. 'Tis thine to ruin realms, or turn a state betwixt the dearest friends to raise debate, and kindle kindred blood to mutual hate. Thy hand o'er towns the funeral torch displays, and forms 1,000 ills 10,000 ways. Now shake out thy fruitful breast the seeds of envy, discord, and of cruel deeds. Confound the peace establish'd, and prepare their souls to hatred, and their hands to war. Smear'd as she was with black Gorgonian blood, the Fury sprang above the Stygian flood, and on her wicker wings, sublime thro' night, she to the Latian palace took her flight. There sought the queen's apartment, stood before the peaceful threshold, and besieg'd the door. restless Amata lay, her swelling breast fir'd with disdain for Turnus dispossess'd, and the new nuptials of the Trojan guest. From her black bloody locks the Fury shakes her darling Plague, the fav'rite of her snakes. With her full force she threw the poisonous dart, and fix'd it deep within Amata's heart, that thus envenom'd she might kindle rage, and sacrifice to strife her house husband's age. Unseen, unfelt, the fiery serpent skims betwixt her linen and her naked limbs, his baleful breath inspiring, as he glides. Now like a chain around her neck he rides, now like a fillet to her head repairs, and with his circling volumes folds her hairs. At first the silent venom slid with ease, and seized her cooler senses by degrees. Then, ere th' infected mass was fir'd too far, in plaintive accents she began the war, and thus bespoke her husband: "Shall," she said, "a wand'ring prince enjoy Lavinia's bed? If nature plead not in a parent's heart, pity my tears, and pity her desert. I know, my dearest lord, the time will come you in vain reverse your cruel doom. The faithless pirate soon will set to sea, and bear the royal virgin far away. A guest like him, a Trojan guest before, in shew of friendship, sought the Spartan shore, and ravish'd Helen from her husband bore. Think on a king's inviolable word, and think on Turnus, her once plighted lord. To this false foreigner you give your throne, and wrong a friend, a kinsman, and a son. Resume your ancient care, and if the god your sire and you resolve on foreign blood, know all are foreign, in a larger sense, not born your subjects, or deriv'd from hence. Then, if the line of Turnus you retrace, he springs from Inachus of Argive race." But when she saw her reasons idly spent, and could not move him from his fix'd intent, she flew to rage, for now the snake possess'd her vital parts, and poison'd all her breast. She raves, she runs with a distracted pace, and fills with horrid howls the public place. And as young striplings whip the top for sport, on the smooth pavement of an empty court, the wooden engine flies and whirls about, admir'd with clamours of the beardless rout. They lash aloud, each other they provoke, and lend their little souls at every stroke. Thus fares the queen, and thus her fury blows amidst the crowd, and kindles as she goes. Nor yet content, she strains her malice more, and adds new ills to those contriv'd before. She flies the town, and mixing with a throng of madding matrons, bears the bride along, wand'ring through the woods and wilds, and devious ways, and with these arts the Trojan match delays. She feign'd the rites of Bacchus, cried aloud, and to the buxom god the virgin vow'd: "Evoe, O Bacchus!" Thus began the song, and "Evoe!" answer'd all the female throng. "O virgin, worthy thee alone!" she cried. "O worthy thee alone!" the crew replied. "For thee she feeds her hair, she leads thy dance, and with thy winding ivy wreathes her lance. Like fury seize the rest, the progress known. All seek the mountains and forsake the town, all clad in skins of beasts the javelin bear, give to the wanton winds their flowing hair, and shrieks and shoutings rend the suff'ring air. The queen herself, inspir'd with rage divine, shook high above her head a flaming pine, then roll'd her haggard eyes around the throng, and sung on in Turnus' name the nuptial song. O ye Latian dames, if any here hold your unhappy queen Amata dear, if There be here, she said, who dare maintain my right, nor think the name of mother vain. Unbind your fillets, loose your flowing hair, and orgies and nocturnal rites prepare. End of Book 7, Part 1. Recording by Alan Brown, Houston, Texas. Book 7, Part 2 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Brown. The Aeneid by Publius Vergilius Maro. Translated by John Dryden. Book 7. Juno served by a Fury, Part 2. Amata's breast the Fury thus invades, and fires with rage amid the sylvan shades. Then, when she found her venom spread so far, the royal house embroiled in civil war, raised on her dusky wings she cleaves the skies, and seeks the palace where young Turnus lies. His town, as fame reports, was built of old by Danae, pregnant with almighty gold, who fled her father's rage, and, with a train of following Argives, through the stormy main, driven by the southern blasts, was fated here to reign. 'Twas Ardua once, now Ardea's name it bears, once a fair city, now consumed with years. Here in his lofty palace Turnus lay, betwixt the confines of the night and day, secure in sleep. The Fury laid aside her looks and limbs, and with new methods tried the foulness of the infernal form to hide. Propp'd on a staff, she takes a trembling mien, her face is furrowed, and her front obscene. Deep dinted wrinkles on her cheek she draws, sunk are her eyes, and toothless are her jaws. Her hoary hair with holy fillets bound, her temples with an olive wreath are crowned. Old Calliope, who kept the sacred fane of Juno, now she seem'd, and thus began, appearing in a dream to rouse the careless man. Shall Turnus then such endless toil sustain in fighting fields, and conquer towns in vain? Win for a Trojan head to wear the prize? Usurp thy crown? Enjoy thy victories? The bride and scepter which thy blood has bought the king transfers, and foreign heirs are sought. Go now, deluded man, and seek again new toils, new dangers, on the dusty plain. Repel the Tuscan foes, their city seize, protect the Latians in luxurious ease. This dream all-powerful Juno sends, I bear her mighty mandates, and her words you hear. Haste, arm your Ardeans, issue to the plain. With fate to friend, assault the Trojan train, their thoughtless chiefs, their painted ships that lie in Tiber's mouth, with fire and sword destroy. The Latian king, unless he shall submit, own his old promise, and his new forget. Let him in arms the power of Turnus prove, and learn to fear whom he disdains to love. For such is heav'n's command. The youthful prince with scorn replied, and made this bold defence: You tell me, mother, what I knew before. The Phrygian fleet is landed on the shore. I neither fear nor will provoke the war. My fate is Juno's most peculiar care. But time has made you dote, and vainly tell of arms imagined in your lonely cell. Go, be the temple and the gods your care. Permit to men the thought of peace and war. These haughty words Alecto's rage provoke, and frighted Turnus trembled as she spoke. Her eyes grow stiffened, and with sulphur burn, her hideous looks and hellish form return. Her curling snakes with hissings fill the place, and open all the furies of her face. Then, darting fire from her malignant eyes, she cast him backward, as he strove to rise, and, ling'ring, sought to frame some new replies. High on her head she rears 2 twisted snakes, her chains she rattles, and her whip she shakes, and, churning bloody foam, thus loudly speaks: "Behold, whom time has made to dote and tell of arms imagined in her lonely cell. Behold the fates' infernal minister, war, death, destruction, in my hand I bear." Thus having said, her smouldering torch impress'd with her full force, she plunged into his breast. Aghast he waked, and starting from his bed, cold sweat in clammy drops his limbs o'erspread. "Arms, arms!" he cries, "my sword and shield prepare." He breathes defiance, blood, and mortal war. So, when with crackling flames a caldron fries, the bubbling waters from the bottom rise. Above the brims they force their fiery way, black vapours climb aloft and cloud the day. The peace polluted thus, a chosen band he first commissions to the Latian land, in threat'ning embassy; then rais'd the rest, to meet in arms th' intruding Trojan guest, to force the foes from the Lavinian shore, and Italy's endanger'd peace restore. Himself alone an equal match he boasts, to fight the Phrygian and Ausonian hosts. The gods invoked, the Rutuli prepare their arms, and warn each other to the war. His beauty these, and those his blooming age, the rest his house and his own fame engage. While Turnus urges thus his enterprise, the Stygian fury to the Trojans flies, new frauds invents, and takes a steepy stand, which overlooks the vale with wide command, where fair Ascanius and his youthful train with horns and hounds a hunting match ordain, and pitch their toils around the shady plain. The Fury fires the pack; they snuff, they vent, and feed their hungry nostrils with the scent. 'Twas of a well-grown stag whose antlers rise high o'er his front, his beams invade the skies. From this light cause th' infernal maid prepares the country churls to mischief, hate, and wars. The stately beast the 2 Tyrrhidae bred, snatch'd from his dams, and the tame youngling fed. Their father Tyrrheus did his fodder bring, Tyrrheus, chief ranger to the Latian king. Their sister Silvia cherish'd with her care the little wanton, and did wreaths prepare to hang his budding horns, with ribbons tied his tender neck, and comb'd his silken hide, and bathed his body. Patient of command in time he grew, and, growing used to hand, he waited at his master's board for food, then sought his salvage kindred in the wood, where grazing all the day, at night he came to his known lodgings and his country dame. This household beast, that used the woodland grounds, was view'd at first by the young hero's hounds, as down the stream he swam, to seek retreat in the cool waters, and to quench his heat. Ascanius, young and eager of his game, soon bent his bow, uncertain in his aim; but the dire fiend the fatal arrow guides, which pierc'd his bowels through his panting sides. The bleeding creature issues from the floods, possess'd with fear, and seeks his known abodes, his old familiar hearth and household gods. He falls, he fills the house with heavy groans, implores their pity, and his pain bemoans. Young Silvia beats her breast, and cries aloud for succour from the clownish neighbourhood. The churls assemble, for the fiend who lay in the close woody covert urg'd their way. One with a brand yet burning from the flame, arm'd with a knotty club another came. Whate'er they catch or find, without their care, their fury makes an instrument of war. Tyrrheus, the foster father of the beast, then clench'd a hatchet in his horny fist, but held his hand from the descending stroke, and left his wedge within the cloven oak, to whet their courage and their rage provoke. And now the goddess, exercis'd in ill, who watch'd an hour to work her impious will, ascends the roof, and to her crooked horn, such as was then by Latian shepherds borne, adds all her breath. The rocks and woods around, and mountains tremble at the infernal sound. The sacred lake of Trivia from afar, the Veline fountains, and the sulphureous Nar, shake at the baleful blast, the signal of the war. Young mothers wildly stare, with fear possess'd, and strain their helpless infants to their breast. The clowns, a boisterous, rude, ungovern'd crew, with furious haste to the loud summons flew. The pow'rs of Troy, then issuing on the plain, with fresh recruits their youthful chief sustain. Not theirs a raw and unexperienc'd train, but a firm body of embattled men. At first, while fortune favour'd neither side, the fight with clubs and burning brands was tried. But now, both parties reinforc'd, the fields are bright with flaming swords and brazen shields. A shining harvest either host displays, and shoots against the sun with equal rays. Thus when a black-brow'd gust begins to rise, white foam at first on the curl'd ocean fries. Then roars the main, the billows mount the skies, till, by the fury of the storm full blown, the muddy bottom o'er the clouds is thrown. First Almon falls, old Tyrrheus' eldest care, pierc'd with an arrow from the distant war. Fix'd in his throat the flying weapon stood, and stopp'd his breath, and drank his vital blood. Huge heaps of slain around the body rise. Among the rest the rich Galesus lies, a good old man, while peace he preach'd in vain, amidst the madness of the unruly train. 5 herds, 5 bleating flocks his pastures fill'd, his lands 100 yoke of oxen till'd. Thus, while in equal scales their fortune stood, the Fury bathed them in each other's blood. Then, having fix'd the fight, exulting flies, and bears fulfill'd her promise to the skies. To Juno thus she speaks: "Behold, it is done! The blood already drawn, the war begun. The discord is complete, nor can they cease the dire debate, nor you command the peace. Now, since the Latian and the Trojan brood have tasted vengeance and the sweets of blood, speak, and my power shall add this office more. The neighb'ring nations of the Ausonian shore shall hear the dreadful rumour from afar of arm'd invasion, and embrace the war." Then Juno thus: "The grateful work is done, the seeds of discord sow'd, the war begun. Frauds, fears, and fury have possess'd the state, and fix'd the causes of a lasting hate. A bloody Hymen shall the alliance join betwixt the Trojan and Ausonian line. But thou with speed to night and hell repair, for not the gods, nor angry Jove, will bear thy lawless wand'ring walks in upper air. Leave what remains to me." Saturnia said. The sullen fiend her sounding wings display'd, unwilling left the light, and sought the nether shade. In midst of Italy, well known to fame, there lies a lake, Amsanctus is the name. Below the lofty mounts, on either side thick forests the forbidden entrance hide. Full in the centre of the sacred wood, an arm arises of the Stygian flood, which, breaking from beneath with bellowing sound, whirls the black waves and rattling stones around. Here Pluto pants for breath from out his cell, and opens wide the grinning jaws of hell. To this infernal lake the Fury flies. Here hides her hated head, and frees the labouring skies. Saturnian Juno now with double care attends the fatal process of the war. The clowns, return'd, from battle bear the slain, implore the gods, and to their king complain. The corpse of Almon and the rest are shown. Shrieks, clamours, murmurs fill the frighted town. Ambitious Turnus in the press appears, and, aggravating crimes, augments their fears. Proclaims his private injuries aloud, a solemn promise made, and disavowed. A foreign son is sought, and a mix'd mongrel brood. Then they, whose mothers, frantic with their fear, in woods and wiles the flags of Bacchus bear, and lead his dances with dishevelled hair, increase the clamour and the war demand. Such was Amata's interest in the land. Against the public sanctions of the peace, against all omens of their ill success, with fates averse, the rout in arms resort, to force their monarch, and insult the court. But, like a rock unmoved, a rock that braves the raging tempest and the rising waves, propp'd on himself he stands. His solid sides wash off the seaweeds and the sounding tides. So stood the pious prince, unmoved, and long sustain'd the madness of the noisy throng. But, when he found that Juno's pow'r prevail'd, and all the methods of cool counsel fail'd, he calls the gods to witness their offence, disclaims the war, asserts his innocence. Hurried by fate, he cries, and borne before a furious wind, we have the faithful shore. O more than mad men, you yourselves shall bear the guilt of blood in sacrilegious war. Thou, Turnus, shalt atone it by thy fate, and pray to heav'n for peace, but pray too late. For me, my stormy voyage at an end, I to the port of death securely tend. The funeral pomp, which to your kings you pay, is all I want, and all you take away. He said no more, but, in his walls confin'd, shut out the woes which he too well divin'd, nor with the rising storm would vainly strive, but left the helm, and let the vessel drive. A solemn custom was observ'd of old, which Latium held, and now the Romans hold. Their standard, when in fighting fields they rear against the fierce Hyrcanians, or declare the Scythian, Indian, or Arabian war, or from the boasting Parthians would regain their eagles, lost in Carrhae's bloody plain, 2 gates of steel, the name of Mars they bear, and still are worshipp'd with religious fear. Before his temple stand, the dire abode, and the fear'd issues of the furious god are fenced with brazen bolts. Without the gates the wary guardian Janus doubly waits. Then, when the sacred senate votes the wars, the Roman consul their decree declares, and in his robes the sounding gates unbars. The youth in military shouts arise, and the loud trumpets break the yielding skies. These rites, of old by sov'reign princes us'd, were the king's office, but the king refus'd, deaf to their cries. nor would the gates unbar of sacred peace, or loose th' imprison'd war, but hid his head, and, safe from loud alarms, abhorr'd the wicked ministry of arms. Then heav'n's imperious queen shot down from high; at her approach the brazen hinges fly, the gates are forc'd, and every falling bar, and, like a tempest, issues out the war. The peaceful cities of th' Ausonian shore, lull'd in their ease, and undisturb'd before, are all on fire, and some with studious care their restive steeds in sandy plains prepare. Some their soft limbs in painful marches try, and war is all their wish, and arms the general cry. Part scour the rusty shields with seam, and part new grind the blunted axe, and point the dart. With joy they view the waving ensigns fly, and hear the trumpet's clangor pierce the sky. 5 cities forge their arms: the Aetenian powers, Antemnae, Tibur with her lofty towers, Ardea the proud, the Crustumerian town. All these of old were places of renown. Some hammer helmets for the fighting field, some twine young sallows to support the shield, the croslet some, and some the cuishes mould, with silver plated and with ductile gold. The rustic honours of the scythe and share give place to swords and plumes, the pride of war. Old falchions are new temper'd in the fires, the sounding trumpet every soul inspires. The word is given, with eager speed they lace the shining headpiece, and the shield embrace. The neighing steeds are to the chariot tied, the trusty weapon sits on every side. And now the mighty labour is begun. Ye Muses, open all your Helicon. Sing you the chiefs that sway'd the Ausonian land, their arms, and armies under their command. What warriors in our ancient clime were bred, what soldiers follow'd, and what heroes led. For well you know, and can record alone, what fame to future times conveys but darkly down. Mezentius first appear'd upon the plain; scorn sate upon his brows, and sour disdain, defying earth and heav'n. Etruria lost, he brings to Turnus' aid his baffled host. The charming Lausus, full of youthful fire, rode in the rank, and next his sullen sire. To Turnus only second, in the grace of manly mien and features of the face. A skilful horseman, and a huntsman bred, with fates averse 1,000 men he led. His sire unworthy of so brave a son, himself well worthy of a happier throne. Next Aventinus drives his chariot round the Latian plains, with palms and laurels crown'd. Proud of his steeds, he smokes along the field; his father's hydra fills his ample shield. 100 serpents hiss about the brims. The son of Hercules he justly seems, by his broad shoulders and gigantic limbs, of heav'nly part, and part of earthly blood, a mortal woman mixing with a god. For strong Alcides, after he had slain the triple Geryon, drove from conquer'd Spain his captive herds, and thence in triumph led on Tuscan Tiber's flowery banks they fed. Then on Mount Aventine the son of Jove the priestess Rhea found, and forc'd to love. For arms, his men long piles and javelins bore, and poles with pointed steel their foes in battle gore. Like Hercules himself his son appears, in salvage pomp; a lion's head he wears; about his shoulders hangs the shaggy skin; the teeth and gaping jaws severely grin. Thus, like the god his father, homely dress'd, he strides into the hall, a horrid guest. Then 2 twin brothers from the fair Tiber came, which from their brother Tiburs took the name. Fierce Chorus and Catillus, void of fear, arm'd Argive horse they led, and in the front appear, like cloud-born centaurs, from the mountain's height with rapid course descending to the fight. They rush along, the rattling woods give way, the branches bend before their sweepy sway. Nor was Praeneste's founder wanting there, whom fame reports the son of Mulciber, found in the fire and foster'd in the plains, a shepherd and a king at once he reigns, and leads to Turnus' aid his country swains. His own Praeneste sends a chosen band, with those who plow Saturnia's Gabine land. Besides the succour which cold Aenean yields, the rocks of Hernicus and the dewy fields, Anagnia fat, and farther Amasene, a numerous rout, but all of naked men. Nor arms they wear, nor swords and bucklers wield, nor drive the chariot through the dusty field, but whirl from leathern slings huge balls of lead, and spoils of yellow wolves adorn their head. Their left foot naked, when they march to fight, but in a bull's raw hide they sheathe the right. Messapus next, great Neptune was his sire, secure of steel and fated from the fire. In pomp appears, and with his ardor warms a heartless train, unexercised in arms. The just Faliscans he to battle brings, and those who live where Lake Cimenia springs, and where Feronia's grove and temple stands, who till Fescinian or Flavinian lands. All these in order march, and marching sing the warlike actions of their sea-born king, like a long team of snowy swans on high, which clap their wings and cleave the liquid sky. When homeward from their watery pastures borne, they sing, and Asia's lakes their notes return. Not one who heard their music from afar would think these troops an army train'd to war, but flocks of fowl that, when the tempests roar, with their hoarse gabbling seek the silent shore. Then Clausus came, who led a numerous band of troops embodied from the Sabine land, and in himself alone an army brought. 'Twas he the noble Claudian race begot, the Claudian race, ordain'd in times to come to share the greatness of imperial Rome. He led the Curies forth, of old renown, Mutuscans from their olive-bearing town, and all the Eretrian powers, besides a band that follow'd from Velinum's dewy land, and Amaternian troops of mighty fame, and mountaineers that from Severus came, and from the craggy cliffs of Tetrica, and those where yellow Tiber takes his way, and where Hymella's wanton waters play. Casperia sends her arms, and with those that lie by Fabaris and fruitful Foruli. The warlike aids of Horta next appear, and the cold Nursians come to close the rear, mix'd with the natives born of Latine blood, whom Allia washes with her fatal flood. Not thicker billows beat the Libyan main, when pale Orion sets in wintry rain, nor thicker harvests on rich Hermus rise, nor Lycian fields, when Phoebus burns the skies. Then stand these troops, their bucklers ring around, their trampling turns the turf, and shakes the solid ground. High in his chariot then Halesus came, a foe by birth to Troy's unhappy name, from Agamemnon born. To Turnus' aid 1,000 men the youthful hero led, who till'd the Massic soil, for wine renown'd, and fierce Auruncans from their hilly ground, and those who live by Cydonetian shores, and where with shoaly fords full Turnus roars. Cales and Osca's old inhabitants, and rough Saticulans, inur'd to wants, light demi-lances from afar they throw, fasten'd with leathern thongs to gall the foe. Short crooked swords in closer fight they wear, and on their warding arm light bucklers bear. Nor, Oebalus, shalt thou be left unsung, from nymph Semethus and old Telon sprung, who then in Teleboan Capri reign'd, but that short isle the ambitious youth disdain'd. And o'er Campania stretch'd his ample sway, where swelling Sarnus seeks the Tyrrhene sea, o'er Batulum, and where Abella sees, from her high towers, the harvest of her trees. And these, as was the Teuton use of old, wield brazen swords, and brazen bucklers hold, sling weighty stones, when from afar they fight. Their casques are cork, a covering thick and light. Next these in rank the warlike Ufens went, and led the mountain troops that Nursia sent. The rude Equicolae his rule obey'd, hunting their sport, and plund'ring was their trade. In arms they plow'd, to battle still prepar'd. Their soil was barren, and their hearts were hard. Umbro the priest the proud Marubians led, by King Archippus sent to Turnus' aid, and peaceful olives crown'd his hoary head. His wand and holy words the viper's rage, envenom'd wounds of serpents could assuage. He, when he pleas'd with powerful juice to steep their temples, shut their eyes in pleasing sleep. But vain were Marsian herbs and magic art, to cure the wound given by the Dardan dart. Yet his untimely fate th' Angetian woods in sighs remurmur'd to the Fucine floods. The son of fam'd Hippolytus was there, fam'd as his sire, and, as his mother, fair, whom in Egerian groves Aricia bore, and nurs'd his youth along the marshy shore, where great Diana's peaceful altars flame in fruitful fields, and Virbius was his name. Hippolytus, as old records have said, was by his stepdam sought to share her bed, but when no female arts his mind could move, she turn'd to furious hate her impious love. Torn by wild horses on the sandy shore, another's crimes the unhappy hunter bore, glutting his father's eyes with guiltless gore. But chaste Diana, who his death deplor'd, with Aesculapian herbs his life restor'd. Then Jove, who saw from high, with just disdain, the dead inspir'd with vital breath again, struck to the centre with his flaming dart the unhappy founder of the godlike art. But Trivia kept in secret shades alone her care Hippolytus to fate unknown, and call'd him Virbius in the Egerian grove, where then he liv'd obscure, but safe from Jove. For this from Trivia's temple and her wood are coursers driven, who shed their master's blood, affrighted by the monsters of the flood. His son, the second Virbius, yet retain'd his father's art, and warrior steeds he rein'd. Amid the troops, and like the leading god, high o'er the rest in arms the graceful Turnus rode. A triple of plumes his crest adorn'd, on which with belching flames Chimaera burn'd. The more the kindled combat rises higher, the more with fury burns the blazing fire. Fair Io grac'd his shield, but Io now with horns exalted stands, and seems to low. A noble charge! Her keeper by her side to watch her walks, his 100 eyes applied, and on the brims her sire, the watery god, roll'd from a silver urn his crystal flood. A cloud of foot succeeds, and fills the fields with swords, and pointed spears, and clattering shields, of Argives, and of old Sicanian bands, and those who plough the rich Rutulian lands, Auruncan youth, and those Sacrana yields, and the proud Labicans with painted shields, and those who near Numician streams reside, and those whom Tiber's holy forests hide, or Circe's hills from the mainland divide, where Ufens glides along the lowly lands, or the black water of Pomptina stands. Last from the Volscians fair Camilla came, and led her warlike troops, a warrior dame. Unbred to spinning, in the loom unskill'd, she chose the nobler Pallas of the field. Mix'd with the first, the fierce Virago fought, sustain'd the toils of arms, the danger sought. outstripped the winds in speed upon the plain, flew o'er the fields, nor hurt the bearded grain. She swept the seas, and as she skimm'd along, her flying feet unbathed on billows hung. Men, boys, and women, stupid with surprise, where'er she passes, fix their wond'ring eyes. Longing they look, and gaping at the sight, devour her o'er and o'er with vast delight. Her purple habit sits with such a grace on her smooth shoulders, and so suits her face. Her head with ringlets of her hair is crown'd, and in a golden caul the curls are bound. She shakes her myrtle jav'lin, and behind her Lycian quiver dances in the wind. End of Book 7. Recording by Alan Brown, Houston, Texas.
Book 8, Part 1 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Aeneid by Publius Vergilius Maro, translated by John Dryden, Book 8, Arcadian Allies, Part 1. When Turnus had assembled all his powers, his standard planted on Laurentium's towers, when now the springly trumpet from afar had given the signal of approaching war, had roused the neighing steeds to scour the fields, while the fierce riders clattered on their shields, trembling with rage, the Latian youth prepare to join the allies and headlong rush to war. Fierce Ufens and Messapus led the crowd, with bold Mezentius, who blasphemed aloud. These through the country took their wasteful course, the fields to forage and to gather force. Then Venulus to Diomed they send, to beg his aid Ausonia to defend. Declare the common danger, and inform the Grecian leader of the growing storm. Aeneas landed on the Latian coast, with banish'd gods and with a baffled host, yet now aspir'd to conquest of the state, and claim'd a title from the gods and fate. What numerous nations in his quarrel came, and how they spread his formidable name, what he design'd, what mischief might arise, if fortune favour'd his first enterprise, was left for him to weigh, whose equal fears and common interest was involved in theirs. While Turnus and the allies thus urge the war, the Trojan, floating in a flood of care, beholds the tempest which his foes prepare. This way and that he turns his anxious mind, thinks and rejects the counsels he designed, explores himself in vain in every part, and gives no rest to his distracted heart. So when the sun by day or moon by night strike on the polish'd brass their trembling light, the glittering species here and there divide, and cast their dubious beams from side to side. Now on the walls, now on the pavement play, and to the ceiling flash the glaring day. It was night, and weary nature lull'd asleep the birds of air and fishes of the deep, and beasts and mortal men. The Trojan chief was laid on Tiber's bank, oppressed with grief, and found in silent slumber late relief. Then through the shadows of the poplar wood arose the father of the Roman flood. An azure robe was o'er his body spread, a wreath of shady reeds adorned his head. Thus manifest to sight the god appear'd, and with these pleasing words his sorrow cheer'd. Undoubted offspring of ethereal race, O long expected in this promised place, who thro' the foes hast borne thy banish'd gods, restore them to their hearth and old abodes. This is thy happy home, the clime where fate ordains thee to restore the Trojan state. Fear not, the war shall end in lasting peace, and all the rage of haughty Juno cease, and that this nightly vision may not seem the effect of fancy or an idle dream. A soul beneath an oak shall lie along, all white herself, and white her 30 young. When 30 rolling years have run their race, thy son Ascanius on this empty space shall build a royal town of lasting fame, which from this omen shall receive the name. Time shall approve the truth, for what remains, and how with sure success to crown thy pains. With patience next attend a banish'd band, driven with Evander from the Arcadian land, have planted here and placed on high their walls, their town the founder Pallanteum calls. Deriv'd from Pallas, his great-grandsire's name, but the fierce Latians old possession claim. With war infesting the new colony, these make thy friends, and on their aid rely. To thy free passage I submit my streams. Wake, son of Venus, from thy pleasing dreams, and when the setting stars are lost in day, to Juno's pow'r thy just devotion pay. With sacrifice the wrathful queen appease, her pride at length shall fall, her fury cease. When thou return'st victorious from the war, perform thy vows to me with grateful care. The god am I, whose yellow water flows around these fields, it fattens as it goes. Tiber my name among the rolling floods, renown'd on earth, esteem'd among the gods. This is my certain seat in times to come, my waves shall wash the walls of mighty Rome. He said, and plunged below, while yet he spoke. His dream Aeneas and his sleep forsook. He rose, and looking up beheld the skies with purple blushing, and the day arise. The water in his hollow palm he took from Tiber's flood, and thus their powers bespoke. Laurentian nymphs, by whom the streams are fed, and Father Tiber in thy sacred bed, receive Aeneas, and from danger keep whatever found, whatever wholly deep. Conceals thy watery stores wherever they rise, and bubbling from below salute the skies. Thou king of horned floods, whose plenteous urn suffices fatness to the fruitful corn, for this thy kind compassion of our woes shalt share my morning song and evening woes. But oh, be present to thy people's aid, and firm the gracious promise thou hast made. Thus having said, to galleys from his stores with care he chooses mans and fits with oars. Now on the shore the fatal swine is found, wondrous to tell she lay along the ground. Her well-fed offspring at her udders hung, she white herself, and white her 30 young. Aeneas takes the mother and her brood, and all on Juno's altar are bestowed. The following night and the succeeding day, propitious Tiber smoothed his watery way. He rolled his river back, and poised he stood, a gentle swelling and a peaceful flood. The Trojans mount their ships, they put from shore, borne on the waves, and scarcely dip an oar. Shouts from the land give omen to their course, and the pitch'd vessels glide with easy force. The woods and waters wonder at the gleam of shields and painted ships that stem the stream. One summer's night and one whole day they pass betwixt the greenwood shades, and cut the liquid glass. The fiery sun had finish'd half his race, look'd back and doubted in the middle space. When they from far beheld the rising towers, the tops of sheds and shepherds' lowly bowers, thin as they stood, which then on homely clay now rise in marble from the Roman sway. These cots, Evander's kingdom, mean and poor, the Trojan saw, and turned his ships to shore. It was a solemn day, the Arcadian states, the king and prince without the city gates. then paid their offsprings in a sacred grove to Hercules, the warrior son of Jove. Thick clouds of rolling smoke involved the skies, and fat of entrails on his altar fries. But when they saw the ship that stemm'd the flood, and glittered through the covert of the wood, they rose with fear, and left the unfinish'd feast, till dauntless Pallas reassured the rest. To pay the rites, himself without delay a javelin seized, and singly took his way. Then gain'd a rising ground, and call'd from far, "Resolve me, strangers, whence and what you are, your business here, and bring you peace or war?" High on the stern Aeneas he stand, and held a branch of olive in his hand. While thus he spoke, "The Phrygians' arms you see, expell'd from Troy, provoked in Italy by Latian foes, with war unjustly made, at first affianced, then at last betray'd. This message bear, the Trojans and their chief bring holy peace, and beg the king's relief." Struck with so great a name, and all on fire, the youth replies, "Whatever you require. Your fame exacts, upon our shores descend, a welcome guest, and what you wish, a friend." He said, and downward hasting to the strand, embraced the stranger prince, and join'd his hand. Conducted to the grove, Aeneas broke the silence first, and thus the king bespoke: "Best of the Greeks, to whom, by fate's command, I bear these peaceful branches in my hand, undaunted I approach you, though I know your birth is Grecian, and your land my foe. From Atreus thou your ancient lineage came, and both the brother kings your kindred claim. Yet myself conscious worth your high renown, your virtue through neither neighbouring nations blown. Our fathers' mingled blood, Apollo's voice, have led me hither, less my need than choice. Our founder Dardanus, as fame has sung, and Greeks acknowledge, from Electra sprung. Electra from the loins of Atlas came, Atlas, whose head sustains the starry frame. Your sire is Mercury, whom long before on cold Cyllenius' top fair Maia bore. Maia the fair, on fame if we rely, was Atlas' daughter, who sustains the sky. Thus from one common source our streams divide. Ours is the Trojan, yours the Arcadian side. Raised by these hopes, I sent no news before, nor asked your leave, nor did your faith implore. But come, without a pledge, my own ambassador, the same Rutulians who with arms pursue the Trojan race, are equal foes to you. Our host expell'd, what farther force can stay the victor troops from universal sway? Then will they stretch their power athwart the land, and either sea from side to side command. Receive our offer'd faith, and give us thine. Ours is a generous and experienced line. We want no hearts nor bodies for the war. In council cautious, and in fields we dare." He said, and while spoke, with piercing eyes Evander view'd the man with vast surprise. Pleas'd with his action, ravish'd with his face, then answer'd briefly with a royal grace: "O valiant leader of the Trojan line, in whom the features of thy father shine, how I recall Anchises, how I see his motions, mien, and all my friend in thee! Long though it be, it's fresh within my mind, when Priam to his sister's court design'd a welcome visit with a friendly stay, and through the Arcadian kingdom took his way. And then past a boy the callow down began to shade my chin, and call me first a man. I saw the shining train with vast delight, and Priam's goodly person pleased my sight. But great Anchises, far above the rest, with awful wonder fir'd my youthful breast. I long to join in friendship's holy bands, our mutual hearts, and plight our mutual hands. I first accosted him, I sued, I sought, and with a loving force to Phaeneus brought. He gave me, when at length constrain'd to go, a Lycian quiver and a Gnossian bow, a vest embroider'd glorious to behold, and 2 rich bridles with their bits of gold, which my son's coursers in obedience hold. The league you ask I offer as your right, and when tomorrow's sun reveals the light, with swift supplies you shall be sent away. Now celebrate with us this solemn day, whose holy rites admit no long delay. Honour our annual feast, and take your seat, with friendly welcome at a homely treat. Thus having said, the bowls removed for fear, the youths replaced, and soon restored the cheer. On sods of turf he set the soldiers round, a maple throne raised higher from the ground, received the Trojan chief, and o'er the bed a lion's shaggy hide for ornament they spread. The loaves were served in canisters, the wine in bowls. The priest renewed the rites divine. Broiled entrails are their flood, and beef's continued shine. But when the rage of hunger was repressed, thus spoke Evander to his royal guest: "These rites, these altars, and this feast, O king, from no vain fears of superstition spring, or blind devotion, or from blinder chance, or heeded zeal, or brutal ignorance, but saved from danger with a grateful sense. The labours of a god we recompense. See from afar yon rock that mates the sky, about whose feet such heaps of rubbish lie, such indigested ruin, bleak and bare. How desert now it stands exposed in air! It was once a robber's den, enclosed around with living stone, and deep beneath the ground the monster Cacus, more than half a beast, this hold impervious to the sun possessed. The pavement ever foul with human gore, heads and their mangled members hung the door. Vulcan this plague begot, and like his sire, black clouds he belch'd, and flakes of livid fire. Time, long expected, eas'd us of our load, and brought the needful presence of a god. The avenging force of Hercules from Spain arrived in triumph from Geiron slain. Thrice livid the giant, and thrice livid in vain, his prize the lowing herds Alcides drove near Tiber's bank to graze the shady grove. Allured with hope of plunder and intent, by force to rob, by fraud to circumvent, the brutal Cacus, as by chance they stray'd, 4 oxen thence, and 4 fair kine convey'd. And lest the printed footsteps might be seen, he dragg'd 'em backwards to his rocky den. The tracks averse a lying notice gave, and led the searcher backward from the cave. Meantime the herdsman hero shifts his place, to find fresh pasture and untrodden grass. The beasts who missed their mates filled all around with bellowing, and the rocks restored the sound. One heifer, who had heard her love complain, roared from the cave and made the project vain. Alcides found the fraud, with rage he shook, and tossed about his head his knotted oak. Swift as the wind's or Scythian arrow's flight, he clomb with eager haste the aerial height. Then first we saw the monster mend his pace, fear his eyes, and paleness in his face. Confess'd the god's approach, trembling he springs, as terror had increased his feet with wings. Nor stay'd for stairs, but down the depth he threw his body. On his back the door he drew, the door a rib of living rock with pains. His father hew'd it out, and bound it with iron chains. He broke the heavy links the mountains closed, and bars and levers to his foe opposed. The wretch had hardly made his dungeons fast, the fierce avenger came with bounding haste. surveyed the mouth of the forbidden hold, and here and there his raging eyes he rolled. He gnashed his teeth, and thrice he compassed round with winged speed the circuit of the ground. Thrice at the cavern's mouth he pulled in vain, and panting thrice desisted from his pain. A pointed flinted rock, all bare and black, grew gibbons from behind the mountain's back. Owls, ravens, all ill omens of the night, here built their nests, and hither winged their flight. The leaning head hung, threatening o'er the flood, and nodded to the left the hero stood, adverse with planted feet, and from the right tugged at the solid stone with all his might. Thus heaved the fixed foundation of the rock, gave way, heav'n echoed at the rattling shock. Tumbling it choked the flood on either side, the banks leap backward and the streams divide. The sky shrunk upward with unusual dread, and trembling Tiber divide beneath his bed. The court of Cacus stands revealed to sight, the cavern glares with new admitted light. So the pent vapours with rumbling sound heave from below and rend the hollow ground. A sounding flaw succeeds, and from on high the gods with hate beheld the nether sky. The ghosts repine at violated night, and curse the invading sun, and sicken at the sight. The graceless monster caught in open day, enclosed and in despair to fly away, howls horrible from underneath, and fills his hollow palace with unmanly yells. The hero stands above, and from afar plies him with darts and stones and distant war. He from his nostrils huge mouth expires, black clouds of smoke amidst his father's fires, gathering with each repeated blast the night, to make uncertain aim and erring sight. The wrathful god then plunges from above, and where in thickest waves the sparkles drove, there lights, and wades through fumes and gropes his way, half singed, half stifled, till he grasps his prey. The monster spewing fruitless flames he found, he squeezed his throat, he writhed his neck around, and in a knot his crippled members bound. Then from their sockets tore his burning eyes, rolled on a heap the breathless robber lies. The doors unbarred receive the rushing day, and thorough lights disclose the ravish'd prey. The bulls redeem'd breathe open air again, next by the feet they drag him from his den. The wondering neighbourhood with glad surprise behold his shagged breast, his giant size, his mouth that flames no more, and his extinguish'd eyes. From that auspicious day with rites divine we worship at the hero's holy shrine. Potitius first ordained these annual vows, as priests we added the Pinarian house, who raised this altar in the sacred shade, where honours ever due for ever shall be paid. For these deserts and this high virtue shown, we warlike youth your heads with garlands crown. Fill high the goblets with a sparkling flood, and with deep draughts invoke our common god. This said, a double wreath Evander twined, and poplars black and white his temples bind. Then brims his ample bowl with like design. The rest invoke the gods with sprinkled wine. Meantime the sun descended from the skies, and the bright evening star began to rise. And now the priest, Potitius at their head, in skins of beasts involved the long procession led, held high the flaming tapers in their hands, as custom had prescribed their holy bands. Then with the second course the tables load, and with full chargers offer to the god. The Salii sing, and cense his altars round, with Saban smoke their heads with poplar bound. One choir of old, another of the young, to dance and bear the burthen of the song. The lay records the labours and the praise, and all the immortal acts of Hercules. First, how the mighty babe, when swathed in bands, the serpent strangled with his infant hands. Then, as in years and matchless force he grew, the Achaean walls and Trojan overthrew. Besides 1,000 hazards they relate, procured by Juno and Eurystheus' hate. Thy hands, unconquer'd hero, could subdue the cloud-born Centaurs and the monstrous crew. Nor thy resistless arms the bull withstood, nor the roaring terror of the wood. The triple porter of the Stygian seat, with lolling tongue lay fawning at thy feet, and seized with fear forgot his mangled meat. The infernal waters tremble at thy sight. The god no face of danger could affright, no huge Typhus nor the unnumber'd snake, increased with hissing heads in Lerna's lake. Hail, Jove's undoubted son, an added grace to heav'n and the great author of thy race. Receive the grateful off'rings which we pay, and smile propitious on thy solemn day. In numbers thus they sung above the rest, the den and death of Cacus crown the feast. The woods to hollow vales convey the sound, the vales to hills, and hills the notes rebound. The rites perform'd, the cheerful train retire. Betwixt young Pallas and his aged sire, the Trojan pass'd the city to survey, and pleasing talk beguil'd the tedious way. The stranger cast around his curious eyes, new objects viewing still with new surprise. With greedy joy enquires of various things, and acts and monuments of ancient kings. Then thus the founder of the Roman towers: these woods were first the seat of sylvan powers, of nymphs and fauns and salvage men, who took their birth from trunks of trees and stubborn oak. Nor laws they knew, nor manners, nor the care of lab'ring oxen or the shining share, nor arts of gain, nor what they gain'd to spare. Their exercise, the chase, the running flood, supplied their thirst, the trees supplied their food. Then Saturn came, who fled the pow'r of Jove, robb'd of his realms and banish'd from above. The men dispers'd on hills, to towns he brought, and laws ordained and civil customs taught. And Latium call'd the land where safe he lay from his unduteous son and his usurping sway. With his mild empire peace and plenty came, and hence the golden times did read their name. A more degenerate and discolour'd age succeeded this, with avarice and rage. The Ausonians then, and bold Sicanians came, and Saturn's empire often changed the name. Then kings, gigantic Tybris and the rest, with arbitrary sway the land oppress'd. For Tiber's flood was Albula before, till from the tyrant's fate his name it bore. I last arrived driving from my native home, by fortune's pow'r and fate's resistless doom. Long toss'd on seas I sought this happy land, warn'd by my mother nymph and call'd by heaven's command. End of Book 8, Part 1. Read by Lars Rolander. Book 8, Part 2 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Aeneid by Publius Vergilius Maro, translated by John Dryden. Book 8. Arcadian Allies, Part 2. Thus walking on, he spoke and shewed the gate, since called Carmental by the Roman state, where stood an altar sacred to the name of old Carmenta, the prophetic dame, who to her son foretold the Aenean race, sublime in fame and Rome's imperial place. Then chose the forest, which in after times fierce Romulus for perpetrated crimes a sacred refuge made, with this the shrine, where Pan below the rock had rites divine. Then tells of Argos' death, his murdered guest, whose grave and tomb his innocence attest. Thence to steep Tarpeian rock he leads, now roofed with gold, then thatched with homely reeds. A reverent fear, such superstition reigns among the rude, even then possessed the swains. Some god they knew, what god they could not tell, did there amidst the sacred horror dwell. The Arcadian thought him Jove, and said they saw the mighty Thunderer with majestic awe, who took his shield and dealt his bolts around, and scattered tempests on the teeming ground. Then saw two heaps of ruins, once they stood, two stately towns on either side the flood. Saturnia's and young Nicola's remains, and either place the founder's name retains. Discoursing thus together they resort, where poor Evander kept his country court. They viewed the ground of Rome's litigious hall, once oxen lowed where now the lawyers bawl. Then stooping through the narrow gate they pressed, when thus the king bespoke his Trojan guest. Mean as it is this palace and this door, received Alcides then a conqueror. Dare to be poor, accept our homely food, which feasted him, and emulate a god. Then underneath a lowly roof he led the weary prince, and laid him on a bed. Then stuffing leaves with hides of bears o'erspread, now night had shed her silver dews around, and with her sable wings embraced the ground. When love's fair goddess, anxious for her son, new tumults raising, and new wars begun, couch'd with her husband in his golden bed, with these alluring words invokes his aid, and that her pleasing speech his mind may move, inspires each accent with the charms of love. While cruel fate conspir'd with Grecian powers, to level with the ground the Trojan towers, I'd ask not aid the unhappy to restore, nor did the succour of thy skill implore, nor urge the labours of my lord in vain, a sinking empire longer to sustain. Though much I owed to Priam's house, and more the dangers of Aeneas did deplore. But now, by Jove's command and fate's decree, his race is doom'd to reign in Italy. With humble suit I beg thy needful art, O still propitious pow'r that rules my heart. A mother kneels a suppliant for her son, by Thetis and Aurora thou wert won, to forge impenetrable shields and grace, with fated arms a less illustrious race. Behold what haughty nations are combined against the relics of the Phrygian kind. With fire and sword my people to destroy, and conquer Venus twice in conquering Troy. She said, and straight her arms of snowy hue about her unresolving husband threw. Her soft embraces soon infuse desire, his bones and marrow sudden warmth inspire. And all the godhead feels the wonted fire, not half so swift the rattling thunder flies, or forky lightning flash along the skies. The goddess, proud of her successful wiles, and conscious of her form, in secret smiles. Then thus the pow'r, obnoxious to her charms, panting and half dissolving in her arms: "Why seek you reasons for a cause so just, or your own beauties, or my love distrust? Long since had you required my helpful hand, the artificer, and art you might command, to labour arms for Troy, nor Jove nor fate confin'd their empire to so short a date. And if you now desire new wars to wage, my skill I promise, and my pains engage. Whatever melting metals can conspire, or breathing bellows, or the forming fire, is freely yours. Your anxious fears remove, and think no task is difficult to love. Trembling he spoke, and eager over charms, he snatched the willing goddess to his arms, till in her lap infused he lay possessed of full desire, and sunk to pleasing rest. Now when the night her middle race had rode, and his first slumber had refreshed the god, the time when early housewives leave the bed, when living embers on the hearth they spread, supply the lamp and call the maids to rise, with yawning mouths and with half-opened eyes. They ply the distaff by the winking light, and to their daily labour add their night. Thus frugally they earn their children's bread, and uncorrupted keep the nuptial bed. Not less concerned, nor at a later hour, rose from his downy couch the forging power. Sacred to Vulcan's name an isle there lay, betwixt Sicilia's coast and Lipare, raised high on smoking rocks, and deep below, in hollow caves the fires of Aetna glow. The Cyclops here their heavy hammers deal, loud strokes and hissings of tormented steel are heard around, the boiling waters roar, and smoky flames through fuming tunnels soar. Hither the father of the fire by night thro' the brown air precipitates his flight. On their eternal anvils here he found the brethren beating, and the blows go round. A load of pointless thunder now there lies before their hands, to ripen for the skies. These darts for angry Jove they daily cast, consumed on mortals with prodigious waste. 3 rays of writhen rain, of fire 3 more, of winged southern winds and cloudy store. As many parts the dreadful mixture frame, and fears are added, and avenging flame. Inferior ministers for Mars repair his broken axle-trees and blunted war, and send him forth again with furbish'd arms, to wake the lazy war with trumpets' loud alarms. The rest refresh the scaly snake that fold the shield of Pallas, and renew their gold. Full on the crest of Gorgon's head they place, with eyes that roll in death, and with distorted face. My sons, said Vulcan, set your task aside. Your strength and master skill must now be tried. Arms for a hero forge, arms that require your force, your speed, and all your forming fire. He said. They set their former work aside, and their new toils with eager haste divide. A flood of molten silver, brass, and gold, and deadly steel in the large furnace roll'd. Of this their artful hands a shield prepare, alone sufficient to sustain the war. 7 orbs within a spacious round they close, one stirs the fire, and one the bellows blows. The hissing steel is in the smithy drown'd, the grot with beaten anvils groans around. By turns their arms advance in equal time, by turns their hands descend, and hammers chime. They turn the glowing mass with crooked tongues, the fiery work proceeds with rustic songs. While at the Limnian god's command they urge their labours thus, and ply the Aeolian forge, the cheerful morn salutes Evander's eyes, and songs of chirping birds invite to rise. He leaves his lowly bed, his buskins meet, above his ankles sandals sheathe his feet. He sets his trusty sword upon his side, and o'er his shoulder throws a panther's hide. 2 menial dogs before the master press'd, thus clad and guarded thus he seeks his kingly guest. Mindful of promised aid he mends his pace, but meets Aeneas in the middle space. Young Pallas did his father's steps attend, and true Achates waited on his friend. They join their hands, a secret seat they choose, the Arcadian first their former talk renews. Undaunted prince, I never can believe the Trojan empire lost while you survive. Command the assistance of a faithful friend, but feeble are the succours I can send. Our narrow kingdom here the Tiber bounds, that other side the Latian state surrounds. Insults our walls, and wastes our fruitful grounds, but mighty nations I prepare to join. Their arms with yours, and aid your just design. You come as by your better genius sent, and fortune seems to favour your intent. Not far from hence there stands a hilly town, of ancient buildings and of high renown, torn from the Tuscans by the Lydian race, who gave the name of Caere to the place. Once Agellina called, it flourished long, in pride of wealth and warlike people strong, till cursed Mezentius in a fatal hour assumed the crown with arbitrary power. What words can paint those execrable times, the subjects' sufferings and the tyrant's crimes? That blood, those murders, O ye gods, replace on his own head and on his impious race. The living and the dead at his command were coupled face to face and hand to hand, till choked with stench in loath'd embraces tied, the lingering wretches pined away and died. Thus plunged in ills, and meditating more, the people's patience tired no longer bore. The raging monster, but with arms beset, his house and vengeance and destruction threat. They fire his place, while the flame ascends, they force his guards, and execute his friends. He cleaves the crowd, and, favour'd by the night, to Turnus' friendly court directs his flight. By just revenge the Tuscans set on fire, with arms their king to punishment require. Their numerous troops now muster'd on the strand, my counsel shall submit to your command. Their navy swarms upon the coasts, they cry, to hoist their anchors, but the gods deny. An ancient augur, skill'd in future fate, with these foreboding words restrains their hate. Ye brave in arms, ye Lydian blood, the flow'r of Tuscan youth, and choice of all their pow'r, whom just revenge against Mezentius arms, to seek your tyrant's death by lawful arms. Know this, no native of our land may lead this powerful people seek a foreign head. Awed with these words in camps they still abide, and wait with longing looks their promised guide. Tarchon, the Tuscan chief, to me has sent their crown and every regal ornament. The people join their own with his desire, and all my conduct as their king require. But the chill blood that creeps within my veins, and age and listless limbs unfit for pains, and a soul conscious of its own decay, have forced me to refuse imperial sway. My Pallas were more fit to mount the throne, and should, but he's a Sabine mother's son, and half a native, but in you combine a manly vigour and a foreign line. Where fate and smiling fortune shew the way, pursue the ready path to sovereign sway. The staff of my declining days, my son, shall make your good or ill success his own. In fighting fields from you shall learn to dare, and serve the hard apprenticeship of war. Your matchless courage and your conduct view, and early shall begin to admire and copy you. Besides 200 horse he shall command, though few a warlike and well-chosen band. These in my name are listed, and my son, as many more has added in his own. Scarce had he said, Achates and his guest, with downcast eyes their silent grief expressed, who short of succours and in deep despair, shook at the dismal prospect of the war. But his bright mother from a breaking cloud, to cheer her issue thunder'd thrice aloud. Thrice forky lightning flash'd along the sky, and Tyrrhene trumpets thrice were heard on high. Then gazing up, repeated peals they hear, and in a heav'n serene refulgent arms appear, reddening the skies and glittering all around. The temper'd metals clash and yield a silver sound. The rest stood trembling, struck with awe divine, Aeneas only conscious to the sign. Presaged the event, and joyful view'd above the accomplish'd promise of the Queen of Love. Then to the Arcadian king this prodigy: "Dismiss your fear, belongs alone to me. Heav'n calls me to the war, the expected sign Is giv'n of promis'd aid and arms divine. My goddess mother, whose indulgent care Foresaw the dangers of the growing war, this omen gave, when bright Vulcanian arms, Fated from force of steel by Stygian charms, Suspended shone on high. She then foreshow'd approaching fights and fields to float in blood. Turnus shall dearly pay for faith forsworn, and corpse and swords and shields on Tiber borne shall choke his flood. Now sound the loud alarms, and Latian troops, prepare your perjured arms." He said, and rising from his homely throne, the solemn rites of Hercules begun, and on his altars waked the sleeping fires. Then cheerful to his household gods retires. There offers chosen sheep th' Arcadian king, and Trojan youth the same oblations bring. Next of his men and ships he makes review, draws out the best and ablest of the crew. Down with the falling stream the refuse run, to raise with joyful news his drooping son. Steeds are prepar'd to mount the Trojan band, who wait their leader to the Tyrrhene land. A sprightly courser fairer than the rest, the king himself presents his royal guest. A lion's hide his back and limbs infold, precious with studded work and paws of gold. Fame through the little city spreads aloud the intended march amid the fearful crowd. The matrons beat their breasts, dissolve in tears, and double their devotion in their fears. The war at hand appears with more affright, and rises every moment to the sight. Then old Evander, with a close embrace, strain'd his departing friend, and tears overflow his face. "Would heav'n," said he, "my strength and youth recall, such as I was beneath Praeneste's wall! Then, when I made the foremost foes retire, and set whole heaps of conquer'd shields on fire; when Euryalus in single fight I slew, whom with 3 lives Feronia did endue; and thrice I sent him to the Stygian shore, till the last ebbing soul return'd no more. Such, if I stood renew'd, not these alarms, Nor death should rend me from my Pallas' arms, Nor proud Mezentius thus unpunish'd boast His rapes and murders on the Tuscan coast. Ye gods and mighty Jove, in pity bring Relief, and hear a father and a king. If fate and you reserve these eyes to see My son return with peace and victory; If the lov'd boy shall bless his father's sight, If we shall meet again with more delight, Then draw my life in length, let me sustain, In hopes of his embrace, the worst of pain. But if your hard decrees, which, oh, I dread, Have doom'd to death his undeserving head, This very moment let me die, While hopes and fears in equal balance lie. While yet possess'd of all his youthful charms, I strain him close within these aged arms, Before that fatal news my soul shall wound." He said, and swooning sunk upon the ground. His servants bore him off, and softly laid His languish'd limbs upon his homely bed. The horsemen march, the gates are open'd wide. Aeneas at their head, Achates by his side. Next these the Trojan leaders rode along, last follows in the rear the Arcadians throng. Young Pallas shone conspicuous o'er the rest, gilded his arms, embroidered was his vest. So from the seas exerts his radiant head, the star by whom the lights of heav'n are led. Shakes from his rosy locks the pearly dews, dispels the darkness, and the day renews. The trembling wives the walls and turrets crowd, and follow with their eyes the dusty cloud, which winds disperse by fits, and shew from far the blaze of arms and shields and shining war. The troops drawn up in beautiful array, o'er heathy plains pursue the ready way. Repeated peals of shouts are heard around, the neighing coursers answer to the sound, and shake with horny hoofs the solid ground. A greensward shade, for long religion known, stands by the streams that wash the Tuscan town, encompassed round with gloomy hills above, which add a holy horror to the grove. The first inhabitants of Grecian blood that sacred forest to Silvanus vow'd, the guardian of their flocks and fields, and pay their due devotions on his annual day. Not far from hence, along the river's side, in tents secure the Tuscan troops abide. By Tarchon led, now from a rising ground, Aeneas cast his wondering eyes around, and all the Tyrrhene army had in sight, stretch'd on the spacious plain from left to right. Thither his warlike train the Trojan led, refresh'd his men, and wearied horses fed. Meantime the mother goddess, crown'd with charms, breaks through the clouds and brings the fated arms. Within a winding vale she finds her son, on the cool river's banks retir'd alone. She shews her heav'nly form without disguise, and gives herself to his desiring eyes. Behold, she said, perform'd in every part, my promise made and Vulcan's labour'd art. Now seek, secure, the Latian enemy, and the haughty Turnus to the fields defy. She said, and having first her son embraced, the radiant arms beneath an oak she placed. Proud of the gift, he roll'd his greedy sight around the work, and gazed with vast delight. He lifts, he turns, he poises, and admires the crested helm that vomits radiant fires. His hands the fatal sword and corslet hold, one keen with temper'd steel, one stiff with gold, both ample, flaming both, and beamy bright. So shines a cloud when edged with adverse light. He shakes the pointed spear, and longs to try the plated cuishes on his manly thigh, but most admires the shield's mysterious mould, and Roman triumphs rising on the gold. For these emboss'd the heav'nly smith had wrought, not in the rolls of future fate untaught, the wars in order, and the race divine of warriors issuing from the Julian line. The cave of Mars was dress'd with mossy greens, there by the wolf were laid the martial twins. Intrepid on her swelling dugs they hung, the foster dam loll'd out her fawning tongue. They suck'd secure, while bending back her head, she lick'd their tender limbs, and form'd them as they fed. Not far from thence new Rome appears with games, projected for the rape of Sabine dames. The pit resounds with shrieks, a war succeeds, for breach of public faith and unexampled deeds. Here for revenge the Sabine troops contend, the Romans there with arms the prey defend. Wearied with tedious war at length they cease, and both the kings and kingdoms plight the peace. The friendly chiefs before Jove's altar stand, both arm'd with each a charger in his hand. A fatted sow for sacrifice is led, with imprecations on the perjur'd head. Near this the traitor Metius stretch'd between, for fiery steeds is dragg'd along the green. By Tullus' doom the brambles drink his blood, and his thorn limbs are left the vulture's food. There Porsena to Rome proud Tarquin brings, and would by force restore the banish'd kings. One tyrant for his fellow tyrant fights, the Roman youth assert their native rights. Before the town the Tuscan army lies, to win by famine or by fraud surprise. Their king half threat'ning, half disdaining stood, while cockles broke the bridge and stemm'd the flood. The captive maids there tempt the raging tide, scraped from their chains with Cloelia for their guide. High on a rock heroic Manlius stood, to guard the temple and the temple's god. Then Rome was poor, and there you might behold the palace thatch'd with straw, now roofed with gold. The silver goose before the shining gate there flew, and by her cackle saved the state. She told the Gauls' approach, the approaching Gauls, obscure in night, ascend and seize the walls. The gold dissembled well their yellow hair, and golden chains on their white necks they wear. Gold are their vests, long Alpine spears they wield, and their left arm sustains a length of shield. Hard by, the leaping Salian priests advance, and naked through the streets the mad Luperci dance. In caps of wool the targets dropped from heav'n, her modest matrons in soft litters driven. To pay their vows in solemn pomp appear, and odorous gums in their chaste hands they bear. Far hence remov'd, the Stygian seats are seen, pains of the damn'd and punish'd Catiline. Hung on a rock the traitor, and around the Furies hissing from the nether ground. Apart from these, the happy souls he draws, and Cato's Holy Ghost dispensing laws. Betwixt the quarters flows a golden sea, but foaming surges there in silver play. The dancing dolphins with their tails divide the glittering waves, and cut the precious tide. Amid the main two mighty fleets engage, their brazen beaks opposed with equal rage. Actium surveys the well-disputed prize, Leucata's wat'ry plain with foamy billows fries. Young Caesar on the stern in armour bright, here leads the Roman and their gods to fight. His beamy temples shoot their flames afar, and over his head is hung the Julian star. Agrippa seconds him with prosperous gales, and with propitious gods his foes assails. A naval crown that binds his manly brows, the happy fortune of the fight foreshows. Ranged on the line opposed, Antonius brings barbarian aids and troops of eastern kings. The Arabian near, and Bactrians from afar, of tongues discordant and a mingled war. And rich in gaudy robes amidst the strife, his ill fate follows him, the Egyptian wife. Moving they fight with oars and forky prows, the froth is gather'd and the water glows. It seems as if the Cyclades again were rooted up and justled in the main. Or floating mountains meet, such is the fierce encounter of the fleet. Fireballs are thrown and pointed javelins fly, the fields of Neptune take the purple dye. The queen herself amidst the loud alarms, with cymbals toss'd her fainting soldiers warms. Fool as she was, who had not yet divin'd her cruel fate, nor saw the snakes behind. Her country gods, the monsters of the sky, great Neptune, Pallas, and Love's queen defy. The dog Anubis barks, but barks in vain, nor longer dares oppose th' ethereal train. Mars in the middle of the shining shield is graved, and strides along the liquid field. The deer results from heaven with swift descent, and discord dyed in blood with garments rent. Divides the breeze, her steps Bellona treads, and shakes her iron rod above their heads. This seen Apollo from his Actian height pours down his arrows, at whose winged flight the trembling Indians and Egyptians yield. And soft Sabaeans quit the watery field, the fatal mistress hoists her silken sails, and shrinking from the fight invokes the gales. Aghast she looks, and heaves her breast for breath, panting and pale with fear of future death. The god had figured her as driving along by winds and waves and scudding through the throng. Just opposite, sad Nilus opens wide his arms and ample bosom to the tide, and spreads his mantle over the winding coast, in which he wraps his queen and hides the flying host. The victor to the gods his thanks express'd, and Rome triumphant with his presence bless'd. 300 temples in the town he placed, with spoils and altars every temple graced. 3 shining nights and 3 succeeding days, the fields resound with shouts, the streets with praise, the domes with songs, the theatres with plays. All altars flame, before each altar lies, drench'd in his gore, the destined sacrifice. Great Caesar sits sublime upon his throne, before Apollo's porch of Parian stone, accepts the presents vow'd for victory, and hangs the monumental crowns on high. Vast crowds of vanquish'd nations march along, various in arms, in habit, and in tongue. Here Mulciber assigns the proper place for Carians and the ungirt Numidian race. Then ranks the Thracians in the second row, with Scythians expert in the dart and bow. And here the tamed Euphrates humbly glides, and there the Rhine submits her swelling tides. And proud Araxes, whom no bridge could bind, the Danes' unconquer'd offspring march behind, and Morini, the last of humankind. These figures on the shield divinely wrought, by Vulcan labour'd and by Venus brought, with joy and wonder fill the hero's thought. Unknown the names, he yet admires the grace, and bears aloft the fame and fortune of his race. End of Book 8. Read by Lars Rolander. Book 9, Part 1 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. While these affairs in distant places passed, the various Irish Juno sends with haste, to find bold Turnus, who with anxious thought the secret shade of his great grandsire sought. Retir'd alone, she found the daring man, and oped her rosy lips, and thus began. What none of all the gods could grant thy vows, that Turnus this auspicious day bestows. Aeneas, gone to seek the Arcadian prince, has left the Trojan camp without defence, and short of succours there, employs his pains in parts remote to raise the Tuscan swains. Now snatch an hour that favours thy designs, unite thy forces, and attack their lines. This said, on equal wings she poised her weight, and form'd a radiant rainbow in her flight. The Daunian hero lifts his hands, eyes, and thus invokes the goddess as she flies. Iris, the grace of heav'n, what pow'r divine has sent thee down through dusky clouds to shine? See, they divide, immortal day appears, and glitt'ring planets dancing in their spheres. With joy these happy omens I obey, and follow to the war the god that leads the way. Thus having said, as by the brook he stood, he scoop'd the water from the crystal flood. Then with his hands the drops to heav'n he throws, and loads the pow'rs above with offer'd vows. Now march the bold confederates through the plain, well horsed, well clad, a rich and shining train. Messapus leads the van, and in the rear the sons of Tyrrheus in bright arms appear. In the main battle, with his flaming crest, the mighty Turnus towers above the rest. Silent they move, majestically slow, like ebbing Nile or Ganges in his flow. The Trojans view the dusty cloud from far, and the dark menace of the distant war. Caicus from the rampire saw it rise, blackening the fields and thickening through the skies. Then to his fellows thus aloud he calls: "What rolling clouds, my friends, approach the walls? Arm, arm, and man the works, prepare your spears, and pointed darts, the Latian host appears." Thus warn'd, they shut their gates, with shouts ascend the bulwarks, and secure their foes attend. For their wise general, with foreseeing care, had charged them not to tempt the doubtful war, nor, though provoked, in open fields advance, but close within their lines attend their chance. Unwilling, yet they keep the strict command, and sorely await in arms the hostile band. The fiery Turnus flew before the rest, a piebald steed of Thracian strain he press'd. His helm of massy gold, and crimson was his crest, with 20 horse to second his designs. An unexpected foe he faced the lines. "Is there," he said, "in arms, who bravely dare his leader honour and his danger share?" Then spurring on, his brandish'd dart he threw, in sign of war. Applauding shouts ensue. Amazed to find a dastard race that run behind the rampires and the battle shun, he rides around the camp with rolling eyes, and stops at every post, and every passage tries. So roams the nightly wolf about the fold, wet with descending showers and stiff with cold. He howls for hunger, and he grins for pain, his gnashing teeth are exercised in vain, and impotent of anger finds no way in his distended paws to grasp the prey. The mothers listen, but the bleating lambs securely swig the dug beneath the dams. Thus ranges eager Turnus o'er the plain, sharp with desire and furious with disdain. So weighs each passage with a piercing sight, to force his foes in equal field to fight. Thus while he gazes round, at length he spies where fenced with strong redoubts their navy lies. Close underneath the walls the washing tide secures from all approach this weaker side. He takes the wish'd occasion, fills his hand with ready fires, and shakes a flaming brand. Urged by his presence, every soul is warm'd, and every hand with kindled fires is arm'd. From the fir'd pines the scattering sparkles fly, fat vapours mix'd with flames involve the sky. What pow'r, O Muses, could avert the flame, which threaten'd in the fleet the Trojan name? Tell, for the fact through length of time obscure is hard to faith, yet shall the fame endure. 'Tis said that when the chief prepar'd his flight, and fell his timber from Mount Ida's height, the grandam goddess then approach'd her son, and with a mother's majesty begun. "Grant me," she said, "the sole request I bring, since conquer'd heav'n has own'd you for its king." On Ida's brows for ages past there stood, with firs and maples fill'd, a shady wood, and on the summit rose a sacred grove, where I was worshipp'd with religious love. Those woods, that holy grove, my long delight, I gave the Trojan prince to speed his flight. Now, fill'd with fear, on their behalf I come. Let neither winds o'erset nor waves entomb the floating forests of the sacred pine, but let it be their safety to be mine. Then thus replied her awful son, who rolls the radiant stars, and heav'n and earth controls: "How dare you, mother, endless state demand For vessels moulded by a mortal hand? What then is fate? shall bold Aeneas ride, of safety certain on th' uncertain tide. Yet what I can, I grant, when wafted o'er, the chief is landed on the Latian shore. Whatever ships escape the raging storms, at my command shall change their fading forms to nymphs divine, and plow the watery way, like Dotis and the daughters of the sea. To seal this sacred vow, by Styx he swore the lake of liquid pitch, the dreary shore, and Phlegethon's innavigable flood, and the black regions of his brother god. He said, and shook the skies with his imperial nod. And now at length the number'd hours were come, prefix'd by fate's irrevocable doom, when the great mother of the gods was free to save her ships and finish Jove's decree. First from the quarter of the morn there sprung a light that signed the heavens and shots along. Then from a cloud fringed round with golden fires were timbrels heard and very Cynthian choirs. And last a voice with more than mortal sounds, both hosts in arm'd opposed with equal horror wounds. O Trojan race, your needless aid forbear, and know my ships are my peculiar care. With greater ease the bold Rutulian may with hissing brands attempt to burn the sea. Then singe my sacred pines, but you may charge, loos'd from your crooked anchors launch at large. Exalted each a nymph, forsake the sand, and swim the seas at Cybele's command. No sooner had the goddess ceased to speak, when lo! the obedient ships their hawsers break. And strange to tell, like dolphins in the main, they plunge their prows, and dive and spring again. As many beauteous maids the billows sweep, as rode before tall vessels on the deep. The foes surpris'd with wonder stood aghast. Messapus curb'd his fiery coursers' haste. Old Tiber roar'd, and raising up his head, call'd back his waters to their oozy bed. Turnus alone undaunted bore the shock, and with these words his trembling troops bespoke. These monsters for the Trojans' fate are meant, and are by Jove for black presages sent. He takes the cowards' last relief away, for fly they cannot, and constrain'd to stay, must yield unfought a base inglorious prey. The liquid half of all the globe is lost, heav'n shuts the seas, and we secure the coast. Theirs is no more than that small spot of ground, which myriads of our martial men surround. Their fates I fear not, or vain oracles. 'Twas given to Venus they should cross the seas, and land secure upon the Latian plains. Their promis'd hour is past, and mine remains. 'Tis in the fate of Turnus to destroy, with sword and fire, the faithless race of Troy. Shall such affronts as these alone inflame the Grecian brothers and the Grecian name? My cause and theirs is one, a fatal strife, and final ruin for a ravish'd wife. Was't not enough that punish'd for the crime they fell, but will they fall a second time? One would have thought they paid enough before, to curse the costly sex, and durst offend no more. Can they securely trust their feeble wall, a slight partition, a thin interval, betwixt their fate and them, when Troy, though built by hands divine, yet perish'd by their guilt? Lend me for once, my friends, your valiant hands, to force from out their lines these dastard bands. Less than 1,000 ships will end this war, nor Vulcan needs his fated arms prepare. Let all the Tuscans, all the Arcadians join, nor these nor those shall frustrate my design. Let them not fear the treasons of the night, the robb'd palladium, the pretended flight. Our onset shall be made in open light, no wooden engine shall their town betray. Fires they shall have around, but fires by day. No Grecian babes before their camp appear, whom Hector's arms detain to the 10th tardy year. Now, since the sun is rolling to the west, give we the silent night to needful rest. refresh your bodies, and your arms prepare. The morn shall end the small remains of wear. The post of honour to Messapus falls, to keep the nightly guards, to watch the walls, to pitch the fires at distances around, and close the Trojans in their scanty ground. Twice 7 Rutulian captains ready stand, and twice 700 horse these chiefs command. All clad in shining arms the works invest, each with a radiant helm and waving crest. Stretch'd at their length, they press the grassy ground, they laugh, they sing, the jolly bowls go round. With lights and cheerful fires renew the day, and pass the wakeful night in feasts and play. The Trojans from above their foes beheld, and with arm'd legions all the rampires filled. Seiz'd with affright, their gates they first explore, join works to works with bridges tower to tower. Thus all things needful for defence abound. Mnestus and brave Serestus walk the round, commission'd by their absent prince to share the common danger and divide the care. The soldiers draw their lots, and as they fall, by turns relieve each other on the wall. Nigh where the foes their utmost guards advance, to watch the gate was warlike Nisus' chance. His father Hyrtacus of noble blood, his mother was a huntress on the wood, and sent him to the wars. Well could he bear his lance in fight, and dart the flying spear, but better skill'd unerring shafts to send. Beside him stood Euryalus his friend, Euryalus then, whom the Trojan host no fairer face or sweeter air could boast. Scarce had the down to shade his cheeks begun, one was their care, and their delight was one. One common hazard in the war they shared, and now were both by choice upon the guard. Then Nisus thus: or do the gods inspire this warmth, or make we gods of our desire? A generous ardour boils within my breast, eager of action, enemy to rest. This urges me to fight, and fires my mind to leave a memorable name behind. Thou seest the foe secure, how faintly shine their scatter'd fires, the most in sleep supine. Along the ground an easy conquests lie, the wakeful few a fuming flagon ply. All hush'd around, now hear what I revolve, a thought unripe and scarcely yet resolved. Our absent prince both camp and council mourn, by message both would hasten his return. If they confer what I demand on thee, for fame is recompense enough for me. Methinks beneath yon hill I have espied a way that safely will my passage guide. Euryalus stood listening while he spoke, with love of praise and noble envy struck. Then to his ardent friend exposed his mind. All this alone, and leaving me behind? Am I unworthy, Nisus, to be join'd? Thinkest thou I can share of glory yield, or send thee unassisted to the field? Not so: my father taught my childhood arms, born in a siege and bred among alarms. Nor is my youth unworthy of my friend, nor of the heav'n-born hero I attend. The thing call'd life with ease I can disclaim, and think it oversold to purchase fame. Then Nisus thus: alas, thy tender years would minister new matter to my fears. So may the gods, who view this friendly strife, restore me to thy lov'd embrace with life. Condemn'd to pay my vows, as sure I trust, this thy request is cruel and unjust. But if some chance, as many chances are, and doubtful hazards in the deeds of war, if one should reach my head, there let it fall, and spare thy life, I would not perish all. Thy bloomy youth deserves a longer date. Live thou to mourn thy love's unhappy fate, to bear my mangled body from the foe, or buy it back and funeral rites bestow. Or if hard fortune shall those dues deny, thou canst at least an empty tomb supply. O let not me the widow's tears renew, nor let a mother's curse my name pursue. Thy pious parents, who, for love of thee, forsook the coast of friendly Sicily, her age committing to the seas and wind, when every weary matron stay'd behind. To this Euryalus: you plead in vain, and but protract the cause you cannot gain. No more delays, but haste. With that he wakes the nodding watch, each of his office takes. The guard reliev'd, the generous couple went to find the council at the royal tent. All creatures else forgot their daily care, and sleep the common gift of nature share, except the Trojan peers, who wakeful sate in nightly council for th' endanger'd state. They vote a message to their absent chief, shew their distress, and beg a swift relief. Amid the camp a silent seat they chose, remote from clamour, and secure from foes. On their left arms their ample shields they bear, the right reclin'd upon the bending spear. Now Nisus and his friend approach the guard, and beg admission, eager to be heard. The affair important, not to be deferr'd, Ascanius bids them be conducted in, ordering the more experienced to begin. Then Nisus thus: Ye fathers, lend your ears, nor judge our bold attempt beyond our years. The foe, securely drench'd in sleep and wine, neglect their watch, the fires but thinly shine. And where the smoke in cloudy vapours flies, cov'ring the plain, and curling to the skies, betwixt two paths, which at the gate divide, close by the sea, a passage we have spied, which will our way to great Aeneas guide. Expect each hour to see him safe again, loaded with spoils of foes in battle slain. Snatch we the lucky minute while we may, nor can we be mistaken in the way. For hunting in the vale we both have seen the rising turrets and the stream between, and know the winding course with every ford. He ceased, and old Alethes took the word. Our country gods, in whom our trust we place, will yet from ruin save the Trojan race, while we behold such dauntless worth appear in dawning youth and souls so void of fear. Then into tears of joy the father broke, each in his longing arms by turns he took, panted and paused, and thus again he spoke: Ye brave young men, what equal gifts can we in recompense of such desert decree? The greatest, sure, and best you can receive, the gods and your own conscious worth will give. The rest our grateful general will bestow, and young Ascanius till his manhood owe. And I, whose welfare in my father lies, Ascanius adds, by the great deities, by my dear country, by my household gods, by hoary Vestas' rites and dark abodes, adjure you both, on you my fortune stands, that and my faith I plight into your hands. Make me but happy in his safe return, whose wonted presence I can only mourn. Your common gift shall 2 large goblets be, of silver wrought with curious imagery, and high embossed, which, when old Priam reign'd, my conqu'ring sire at sack'd Areceba gain'd. And more, 2 tripods cast in antique mould, with 2 great talents of the finest gold, beside a costly bowl engrav'd with art, which Dido gave, when first she gave her heart. But if in conquer'd Italy we reign, when spoils by lot the victor shall obtain, thou saw'st the courser by proud Turnus press'd, that Nisus and his arms and nodding crest, and shield from chance exempt, shall be thy share. 12 lab'ring slaves, 12 handmaids young and fair, all clad in rich attire, and train'd with care. And last, a Latian field with fruitful plains, and a large portion of the king's domains. But thou, whose years are more to mine allied, no fate my vow'd affection shall divide. From thee, heroic youth, be fully mine, take full possession, all my soul is thine. One faith, one fame, one fate shall both attend, my life's companion and my bosom friend. My peace shall be committed to thy care, and to thy conduct my concerns inware. Then thus the young Euryalus replied: "Whatever fortune, good or bad, betide, the same shall be my age as now my youth. No time shall find me wanting to my truth. This only from your goodness let me gain, and this ungranted, all rewards are vain. Of Priam's royal race my mother came, and sure the best that ever bore the name, whom neither Troy nor Sicily could hold, from me departing, but o'erspent and old. My fate she follow'd, ignorant of this, whatever danger, neither parting kiss, nor pious blessing taken, her I leave, and in this only act of all my life deceive. By this right hand and conscious night I swear, my soul so sad a farewell could not bear. Be you her comfort, fill my vacant place, permit me to presume so great a grace, support her age, forsaken and distress'd, that hope alone will fortify my breast." Against the worst of fortunes and of fears, he said, the mov'd assistants melt in tears. Then thus Ascanius, wonderstruck to see that image of his filial piety: "So great beginnings, in so green an age, exact the faith which I again engage. Thy mother all the dues shall justly claim; Creusa had, and only want the name. Whatever event thy bold attempt shall have, 'tis merit to have borne a son so brave. Now by my head, a sacred oath I swear, My father us'd it, what returning here, Crown'd with success, I for thyself prepare, That, if thou fail, shall thy lov'd mother share." He said, and weeping while he spoke the word, from his broad belt he drew a shining sword, magnificent with gold, Lycaon made, and in an ivory scabbard sheathed the blade. This was his gift great Mnestheus gave his friend, a lion's hide his body to defend. And good Alethes furnish'd him beside with his own trusty helm, of temper tried. Thus arm'd they went. The noble Trojans wait their issuing forth, and follow to the gate. With prayers and vows above the rest appears Ascanius, manly far beyond his years, and messages committed to their care, which all in winds were lost and flitting air. The trenches first they pass'd, then took their way where their proud foes in pitched pavilions lay. Too many fatal ere themselves were slain, they found the careless host dispers'd upon the plain, who gorg'd and drunk with wine supinely snore. Unharness'd chariots stand along the shore. Amidst the wheels and reins the goblets by, a medley of debauch and war they lie. Observing Nisus shew'd his friend the sight: "Behold a conquest gain'd without a fight! Occasion offers, and I stand prepar'd. There lies our way; be thou upon the guard, And look around, while I securely go, And you a passage thro' the sleeping foe." Softly he spoke, then striding took his way, With his drawn sword, where haughty Rhamnes lay, His head rais'd high on tapestry beneath, And heaving from his breast he drew his breath. A king and prophet by King Turnus lov'd, But fate by prescience cannot be remov'd. Him and his sleeping slaves he slew, then spies Where Remus with his rich retinue lies. His armour-bearer first, and next he kills His charioteer, entrench'd betwixt the wheels, And his lov'd horses last invades their lord. Full on his neck he drives the fatal sword. The gasping head flies off, a purple flood Flows from the trunk that welters in the blood, Which, by the spurning heels dispers'd around, The bed besprinkles, and bedews the ground. Lamus the bold, and Lamyrus the strong, he slew, and then Serranus fair and young. From dice and wine the youth retir'd to rest, And puff'd the fumy god from out his breast. Even then he dreamt of drink and lucky play, More lucky, had it lasted till the day. The famish'd lion thus, with hunger bold, O'erleaps the fences of the nightly fold, And tears the peaceful flocks with silent awe. Trembling they lie, and pant beneath his paw. Nor with less rage Euryalus employs The wrathful sword, or fewer foes destroys. But on the ignoble crowd his fury flew. He Phadus, Hebesus, and Rhoetus slew. Oppress'd with heavy sleep the former fell, but Rhoetus wakeful, and observing all, behind a spacious jar he slink'd for fear. The fatal iron found, and reach'd him there. For, as he rose, it pierc'd his naked side, and reeking thence return'd in crimson dyed. The wound pours out a stream of wine and blood, the purple soul comes floating in the flood. Now, where Messapus quarter'd they arrive, the fires were fainting there, and just alive. The warrior horses, tied in order, fed. Nisus observed the discipline, and said: "Our eager thirst of blood may both betray, and see the scatter'd streaks of dawning day. Foe to nocturnal thefts, no more, my friend; here let our glutted execution end. A lane through slaughter'd bodies we have made. The bold Euryalus, though loth, obey'd. Of arms and arras and of plate they find a precious load, but these they leave behind. Yet, fond of gaudy spoils, the boy would stay to make the rich caparison his prey, which on the steed of conquer'd Rhamnes lay. Nor did his eyes less longingly behold the girdle belt with nails of burnish'd gold. This present Caedicus the rich bestow'd on Remulus, when friendship first they vow'd, and absent join'd in hospitable ties, he dying to his heir bequeath'd the prize. Till by the conqu'ring Ardean troops oppress'd, he fell, and they the glorious gift possess'd. These glitt'ring spoils now made the victor's gain, he to his body suits, but suits in vain. Messapus' helm he finds among the rest, and laces on, and wears the waving crest. Proud of their conquest, prouder of their prey, they leave the camp, and take the ready way. End of Book 9, Part 1. Read by Lars Rolander. Book 9, Part 2 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Aeneid by Publius Vergilius Maro. Translated by John Dryden. Book 9a. Night Sortie, a Day Assault. Part 2. But far they had not passed before they spied 300 horse with Volscens for their guide. The queen a legion to King Turnus sent, but the swift horse the slower foot prevent. And now advancing sought the leader's tent. They saw the pair, for thro' the doubtful shade his shining helm Euryalus betray'd, on which the moon with full reflection play'd. "'Tis not for naught," cried Volscens from the crowd, "these men go there." Then raised his voice aloud: "Stand, stand! Why thus in arms, and whither bent? From whence, to whom, and on what errand sent?" Silent they scud away, and haste their flight to neighb'ring woods, and trust themselves to night. The speedy horse all passages belay, and spur their smoking steeds to cross their way, and watch each entrance of the winding wood. Black was the forest, thick with beech it stood, horrid with fern and intricate with thorn. Few paths of human feet or tracks of beasts were worn. The darkness of the shades his heavy prey, and fear misled the younger from his way. But Nisus hit the turns with happier haste, and thoughtless of his friend the forest pass'd, and Alban plains from Alba's name so call'd, where King Latinus then his oxen stall'd. Till turning at the length he stood his ground, and miss'd his friend, and cast his eyes around. "Ah, wretch!" he cried, "where have I left behind the unhappy youth? Where shall I hope to find? Or what way take?" Again he ventures back, and treads the mazes of his former track. He winds the wood, and listening hears the noise of tramping coursers and the rider's voice. The sound approach'd, and suddenly he view'd the foes enclosing, and his friend pursued, forelaid and taken, while he strove in vain the shelter of the friendly shades to gain. What should he next attempt? What arms employ? What fruitless force to free the captive boy? Or desperate should he rush and lose his life, with odds oppress'd in such unequal strife? Resolv'd at length, his pointed spear he shook, and casting on the moon a mournful look. Guardian of groves and goddess of the night, fair queen, he said, direct my dart aright. If ever my pious father, for my sake, did grateful offerings on thy altars make, or I increased them with my sylvan toils, and hung thy holy roofs with savage spoils, give me to scatter these. Then from his ear he poised and aimed, and launch'd the trembling spear. The deadly weapon hissing from the grove, impetuous on the back of Sulmo drove, pierced his thin armour, drank his vital blood, and in his body left the broken. He staggers round, his eyeballs roll in death, and with short sobs he gasps away his breath. All stand amazed, a second javelin flies with equal strength, and quivers through the skies. This through thy temples Tagus forced the way, and in the brainpan warmly buried lay. Fierce Volscens foams with rage, and gazing round, descried not him who gave the fatal wound, nor knew to fix revenge. But thou, he cries, shalt pay for both, and at the prisoner flies with his drawn sword. Then struck with deep despair, that cruel sight the lover could not bear, but from his covert rush'd in open view, and sent his voice before him as he flew. Me, he cried, turn all your swords alone, on me the fact confess'd, the fault my own. He neither could nor durst, the guiltless youth. Ye moon and stars, bear witness to the truth. His only crime, if friendship can offend, is too much love to this unhappy friend. Too late he speaks. The sword which fury guides, driven with full force, had pierced his tender sides. Down fell the beauteous youth, the yawning wound gush'd out a purple stream, and stained the ground. His snowy neck reclines upon his breast, like a fair flower by the keen share oppress'd, like a white poppy sinking on the plain, whose heavy head is overcharged with rain. Despair and rage and vengeance justly vowed drove Nisus headlong on the hostile crowd. Volscens he seeks, on him alone he bends, borne back and bor'd by his surrounding friends. Onward he press'd, and kept him still in sight, then whirl'd aloft his sword with all his might. The unerring steel descended while he spoke, pierced his wide mouth, and thro' his weazon broke. Dying he slew, and staggering on the plain, with swimming eyes he sought his lover slain. Then quiet on his bleeding bosom fell, content in death to be revenged so well. O happy friends, for if my verse can give immortal life, your fame shall ever live, fix'd as the Capitol's foundation lies, and spread wherever the Roman eagle flies. The conqu'ring party first divide the prey, then their slain leader to the camp convey. With wonder as they went, the troops were fill'd, to see such numbers whom so few had kill'd. Serranus, Rhamnus, and the rest they found, vast crowds the dying and the dead surround, and the yet reeking blood o'erflows the ground. All knew the helmet which Messapus lost, but mourn'd a purchase that so dear had cost. Now rose the ruddy morn from Teton's bed, and with the dawn of day the skies o'erspread. Nor long the sun his daily course withheld, but added colours to the world reveal'd, when earthly Turnus, wak'ning with the light, all clad in armour, calls his troops to fight. His martial men with fierce harangue he fir'd, and his own ardour in their souls inspir'd. This done, to give new terrors to his foes, the heads of Nisus and his friends he shows, raised high on pointed spears, a ghastly sight. Loud peals of shouts ensue, and barbarous delight. Meantime the Trojans run where danger calls. They line their trenches, and they man their walls. In front extended, to the left they stood. Safe was the right, surrounded by the flood. But casting from their towers a frightful view, they saw the faces, which too well they knew. Though then disguised in death, and smear'd all over with filth obscene, and dropping putrid gore, soon hasty fame through the sad city bears the mournful messages to the mother's ears. An icy cold benumbs her limbs, she shakes, her cheeks the blood, her hand the web forsakes. She runs the rampires round amidst the war, nor fears the flying darts. She rends her hair, and fills with loud laments the liquid air. Thus then my lov'd Euryalus appears, thus looks the prop my declining years. Was't on this face my famish'd eyes I fed? Oh, how unlike the living is the dead! And couldst thou leave me, cruel, thus alone? Not one kind kiss from a departing son? No look, no last adieu before he went, an ill-boding hour to slaughter sent. Cold on the ground, and pressing foreign clay, to Latian dogs and fowls he lies a prey. Nor was I near to close his dying eyes, to wash his wounds, to weep his obsequies, to call about his corpse his crying friends, or spread the mantle made for other ends on his dear body, which I wove with care, nor did my daily pains or nightly labour spare. Where shall I find his corpse? What earth sustains his trunk dismember'd, and his cold remains? For this, alas, I left my needful ease, exposed my life to winds and winter seas. If any pity touch Rutulian hearts, here empty all your quivers, all your darts. Or if they fail, thou, Jove, conclude my woe, and send me thunderstruck to shades below. Her shrieks and clamours pierce the Trojans' ears, unman their courage, and augment their fears. Nor young Ascanius could the sight sustain, nor old Ilioneus his tears restrain. But actor Aeneas jointly sent, to bear the madding mother to her tent. And now the trumpets terribly from far, with rattling clangour, rouse the sleepy war. The soldiers' shouts succeed the brazen sounds, and heav'n from pole to pole the noise rebounds. The Volscians bear their shields upon their head, and rushing forward form a moving shed. These fill the ditch, those pull the bulwarks down, some raise the ladders, others scale the town. But where void spaces on the walls appear, or thin defence, they pour their forces there. With pools and missive weapons from afar, the Trojans keep aloof the rising war. Taught by their 10 years' siege defensive fight, they roll down ribs of rocks, and unresisted white. To break the penthouse with a ponderous blow, would yet the patient Volscians undergo, but could not bear the unequal combat long. For where the Trojans find the thickest throng, the ruin falls, their shattered shields give way, and their crush'd heads become an easy prey. They shrink for fear, abated of their rage, nor longer dare in a blind fight engage. Contented now to gall them from below, with darts and slings, and with a distant bow. Elsewhere Mezentius, terrible to view, a blazing pine within the trenches threw. But brave Messapus, Neptune's warlike son, broke down the palisades, the trenches won, and loud for ladders calls to scale the town. Calliope, begin, ye sacred nine, inspire your poet in his high design, to sing what slaughter manly Turnus made, what souls he sent below the Stygian shade, what fame the soldiers with their captain share, and the vast circuit of the fatal war. For you in singing martial facts excel, you best remember and alone can tell. There stood a tower amazing to the sight, built up of beams and of stupendous height. Art and the nature of the place conspired to furnish all the strength that war required. To level this the bold Italians join, the wary Trojans obviate their design. With weighty stones overwhelm their troops below, shoot through the loopholes and sharp javelins throw. Turnus the chief tossed from his thundering hand against the wooden walls a flaming brand. It stuck, the fiery plague, the winds were high, the planks were seasoned and the timber dry. Contagion caught the posts, it spread along, scorch'd, and to distance drove the scatter'd throng. The Trojans fled, the fire pursued amain, still gathering fast upon the trembling train, till crowding to the corners of the wall, down the defence and the defenders fall. The mighty flaw makes heaven itself resound, the dead and dying Trojans strew the ground. The tower that followed on the fallen crew whelm'd over their heads and buried whom it slew. Some stuck upon the darts themselves had sent, all the same equal ruin underwent. Young Lycus and Helenor only escape, saved, how they know not, from the steepy leap. Helenor, elder of the two by birth, on one side royal, one a son of earth, whom to the Lydian king Licymnia bare, and sent her boasted bastard to the war. A privilege which none but freemen share. Slight were his arms, a sword and silver shield, no marks of honour charged its empty field. Light as he fell, so light the youth arose, and rising found himself amidst his foes. Nor flight was left, nor hopes to force his way. Emboldened by despair he stood at bay, and like a stag whom all the troop surrounds, O eager huntsman and invading hounds, resolved on death, he dissipates his fears, and bounds aloft against the pointed spears. So dares the youth, secure of death, and throws his dying body on his thickest foes. But Lycus, swifter on his feet by far, runs, doubles, winds, and turns amidst the war, springs to the walls, and leaves his foes behind, and snatches at the beam he first can find. Looks up and leaps aloft at all the stretch, in hopes the helping hand of some kind friend to reach. But Turnus followed hard his hunted prey, his spear had almost reach'd him in the way, short of his reins and scarce a span behind. Fool, said the chief, thou fleeter than the wind, couldst thou presume to scape when I pursue? He said, and downward by the feet he drew the trembling dastard. At the tug he falls, vast ruins come along, rent from the smoking walls. Thus on some silver swan or timorous hare, Jove's bird comes sousing down from upper air. Her crooked talons truss the fearful prey, then out of sight she soars and wings her way. So seizes the grim wolf the tender lamb, in vain lamented by the bleating dam. Then rushing onward with a barbarous cry, the troops of Turnus to the combat fly. The ditch with faggots fill'd, the daring foe toss'd firebrands to the steepy turrets throw. Ilioneus, as bold as Lucetius, came to force the gate and feed the kindling flame, roll'd down the fragment of a rock so right, it crush'd him double underneath his weight. Two more young Liger and Asylas slew, to bend the bow young Liger better knew. Asylas best the pointed javelin threw, Brave Caeneus laid Ortygius on the plain, the victor Caeneus was by Turnus slain. By the same hand Clonius and Aetus fall, Sagar and Ida standing on the wall. From Capys' arms his fate Privernus found, hurt by Themilla, first but slight the wound. His shield thrown by, to mitigate the smart, he clapp'd his hand upon the wounded part. The second shaft came swift and unespied, and pierced his hand, and nailed it to his side. Transfixed his breathing lungs and beating heart, the soul came issuing out, and hissed against the dart. The son of Arcans shone amid the rest, in glittering armour and a purple vest. Fair was his face, his eyes inspiring love, bred by his father in the Martian grove, where the fat altars of Palicus flame, and send in arms to purchase early fame. Him, when he spied from far the Tuscan king, laid by the lance and took him to the sling. Thrice whirled the throng around his head, and through the heated lead half melted as it flew. It pierced his hollow temples and his brain. The youth came tumbling down, and spurned the plain. Then young Ascanius, who before this day was wont in woods to shoot the savage prey, first bent in martial strife the twanging bow, and exercised against a human foe. With this bereft Numanus of his life, who Turnus' younger sister took to wife. Proud of his realm and of his royal bride, vaunting before his troops, and lengthened with a stride, in these insulting terms the Trojans he defied: "Twice conquer'd cowards, now your shame is shown, coop'd up a second time within your town, who dare not issue forth in open field, but hold your walls before you for a shield. Thus threat you war, thus our alliance force. What gods, what madness, hither steer'd your course? You shall not find the sons of Atreus here, nor need the frauds of sly Ulysses fear. Strong from the cradle of a sturdy brood, we bear our new-born infants to the flood. There bath'd amid the stream, our boys we hold, with winter harden'd and inured to cold. They wake before the day to range the wood, kill ere they eat, nor taste unconquer'd food. No sports but what belong to war they know, to break the stubborn colt, to bend the bow. Our youth, of labour patient, earn their bread. Hardly they work, with frugal diet fed. From plows and harrows sent to seek renown, they fight in fields, and storm the shaken town. No part of life from toils of war is free, no change in age or difference in degree. We plow and till in arms our oxen feel, instead of goads the spur and pointed steel. The inverted lance makes furrows in the plain, even time that changes all, yet changes us in vain. The body not the mind nor can control, the immortal vigour or abate the soul. Our helms defend the young, disguise the grey. We live by plunder and delight in prey. Your vests embroider'd with rich purple shine, in sloth you glory, and in dances join. Your vests have sweeping sleeves, with female pride. Your turbans underneath your chins are tied. Go, Phrygians, to your Dindymus again. Go less than women in the shape of men. Go, mix'd with eunuchs in the mother's rites, where with unequal sound the flute invites. Sing, dance, and howl, by turns in Ida's shade. Resign the war to men who know the martial trade. This foul reproach Ascanius could not hear, with patience, or avow'd revenge forbear. At the full stretch of both his hands he drew, and almost join'd the horns of the tough yew. But first before the throne of Jove he stood, and thus with lifted hands invoked the god. My first attempt, great Jupiter, succeed. An annual off'ring in thy grove shall bleed. A snow-white steer before thy altar led, who, like his mother, bears aloft his head, butts with his threat'ning brows, and bellowing stands, and dares the fight, and spurns the yellow sands. Jove bow'd the heavens, and lent a gracious ear, and thunder'd on the left amidst the clear. Sounded at once the bow, and swiftly flies the feather'd death, and hisses through the skies. The steel thro' both his temples forc'd the way, extended on the ground Numanus lay. Go now, vain boaster, and true valour scorn. The Phrygians twice subdued, yet make this third return. Ascanius said no more. The Trojans shake the heavens with shouting, and new vigour take. Apollo then bestrode a golden cloud, to view the feats of arms and fighting crowd. And thus the beardless victor he bespoke aloud: "Advance, illustrious youth, increase in fame, and wide from east to west extend thy name. Offspring of gods thyself, and Rome shall owe to thee a race of demigods below. This is the way to heaven, the powers divine, from this beginning date the Julian line. To thee, to them, and their victorious heirs, the conquer'd war is due, and the vast world is theirs. Troy is too narrow for thy name," he said, and plunging downward shot his radiant head. Dispell'd the breathing air that broke his flight, shorn of his beams, a man to mortal sight. Old Butes' form he took, Anchises' squire, now left to rule Ascanius by his sire. His wrinkled visage and his hoary hairs, his mien, his habit, and his arms he wears, and thus salutes the boy, too forward for his years. Suffice it thee, thy father's worthy son, the warlike prize thou hast already won. The god of archers gives thy youth a part of his own praise, nor envies equal art. Now tempt the war no more," he said, and flew, obscure in air, and vanish'd from their view. The Trojans by his arms their patron know, and hear the twanging of his heav'nly bow. Then duteous force they use, and Phoebus name, to keep from fight the youth too fond of fame. Undaunted, they themselves no danger shun. From wall to wall the shouts and clamours run. They bend their bows, they whirl their slings around. Heaps of spent arrows fall, and strew the ground, and helms and shields and rattling arms resound. The combat thickens like the storm that flies from westward when the showery kids arise, or pattering hail comes pouring on the main, when Jupiter descends in harden'd rain. Or bellowing clouds burst with a stormy sound, and with an arm'd winter strew the ground. Pandrus and Bitias, thunderbolts of war, whom Hiera to bold Alcanor bare, on Ida's top to youth of height and size, like firs that on their mother mountain rise, presuming on their force the gates unbar, and of their own accord invite the war. With fates averse against the king's command, arm'd on the right and on the left they stand, and flank the passage. Shining steel they wear, and waving crests above their heads appear. Thus two tall oaks that Padus' banks adorn lift up to heaven their leafy heads unshorn, and overpress'd with nature's heavy load, dance to the whistling winds, and at each other nod. In flows a tide of Latians, when they see the gates set open and the passage free. Bold Quercens with rash Tmarus rushing on, Equicolus that in bright armour shone, and Haemon first, but soon repuls'd they fly, or in the well-defended pass they die. These with success are fir'd, and those with rage, and each on equal terms at length engage. Drawn from their lines, and issuing on the plain, the Trojans hand to hand the fight maintain. Fierce Turnus in another quarter fought, when suddenly the unhoped for news was brought. The foes had left the fastness of their place, prevail'd in fight, and had his men in chase. He quits the attack, and to prevent their fate, runs where the giant brothers guard the gate. The first he met, Antipater the brave, but base begotten on a Theban slave. Sarpedon's son he slew, the deadly dart found passage through his breast and pierced his heart. Fixed in the wound the Italian cornel stood, warm'd in his lungs and in his vital blood. Aphidnus next, and Erymanthus dies, and Meropus, and the gigantic size of Bitias, threat'ning with his ardent eyes. Not by the feeble dart he fell oppress'd, a dart were lost within that roomy breast, but from a knotted lance, large, heavy, strong, which roar'd like thunder as it whirl'd along. Not two bull hides the impetuous force withhold, nor coat of double mail with scales of gold. Down sunk the monster bulk and press'd the ground, his arms and clattering shield on the vast body sound. Not with less ruin than the Baean mole, rais'd on the seas the surges to control, at once comes tumbling down the rocky wall. Prone to the deep the stones disjointed fall, of the vast pile the scatter'd ocean flies, black sands, discolour'd froth, and mingled mud arise. The frighted billows roll, and seek the shores, then trembles Prochyta, then Ischia roars. Typhoeus, thrown beneath by Jove's command, astonish'd at the flaw that shakes the land, soon shifts his weary side, and scarce awake, with wonder feels the weight press lighter on his back. The warrior god the Latian troops inspir'd, new strung their sinews, and their courage fir'd, but chills the Trojan hearts with cold affright, then black despair precipitates their flight. When Pandarus beheld his brother kill'd, the town with fear and wild confusion fill'd, he turns the hinges of the heavy gate with both his hands, and adds his shoulders to the weight. Some happier friends within the walls enclos'd, the rest shut out, to certain death expos'd. Fool as he was, and frantic in his care, to admit young Turnus and include the war, he thrust amid the crowd, securely bold, like a fierce tiger pent amid the fold. Too late his blazing buckler they descry, and sparkling fires that shoot from either eye, his mighty members and his ample breast, his rattling armour and his crimson crest. Far from that hated face the Trojans flee, all but the fool who sought his destiny. Mad Pandarus steps forth, with vengeance vow'd, for Bitias' death, and threatens thus aloud: "These are not Ardea's walls, nor his the town Armata proffers with Lavinia's crown. 'Tis hostile earth you tread, of hope bereft; no means of safe return by flight are left. To whom with countenance calm, and soul sedate, thus Turnus, then begin and try thy fate. My message to the ghost of Priam bear, tell him a new Achilles sent thee there." A lance of tough ground ash the Trojan threw, rough in the rind, and knotted as it grew. With his full force he whirl'd it first around, but the soft yielding air receiv'd the wound. Imperial Juno turn'd the course before, and fix'd the wandering weapon in the door. "But hope not thou," said Turnus, "when I strike, to shun thy fate. Our force is not alike, nor thy steel temper'd by the Lemnian god." Then rising, on his outmost stretch he stood, and aim'd from high the full descending blow, cleaves the broad front and beardless cheeks in two. Down sinks the giant with a thund'ring sound, his ponderous limbs oppress the trembling ground. Blood, brains, and foam gush from the gaping wound, scalp, face, and shoulders the keen steel divides, and the charred visage hangs on equal sides. The Trojans fly from their approaching fate, and had the victor then secur'd the gate, and to his troops without unclos'd the bars, one lucky day had ended all his wars. But boiling youth and blind desire of blood push'd his fury to pursue the crowd. Hamstring'd behind, unhappy Gyges died. Then Phalaris is added to his side. The pointed javelins from the dead he drew, and their friends' arms against their fellows threw. Strong Halys stands in vain, weak Phlegus flies. Saturnia still at hand new force and fire supplies. Then Halius, Prytanis, Alcander fall, engaged against the foes who scaled the wall. But whom they fear'd without they found within. At last, though late, by Lynceus he was seen. He calls new succours, and assaults the prince. But weak his force, and vain is their defence. Turn'd to the right, his sword the hero drew, and at one blow the bold aggressor slew. He joins the neck, and with a stroke so strong, the helm flies off, and bears the head along. Next him the huntsman Amycus he kill'd, in darts, in vencond, and in poison skill'd. Then Clytius fell beneath his fatal spear, and Cretius, whom the Muses held so dear. He fought with courage, and he sung the fight. Arms were his business, verses his delight. The Trojan chiefs behold with rage and grief their slaughter'd friends, and hasten their relief. Bold Mnestheus rallies first the broken train, whom brave Seresthus and his troops sustain. To save the living and revenge the dead, against one warrior's arms all Troy they led. Oh, void of sense and courage, Mnestheus cried, where can you hope your coward heads to hide? Ah, where beyond these rampires can you run? One man, and in your camp enclosed you shun. Shall then a single sword such slaughter boast, and pass unpunish'd from a numerous host? Forsaking honour and renouncing fame, your gods, your country, and your king you shame. This just reproach their virtue does excite. They stand, they join, they thicken to the fight. Now Turnus doubts, and yet disdains to yield, but with slow paces measures back the field, and inches to the walls where Tiber's tide, washing the camp, defends the weaker side. The more he loses, they advance the more, and tread in every step he trod before. They shout, they bear him back, and whom by might they cannot conquer, they oppress with weight. As compass'd with a wood of spears around, the lordly lion still maintains his ground, grins horrible, retires, and turns again, threats his distended paws, and shakes his mane. He loses while in vain he presses on, nor will his courage let him dare to run. So Turnus fares, and unresolv'd of flight, moves tardy back, and just recedes from fight. Yet twice in rage the combat he renews, twice breaks, and twice his broken foes pursues. But now they swarm, and with fresh troops supplied, come rolling on, and rush from every side. Nor Juno, who sustain'd his arms before, dares with new strength suffice the exhausted store. For Jove, with sour commands, sent Iris down, to force th' invader from the frighted town. With labour spent, no longer can he wield the heavy falchion, or sustain the shield. O'erwhelm'd with darts, which from afar they fling, the weapons round his hollow temples ring. His golden helm gives way with stony blows, batter'd and flat, and beaten to his brows. His crest is rash'd away, his ample shield is falsified, and round with jav'lins fill'd. The foe now faint, the Trojans overwhelm, and Mnestheus lays hard load upon his helm. 6 sweat succeeds, he drops at every pore, with driving dust his cheeks are pasted o'er. Shorter and shorter every gasp he takes, and vain efforts and hurtless blows he makes. Plunged in the flood, and made the waters fly, the yell of God the welcome burthen bore, and whipp'd the sweat, and wash'd away the gore. Then gently wafts him to the farther coast, and sends him safe to cheer his anxious host. End of Book 9 of the Aeneid. Read by Lars Rolander.
Book 10, Part 1 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. The Aeneid by Publius Vergilius Maro. Translated by John Dryden. Book 10, The Death of Princes. Part 1. The gates of heaven unfold. Jove summons all the gods to council in the common hall. Sublimely seated, he surveys from far the fields, the camp, the fortune of the war, and all the inferior world. From first to last the sovereign senate in degrees are placed. Then thus the almighty sire began. Ye gods, natives or denizens of blest abodes, from whence these murmurs and this change of mind, this backward fate from what was first designed? Why this protracted war, when my commands pronounced a peace, and gave the Latian lands? What fear or hope on either part divides our heavens, and arms our powers on different sides? A lawful time of war at length will come, nor need your haste anticipate the doom, when Carthage shall contend the world with Rome, shall force the rigid rocks and alpine chains, and like a flood come pouring on the plains. Then is your time for faction and debate, for partial favour and permitted hate. Let now your immature dissension cease. Sit quiet and compose your souls to peace. Thus Jupiter in few unfolds the charge, but lovely Venus thus replies at large. O power immense, eternal energy, for to what else protection can we fly? Seest thou the proud Rutulians, how they dare, in fields, unpunished, and insult my care? How lofty Turnus vaunts amid his train, in shining arms, triumphant on the plain. Even in their lines and trenches they contend, and scarce their walls the Trojan troops defend. The town is filled with slaughter, and o'erfloats with a red deluge their increasing moats. Aeneas, ignorant and far from thence, has left a camp exposed without defence. This endless outrage shall they still sustain? Shall Troy renewed be forced and fired again? A second siege my banished issue fears, and a new Diomede in arms appears. One more audacious mortal will be found, and I, thy daughter, wait another wound. Yet if with fates averse, without thy leave, the Latian lands my progeny receive, bear they the pains of violated law, and thy protection from their aid withdraw. But if the gods their sure success foretell, if those of heaven consent with those of hell to promise Italy, who dare debate the power of Jove, or fix another fate? What should I tell of tempests on the main, of Aeolus usurping Neptune's reign, of Iris sent with bacchanalian heat to inspire the matrons and destroy the fleet? Now Juno to the Stygian sky descends, solicits hell for aid, and arms the fiends. That new example wanted yet above, an act that well became the wife of Jove. Alecto, raised by her, with rage inflames the peaceful bosoms of the Latian dames. Imperial sway no more exalts my mind. Such hopes I had, indeed, while heaven was kind. Now let my happier foes possess my place, whom Jove prefers before the Trojan race, and conquer they whom you with conquest grace. Since you can spare from all your wide command no spot of earth, no hospitable land, which may my wandering fugitives receive, since haughty Juno will not give you leave. Then, father, if I still may use that name, by ruined Troy, yet smoking from the flame, I beg you, let Ascanius by my care be freed from danger and dismiss the war. Inglorious let him live, without a crown. The father may be cast on coasts unknown, struggling with fate, but let me save the son. Mine is Cythera, mine the Cyprian towers. In those recesses and those sacred bowers obscurely let him rest, his right resign to promised empire and his Julian line. Then Carthage may the Ausonian towns destroy, nor fear the race of a rejected boy. What profits it, my son, to scape the fire, armed with his gods and loaded with his sire, to pass the perils of the seas and wind, evade the Greeks and leave the war behind, to reach the Italian shores, if, after all, our second Pergamus is doomed to fall? Much better had he curbed his high desires, and hovered o'er his ill-extinguished fires, to Simois' banks the fugitives restore, and give them back to war and all the woes before. Deep indignation swelled Saturnia's heart. And must I own, she said, my secret smart, what with more decence were in silence kept, and but for this unjust reproach had slept? Did God or man your favourite son advise with war unhoped the Latians to surprise? By fate you boast, and by the gods' decree he left his native land for Italy. Confess the truth. By mad Cassandra, more than heaven inspired, he sought a foreign shore. Did I persuade to trust his second Troy to the raw conduct of a beardless boy, with walls unfinished, which himself forsakes, and through the waves a wandering voyage takes? When have I urged him meanly to demand the Tuscan aid, and arm a quiet land? Did I or Iris give this mad advice, or made the fool himself the fatal choice? You think it hard the Latians should destroy with swords your Trojans, and with fires your Troy? Hard and unjust indeed for men to draw their native air, nor take a foreign law. That Turnus is permitted still to live, to whom his birth a god and goddess give. But yet is just and lawful for your line to drive their fields, and force with fraud to join. Realms, not your own, among your clans divide, and from the bridegroom tear the promised bride. Petition while you public arms prepare, pretend a peace, and yet provoke a war. 'Twas given to you, your darling son, to shroud, to draw the dastard from the fighting crowd, and for a man obtend an empty cloud. From flaming fleets you turned the fire away, and changed the ships to daughters of the sea. But is my crime? The Queen of Heaven offends, if she presume to save her suffering friends. Your son, not knowing what his foes decree, you say, is absent. Absent let him be. Yours is Cythera, yours the Cyprian towers, the soft recesses and the sacred bowers. Why do you then these needless arms prepare, and thus provoke a people prone to war? Did I with fire the Trojan town deface, or hinder from return your exiled race? Was I the cause of mischief, or the man whose lawless lust the fatal war began? Think on whose faith the adulterous youth relied, who promised, who procured the Spartan bride. When all the United States of Greece combined to purge the world of the perfidious kind, then was your time to fear the Trojan fate. Your quarrels and complaints are now too late. Thus Juno. Murmurs rise with mixed applause, just as they favour or dislike the cause. So winds, when yet unfledged in woods they lie, in whispers first their tender voices try, then issue on the main with bellowing rage, and storms to trembling mariners presage. Then thus to both replied the imperial god, who shakes heaven's axles with his awful nod. When he begins, the silent senate stand with reverence, listening to the dread command. The clouds dispel, the winds their breath restrain, and the hushed waves lie flatted on the main. Celestials, your attentive ears incline. Since, said the god, the Trojans must not join in wished alliance with the Latian line, since endless jarrings and immortal hate tend but to discompose our happy state, the war henceforward be resigned to fate. Each to his proper fortune stand or fall, equal and unconcerned I look on all. Rutulians, Trojans are the same to me, and both shall draw the lots their fates decree. Let these assault, if fortune be their friend, and if she favours those, let those defend. The fates will find their way. The Thunderer said, and shook the sacred honours of his head, attesting Styx, the inviolable flood, and the black regions of his brother god. Trembled the poles of heaven, and earth confessed the nod. This end the sessions had. The Senate rise, and to his palace wait their sovereign through the skies. Meantime, intent upon their siege, the foes within their walls the Trojan host enclose. They wound, they kill, they watch at every gate, renew the fires, and urge their happy fate. The Aeneans wish in vain their wonted chief, hopeless of flight, more hopeless of relief. Thin on the towers they stand, and even those few, a feeble, fainting, and dejected crew. Yet in the face of danger some there stood, the two bold brothers of Sarpedon's blood, Asius and Acmon, both the Assaraci, young Haemon, and though young, resolved to die. With these were Clarus and Thymoetes joined, Tibris and Castor, both of Lycian kind. From Acmon's hands a rolling stone there came, so large it half deserved a mountain's name. Strong sinewed was the youth, and big of bone. His brother Mnestheus could not more have done, or the great father of the intrepid son. Some firebrands throw, some flights of arrows send, and some with darts and some with stones defend. Amid the press appears the beauteous boy, the care of Venus and the hope of Troy. His lovely face unarmed, his head was bare, in ringlets o'er his shoulders hung his hair. His forehead circled with a diadem, distinguished from the crowd he shines a gem enchased in gold or polished ivory set, amidst the meaner foil of sable jet. Nor Ismarus was wanting to the war, directing pointed arrows from afar, and death with poison armed, in Lydia born, where plenteous harvests the fat fields adorn, where proud Pactolus floats the fruitful lands, and leaves a rich manure of golden sands. There Capys, author of the Capuan name, and there was Mnestheus too, increased in fame, since Turnus from the camp he cast with shame. Thus mortal war was waged on either side. Meantime the hero cut the nightly tide, for, anxious, from Evander when he went, he sought the Tyrrhene camp, and Tarchon's tent. Exposed the cause of coming to the chief, his name and country told, and asked relief. Proposed the terms, his own small strength declared. What vengeance proud Mezentius had prepared, what Turnus, bold and violent, designed, then showed the slippery state of humankind and fickle fortune, warned him to beware, and to his wholesome counsel added prayer. Tarchon without delay the treaty signs, and to the Trojan troops the Tuscan joins. They soon set sail, nor now the fates withstand, their forces trusted with a foreign hand. Aeneas leads. Upon his stern appear two lions carved, which rising Ida bear, Ida to wandering Trojans ever dear. Under their grateful shade Aeneas sat, revolving war's events and various fate. His left young Pallas kept, fixed to his side, and oft of winds enquired, and of the tide, oft of the stars, and of their watery way, and what he suffered both by land and sea. Now, sacred sisters, open all your spring, the Tuscan leaders and their army sing, which followed great Aeneas to the war, their arms, their numbers, and their names declare. 1,000 youths brave Massicus obey, born in the Tiger through the foaming sea, from Asium brought, and Cosa by his care. For arms, light quivers, bows, and shafts they bear. Fierce Abas next, his men bright armour wore, his stern Apollo's golden statue bore. 600 Populonia sent along, all skilled in martial exercise and strong. 300 more for battle Ilva joins, an isle renowned for steel and unexhausted mines. Asylas on his prow the third appears, who heaven interprets and the wandering stars, from offered entrails prodigies expounds, and peals of thunder with presaging sounds. 1,000 spears in warlike order stand, sent by the Pisans under his command. Fair Astur follows in the watery field, proud of his managed horse and painted shield. Gravisca, noisome from the neighbouring fen, and his own Caere sent 300 men, with those which Minio's fields and Pergi gave, all bred in arms, unanimous and brave. Thou, Muse, the name of Cinyras renew, and brave Cupavo, followed but by few, whose helm confessed the lineage of the man, and bore with wings displayed a silver swan. Love was the fault of his famed ancestry, whose forms and fortunes in his ensigns fly. For Cycnus loved unhappy Phaeton, and sung his loss in poplar groves alone, beneath the sister shades to soothe his grief. Heaven heard his song and hastened his relief, and changed to snowy plumes his hoary hair, and winged his flight to chant aloft in air. His son Cupavo brushed the briny flood. Upon his stern a brawny centaur stood, who heaved a rock, and, threatening still to throw, with lifted hands alarmed the seas below. They seemed to fear the formidable sight, and rolled their billows on to speed his flight. Ocnus was next, who led his native train of hardy warriors through the watery plain. The son of Manto by the Tuscan stream, from whence the Mantuan town derives the name, an ancient city, but of mixed descent. 3 several tribes compose the government. 4 towns are under each, but all obey the Mantuan laws and own the Tuscan sway. Hate to Mezentius armed 500 more, whom Mincius from his sire Benacus bore. Mincius with wreaths of reeds his forehead covered o'er. These grave Auletes leads, 100 sweep with stretching oars at once the glassy deep. Him and his martial train the Triton bears, high on his poop the sea-green god appears. Frowning he seems his crooked shell to sound, and at the blast the billows dance around. A hairy man above the waist he shows, a porpoise tail beneath his belly grows, and ends a fish. His breast the waves divides, and froth and foam augment the murmuring tides. Full 30 ships transport the chosen train for Troy's relief, and scour the briny main. Now was the world forsaken by the sun, and Phoebe half her nightly race had run. The careful chief, who never closed his eyes, himself the rudder holds, the sails supplies. A choir of Nereids met him on the flood, once his own galleys, hewn from Ida's wood, but now as many nymphs the sea they sweep, as rode before tall vessels on the deep. They know him from afar, and in a ring enclose the ship that bore the Trojan king. Cymodocea, whose voice excelled the rest, above the waves advanced her snowy breast. Her right hand stops the stern, her left divides the curling ocean and corrects the tides. She spoke for all the choir, and thus began with pleasing words to warn the unknowing man. Sleeps our loved lord? O goddess born, awake! Spread every sail, pursue your watery track, and haste your course. Your navy once were we, from Ida's height descending to the sea, till Turnus, as at anchor fixed we stood, presumed to violate our holy wood. Then, loosed from shore, we fled his fires profane. Unwillingly we broke our master's chain, and since have sought you through the Tuscan main. The mighty mother changed our forms to these, and gave us life immortal in the seas. But young Ascanius in his camp distressed by your insulting foes is hardly pressed. The Arcadian horsemen and Etrurian host advance in order on the Latian coast. To cut their way the Daunian chief designs before their troops can reach the Trojan lines. Thou, when the rosy morn restores the light, first arm thy soldiers for the ensuing fight. Thyself the fated sword of Vulcan wield, and bear aloft the impenetrable shield. Tomorrow's sun, unless my skill be vain, shall see huge heaps of foes in battle slain. Parting, she spoke, and with immortal force push'd on the vessel in her watery course, for well she knew the way. Impell'd behind, the ship flew forward and outstripp'd the wind. The rest make up. Unknowing of the cause, the chief admires their speed, and happy omens draws. Then thus he pray'd, and fix'd on heaven his eyes. Hear thou, great mother of the deities, with turrets crown'd, on Ida's holy hill fierce tigers, rein'd and curb'd, obey thy will. Firm thy own omens, lead us on to fight, and let thy Phrygians conquer in thy right. He said no more, and now renewing day had chased the shadows of the night away. He charged the soldiers with preventing care their flags to follow and their arms prepare, warned of the ensuing fight, and bade 'em hope the war. Now his lofty poop he view'd below, his camp encompassed and the enclosing foe. His blazing shield embraced he held on high, the camp receive the sign, and with loud shouts reply. Hope arms their courage. From their towers they throw their darts with double force and drive the foe. Thus, at the signal given, the cranes arise before the stormy south and blacken all the skies. King Turnus wonder'd at the fight renew'd, till looking back the Trojan fleet he view'd. The seas with swelling canvas cover'd o'er, and the swift ships descending on the shore. The Latians saw from far with dazzled eyes the radiant crest that seemed in flames to rise, and dart diffusive fires around the field, and the keen glittering of the golden shield. Thus threatening comets, when by night they rise, shoot sanguine streams, and sadden all the skies. So Sirius, flashing forth sinister lights, pale humankind with plagues and with dry famine fright. Yet Turnus, with undaunted mind, is bent to man the shores and hinder their descent, and thus awakes the courage of his friends. What you so long have wished, kind fortune sends. In ardent arms to meet the invading foe, you find, and find him at advantage now. Yours is the day, you need but only dare. Your swords will make you masters of the war. Your sires, your sons, your houses and your lands, and dearest wives are all within your hands. Be mindful of the race from whence you came, and emulate in arms your father's fame. Now take the time, while staggering yet they stand, with feet unfirm, and prepossess the strand. Fortune befriends the bold. No more he said, but balanced whom to leave and whom to lead. Then these elects, the landing to prevent, and those he leaves to keep the city pent. Meantime the Trojan sends his troops ashore. Some are by boats exposed, by bridges more. With labouring oars they bear along the strand, where the tide languishes, and leap aland. Tarchon observes the coast with careful eyes, and where no ford he finds, no water fries, nor billows with unequal murmurs roar, but smoothly slide along and swell the shore. That course he steered, and thus he gave command. Here ply your oars, and at all hazard land. Force on the vessel, that her keel may wound this hated soil, and furrow hostile ground. Let me securely land, I ask no more. Then sink my ships, or shatter on the shore. This fiery speech inflames his fearful friends. They tug at every oar, and every stretcher bends. They run their ships aground, the vessels knock, thus forced ashore, and tremble with the shock. Tarchon's alone was lost, that stranded stood, stuck on a bank and beaten by the flood. She breaks her back, the loosened sides give way, and plunge the Tuscan soldiers in the sea. Their broken oars and floating planks withstand their passage while they labour to the land, and ebbing tides bear back upon the uncertain sand. Now Turnus leads his troops without delay, advancing to the margin of the sea. The trumpets sound. Aeneas first assailed the clowns new raised and raw, and soon prevailed. Great Theron fell, an omen of the fight. Great Theron, large of limbs, of giant height. He first in open field defied the prince, but armour scaled with gold was no defence against the fated sword, which opened wide his plated shield, and pierced his naked side. Next Lycas fell, who, not like others born, was from his wretched mother ripped and torn. Sacred, O Phoebus, from his birth to thee, for his beginning life from biting steel was free. Not far from him was Gyas laid along, of monstrous bulk, with Chryseis fierce and strong. Vain bulk and strength, for when the chief assailed, nor valour nor Herculean arms availed, nor their famed father wont in war to go with great Alcides when he toiled below. The noisy Pharos next received his death. Aeneas writhed his dart and stopped his bawling breath. Then wretched Sidon had received his doom, who courted Clytius in his beardless bloom, and sought with lust obscene polluted joys. The Trojan sword had cured his love of boys, had not his 7 bold brethren stopped the course of the fierce champions with united force. 7 darts were thrown at once, and some rebound from his bright shield, some on his helmet sound. The rest had reached him, but his mother's care prevented those, and turned aside in air. The prince then called Achates to supply the spears that knew the way to victory. Those fatal weapons which inured to blood in Grecian bodies under Ilium stood, not one of those my hand shall toss in vain against our foes on this contended plain, he said, then seized a mighty spear and threw, which, winged with fate, through Maion's buckler flew, pierced all the brazen plates, and reached his heart. He staggered with intolerable smart. Alcanor saw, and reached, but reached in vain, his helping hand, his brother to sustain. A second spear, which kept the former course, from the same hand, and sent with equal force, his right arm pierced, and, holding on, bereft his use of both, and pinioned down his left. Then Numitor from his dead brother drew the ill-omened spear, and at the Trojan threw. Preventing fate directs the lance away, which, glancing, only marked Achates' thigh. In pride of youth the Sabine Clausus came, and from afar at Dryops took his aim. The spear flew hissing through the middle space, and pierced his throat, directed at his face. It stopped at once the passage of his wind, and the free soul to flitting air resigned. His forehead was the first that struck the ground. Life-blood and life rushed mingled through the wound. He slew 3 brothers of the Borean race, and 3 whom Ismarus, their native place, had sent to war, but all the sons of Thrace. Halesus next the bold Aurunci leads. The son of Neptune to his aid succeeds, conspicuous on his horse. On either hand these fight to keep, and those to win, the land. With mutual blood the Ausonian soil is dyed, while on its borders each their claim decide. As wintry winds, contending in the sky, with equal force of lungs their titles try. They rage, they roar, the doubtful rack of heaven stands without motion, and the tide undriven. Each bent to conquer, neither side to yield. They long suspend the fortune of the field. Both armies thus perform what courage can, foot set to foot, and mingled man to man. But in another part the Arcadian horse with ill success engaged the Latin force. For, where the impetuous torrent, rushing down huge craggy stones and rooted trees, had thrown, they left their coursers, and, unused to fight on foot, were scattered in a shameful flight. Pallas, who with disdain and grief had viewed his foes pursuing, and his friends pursued, used threatenings mixed with prayers, his last resource, with these to move their minds, and those to fire their force. "Which way, companions? Whither would you run? By you yourselves, and mighty battles won, by my great sire, by his established name, and early promise of my future fame, by my youth, emulous of equal right to share his honours, shun ignoble flight. Trust not your feet, your hands must hew way through yon black body and that thick array. 'Tis through that forward path that we must come, there lies our way, and that our passage home. Nor powers above, nor destinies below oppress our arms. With equal strength we go, with mortal hands to meet a mortal foe. See on what foot we stand, a scanty shore, the sea behind, our enemies before. No passage left unless we swim the main, or, forcing these, the Trojan trenches gain. This said, he strode with eager haste along, and bore amidst the thickest of the throng. Largus, the first he met with fate to foe, had heaved a stone of mighty weight to throw. Stooping, the spear descended on his chine, just where the bone distinguished either loin. It stuck so fast, so deeply buried lay, that scarce the victor forced the steel away. Hisbon came on, but while he moved too slow to wish to revenge, the prince prevents his blow. For, warding his at once he pressed and plunged the fatal weapon in his breast. Then lewd Anchemolus he laid in dust, who stained his stepdam's bed with impious lust. And after him the Daucian twins were slain, Laris and Thymbrus, on the Latian plain, so wondrous like in feature, shape, and size, as caused an error in their parents' eyes, grateful mistake. But soon the sword decides the nice distinction, and their fate divides. For Thymbrus' head was lopped, and Laris' hand, dismembered, sought its owner on the strand. The trembling fingers yet the falchion strain, and threaten still the intended stroke in vain. Now, to renew the charge, the Arcadians came. Sight of such acts, and sense of honest shame, and grief with anger mixed, their minds inflame. Then with a casual blow was Rhoeteus slain, who chanced, as Pallas threw, to cross the plain. The flying spear was after Ilus sent, but Rhoeteus happened on a death unmeant. From Teutras and from Tyres while he fled, the lance athwart his body laid him dead. Rolled from his chariot with a mortal wound, and intercepted fate, he spurned the ground, as when in summer welcome winds arise, the watchful shepherd to the forest flies, and fires the midmost plants. Contagion spreads, and catching flames infect the neighbouring heads. Around the forest flies the furious blast, and all the leafy nation sinks at last, and Vulcan rides in triumph o'er the waste. The pastor, pleased with his dire victory, beholds the satiate flames in sheets ascend the sky. So Pallas' troops their scattered strength unite, and pouring on their foes their prince delight. Halesus came, fierce with desire of blood, but first collected in his arms he stood. Advancing then, he plied the spear so well, Ladon, Demodocus, and Pheres fell. Around his head he tossed his glittering brand, and from Strymonius hewed his better hand, held up to guard his throat. Then hurled a stone at Thoas' ample front, and pierced the bone. It struck beneath the space of either eye, and blood and mingled brains together fly. Deep skilled in future fates, Halesus' sire did with the youth to lonely groves retire. But when the father's mortal race was run, dire destiny laid hold upon the son, and hauled him to the war, to find, beneath the Evandrian spear, a memorable death. Pallas the encounter seeks, but ere he throws, to Tuscan Tiber thus addressed his vows. O sacred stream, direct my flying dart, and give to pass the proud Halesus' heart. His arms and spoils thy holy oak shall bear. Pleased with the bribe, the god received his prayer, for while his shield protects a friend distressed, the dart came driving on, and pierced his breast. But Lausus, no small portion of the war, permits not panic fear to reign too far, caused by the death of so renowned a knight, but by his own example cheers the fight. Fierce Abas first he slew, Abas, the stay of Trojan hopes and hindrance of the day. The Phrygian troops escaped the Greeks in vain, they and their mixed allies now load the plain. To the rude shock of war both armies came, their leaders equal, and their strength the same. The rear so pressed the front, they could not wield their angry weapons to dispute the field. Here Pallas urges on, and Lausus there, Of equal youth and beauty both appear, but both by fate forbid to breathe their native air. Their congress in the field great Jove withstands, both doom'd to fall, but fall by greater hands. End of Book 10, Part 1. Book 10, Part 2 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. The Aeneid by Publius Vergilius Maro. Translated by John Dryden. Book 10, The Death of Princes. Part 2. Meantime, Juturna warns the Daunian chief of Lausus' danger, urging swift relief. With his driven chariot he divides the crowd, and making to his friends thus calls aloud, "Let none presume his needless aid to join. Retire and clear the field, the fight is mine. To this right hand is Pallas only due. Oh, were his father here, my just revenge to view." From the forbidden space his men retired. Pallas their awe and his stern words admired, survey'd him o'er and o'er with wondering sight, struck with his haughty mien and towering height. Then to the king, "Your empty vaunts forbear. Success I hope, and fate I cannot fear. Alive or dead I shall deserve a name. Jove is impartial, and to both the same." He said, and to the void advanced his pace. Pale horror sat on each Arcadian face. Then Turnus, from his chariot leaping light, addressed himself on foot to single fight, and as a lion, when he spies from far a bull that seems to meditate the war, bending his neck and spurning back the sand, runs roaring downward from his hilly stand, imagine eager Turnus, not more slow to rush from high on his unequal foe. Young Pallas, when he saw the chief advance within due distance of his flying lance, prepares to charge him first, resolved to try if fortune would his want of force supply, and thus to heaven and Hercules addressed: "Alcides, once on earth Evander's guest, his son adjures you by those holy rites, that hospitable board, those genial nights. Assist my great attempt to gain this prize, and let proud Turnus view with dying eyes his ravish'd spoils." 'Twas heard, the vain request. Alcides mourned, and stifled sighs within his breast. Then Jove, to soothe his sorrow, thus began: "Short bounds of life are set to mortal man. 'Tis virtue's work alone to stretch the narrow span. So many sons of gods in bloody fight around the walls of Troy have lost the light. My own Sarpedon fell beneath his foe, nor I, his mighty sire, could ward the blow. Even Turnus shortly shall resign his breath, and stands already on the verge of death." This said, the god permits the fatal fight, but from the Latian fields averts his sight. Now with full force his spear young Pallas threw, and having thrown, his shining falchion drew. The steel just grazed along the shoulder joint, and marked it slightly with the glancing point. Fierce Turnus first to nearer distance drew, and poised his pointed spear before he threw. Then, as the winged weapon whizzed along, "See now," said he, "whose arm is better strung." The spear kept on the fatal course, unstayed by plates of iron which o'er the shield were laid. Through folded brass and tough bull hides it passed, his corslet pierced, and reached his heart at last. In vain the youth tugs at the broken wood, the soul comes issuing with the vital blood. He falls, his arms upon his body sound, and with his bloody teeth he bites the ground. Turnus bestrode the corpse. "Arcadians, hear," said he, "my message to your master bear. Such as the sire deserved, the son I send. It costs him dear to be the Phrygians' friend. The lifeless body, tell him, I bestow, unasked, to rest his wandering ghost below. He said, and trampled down with all the force of his left foot, and spurned the wretched corse. Then snatched the shining belt with gold inlaid, the belt Eurytion's artful hands had made, where 50 fatal brides, expressed to sight, all in the compass of one mournful night, deprived their bridegrooms of returning light. In an ill hour insulting Turnus tore those golden spoils, and in a worse he wore. O mortals, blind in fate, who never know to bear high fortune or endure the low! The time shall come when Turnus, but in vain, shall wish untouched the trophies of the slain, shall wish the fatal belt were far away, and curse the dire remembrance of the day. The sad Arcadians from the unhappy field bear back the breathless body on a shield. O grace and grief of war, at once restored with praises to thy sire, at once deplored. One day first sent thee to the fighting field, beheld whole heaps of foes in battle killed. One day beheld thee dead, and borne upon thy shield. This dismal news not from uncertain fame, but sad spectators to the hero came. His friends upon the brink of ruin stand, unless relieved by his victorious hand. He whirls his sword around without delay, and hews through adverse foes an ample way, to find fierce Turnus, of his conquest proud. Evander, Pallas, all that friendship owed to large deserts are present to his eyes, his plighted hand and hospitable ties. 4 sons of Sulmo, 4 whom Ufens bred, he took in fight, and living victims led to please the ghost of Pallas, and expire in sacrifice before his funeral fire. At Magus next he threw, he stooped below the flying spear, and shunned the promised blow. Then, creeping, clasped the hero's knees and prayed, "By young Iülus, by thy father's shade, oh, spare my life, and send me back to see my longing sire and tender progeny. A lofty house I have, and wealth untold, in silver ingots and in bars of gold. All these, and sums besides which see no day, the ransom of this one poor life shall pay. If I survive, will Troy the less prevail? A single soul's too light to turn the scale." He said. The hero sternly thus replied, "Thy bars and ingots, and the sums beside, leave for thy children's lot. Thy Turnus broke all rules of war by one relentless stroke when Pallas fell. So deems, nor deems alone, my father's shadow, but my living son." Thus having said, of kind remorse bereft, he seized his helm and dragged him with his left, then with his right hand, while his neck he wreathed, up to the hilts his shining falchion sheathed. Apollo's priest, Aeneid, was near, his holy fillets on his front appear, glittering in arms he shone amidst the crowd, much of his god, more of his purple proud. Him the fierce Trojan followed through the field, the holy coward fell, and forced to yield. The prince stood o'er the priest, and at one blow sent him an offering to the shades below. His arms Seresthus on his shoulders bears, designed a trophy to the god of wars. Vulcanian Caeculus renews the fight, and Umbro borne upon the mountain's height. The champion cheers his troops to encounter those, and seeks revenge himself on other foes. At Anxio's shield he drove, and at the blow both shield and arm to ground together go. Anxio had boasted much of magic charms, and thought he wore impenetrable arms, so made by muttered spells, and from the spheres had life secured in vain for length of years. Then Tarquitus the field in triumph trod, a nymph his mother, his sire a god. Exulting in bright arms he braves the prince, with his protended lance he makes defence, bears back his feeble foe, then, pressing on, arrests his better hand, and drags him down. Stands o'er the prostrate wretch, and as he lay, vain tales inventing and prepared to prey, mows off his head. The trunk a moment stood, then sunk and rolled along the sand in blood. The vengeful victor thus upbraids the slain. Lie there, proud man, unpitied on the plain. Lie there, inglorious and without a tomb, far from thy mother and thy native home, exposed to savage beasts and birds of prey, or thrown for food to monsters of the sea. On Lycus and Antaeus next he ran, 2 chiefs of Turnus, and who led his van. They fled for fear. With these he chased along Camers the yellow-locked, and Numa strong, both great in arms, and both were fair and young. Camers was son to Volsgens lately slain, in wealth surpassing all the Latian train, and in Amycla fixed his silent, easy reign. And as Aegeon, when with heaven he strove, stood opposite in arms to mighty Jove, moved all his 100 hands, provoked the war, defied the forky lightning from afar, at 50 mouths his flaming breath expires, and flash for flash returns, and fires for fires. In his right hand as many swords he wields, and takes the thunder on as many shields. With strength like his the Trojan hero stood, and soon the fields with falling corpse were strowed, when once his fauchion found the taste of blood. With fury scarce to be conceived he flew against Niphaeus, whom 4 coursers drew. They, when they see the fiery chief advance, and pushing at their chests his pointed lance, wheeled with so swift a motion, mad with fear, they threw their master headlong from the chair. They stare, they start, nor stop their course before they bear the bounding chariot to the shore. Now Lucagus and Liger scour the plains, with 2 white steeds, but Liger holds the reins, and Lucagus the lofty seat maintains, bold brethren both. The former waved in air his flaming sword, Aeneas couched his spear, unused to threats, and more unused to fear. Then Liger thus: Thy confidence is vain to scape from hence, as from the Trojan plain. Nor these the steeds which Diomed bestrode, nor this the chariot where Achilles rode, nor Venus' veil is here near Neptune's shield. Thy fatal hour is come, and this the field. Thus Liger vainly vaunts. The Trojan peer returned his answer with his flying spear. As Lucagus to lash his horses bends, prone to the wheels, and his left foot protends, prepared for fight, the fatal dart arrives, and through the borders of his buckler drives. Passed through and pierced his groin, the deadly wound, cast from his chariot, rolled him on the ground, whom thus the chief upbraids with scornful spite. Blame not the slowness of your steeds in flight. Vain shadows did not force their swift retreat, but you yourself forsake your empty seat. He said, and seized at once the loosened rein, for Liger lay already on the plain, by the same shock. Then, stretching out his hands, the recreant thus his wretched life demands. Now by thyself, O more than mortal man, by her and him from whom thy breath began, who formed thee thus divine, I beg thee, spare this forfeit life, and hear thy suppliant's prayer. Thus much he spoke, and more he would have said, but the stern hero turned aside his head, and cut him short. I hear another man. You talked not thus before the fight began. Now take your turn, and as a brother should, attend your brother to the Stygian flood. Then through his breast his fatal sword he sent, and the soul issued at the gaping vent. As storms the skies and torrents tear the ground, thus raged the prince, and scattered deaths around. At length Ascanius and the Trojan train broke from the camp so long besieged in vain. Meantime the king of gods and mortal man held conference with his queen, and thus began. My sister goddess and well-pleasing wife, still think you Venus' aid supports the strife, sustains her Trojans, or themselves alone with inborn valour force their fortune on? How fierce in fight, with courage undecay'd! Judge if such warriors want immortal aid. To whom the goddess with the charming eyes, soft in her tone, submissively replies: Why, O my sovereign lord, whose frown I fear, and cannot unconcern'd your anger bear, why urge you thus my grief, when if I still, as once I was, were mistress of your will, from your almighty power your pleasing wife might gain the grace of lengthening Turnus' life, securely snatch him from the fatal fight, and give him to his aged father's sight. Now let him perish, since you hold it good, and glut the Trojans with his pious blood. Yet from our lineage he derives his name, and in the 4th degree from god Pilumnus came. Yet he devoutly pays you rites divine, and offers daily incense at your shrine. Then shortly thus the sovereign god replied: Since in my power and goodness you confide, if for a little space, a lengthen'd span, you beg reprieve for this expiring man, I grant you leave to take your Turnus hence from instant fate, and can so far dispense. But if some secret meaning lies beneath, to save the short-lived youth from destined death, or if a farther thought you entertain to change the fates, you feed your hopes in vain. To whom the goddess thus with weeping eyes: And what if that request your tongue denies, your heart should grant, and not a short reprieve, but length of certain life to Turnus give? Now speedy death attends the guiltless youth, if my presaging soul divines with truth, which, oh, I wish might err through causeless fears, and you, for you have power, prolong his years. Thus having said, involved in clouds she flies, and drives a storm before her through the skies. Swift she descends, alighting on the plain, where the fierce foes a dubious fight maintain. Of air condensed a spectre soon she made, and what Aeneas was, such seemed the shade. Adorned with Dardan arms, the phantom bore his head aloft, a plumy crest he wore. This hand appeared a shining sword to wield, and that sustained an imitated shield. With manly mien he stalked along the ground, nor wanted voice belied, nor vaunting sound. Thus haunting ghosts appear to waking sight, or dreadful visions in our dreams by night. The spectre seems the Daunian chief to dare, and flourishes his empty sword in air. At this advancing Turnus hurled his spear. The phantom wheeled, and seemed to fly for fear. Deluded Turnus thought the Trojan fled, and with vain hopes his haughty fancy fed. Whither, O coward? Thus he calls aloud, nor found he spoke to wind and chased a cloud. Why thus forsake your bride? Receive from me the fated land you sought so long by sea, he said, and brandishing at once his blade, with eager pace pursued the flying shade. By chance a ship was fastened to the shore, which from old Clusium King Osinius bore. The plank was ready laid for safe ascent, for shelter there the trembling shadow bent, and skipped and skulked and under hatches went. Exulting Turnus with regardless haste ascends the plank, and to the galley passed. Scarce had he reached the prow, Saturnia's hand the haulsers cuts, and shoots the ship from land. With wind in poop the vessel ploughs the sea, and measures back with speed her former way. Meantime Aeneas seeks his absent foe, and sends his slaughtered troops to shades below. The guileful phantom now forsook the shroud, and flew sublime, and vanish'd in a cloud. Too late young Turnus the delusion found, far on the sea, still making from the ground. Then, thankless for a life redeem'd by shame, with sense of honour stung, and forfeit fame, fearful besides of what in fight had passed, his hands and haggard eyes to heaven he cast. O Jove, he cried, for what offence have I deserved to bear this endless infamy? Whence am I forced, and whither am I borne? How and with what reproach shall I return? Shall ever I behold the Latian plain, or see Laurentum's lofty towers again? What will they say of their deserting chief? The war was mine, I fly from their relief. I led to slaughter, and in slaughter leave, and even from hence their dying groans receive. Here, overmatch'd in fight, in heaps they lie, there, scatter'd o'er the field, ignobly fly. Gape wide, O earth, and draw me down alive, or, O ye pitying winds, a wretch relieve. On sands or shelves the splitting vessel drive, or set me shipwrecked on some desert shore, where no Rutulian eyes may see me more. Unknown to friends or foes, or conscious fame, lest she should follow and my flight proclaim. Thus Turnus raved, and various fates revolved. The choice was doubtful, but the death resolved. And now the sword, and now the sea took place, that to revenge, and this to purge disgrace. Sometimes he thought to swim the stormy main, by stretch of arms the distant shore to gain. Thrice he the sword essayed, and thrice the flood. But Juno, moved with pity, both withstood, and thrice repressed his rage. Strong gales supplied, and pushed the vessel o'er the swelling tide. At length she lands him on his native shores, and to his father's longing arms restores. Meantime, by Jove's impulse, Mezentius, arm'd, succeeding Turnus, with his ardour warm'd his fainting friends, reproach'd their shameful flight, repell'd the victors, and renew'd the fight. Against their king the Tuscan troops conspire, such is their hate, and such their fierce desire of wish'd revenge. On him, and him alone, all hands employed, and all their darts are thrown. He, like a solid rock by seas enclosed, to raging winds and roaring waves opposed, from his proud summit looking down, disdains their empty menace, and unmoved remains. Beneath his feet fell haughty Hebrus dead, then Latagus and Palmus as he fled. At Latagus a weighty stone he flung, his face was flatted, and his helmet wrung. But Palmus from behind receives his wound, hamstringed he falls, and grovels on the ground. His crest and armour from his body torn, thy shoulders, Lausus, and thy head adorn. Evas and Mimas, both of Troy, he slew. Mimas his birth from fair Theano drew, born on that fatal night, when, big with fire, the queen produced young Paris to his sire. But Paris in the Phrygian fields was slain, unthinking Mimas on the Latian plain. And as a savage boar on mountains bred, with forest mast and fattening marshes fed, when once he sees himself in toils enclosed, by huntsmen and their eager hounds opposed, he whets his tusks, and turns and dares the war. The invaders dart their javelins from afar, all keep aloof and safely shout around, but none presumes to give a nearer wound. He frets and froths, erects his bristled hide, and shakes a grove of lances from his side. Not otherwise the troops, with hate inspired, and just revenge against the tyrant fired, their darts with clamour at a distance drive, and only keep the languish'd war alive. From Corytus came Acron to the fight, who left his spouse betrothed and unconsummate night. Mezentius sees him through the squadrons ride, proud of the purple favours of his bride. Then, as a hungry lion who beholds a gamesome goat who frisks about the folds, or beamy stag that grazes on the plain, he runs, he roars, he shakes his rising mane, he grins and opens wide his greedy jaws. The prey lies panting underneath his paws. He fills his famished maw, his mouth runs o'er with unchewed morsels, while he churns the gore. So proud Mezentius rushes on his foes, and first unhappy Acron overthrows. Stretched at his length he spurns the swarthy ground. The lance, besmeared with blood, lies broken in the wound. Then with disdain the haughty victor view'd Orodes flying, nor the wretch pursued, nor thought the dastard's back deserved a wound, but, running, gained the advantage of the ground, then turning short, he met him face to face, to give his victory the better grace. Orodes falls, in equal fight oppressed. Mezentius fixed his foot upon his breast, and rested lance, and thus aloud he cries, "Lo, here the champion of my rebels lies!" The fields around with Io Paean ring, and peals of shouts applaud the conquering king. At this the vanquished with his dying breath thus faintly spoke, and prophesied in death. "Nor thou, proud man, unpunished shalt remain. Like death attends thee on this fatal plain." Then, sourly smiling, thus the king replied, "For what belongs to me let Jove provide. But die thou first, whatever chance ensue," he said, and from the wound the weapon drew. A hovering mist came swimming o'er his sight, and sealed his eyes in everlasting night. By Caedicus Alcathous was slain, Sacrator laid Hydaspes on the plain. Orses the strong to greater strength must yield, he with Parthenius were by Rapo killed. Then brave Messapus Ericetes slew, who from Lycaon's blood his lineage drew. But from his headstrong horse his fate he found, who through his master as he made a bound, the chief alighting struck him to the ground. Then Clonius hand to hand on foot assails, the Trojan sinks and Neptune's son prevails. Argus the Lycian stepping forth with pride, to single fight the boldest foe defied, whom Tuscan Valorus by force o'ercame, and not belied his mighty father's fame. Salius to death the great Antronius sent, but the same fate the victor underwent, slain by Nealces' hand, well skilled to throw the flying dart, and draw the far-deceiving bow. Thus equal deaths are dealt with equal chance. By turns they quit their ground, by turns advance. Victors and vanquished in the various field, nor wholly overcome, nor wholly yield. The gods from heaven survey the fatal strife, and mourn the miseries of human life. Above the rest 2 goddesses appear, concerned for each, here Venus, Juno there. Amidst the crowd infernal Ate shakes her scourge aloft, and crest of hissing snakes. Once more the proud Mezentius with disdain brandished his spear and rushed into the plain, where, towering in the midmost rank, he stood, like tall Orion stalking o'er the flood. When with his brawny breast he cuts the waves, his shoulders scarce the topmost billow laves. Or like a mountain ash whose roots are spread deep fixed in earth, in clouds he hides his head. The Trojan prince beheld him from afar, and dauntless undertook the doubtful war. Collected in his strength, and like a rock, poised on his base, Mezentius stood the shock. He stood, and measuring first with careful eyes the space his spear could reach, aloud he cries, "My strong right hand and sword assist my stroke." Those only gods Mezentius will invoke. His armour from the Trojan pirate torn, by my triumphant Lausus shall be worn. He said, and with his utmost force he threw the massy spear, which hissing as it flew, reach'd the celestial shield, that stopp'd the course, but glancing thence, the yet unbroken force took a new bent obliquely, and betwixt the side and bowels famed Anthores fixed. Anthores had from Argos travelled far, Alcides' friend and brother of the war, till, tired with toils, fair Italy he chose, and in Evander's palace sought repose. Now, falling by another's wound, his eyes he cast to heaven, on Argos thinks, and dies. The pious Trojan then his javelin sent. The shield gave way, through treble plates it went of solid brass, of linen trebly rolled, and 3 bull hides which round the buckler fold. All these it passed, resistless in the course, transpierced his thigh, and spent its dying force. The gaping wound gushed out a crimson flood. The Trojan, glad with sight of hostile blood, his falchion drew, to closer fight address'd, and with new force his fainting foe oppress'd. His father's peril Lausus view'd with grief. He sigh'd, he wept, he ran to his relief. And here, heroic youth, 'tis here I must to thy immortal memory be just, and sing an act so noble and so new, posterity will scarce believe 'tis true. Pain'd with his wound, and useless for the fight, the father sought to save himself by flight. Encumbered, slow he dragg'd the spear along, which pierced his thigh, and in his buckler hung. The pious youth, resolved on death, below the lifted sword springs forth to face the foe, protects his parent, and prevents the blow. Shouts of applause ran ringing through the field, to see the son the vanquish'd father shield. All, fired with generous indignation, strive, and with a storm of darts to distance drive the Trojan chief, who held at bay from far, on his Vulcanian orb sustained the war. As when thick hail comes rattling in the wind, the ploughman, passenger, and labouring hind for shelter to the neighbouring covert fly, or housed or safe in hollow caverns lie. But that o'erblown, when heaven above them smiles, return to travel and renew their toils. Aeneas thus, o'erwhelm'd on every side, the storm of darts undaunted did abide, and thus to Lausus, loud with friendly threatening, cried: "Why wilt thou rush to certain death, and rage in rash attempts beyond thy tender age, betray'd by pious love?" Nor, thus forborne, the youth desists, but with insulting scorn provokes the lingering prince, whose patience, tir'd, gave place, and all his breast with fury fired. For now the fates prepar'd their sharpen'd shears, and lifted high the flaming sword appears, which, full descending with a frightful sway, through shield and corslet forced th' impetuous way, and buried deep in his fair bosom lay. The purple streams through the thin armour strove, and drench'd th' embroider'd coat his mother wove. And life at length forsook his heaving heart, loath from so sweet a mansion to depart. But when, with blood and paleness all o'erspread, the pious prince beheld young Lausus dead, he grieved, he wept. The sight an image brought of his own filial love, a sadly pleasing thought. Then stretch'd his hand to hold him up, and said, "Poor hapless youth! What praises can be paid to love so great, to such transcendent store of early worth, and sure presage of more? Accept whate'er Aeneas can afford, untouch'd thy arms, untaken be thy sword, and all that pleased thee living still remain inviolate, and sacred to the slain. Thy body on thy parents I bestow, to rest thy soul, at least if shadows know, or have a sense of human things below. There to thy fellow ghosts with glory tell, 'twas by the great Aeneas' hand I fell." With this his distant friends he beckons near, provokes their duty and prevents their fear, himself assists to lift him from the ground, with clotted locks and blood that welled from out the wound. Meantime his father, now no father, stood, and wash'd his wounds by Tiber's yellow flood. Oppress'd with anguish, panting and o'erspent, his fainting limbs against an oak he leant. A bough his brazen helmet did sustain, his heavier arms lay scatter'd on the plain. A chosen train of youth around him stand, his drooping head was rested on his hand, his grisly beard his pensive bosom sought, and all on Lausus ran his restless thought. Careful, concern'd his danger to prevent, he much enquired, and many a message sent to warn him from the field. Alas, in vain! Behold, his mournful followers bear him slain. O'er his broad shield still gush'd the yawning wound, and drew a bloody trail along the ground. Far off he heard their cries, far off divined the dire event with a foreboding mind. With dust he sprinkled first his hoary head, then both his lifted hands to heaven he spread. Last, the dear corpse embracing, thus he said, "What joys, alas, could this frail being give, that I have been so covetous to live? To see my son, and such a son, resign his life, a ransom for preserving mine. And am I then preserved, and art thou lost? How much too dear has that redemption cost! 'Tis now my bitter banishment I feel. This is a wound too deep for time to heal. My guilt thy growing virtues did defame, my blackness blotted thy unblemished name. Chased from a throne, abandoned and exiled, for foul misdeeds were punishments too mild. I owed my people these, and from their hate with less resentment could have borne my fate. And yet I live, and yet sustain the sight of hated men, and of more hated light. But will not long." With that he raised from ground his fainting limbs, that staggered with his wound, yet with a mind resolved, and unappalled with pains or perils, for his courser called, well-mouthed, well-managed, whom himself did dress with daily care, and mounted with success, his aid in arms, his ornament in peace. Soothing his courage with a gentle stroke, the steed seemed sensible while thus he spoke. "O Rhoebus, we have lived too long for me, if life and long were terms that could agree. This day thou either shalt bring back the head and bloody trophies of the Trojan dead, this day thou either shalt revenge my woe for murdered Lausus on his cruel foe, or, if inexorable fate deny our conquest, with thy conquered master die. For after such a lord I rest secure, thou wilt no foreign reins or Trojan load endure." He said, and straight the officious courser kneels to take his wonted weight. His hand he fills with pointed javelins, on his head he laced his glittering helm, which terribly was graced with waving horsehair nodding from afar. Then spurred his thundering steed amidst the war. Love, anguish, wrath, and grief to madness wrought, despair and secret shame, and conscious thought of inborn worth, his labouring soul oppressed, rolled in his eyes and raged within his breast. Then loud he called Aeneas thrice by name. The loud repeated voice to glad Aeneas came. "Great Jove," he said, "and the far-shooting god, inspire thy mind to make thy challenge good." He spoke no more, but hastened, void of fear, and threatened with his long protended spear. To whom Mezentius thus: "Thy vaunts are vain, my Lausus lies extended on the plain. He is lost, thy conquest is already won, the wretched sire is murdered in the sun. Nor fate I fear, but all the gods defy. Forbear thy threats, my business is to die, but first receive this parting legacy." He said, and straight a whirling dart he sent, another after and another went. Round in a spacious ring he rides the field, and vainly plies the impenetrable shield. Thrice rode he round, and thrice Aeneas wheeled, turned as he turned. The golden orb withstood the strokes, and bore about an iron wood. Impatient of delay and weary grown, still to defend, and to defend alone, to wrench the darts which in his buckler light, urged and o'erlabour'd in unequal fight, at length resolved, he throws with all his force full at the temples of the warrior horse. Just where the stroke was aimed, the unerring spear made way, and stood transfixed through either ear. Seized with unwonted pain, surprised with fright, the wounded steed curvets, and raised upright lights on his feet before, his hooves behind spring in air aloft, and lash the wind. Down comes the rider headlong from his height. His horse came after with unwieldy weight, and floundering forward, pitching on his head, his lord's encumbered shoulder overlaid. From either host the mingled shouts and cries of Trojans and Rutulians rend the skies. Aeneas, hastening, waved his fatal sword high o'er his head with this reproachful word. Now, where are now thy vaunts, the fierce disdain of proud Mezentius and the lofty strain? Struggling and wildly staring on the skies, with scarce recovered sight, he thus replies. Why these insulting words, this waste of breath to souls undaunted and secure of death? 'Tis no dishonour for the brave to die, nor came I here with hope of victory, nor ask I life, nor fought with that design. As I had used my fortune, use thou thine. My dying son contracted no such band, the gift is hateful from his murderer's hand. For this only favour let me sue. If pity can to conquered foes be due, refuse it not, but let my body have the last retreat of humankind, a grave. Too well I know the insulting people's hate. Protect me from their vengeance after fate. This refuge for my poor remains provide, and lay my much-loved Lausus by my side. He said, and to the sword his throat applied. The crimson stream disdained his arms around, and the disdainful soul came rushing through the wound. End of Book 10.
Book 11, Part 1 of the Aeneid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Cho. The Aeneid by Publius Vergilius Maro, translated by John Dryden. Book 11, Debaters and a Warrior Girl, Part 1. Scarce had the rosy morning raised her head above the waves, and left her watery bed. The pious chief, whom double cares attend for his unburied soldiers and his friend, yet first to heaven performed a victor's vows. He barred an ancient oak of all her boughs. Then on a rising ground the trunk he placed, which with the spoils of his dead foe he graced. The coat of arms by proud Mezentius worn, now on a naked snag in triumph borne, was hung on high, and glittered from afar, a trophy sacred to the god of war. Above his arms, fixed on the leafless wood, appeared his plumy crest, besmeared with blood. His brazen buckler on the left was seen, truncheons of shivered lances hung between, and on the right was placed his corslet, bored, and to the neck was tied his unavailing sword. A crowd of chiefs enclosed the godlike man, who thus, conspicuous in the midst, began. Our toils, my friends, are crowned with sure success. The greater part performed, achieve the less. Now follow cheerful to the trembling town, press but an entrance, and presume it won. Fear is no more, for fierce Mezentius lies, as the first fruits of war, a sacrifice. Turnus shall fall extended on the plain, and in this omen is already slain. Prepared in arms, pursue your happy chance, that none unwarned may plead his ignorance. And I, at heaven's appointed hour, may find your warlike ensigns waving in the wind. Meantime the rites and funeral pomps prepare, due to your dead companions of the war, the last respect the living can bestow, to shield their shadows from contempt below. That conquered earth be theirs for which they fought, and which for us with their own blood they bought. But first the corpse of our unhappy friend, to the sad city of Evander send, who, not inglorious in his age's bloom, was hurried hence by too severe a doom. Thus, weeping while he spoke, he took his way, where, new in death, lamented Pallas lay. Acoetes watched the corpse, whose youth deserved the father's trust, and now the son he served with equal faith, but less auspicious care. The attendants of the slain his sorrow share. A troop of Trojans mixed with these appear, and mourning matrons with dishevelled hair. Soon as the prince appears, they raise a cry. All beat their breasts, and echoes rend the sky. They rear his drooping forehead from the ground. But, when Aeneas viewed the grisly wound, which Pallas in his manly bosom bore, and the fair flesh distained with purple gore, first melting into tears, the pious man deplored so sad a sight, then thus began. Unhappy youth, when fortune gave the rest of my full wishes, she refused the best. She came, but brought not thee along, to bless my longing eyes and share in my success. She grudged thy safe return, the triumphs due to prosperous valor in the public view. Not thus I promised when thy father lent thy needless succor with his sad consent, embraced me, parting for the Turian land, and sent me to possess a large command. He warned, and from his own experience told, our foes were warlike, disciplined, and bold. And now, perhaps in hopes of thy return, rich odors on his loaded altars burn, while we, with vain officious pomp, prepare to send him back his portion of the war, a bloody, breathless body, which can owe no farther debt, but to the powers below. The wretched father, ere his race is run, shall view the funeral honors of his son. These are my triumphs of the Latian war, fruits of my plighted faith and boasted care. And yet, unhappy sire, thou shalt not see a son whose death disgraced his ancestry. Thou shalt not blush, old man, however grieved. Thy Pallas no dishonest wound received. He died no death to make thee wish, too late, thou hadst not lived to see his shameful fate. But what a champion has the Sonian coast, and what a friend hast thou, Ascanius, lost. Thus having mourned, he gave the word around, to raise the breathless body from the ground, and chose 1,000 horse, the flower of all his warlike troops, to wait the funeral, to bear him back and share Evander's grief, a well-becoming, but a weak relief. Of oaken twigs they twist an easy bier, then on their shoulders the sad burden rear. The body on this rural hearse is borne, strewed leaves and funeral greens the bier adorn. All pale he lies, and looks a lovely flower, new cropped by virgin hands, to dress the bower. Unfaded yet, but yet unfed below, no more to Mother Earth or the green stern shall owe. Then 2 fair vests of wondrous work and cost, of purple woven, and with gold embossed, for ornament the Trojan hero brought, which with her hands Sidonian Dido wrought. 1 vest arrayed the corpse, and 1 they spread o'er his closed eyes and wrapped around his head, that, when the yellow hair in flame should fall, the catching fire might burn the golden caul. Besides, the spoils of foes in battle slain, when he descended on the Latian plain. Arms, trappings, horses, by the hearse are led in long array, the achievements of the dead. Then, pinioned with their hands behind, appear the unhappy captives marching in the rear, appointed offerings in the victor's name, to sprinkle with their blood the funeral flame. Inferior trophies by the chiefs are borne, gauntlets and helms their loaded hands adorn, and fair inscriptions fixed, and titles read, of Latian leaders conquered by the dead. Acoetes on his pupil's corpse attends, with feeble steps supported by his friends. pausing at every pace, in sorrow drowned. Betwixt their arms he sinks upon the ground, where, grovelling while he lies in deep despair, he beats his breast and rends his hoary hair. The champion's chariot next is seen to roll, besmeared with hostile blood, and honorably foul. To close the pomp, Aethon, the steed of state, is led the funerals of his lord to wait. Stripped of his trappings, with a sullen pace he walks, and the big tears run rolling down his face. The lance of Pallas and the crimson crest are borne behind, the victor seized the rest. The march begins, the trumpets hoarsely sound, the pikes and lances trail along the ground. Thus while the Trojan and Arcadian horse to Pallantean towers direct their course, in long procession ranked, the pious chief stopped in the rear and gave a vent to grief. The public care, he said, which war attends, diverts our present woes, at least suspends. Peace with the manes of great Pallas dwell, hail holy relics, and a last farewell. He said no more, but inly through he mourned, restrained his tears, and to the camp returned. Now suppliants from Laurentum sent demand a truce with olive branches in their hand. Obtest his clemency, and from the plain beg leave to draw the bodies of their slain. They plead that none those common rights deny to conquered foes that in fair battle die. All cause of hate was ended in their death, nor could he war with bodies void of breath. A king, they hoped, would hear a king's request, whose son he once was called, and once his guest. Their suit, which was too just to be denied, the hero grants, and farther thus replied. O Latian princes, how severe a fate in causeless quarrels has involved your state, and armed against an unoffending man, who sought your friendship ere the war began. You beg a truce, which I would gladly give, not only for the slain, but those who live. I came not hither but by heaven's command, and sent by fate to share the Latian land. Nor wage I wars unjust, your king denied my proffered friendship, and my promised bride. Left me for Turnus. Turnus then should try his cause in arms, to conquer or to die. My right and his are in dispute. The slain fell without fault, our quarrel to maintain. In equal arms let us alone contend, and let him vanquish whom his fates befriend. This is the way, so tell him, to possess the royal virgin, and restore the peace. Bear this message back with ample leave, that your slain friends may funeral rites receive. Thus having said, the ambassadors, amazed, stood mute a while, and on each other gazed. Drances, their chief, who harbored in his breast long hate to Turnus, as his foe professed, broke silence first, and to the godlike man, with graceful action bowing, thus began. Auspicious prince, in arms a mighty name, but yet whose actions far transcend your fame. Would I your justice or your force express, thought can be equal, and all words are less. Your answer we shall thankfully relate, and favors granted to the Latian state. If wished success our labor shall attend, think peace concluded, and the king your friend. Let Turnus leave the realm to your command, and seek alliance in some other land. Build you the city which your fates assign, we shall be proud in the great work to join. Thus Drances, and his words so well persuade the rest empowered, that soon a truce is made. 12 days the term allowed, and during those, Latians and Trojans, now no longer foes, mixed in the woods, for funeral piles prepare to fell the timber and forget the war. Loud axes through the groaning groves resound, oak, mountain ash, and poplar spread the ground. First fall from high, and some the trunks receive in loaded wains, with wedges some they cleave. And now the fatal news by fame is blown through the short circuit of the Arcadian town, of Pallas slain by fame, which just before his triumphs on distended pinions bore. Rushing from out the gate the people stand, each with a funeral flambeau in his hand. Wildly they stare, distracted with amaze. The fields are lightened with a fiery blaze, that cast a sullen splendor on their friends, the marching troop which their dead prince attends. Both parties meet, they raise a doleful cry, the matrons from the walls with shrieks reply, and their mixed mourning rends the vaulted sky. The town is filled with tumult and with tears, till the loud clamors reach Evander's ears. Forgetful of his state, he runs along, with a disordered pace, and cleaves the throng, falls on the corpse, and groaning there he lies, with silent grief that speaks but at his eyes. Short sighs and sobs succeed, till sorrow breaks a passage, and at once he weeps and speaks. O Pallas, thou hast failed thy plighted word, to fight with caution, not to tempt the sword. I warned thee, but in vain, for well I knew what perils youthful ardor would pursue. That boiling blood would carry thee too far, young as thou wert in dangers, raw to war. O cursed essay of arms, disastrous doom, prelude of bloody fields, and fights to come. Hard elements of unauspicious war, vain vows to heaven, and unavailing care. Thrice happy thou, dear partner of my bed, whose holy soul the stroke of fortune fled. Precious of ills, and leaving me behind, to drink the dregs of life by fate assigned. Beyond the goal of nature I have gone, my Pallas late set out, but reached too soon. If for my league against the Ausonian state, amidst their weapons I had found my fate, deserved from them, then I had been returned, a breathless victor, and my son had mourned. Yet will I not my Trojan friend upbraid, nor grudge the alliance I so gladly made. 'Twas not his fault my Pallas fell so young, but my own crime for having lived too long. Yet since the gods had destined him to die, at least he led the way to victory. First for his friends he won the fatal shore, and sent whole herds of slaughtered foes before. A death too great, too glorious to deplore, nor will I add new honors to thy grave, content with those the Trojan hero gave. That funeral pomp thy Phrygian friends designed, in which the Tuscan chiefs and army joined. Great spoils and trophies gained by thee they bear, then let thy own achievements be thy share. Even thou, O Turnus, hadst a trophy stood, whose mighty trunk had better graced the wood. If Pallas had arrived with equal length of years, to match thy bulk with equal strength. But why, unhappy man, dost thou detain these troops to view the tears thou shedst in vain? Go, friends, this message to your lord relate. Tell him that, if I bear my bitter fate, and after Pallas' death live lingering on, 'tis to behold his vengeance for my son. I stay for Turnus, whose devoted head is owing to the living and the dead. My son and I expect it from his hand. 'Tis all that he can give, or we demand. Joy is no more, but I would gladly go to greet my Pallas with such news below. The morn had now dispelled the shades of night, restoring toils when she restored the light. The Trojan king and Tuscan chief command to raise the piles along the winding strand. Their friends convey the dead funeral fires. Black smoldering smoke from the green wood expires. The light of heaven is choked, and the new day retires. Then thrice around the kindled piles they go, for ancient custom had ordained it so. Thrice horse and foot about the fires are led, and thrice with loud laments they hail the dead. Tears trickling down their breasts bedew the ground, and drums and trumpets mix their mournful sound. Amid the blaze their pious brethren throw the spoils in battle taken from the foe. Helms, bits embossed, and swords of shining steel, one casts a target, one a chariot wheel. Some to their fellows their own arms restore, the falchions which in luckless fight they bore. Their bucklers pierced, and their darts bestowed in vain, and shivered lances gathered from the plain. Whole herds of offered bulls about the fire, and bristled boars and woolly sheep expire. Around the piles a careful troop attends, to watch the wasting flames, and weep their burning friends. Lingering along the shore, till dewy night new decks the face of heaven with starry light. The conquered Latians with like pious care, piles without number for their dead prepare. Part in the places where they fell are laid, and part are to the neighboring fields conveyed. The corps of kings and captains of renown, borne off in state, are buried in the town. The rest, unhonored and without a name, are cast a common heap to feed the flame. Trojans and Latians vie with like desires to make the field of battle shine with fires, and the promiscuous blaze to heaven aspires. Now had the morning thrice renewed the light, and thrice dispelled the shadows of the night, when those who round the wasted fires remain, perform the last sad office to the slain. They rake the yet warm ashes from below, these and the bones unburned in earth bestow. These relics with their country rites they grace, and raise a mount of turf to mark the place. But in the palace of the king appears a scene more solemn and a pomp of tears. Maids, matrons, widows mix their common moans, orphans their sires, and sires lament their sons. All in that universal sorrow share, and curse the cause of this unhappy war. A broken league, a bride unjustly sought, a crown usurped, which with their blood is bought. These are the crimes with which they load the name of Turnus, and on him alone exclaim, "Let him who lords it o'er the Ausonian land engage the Trojan hero hand to hand. His is the gain, our lot is but to serve. 'Tis just, though sway he seeks, he should deserve." This Drances aggravates, and adds with spite, his foe expects and dares him to the fight. Nor Turnus wants a party to support his cause and credit in the Latian court. His former acts secure his present fame, and the queen shades him with her mighty name. While thus their factious minds with fury burn, the legates from the Aetolian prince return. Sad news they bring that, after all the cost and care employed, their embassy is lost, that Diomedes refused his aid in war, unmoved with presents and as deaf to prayer. Some new alliance must elsewhere be sought, or peace with Troy on hard conditions bought. Latinus, sunk in sorrow, finds too late a foreign son is pointed out by fate, and till Aeneas shall Lavinia wed, the wrath of heaven is hovering o'er his head. The gods, he saw, espoused the juster side, when late their titles in the field were tried. Witness the fresh laments, and funeral tears undried. Thus, full of anxious thought, he summons all the Latian senate to the council hall. The princes come, commanded by their head, and crowd the paths that to the palace led. Supreme in power and reverenced for his years, he takes the throne and in the midst appears. Majestically sad, he sits in state, and bids his envoys their success relate. When Venulus began, the murmuring sound was hushed, and sacred silence reigned around. "We have," said he, "performed your high command, and passed with peril a long tract of land. We reached the place desired, with wonder filled, the Grecian tents and rising towers beheld. Great Diomede has compassed round with walls the city, which Argyripa he calls, from his own Argos named. We touched with joy the royal hand that raised unhappy Troy. When introduced, our presents first we bring, then crave an instant audience from the king. His leave obtained, our native soil we name, and tell the important cause for which we came. Attentively he heard us, while we spoke, then with soft accents and a pleasing look, made this return. Ausonian race, of old renowned for peace and for an age of gold, what madness has your altered minds possessed, to change for war hereditary rest? Solicit arms unknown, and tempt the sword, a needless ill your ancestors abhorred? We, for myself I speak, and all the name of Grecians, who to Troy's destruction came, omitting those who were in battle slain, or borne by rolling Simois to the main. Not one but suffered, and too dearly bought the prize of honor, which in arms he sought. Some doomed to death, and some in exile driven, outcasts abandoned by the care of heaven. So worn, so wretched, so despised a crew, as even old Priam might with pity view. Witness the vessels by Minerva tossed in storms, the vengeful Capharean coast, the Euboean rocks, the prince whose brother led our armies to revenge his injured bed in Egypt lost. Ulysses with his men have seen Charybdis and the Cyclops' den. Why should I name Idomeneus in vain, restored to scepters and expelled again? Or young Achilles by his rival slain? Even he, the king of men, the foremost name of all the Greeks, and most renowned by fame, the proud revenger of another's wife, yet by his own adulteress lost his life. Fell at his threshold, and the spoils of Troy, the foul polluters of his bed enjoy. The gods have envied me the sweets of life, my much-loved country and my more-loved wife. Banished from both I mourn, while in the sky, transformed to birds, my lost companions fly. Hovering about the coasts they make their moan, and cuff the cliffs with pinions not their own. What squalid spectres in the dead of night break my short sleep and skim before my sight? I might have promised to myself those harms, mad as I was when I, with mortal arms, presumed against immortal powers to move, and violate with wounds the queen of love. Such arms this hand shall never more employ. No hate remains with me to ruined Troy. I war not with its dust, nor am I glad to think of past events, or good or bad. Your presents I return. Whate'er you bring to buy my friendship, send the Trojan king. We met in fight, I know him to my cost. With what a whirling force his lance he tossed! Heavens, what a spring was in his arm to throw! How high he held his shield and rose at every blow! Had Troy produced two more his match in might, they would have changed the fortune of the fight. The invasion of the Greeks had been returned, our empire wasted, and our cities burned. The long defense the Trojan people made, the war protracted and the siege delayed, were due to Hector's and this hero's hand, both brave alike and equal in command. Aeneas, not inferior in the field, in pious reverence to the gods excelled. Make peace, ye Latians, and avoid with care the impending dangers of a fatal war. He said no more, but, with this cold excuse, refused the alliance and advised a truce. Thus Venulus concluded his report. A jarring murmur filled the factious court, as when a torrent rolls with rapid force and dashes o'er the stones that stop the course. The flood, constrained within a scanty space, roars horrible along the uneasy race. White foam in gathering eddies floats around, the rocky shores rebellow to the sound. The murmur ceased. Then from his lofty throne the king invoked the gods, and thus begun. I wish, ye Latians, what we now debate had been resolved before it was too late. Much better had it been for you and me, unforced by this our last necessity, to have been earlier wise than now to call a council when the foe surrounds the wall. O citizens, we wage unequal war, with men not only heaven's peculiar care, but heaven's own race, unconquered in the field, or conquered, yet unknowing how to yield. What hopes you had in Diomedes lay down. Our hopes must center on ourselves alone. Yet those how feeble and indeed how vain, you see too well, nor need my words explain. Vanquished, without resource, laid flat by fate, factions within, a foe without the gate. Not but I grant that all performed their parts with manly force and with undaunted hearts. With our united strength the war we waged, with equal numbers, equal arms engaged. You see the event, now hear what I propose, to save our friends and satisfy our foes. A tract of land the Latians have possessed along the Tiber, stretching to the west, which now Rutulians and Auruncans till, and their mixed cattle graze the fruitful hill. Those mountains filled with firs, that lower land, if you consent, the Trojan shall command. Called into part of what is ours, and there, on terms agreed, the common country share. There let 'em build and settle, if they please, unless they choose once more to cross the seas, in search of seats remote from Italy, and from unwelcome inmates set us free. Then twice 10 galleys let us build with speed, or twice as many more, if more they need. Materials are at hand, a well-grown wood runs equal with the margin of the flood. Let them the number and the form assign, the care and cost of all the stores be mine. To treat the peace, 100 senators shall be commissioned hence with ample powers. With olive the presents they shall bear, a purple robe, a royal ivory chair, and all the marks of sway that Latian monarchs wear, and sums of gold. Among yourselves debate this great affair, and save the sinking state. Then Drances took the word, who grudged long since the rising glories of the Daunian prince. Factious and rich, bold at the council board, but cautious in the field, he shunned the sword. A close caballer, and tongue-valiant lord. Noble his mother was, and near the throne, but what his father's parentage, unknown. He rose and took the advantage of the times, to load young Turnus with invidious crimes. Such truths, O king, said he, your words contain, as strike the sense, and all replies are vain. Nor are your loyal subjects now to seek what common needs require, but fear to speak. Let him give leave of speech, that haughty man, whose pride this unauspicious war began, for whose ambition, let me dare to say, fear set apart, though death is in my way. The plains of Latium run with blood around. So many valiant heroes bite the ground. Dejected grief in every face appears, a town in mourning, and a land in tears. While he, the undoubted author of our harms, the man who menaces the gods with arms, yet after all his boasts forsook the fight, and sought his safety in ignoble flight. Now, best of kings, since you propose to send such bounteous presents to your Trojan friend, add yet a greater at our joint request, one which he values more than all the rest. Give him the fair Lavinia for his bride. With that alliance let the league be tied, and for the bleeding land a lasting peace provide. Let insolence no longer awe the throne, but with a father's right bestow your own. For this maligner of the general good, if still we fear his force, he must be wooed. His haughty godhead we with prayers implore, your scepter to release and our just rights restore. O cursed cause of all our ills, must we wage wars unjust, and fall in fight for thee? What right hast thou to rule the Latian state, and send us out to meet our certain fate? 'Tis a destructive war. From Turnus' hand our peace and public safety we demand. Let the fair bride to the brave chief remain. If not, the peace without the pledge is vain. Turnus, I know you think me not your friend, nor will I much with your belief contend. I beg your greatness not to give the law in others' realms, but, beaten, to withdraw. Pity your own, or pity our estate, nor twist our fortunes with your sinking fate. Your interest is, the war should never cease, but we have felt enough to wish the peace. A land exhausted to the last remains, depopulated towns, and driven plains. Yet if desire of fame and thirst of power, a beauteous princess with a crown in dower. So fire your mind, in arms assert your right, and meet your foe, who dares you to the fight. Mankind, it seems, is made for you alone, we but the slaves who mount you to the throne. A base ignoble crowd, without a name, unwept, unworthy of the funeral flame, by duty bound to forfeit each his life, that Turnus may possess a royal wife. Permit not, mighty man, so mean a crew should share such triumphs, and detain from you the post of honor, your undoubted due. Rather alone your matchless force employ, to merit what alone you must enjoy. End of Book 11, Part 1. Recording by Lisa Cho.